With his eyes now wide open, Shuren found himself a member of the Hollis Orphanage. Although his circumstances appeared grim at the outset, an unexpected world of magic began to unfold before him. Even more delightfully, the specialties from his homeland soon followed. Point 1. The Orphan of London. If you insist on attending at Hogwarts, you'll have to cover your own tuition. The orphanage cannot spare a single penny. I understand, Nurse Anna. Shuren watched as Nurse Anna entered the common room, gently closing the door behind her. Should any noise escape him, causing Anna to perceive discontent, dinner might transform from a meager serving of cheap pork sausage to a slice of baked bean bread. Opting against the tap water could prove disastrous. That substance could choke one to death. Yet the tap water was perpetually unclean, and excessive consumption could lead to illness. Once sick in this impoverished orphanage in the southern suburbs, death would be the inevitable outcome. How did Shuren know this so well? Because the original inhabitant met his demise in precisely such a manner. Illness, cold, and malnutrition conspired to claim his life. The Shuren who traversed here since last winter was keenly aware of this reality. He made every effort to drink the inexpensive red tea, and even sought a cup of the older children's instant coffee, despite the risk of sleepless nights. In the past 6 months, he had come to comprehend his circumstances. That it was now late August 1991, and he resided in the Croydon district of the Harry Potter universe, one of London's most impoverished areas. The Hollis Orphanage he resided in was the most destitute of them all. Why, you may ask? Because it was the only orphanage in existence, established merely for political gain. Much like the England known to him from his previous life, by the end of 1990, the Iron Lady, Margaret Thatcher, stepped down. Her Thatcherism brought about economic upheaval, but also significantly exacerbated the gap between the rich and the poor. The financial district thrived due to deregulation, leading to a surge in wealth for the elite. Meanwhile, traditional industrial areas and inner-city impoverished regions faced unemployment and cuts to public services. This was particularly evident in Croydon. The Hollis Orphanage had not received adequate funding for 5 years, resulting in financial strain. Each child was deprived of even a clean source of water and had only a thin blanket to endure the winter. In such dire circumstances, failing to gain admission to Hogwarts could mean he would not even reach adulthood, given his frail constitution. A mere cold could prove fatal. This was not due to a lack of medical facilities in London, but rather the indifference of the harsh caregivers, who might not notice a sick child in time. Hogwarts waives tuition fees, and I have a scholarship from Professor McGonagall to cover the miscellaneous expenses. From the depths of his iron-framed bed, Shuren retrieved a bag containing 143 galleons, a wand, some robes, and various other items. He had meticulously adhered to the minimum standards outlined in the enrollment list. Even so, he had spent a total of 157 galleons, leaving him with less than half of his savings for the school year. Tomorrow marked the commencement of Hogwarts. I must hurry. If my performance is inadequate, I may not secure the scholarship, and that would be disastrous. I surely lack sufficient galleons. During the last visit to collect his enrollment notice and supplies, Professor McGonagall had intentionally mentioned this scholarship, aimed at exceptionally talented young witches and wizards. Would Shuren excel? The prospect seemed bleak, for he had struggled through 500 repetitions of the levitation charm before finally mastering it. Fortunately, he had a hidden advantage. Name, Shuren Green. Identity, wizard. Title, none. Proficiency, levitation charm. Apprentice level 1300. Glow charm. Apprentice level 1300. Cleaning charm. Unlocked 2730.3 apprentice level spells can unlock the title of apprentice in the field of charms. Advancement. 3 introductory level spells can unlock the title of beginner in the field of charms. Indeed, Shuren possessed a proficiency panel, a remarkably practical feature. With proper practice, he could earn rewards for successful attempts. Apprentice-level spells required merely 30 correct practices, and mastering 3 apprentice-level spells would unlock an apprentice title. It appeared straightforward, however. Even this seemingly simple task took him 2 months to barely accomplish, averaging only 1.5 correct practices per day. It could be described as a dismal display of magical talent, and he could not help but wonder if this was a consequence of his transmigration. He suspected the magical realm might be conspiring against him. Though it was likely the magical world was preoccupied with greater matters. Today, I must complete the title unlocking. With unwavering determination, Shuren brandished his wand, carefully stepping onto the creaky floorboards, peering through the drafty, single-pane windows. The Victorian semi-detached house nestled in the impoverished southern suburbs had succumbed to silence. Excellent. Everyone is asleep. As long as I remain cautious, I will not be discovered. If the original inhabitant had left him with anything of value, it was this solitary, secluded dormitory. Though it was allocated to him out of fear of contagion, it was undoubtedly a boon for the current Shuren, as it afforded him ample private space to practice magic. Scourgify. Shuren clearly enunciated the incantation toward the filthy poster. waving his wand in its shape. Regrettably, the count on the panel did not increase. Unperturbed, Shuren recited the incantation once more and waved his wand again. Only through personal practice did Shuren come to grasp the esoteric nature of magic. For instance, in the case of his cleaning charm, where should the emphasis lie in the incantation? How many times must it be repeated? What form should the shape gesture take, large or small? Where should he quicken his pace, and where should he slow down? Shuren understood that scour meant to wash, while Ife conferred the meaning of transformation. Together, they denoted the act of making something clean. Thus, his pause should occur between scour and Ife, but the shape gesture was left to chance. Fortunately, he could ascertain success or failure based on the increase in proficiency, drawing from his past experiences of correct practices. Scourgify. On his 5th attempt, Shuren pronounced the incantation and waved his wand according to his acquired knowledge. Begin swiftly, then slow down. As for the final arc, it should be larger. Shuren muttered to himself, adhering diligently to his successful experience as he waved his wand. Like a tea that moment, a brilliant radiance suddenly illuminated the scene, and the poster on the table was instantly cleansed of its blemishes. You have practiced a cleaning spell at the novice level. Proficiency 3. Cleaning spell has been unlocked. A new title in the realm of incantations has been unlocked. Please check that a wizard's talent has been unlocked. Please check. Success. Shuren picked up the now pristine poster and examined it closely, marveling at the wonders of magic. As for the novice standard, just as the efficacy of spells varies, so too do the benchmarks for proper practice, categorized into apprentice and novice levels. An apprentice grants an increase of 1 point in proficiency, while a novice offers 3 points. Whether there are further standards beyond the novice level remains a mystery to Shuren given his magical aptitude. Merely reaching the novice level feels like a blessing from Merlin. Let me see the new title. Eagerly, Shuren opened the panel, which displayed 3 refreshed lines. Title: Spell Novice. Slightly enhances perception of spells, marginally improves spellcasting talent. Shuren continued to peruse. Wizard Shuren, spellcasting talent. Green augmented by the spell novice title. Original talent was white note. The typical wizard possesses a green talent. Shuren inhaled sharply. White trash. No wonder he struggled to learn spells with such a talent. Even an explosion could not be praised. Fortunately, he is a cheat otherwise. It is difficult to fathom how arduous his academic journey would be. After a brief examination, Shuren's gaze grew resolutely determined. Lacking talent means he must practice relentlessly. Let me witness your limits. Panel. Increase my proficiency. Scholarship system. The night had deepened, and the sound of trucks rumbling over the wet pavement echoed outside. London was undergoing financial transformation, with Canary Wharf on the rise. Yet the street where the orphanage stood remained littered with uncollected trash. The interior perpetually bore the scent of disinfectant, unable to mask the stale odor that lingered. The caregivers were weary, and the children were alert like wounded animals. Sean curled up in the worn, inexpensive synthetic blanket, deep in slumber. Just moments ago, he had tested his unlocking talent. To this, he could only utter, "What hardships had I endured before?" It turned out that 3 practices could yield 1 successful attempt. It became apparent that wizards possessed a sensitivity to the pronunciation of spells. For instance, Scourgify. He had always believed it was pronounced as such, but suddenly he wondered, why couldn't it be Scourgify? In a moment of profound clarity, he achieved his first level of proficiency. A full 10 points of skill. What he had taken 5 days to accomplish, he achieved in mere seconds. No wonder it was a world of gifted magic. He had begun to understand. Tomorrow marked the day Professor McGonagall would come to collect him, and he hoped to perform well enough to at least meet the minimum scholarship standard. Speaking of Hogwarts, what was the scholarship criterion for first-year wizards? Sean did not know, but he was determined to meet it. There was no other reason, only determination. As long as he persevered in studying magic, he believed he could rise to the pinnacle of the magical realm. With visions of a bright future, Sean drifted into a deep sleep. September 1st, 1991. This was a significant day, for Sean was to leave the orphanage. He hastily gathered his belongings, possessing only 2 undershirts and 2 pairs of trousers that were barely usable. The rest were either too large or too small. As he dragged a cheap suitcase to the door, he was astonished to realize how few possessions he truly had. "San, you better not come back because you can't pay your tuition. You'll be sorry then." Anna, the caregiver, twisted her plump body, her tone still sharp and biting. "No need for your concern, Square Annie. I hope you don't find yourself out of a job due to the recent layoffs. With your performance, it's bound to happen." With that, Sean swiftly dashed out the door, leaving only Anna's piercing invective behind. He did not comprehend the slang, assuming she was merely cursing him. He finally felt a sense of relief at being able to retort against that cylindrical figure. for her negligence of the original body's grave condition had been one of the culprits behind its demise. In this world, no one knows of the original's demise, save for the singular figure of Xian, who traversed from another realm. A scathing rebuke directed at her might serve as a means of settling the debts of the original. Under ordinary circumstances, such audacity would have been unimaginable, yet now, it is a reality. Goodness, Xian, what have you done? Truly remarkable, you are. With a smile, Xian trotted over to the peeling paint door, where the faded wooden plaque of the children's home hung askew, shedding dust with the breeze. Beneath the plaque, Professor McGonagall, adorned with square glasses and her dark hair elegantly fashioned into a bun, donned a deep green robe that exuded an air of gravitas, complementing her Scottish plaid shirt. Yet, upon witnessing the frail Xian approaching, a faint smile graced her lips. Professor McGonagall, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Xian hurriedly made his way to the professor, his frail body struggling for breath after just a few steps, a routine he was accustomed to when rushing to her side. The last time they had been out shopping, he had behaved similarly, and when asked about it, the little one had replied in a barely audible voice, important people deserve to be met with haste. The older cat lady, though silent, felt her heart soften immensely. You may take your time, Mr. Green. We have ample time ahead of us. Professor McGonagall's tone belied her stern expression as she gently took Xian's hand. Suddenly, she noticed that the frail boy was attentively studying her. Scourgify. With a flick of his wand, the dust atop Professor McGonagall's hair vanished. Filth must not reside upon your head. Xian, still panting, found his breath quickening after this incantation. His voice soft yet resolute. Professor McGonagall gazed at him, a flicker of surprise and pride crossing her features. A commendable cleaning charm, Mr. Green. How long have you been practicing it? She inquired as they strolled forward hand in hand. I learned it just yesterday, Professor. Xian, no longer breathless, lowered his gaze, his tone laced with caution and uncertainty. You have done splendidly, Mr. Green. It seems you're on the path to securing that scholarship. Professor McGonagall, having noticed his timidity, offered these encouraging words with a smile. Xian remained silent, merely lifting his gaze to meet her with his sparkling eyes, only to quickly look away. Internally, he was already celebrating with champagne. Knowing Professor McGonagall's character, upon uttering such words, he felt as though half of his scholarship was already nestled in his pocket. Though portraying the image of a pitiable orphan felt somewhat unethical, for the sake of the scholarship and escaping the perils of the orphanage, Xian had no other choice. His body still requires recuperation, and the scholarship represents the most promising opportunity for him to earn some money. Indeed, moments later, Professor McGonagall revealed the news regarding the scholarship. Headmaster Dumbledore has already approved it. Within the first month, if you achieve excellence in all 7 subjects, you will be granted a scholarship of 600 galleons. Professor McGonagall calmly delivered the exhilarating news that stirred Sean's heart, gazing at the young boy beside her, seemingly awaiting his smile. However, Sean merely lowered his head even further. After a lengthy pause, his voice emerged faintly. Thank you, Professor. In truth, I have learned from my readings that Hogwarts does not offer scholarships to first-year wizards. I appreciate your efforts that allow me to study magic. Having uttered these sincere words, he fell silent. Professor McGonagall was momentarily taken aback, then her heart softened, mirroring her smile. This is what you deserve, Mr. Green. There is no need for gratitude over such matters. She inadvertently glanced at Sean, only to meet his cautious gaze for the 3rd time. How long have you practiced your spells? Before reaching the platform, Professor McGonagall posed her final question. 13 hours, Professor. Se han replayed honestly. In total? The professor's gaze flickered, seemingly burdened. Every day, the train station buzzed with life as Sean struggled through the bustling crowd, dragging his heavy suitcase. The Hogwarts Express is just beyond that solid wall. Do not fear rushing into it, Mr. Green. Professor McGonagall's words echoed in his mind, staring at the sturdy barrier. Sean felt a twinge of apprehension, even knowing no harm would come. Yet, thinking that Professor McGonagall might still be watching, he gritted his teeth and, with eyes shut, merged into the wall. However, from the perspective of an older cat lady, Sean showed no hesitation as he collided with the wall. That child trusts you completely, Minerva. An aged voice appeared beside Professor McGonagall. Achieving excellence in all 7 subjects is no trivial task. Do you truly believe he can accomplish it? With some amusement, a certain white wizard inquired. Albus, even if there were only one person in all of Hogwarts capable of such a feat, I would believe it to be Sean. Professor McGonagall asserted with unwavering conviction, still absorbed in the thought of his 13 hours of practice each day. Even in her most dedicated moments, she could not maintain such an intense study regimen for 2 consecutive months, let alone the raucous group of young wizards at Hogwarts. Sean is a pitiable child, yet he is also a sensible and understanding one. He is deserving of that scholarship. Professor McGonagall remained silent for a moment before rendering this judgment. Is it possible to excel in all 7 subjects? Sean pondered this conundrum as he maneuvered his suitcase. Arriving early, he found the first few carriages sparsely populated, and thus he located an empty compartment in the second carriage. However, despite his efforts to hoist the suitcase aboard, it remained obstinately grounded, crashing to the floor on 2 occasions. Pausing momentarily, he flicked his wand and uttered, Wingardium Leviosa. The incantation resonated, accompanied by a prompt, and the suitcase, akin to a brick, effortlessly levitated into the air. Satisfied, Sean stowed his wand and pulled the suitcase into the compartment, oblivious to the curious gaze of a young witch nearby. Outside the window, the steam locomotive's billowing smoke wove through the bustling crowd, while cats of various hues darted between people's feet. Amidst the murmurs of conversation and the clatter of heavy luggage, the owls emitted soft hoots. Sean opened Hogwarts, a history, a tome nearly half the size of the table, where he read that Hogwarts' 7 core subjects included Transfiguration, Charms, Potions, Herbology, Defense against the Dark Arts, History of Magic, and Astronomy. These subjects were, indeed, mandatory, but how could one achieve excellence? A reference point emerged in the form of the trio's academic prodigy, Hermione. If memory served, she had achieved an impressive 9 O's in the OWLs, or ordinary wizarding levels, along with an E for exceeding expectations. Hermione's performance had always been remarkably stable, allowing Sean to gauge the level of achievement he needed to aspire to. Was it difficult? Undoubtedly, given his lack of innate magical talent. Aside from History of Magic, which was more historical than magical, all other subjects demanded a degree of magical aptitude. Yet, was it insurmountable? If he couldn't manage that, he might as well find a tofu block to throw himself against. Resolute, he contemplated for a few moments while stowing his luggage. Thus, he decided to commence with Transfiguration. Seated on the plush, velvety seat, Sean set aside a history of Hogwarts and retrieved the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, a book adorned with a rich crimson cover and gilded edges. It meticulously detailed the principles and techniques of Transfiguration, serving as the textbook for first and second-year students at Hogwarts. Among the classic examples was the transformation of a matchstick into a needle. If Sean could master this within a month, he believed securing an excellent grade would be well within his grasp. In the practice of Transfiguration, it is crucial to wield one's wand with conviction and decisiveness. One should refrain from unnecessary gestures or rotations of the wand. Otherwise, the Transfiguration is bound to fail. Prior to casting the Transfiguration spell, one must vividly envision the desired form of the object in one's mind. For novices, it is essential to articulate the incantation clearly, while more advanced wizards may forego vocalization altogether. Keen meticulously absorbed each line of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, preparing to memorize the entirety of this tome, which spanned over 200 pages before attempting the art of Transfiguration. His motivation was simple. Hermione had memorized all her books when she first began her studies in magic and achieved remarkable results. It seemed evident that memorization bore fruit. The path to success lay ahead, so why not emulate her approach? Furthermore, given his own lack of innate talent, he felt compelled to exert even greater effort. Another significant factor was that these books had cost him 11 gold galleons, and he was determined to extract every ounce of knowledge in a somewhat vengeful pursuit of value, akin to a diner at a buffet yearning to recoup their expenses. Thus, unbeknownst to him, he had already skimmed through all the books he had purchased. With over 180 pages of this one completed, he was poised to finish it today and commence practical exercises in Transfiguration. This realization stirred within Heen, who had achieved only mediocre grades in his previous life, a sense of wonderment. Indeed, poverty could drive one to boundless capabilities. As steam enveloped the train station, Heen became so engrossed in his book that he failed to notice a young witch entering the compartment. "Excuse me, is anyone else coming in here?" inquired a plump-haired little witch, tilting her chin towards Heen. "No," he replied, continuing to memorize his text. If his 6 months in the orphanage had imparted any benefit, it was the ability to concentrate deeply. For those like him, whose fates felt entirely out of their control, learning to thrive independently was paramount, lest they be swept away by the winds of change in an instant. After this brief exchange, Heen fell silent until the train rumbled to life, transforming the compartment from 2 occupants to 3, yet he remained utterly unmoved. The scenery outside the window unfolded like a masterful painting, with winding rivers meandering, waves of golden wheat rolling in succession, and glimpses of farmhouses and livestock obscured by the looming emerald hills. Hermione glanced at her book. occasionally stealing a look at the picturesque landscape outside and at the focused little wizard across from her. His hair fluffed on either side, slightly elevated, and his long lashes fluttered, exuding an aura of tranquility. More importantly, he bore an uncanny resemblance to her cat. She was well aware that wizards could not be felines. Yet the likeness was striking. The dark-haired boy murmured, somewhat bashfully scratching his head, only to find his observations swiftly met with the approval of those nearby. Hermione nodded vigorously, exchanging a glance with the dark-haired boy, Justin, revealing their shared excitement of mutual understanding. Justin, your description is remarkably apt. Justin's eyes sparkled, and the two immediately began to engage in hushed discussion. Seamus, engrossed in his book, remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the subject of their conversation. The train swayed rhythmically, the windows serving as canvases that bore exquisite and fantastical scenes. Apart from the whispers of Hermione and Justin, the compartment was filled solely with the soft rustle of turning pages. Finally finishing the last passage, Seamus let out a long sigh of relief, lifting his gaze to rub his tired eyes. I lack for nothing. Soon, Seamus's large eyes gleamed as he set down the book, retrieving a match from his robe. The shape, structure, and properties of the match danced vividly in his mind, intertwining with his memories of transfiguration from a past life and his current knowledge. Transfiguration. Emboldened by this newfound confidence, Seamus quietly uttered the incantation. Alas, the match underwent little transformation, yet Seamus wore a smile. You have practiced a basic transfiguration at a novice level, proficiency 3. Did he just say something? Moreover, what was he attempting? Justin inquired softly to Hermione, a large question mark seemingly hovering above his head. It appeared to be transfiguration. Oh no, the book warned that it was a perilous spell, and a mispronunciation could yield dreadful consequences. Hermione, gripping the hem of her clothing, furrowed her brow, preparing to interrupt Seamus's endeavor. You have practiced a basic transfiguration at an intermediate level, proficiency 10. You have practiced a basic transfiguration at an intermediate level, proficiency 10. Seamus continued to try, growing increasingly adept. It was a sensation he had never before experienced, as magic seemed to become simpler. Could it be that I am a transfiguration prodigy? You have practiced a basic transfiguration at an intermediate level, proficiency 10. Beginner transfiguration has been unlocked. A new title in the field of transfiguration has been unlocked. Please check. A wizarding talent has been unlocked. Please check. As the panel's notification chimed, Seamus narrowed his eyes. A fragment of scholarship, +1. At that moment, an off-key voice interrupted. You cannot perform dangerous transfiguration here. You cannot control it. Hermione's voice rose, tinged with anger and seriousness. No sooner had she spoken than the match began to tremble, and before the wide-eyed young witch, it slowly transformed into a needle, the silvery tip glimmering in the light. The air froze for a moment, and Hermione's words caught in her throat. Merlin, I have encountered this case in a book. Did he succeed? Justin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Sheen raised his gaze, locking eyes with the faintly blushing Hermione and the inquisitive Justin. I apologize. Could you please repeat that? I did not catch it, Sheen admitted, oblivious to what had transpired, having been too engrossed to hear a single word. Huh? Why is it Hermione? What a coincidence. On the train, Sheen's voice mingled with the howling wind. Outside, the vast fields had gradually receded, and the sunlight, once bright, now became mottled as the train entered a grove of yews. Hermione's ears turned a delicate shade of pink as she opened her mouth to speak, only to find her mind momentarily blank, deepening Sheen's confusion. Oh, she just mentioned that you can perform transfiguration, which is truly remarkable. A voice interjected. It was Justin, who quickly took over Hermione's response. He gestured towards the silver needle on the table, redirecting Sheen and Hermione's attention to it. How did you manage that? Hermione said it is a highly challenging spell. After speaking, he felt a wave of anxiety, silently hoping that the young wizard across from him would not take offense at his words. The incantation is transfiguration, with a break in sound between trans and figura, and the emphasis is on phi. More importantly, the wand movement must be swift from left to right, without hesitation. Sheen reflected on his practice process, identifying potential focal points, a method he consistently employed in his studies. Yes, of course, it is essential to vividly envision what you wish the object to become. This can be found on page 5 of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Soon, the train exited the grove, and the compartment brightened again, illuminating Sheen's emerald green eyes like jewels. So my failure was due to hesitation? I mean, it is a pleasure to meet you. You may not have heard my earlier introduction. I would be delighted to repeat it. I am Justin Finch-Fletchley. Upon hearing Sheen's words, Justin sighed with relief. Hermione Granger. Hermione, still flushed, spoke with newfound vigor. Sheen green. Sheen found Hermione's demeanor somewhat peculiar. Though perplexed, he chose not to dwell on it, as more pressing matters awaited him. Inside the compartment, while appearing to continue perusing the beginner's guide to Transfiguration, Sheen's gaze had already shifted to the proficiency panel. Let me see. What level of Transfiguration prodigy am I? His eyes gradually descended, acknowledging a flicker of nervousness, 100 times greater than the anxiety felt during his previous life's card draws. The power within the realm of games is but an illusion, yet now it pertains to true talents that shape the future. Title: Transfiguration Apprentice. Slightly enhances perception of Transfiguration. Modestly improves Transfiguration talent. As anticipated, Scene held his breath and continued to read. Wizard Scene, Transfiguration talent. Light purple, Transfiguration Apprentice title granted. Note: ordinary wizards possess green. Evaluation: you are a true genius in the magical discipline of Transfiguration. Through guidance, you shall become a pivotal master in this art. An epic purple? Am I truly a prodigy in Transfiguration? Scene felt as though drums were beating and someone was singing of good fortune in his ears. Those who have experienced the drudgery of mediocrity are always able to appreciate the rarity of the purple epic. With the right guidance, I could yet become a master of Transfiguration. Suppressing his inner excitement, Scene resolved to remain at Hogwarts for the next 7 years, and to achieve this goal, he began to contemplate carefully. The distinction between Transfiguration talent and spellcasting talent affirmed a crucial truth. In the world of Harry Potter, magical aptitude is not monolithic. Different wizards may excel in diverse areas. For instance, Neville may be average in most subjects but excels in herbology, while Hermione is proficient across most magical disciplines, yet falls short in defense against the dark arts compared to Harry, and her performance in divination is notably poor. To achieve excellence across 7 subjects, Scene must exert greater effort in areas where he is less adept. At Hogwarts, the difficulty of subjects varies significantly. This is not solely an issue of the subjects themselves. More critically, it lies with the professors, who play a pivotal role in the learning experience. Much like in university, the knowledge is present, yet the enjoyment of learning and the ease of passing depend heavily on the instructor. Following this logic, the most challenging core subject should be potions, not only due to Professor Snape's presence, but also because of the intricate and numerous topics, along with the high-risk experimental components. Each class requires the submission of a potion crafted from that day's learning, and the essays tend to be lengthy. The mere thought of Professor Snape's somber visage weighed heavily on Scene's heart. Securing an excellent grade in potions under his tutelage would be no simple feat. One could only hope for a modicum of talent in potions. Just a touch would suffice. Next, Scene considered defense against the dark arts. It is fraught with danger, and the instructor's complexities abound. The presence of a two-headed creature is still quite rare. Yet, another formidable course. Scene rubbed his temples, sharpening his focus. Nothing would deter him from his studies. Not even Voldemort. With a semblance of a plan forming in his mind, Scene continued to ponder further. Considering various factors, the third level of difficulty should encompass herbology, transfiguration, and charms. Each of these subjects demands a certain degree of innate talent. In contrast, the final tier ought to include history of magic and astronomy, which primarily require the memorization of specific knowledge points. Nevertheless, these subjects do not pose a significant challenge for Scene. I believe my current proficiency in transfiguration and charms is adequate. While astronomy and history of magic require mere rote memorization and do not necessitate particular attention. Thus, the true challenges lie within potions, defense against the dark arts, and herbology. With my objectives firmly established, Scene pondered the execution of his plans when an uproar erupted outside the compartment, having persisted for some time. Occasional exclamations of Harry Potter, and Merlin could be heard amidst the clamor. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated through the air, startling Scene, who slowly lifted his gaze. Once again locking eyes with Justin and Hermione. Justin swiftly averted his gaze, and, feigning innocence, remarked, "Scene, look, it's the levitation charm, truly marvelous." Following his line of sight, Scene beheld a feather floating gracefully above Hermione's wand. The young girl raised her chin proudly, declaring, "In truth, this is merely a simple spell. I learned it in beginner charms, and it is not particularly difficult. I mastered it after only a few attempts." However, Scene, who had practiced 500 times, countered, "Not quite so. Justin, you should give it a try as well. It's just a minor spell, often one of the first that young wizards learn." Hermione, observing Justin's eagerness, earnestly added, "You must guide me." Without hesitation, Justin, filled with aspiration, waved his wand, exclaiming, "Wingardium Leviosa." The feather remained motionless. "You need to flick your wrist," Hermione corrected him. "Wingardium Leviosa." The feather quivered slightly. You were mistaken again. You must assert yourself. Hesitation will lead to failure. Hermione instructed sternly, while Justin grew increasingly focused. Wingardium Leviosa. Success. Wonderful. Hermione, you truly are a splendid teacher. Justin exclaimed with palpable excitement, sincerely expressing his gratitude. You were right. It seems the difficulty is not so great. Meanwhile, Scene, who was taking notes nearby, thought to himself, not quite so. The wrist must flick and shake. Pronouncing the incantation correctly is of utmost importance. One must never confuse F with is. It should be Wingardium Leviosa, with that G articulated long and clear. Hein gazed at his notes, contentedly placing his quill back down. As long as he acted swiftly, the ink would not dry, allowing him to write for a bit longer. I practiced it 15 times, Hermione. Surely, I can't be the most foolish little wizard, can I? Justin's voice carried a hint of concern. Even he, who had been optimistic until now, felt a tinge of apprehension in this unfamiliar realm. Hein, setting aside his notes, replied, Not at all. I don't know, with only my own standard for reference. It is impossible to judge. Hermione furrowed her brow and shook her head. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Hein, you must know the levitation charm, right? Taken by surprise. Hein nodded and, with a flick of his wrist, uttered, Wingardium Leviosa. You have practiced the levitation charm at a beginner S level, proficiency 3. As Hein's incantation echoed, the feather once again floated serenely in the air. Cool, Justin exclaimed, clearly impressed. Hein's charm was evidently more adept than his own, which had only lifted for a mere second. You must learn quickly, right? I mean, for a little wizard like you, born into a wizarding family. Justin's subsequent words left Hein slightly puzzled, tilting his head in confusion. Observing the questioning glimmer in his eyes, Justin widened his own in surprise. You aren't from a wizarding family? Are you a muggle-born? This revelation implied that he had only begun learning magic 2 months prior, during the summer. Yet had already mastered such a challenging spell as Transfiguration. Hein calmly nodded. What is this saying, Merlin? Justin seemed to want to articulate something, but the words caught in his throat. Merlin's beard, Hermione whispered. Merlin's beard, Justin echoed softly, his gaze toward Hein suddenly warm and inviting. Both Hermione and I are muggle-borns, meaning neither of our parents are wizards. Oh, so it appears all 3 of us in this compartment are muggle-borns. How fascinating. I heard that pure-blood wizards are more prevalent in the magical world. Just as he pondered this, the commotion outside grew louder, and amidst the clamor, a distinct clattering sound emerged. Strangely, this noise did not dissipate like the others. Rather, it intensified. Before long, the compartment door swung open, revealing a plump witch clad in an apron, her cart capturing the attention of the trio. Darlings, would you care for some refreshments? The rotund witch beamed with dimples, her amiable demeanor matched by her warm voice. Hein cast a fleeting glance at the array of delectable items on the shelves, then wrenched his gaze away. A considerable amount of time has passed, and Scene finds himself quite famished. He is aware that the Hogwarts Express will traverse for an extended duration, from dawn until dusk. Yet he is unable to carry any sustenance, as Nurse Anna would not permit him to take even a morsel of toast. It will be fine once we arrive at Hogwarts, he reassures himself, envisioning a feast of 1 or 2 portions of each delicacy. As Justin uttered the first word, the vendor witch's smile radiated even more brightly. Very well, dear. Here we have Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, fizzing whizbees, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, calder cakes, and licorice wands. All for a mere 5 sickles. Her demeanor seemed to brighten further as she began to introduce these treats to Justin. Upon hearing the price, Hermione was taken aback, ready to dissuade him, only to be momentarily dazzled by the gleam of the galleons Justin produced. He promptly completed the transaction, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush as he explained, This money was originally intended for my enrollment at Eton, but the very next day, I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Although my mother believes Hogwarts pales in comparison to Eton, just think about it. Studying magic is far more enticing than becoming a lawyer or a business mogul. Upon finishing his statement, he placed a pile of galleons into his bag. At that moment, Scene recalled who he was, Justin Finch-Fletchley, a sincere and kind-hearted Hufflepuff. He had participated in the dueling club and joined Dumbledore's army. Notably, when he realized he had misjudged Harry as the heir of Slytherin, he boldly approached Harry to apologize, displaying a bravery and sincerity that surpassed that of other young witches and wizards who pretended nothing had occurred. What made him even more memorable was his rejection of Eton in favor of attending Hogwarts. In Britain, mere academic excellence does not guarantee admission to Eton. Every student is invariably of noble lineage. My aunt's son's classmates, uncle's nephew has entered Eton. Ha! Envy you country bumpkins. This was a frequent taunt from Nurse Anna, subtly reflecting the esteemed status of Eton. In other words, Justin was a hidden treasure of Hogwarts, certified of pure bloodline. Scene mused. The plump witch had already rolled her card away, mumbling about encountering two generous young wizards, before vanishing outside the compartment. Inside, Justin laid out all the treats upon the table. Care to help me with a bit? His voice emerged from behind the towering pile of snacks. I certainly cannot consume it all, please. You're being overly insistent. Hermione unapologetically seized a chocolate frog and, in a hushed tone, whispered to Justin. Shoo. Justin responded with a subtle gesture, and together they discreetly observed a young wizard. His attire was somewhat tattered, fraying at the seams, and if one overlooked his slightly pale yet handsome visage, he resembled those forsaken children from orphanages. Care to try this chocolate frog? I've heard that young wizards in the magical realm are quite fond of them. In response to Justin's mischievous whisper and the proffered chocolate frog, Sean quickly accepted it. Thank you. His voice was barely audible. No challenge can defeat me, but temptation can. Sean succumbed to the sugary allure. My chocolate frog. Just as Justin triumphantly unwrapped his sweet treat, Sean's chocolate frog unexpectedly leaped, seemingly about to bound out the window. Wingardium Leviosa, a calm voice emerged as Sean, anticipating the event, waved his wand, and the chocolate frog landed safely in Justin's hand. Chocolate frogs tend to jump once, Sean elucidated slowly, taking small bites of his chocolate frog while perusing magical herbs and fungi as the daylight gradually waned. By 6 o'clock, they arrived at Hogwarts. It was Sean's first encounter with the famed chocolate frog cards, and naturally, the young wizards in Compartment 2 were experiencing it for the first time as well, prompting a renewed conversation centered around the cards. Wow, Devant Simplin. Do you know him? I don't, but I hold deep admiration for his deeds. Hermione raised an eyebrow as she took the card from Justin's hands. Devant Simplin, renowned for having wagered and consumed an entire venomous tentacula and surviving, albeit with his body still bearing a purple hue. As Hermione concluded her reading, she turned her head to glare at Justin. Idiot. Well, you're right. Justin conceded without argument, their gazes now fixed on Hermione's card. Godric Gryffindor. Hermione lifted her chin, a broad smile gracing her lips. One of the founders of Hogwarts, and one of the houses bears his name. How splendid. I read about him in Hogwarts. A history. The book mentions that he left a sword at Hogwarts. Justin exclaimed sincerely, while Hermione narrowed her eyes, clearly pleased. As they conversed, the train had already departed from London, racing through fields dotted with cattle and sheep. The two individuals remained silent for a moment, gazing at the expansive grasslands and the undulating hills that passed before their eyes. Occasionally, they caught sight of a few riders on magnificent steeds, clad in pristine white riding attire, resembling the delicate blooms in an oil painting. He truly is quite reserved, I remarked. Hermione refrained from mentioning a name. Yet Justin was well aware of whom she referred to. Not necessarily, Justin chuckled, his dimples deepening, bestowing upon his face a remarkably soothing charm. Sheen, please take care of this pumpkin pie. Lend me a hand. Subsequently, a slender hand flickered and vanished. Thank you. After a few seconds, a voice emerged from behind an exceedingly thick, brown tome. Justin's dimples grew even more pronounced. My mother always told me that those who are genuinely capable tend to be quite quiet. Even when faced with the mountains crashing before them, they remain unfazed. However, they often find themselves rather unfortunate. Justin's gaze fell upon Sheen's pilling coat and his concentrated visage, implying, my mother said I always need friends like this. Her teachings had guided me in finding companions at Samfield School, and it proved true. I mused we would become lifelong friends. We vowed to maintain our connection, even if we were at different schools. Oh, if you were interested, I would be delighted to share our correspondence, Justin said, as he opened his suitcase. Aside from the items on the enrollment list, the most striking feature was the neatly stacked letters, accompanied by scattered photographs that appeared to be candid snapshots of Justin and his friends. Just as Hermione regarded them with a hint of surprise, a voice, tinged with tears, suddenly broke the air. Trevor, where are you? A round-faced boy timidly entered the compartment, inquiring, excuse me, have you seen my toad? At this point, 2/3 of the journey had elapsed, and Sheen's focus was disrupted by the warm, golden glow of the train's lights. He rubbed his eyes, realizing he was now alone in the compartment. Observing the dimming sky, he prepared to don his wizarding robes, but, upon closing 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, discovered a note tucked within. It read, Sheen, we went to help a young wizard named Neville find his toad. If you wish to join us, you can find us in the corridor. After pondering for a moment, Sheen scribbled a few words on the back of the note. The train is about to arrive. Remember to change your clothes. Having finished, Sheen clutched his school robe and opened the compartment door. The corridor was exceedingly boisterous, a cacophony far surpassing its previous clamor, likely due to the familiarity among the young wizards within the compartments, which led to their discussions growing increasingly animated. As Shuren passed by one of the compartments, he overheard a spirited debate. Daisy, Sweet Cream, and Sunlight turn this foolish fat rat yellow, a youthful male voice declared. Are you certain this is truly a spell? A young girl inquired, skepticism evident in her tone. It doesn't seem to be very effective, does it? I have practiced several simple spells at home, merely for training, and they all worked. So, watch this, Reparo. Shuren began to comprehend the unfolding scene, preparing to approach when he noticed a platinum-haired boy striding purposefully into the compartment, flanked by two small wizards who resembled bodyguards. Without a moment's hesitation, Shuren anticipated the impending confrontation. Sure enough, moments later, a mocking voice rang out. If I were you, Potter, I would tread carefully. You ought to be more courteous, otherwise, you may find yourself on the same path as your parents. They were equally clueless. If you associate with individuals like the Weasley family or Hagrid, you will undoubtedly be influenced. Such venomous words, Shuren silently mused, as he turned away and made his way to the cloakroom. In that charge compartment, a loud shout soon erupted, and Shuren could easily guess it was Scabbers biting Goyle, aiding Harry in his predicament. If memory served him correctly, was this not the only instance when Peter Pettigrew assisted Harry? As the second compartment filled once more with young wizards, the train's rumbling reached its crescendo. The Crimson Steam engine gradually slowing down. Outside, beneath the dark purple sky, one could only glimpse the undulating hills and forests. Hermione and Justin's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement as the trio disembarked from the Hogwarts Express, arriving at a dimly lit, small platform. In the distance, a giant holding a lantern appeared, reminiscent of the man-eating creatures from fairy tales. The night air was brisk, yet Shuren did not shiver this time. His attire was no longer the tattered, donated garments, but rather the warm, unadorned robes and lining of Hogwarts. Following Hagrid through the woods, upon sighting Hogwarts Castle, the young wizards erupted in a chorus of awe wow. Justin's exclamation was the loudest, earning him several pointed glares from Hermione. Forgive me, Hermione, he said, but Eton is not so easily relinquished. My decision is not in vain. Just look at this castle, those floating lights, and the moving statues. If my mother were to witness this scene, I believe she would feel an immense sense of pride in me. As we glided across the dark lake in a small boat, we approached the dock and navigated the stairs carved into the cliff. The young wizards paused at the entrance hall of the Great Hall, awaiting Professor McGonagall's explanation regarding the sorting ceremony. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall announced. The opening feast is about to commence. However, before you take your seats in the Great Hall, it is imperative that you ascertain which house you will each belong to. The sorting is a significant ceremony, for during your time here, your house will serve as your home within Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall elaborated on the four houses and the house cup, and as she prepared to leave, she cautioned the young wizards. In just a few moments, the sorting ceremony will be conducted before the entire school. I suggest you take this time to compose yourselves and appear more spirited. Her gaze lingered on Sean for an instant, and the sternness in her expression softened momentarily, a fitting match for him. The sorting ceremony, oh my, I have heard it involves battling a fire dragon. A black-haired young wizard trembled as he shared this with his companion. What? We are to battle a fire dragon? The blonde-haired witch beside him appeared on the verge of tears, exclaiming, No, I have only mastered the wand-lighting charm. This revelation quickly sparked chaos among the young wizards. A fire dragon? An adult one, or a baby? Anthony, why are you being so serious at this moment? In my opinion, even a baby dragon could incinerate us in one breath. We are doomed. The young wizards seemed to have naturally accepted such rumors, suggesting their families had prepared them for this. Amidst the collective sighs of despair, Sean remained diligently engrossed in his copy of Magical Theory, the only book he had brought with him. Though magic defies logic and disregards the laws of conservation of matter, it has existed for so long that even the most obtuse wizards must have discerned some patterns. Among the tomes that cost 2 galleons, Magical Theory left the most profound impression on Sean. The branches of magic, whether spells, transfiguration, or potions, could all find some explanation within its pages. Sean believed this might be the most underrated book on the first-year reading list. At this moment, he was engaged in his third reading, and with each pass, he gleaned new insights. Magic resides intrinsically within the wizard. The potency of magic hinges on the emotions or mental strength of the wizard. However, most wizards are unable to autonomously control their magical energy. Thus, They require incantations and wands to guide their abilities, enabling them to consciously manipulate their powers towards a desired end. Sheen comprehends this notion. Harry serves as a prime example. Before he ever learned magic, he could transport himself from the ground to the chimney and even vanish glass. Yet, such feats were only achievable in moments of heightened emotion, and he lacked the knowledge to manipulate his magic. However, with the possession of a wand and mastery of spells, wizards can greatly enhance their control over their magical abilities. After 2 months of exploration, Sheen has come to partially endorse a perspective from his past life, that the wizards in Harry Potter are, in essence, bloodline wizards, drawing their power from a lineage capable of wielding magic. Sheen continued to read, "A fundamental truth about learning magic is that one must strive to master as many spells as possible, including numerous ancient incantations. The more spells one knows, the greater the range of feats one can accomplish. Another truth is that after mastering a spell, continuous practice is essential. The disparity between skilled and unskilled casting is remarkably significant. Yet, to truly unleash the maximum potential of a spell, sufficient mental strength is also required." Such a succinct description. No wonder the author, Audiobook, dares to title his work The Theory of Magic. The title alone suggests its stature is akin to that of theoretical mathematics or fundamental physics in his former life. It is worth noting that those texts deprived Sheen of much joy, akin to the dementors of the magical realm. A swift reading leads to the departure of happiness. I find myself inclined to believe you. Hermione's complexion paled. The topics discussed by the young wizards were exceedingly grim, and their back-and-forth exchanges felt alarmingly real, leaving the novice Hermione unsettled. Glancing at Sheen beside her, seemingly oblivious, she noted his earnest engagement with his book. Perhaps we should inquire of Sheen. He appears utterly unperturbed. Trembling, Justin recalled the horsemanship test at Eton, pondering if defeating dragons was a wizardly rite of passage, a proud tradition. Wizards, how terrifying. Sheen, I apologize for the interruption, but... Before Justin could finish his plea, the grand doors of the hall swung open with a resounding crash. The sorting ceremony was commencing. Sheen, too, withdrew from his study of magical theory, contemplating his target house while the sorting hat remained upon its throne. After all, it seemed the hat would heed the desires of the young wizards. Gryffindor? No, that won't do. My primary objective is to secure a scholarship. Achieving excellence in my studies is paramount, with role models akin to Hermione and Percy. In the original narrative, both faced resistance from within Gryffindor. Hermione, in her first year, excelled in class and pointed out the shortcomings of her peers, only to find herself ostracized, reduced to tears in the restroom. The majority of Gryffindors harbored a mindset that, regardless of my own capabilities, I must never languish in the shadows of others. They are daring adventurers, yet their actions often inflict harm upon others. For instance, during the Chamber of Secrets incident, they were swayed by rumors, isolating and marginalizing Harry. As for Slytherin, Sheen had no inclination for scheming. That time could be better spent mastering the levitation charm to the level of the silent spell. The remaining houses, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, seemed quite amiable. However, Sheen leaned more towards Hufflepuff, where one could merely take a few steps from the dormitory to indulge in complimentary delicacies. How splendid! Hufflepuff, a bastion of camaraderie, never turns its might inward but stands united against external challenges. Even J.K. Rowling has expressed a wish for all children to embody Hufflepuff traits. Imagine the warmth of a crackling hearth, the kitchen just beyond the door, and a headmaster who, even when scolding you for a misstep or a brawl, secretly offers you a box of coconut ice cream. Sheen yearned to proclaim, "We hail from the forest, we harbor great love, we are loyal to nature. We embody integrity and loyalty, we are resilient and honest, undaunted by challenges. We are Hufflepuff." In the Great Hall, as Professor McGonagall's words resonated, the previously raucous atmosphere quieted significantly. Sheen overheard the whispers of the young witches and wizards around him, murmuring, "It's him, it truly is him, Harry Potter." Harry dashed forward to don the crumpled sorting hat, and the hall fell into a hush, all awaiting the outcome. This anticipation lingered for 4 or 5 minutes, during which Sheen's heart sang the sorting hat song for the second time. Gryffindor. At last, the verdict was revealed. The Gryffindors erupted in joyous frenzy. "Potter! We have Potter!" Sheen could hear the exclamations from a distance. Soon, Sheen Green echoed through the hall. A wide expanse of the great hall, all eyes turned toward him. Sheen observed wizards at various long tables craning their necks, while at the head table, Professor Dumbledore regarded him with mild intrigue, amidst the shimmering gold plates and goblets. Sheen endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance as he placed the sorting hat upon his head at Professor McGonagall's gentle prompt. "I wish to teach many and treat them all equally." Hein murmured the quotes of Madame Helga Hufflepuff, hoping to convey his aspirations to the Sorting Hat. A comforting little wizard, a faint voice remarked. If you remember the song sung by the old hat, you wish to join Hufflepuff? That is certainly out of the question. Hein pondered in silence. Why? Let the old hat sing once more, beautiful Ravenclaw, from the tranquil riverbank. The Sorting Hat suddenly began to sing, twisting atop Hein's head. Mr. Sorting Hat? Hein inquired, perplexed, as he clutched his head. Those astute and erudite individuals shall enter the wise Ravenclaw. The hat continued to twist and sing. I wish to go to Hufflepuff. Hein seemed to realize something. Ravenclaw states, our students must possess superior intellect. The Sorting Hat persisted in its song. I wish to go to Hufflepuff. Hein attempted a final protest. Stubborn little wizard. Why must you go to Hufflepuff? Mr. Sorting Hat. Why must I go to Ravenclaw? Practicing spells for 13 hours a day, exhausting oneself to the point of immobility, unable to fully comprehend English. Memorizing all the books purchased within 2 months, except for Rowena. It has been ages since the hat encountered a wizard so eager for knowledge. Slytherin can aid you in achieving your ambitions. Gryffindor appreciates your courage, and Hufflepuff welcomes your kind heart. The Sorting Hat's voice resonated with nostalgia. But only Ravenclaw can bestow upon the wise wizard the ability to seek the truth. I wish to go to Hufflepuff. Hein felt his resolve waning. Very well. To his surprise, the Sorting Hat acquiesced, and Hein's emerald eyes sparkled with delight. I was deceiving you. The hat's voice boomed, Ravenclaw. Disheartened, Hein pinched the Sorting Hat. Ouch. Hearing the hat's voice brought him relief, though he missed the latter part. Hey, I tricked Ravenclaw. Truly a legacy, Rowena. You two would often mischievously pinch the old hat. After 12 centuries, the hat had finally fulfilled its promise to Gryffindor, finding an heir for Ravenclaw. Behold, within this frail form lies great power. The hat never errs. Ravenclaw shall be just fine. Sheen reassured himself. At least he was not in Slytherin. Before he could place the Sorting Hat into Professor McGonagall's hands, he heard enthusiastic applause emanating from the Ravenclaw table, joined by cheers from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. To his dismay, the most fervent applause came from a jubilant Justin, who was rising from his seat and rallying a group of Hufflepuffs to clap vigorously. This only deepened Sheen's discomfort. What splendid Hufflepuffs they were! What a wretched Sorting Hat! In the center of the hall, Professor McGonagall gazed at Sheen with kindness. Her once-worn robes replaced by the plain garments of Hogwarts. The ill-fitting shoes had transformed into elegant British leather boots. Her emerald eyes sparkled with anticipation as she removed the hat from his head. Are you ready, Mr. Green? Step forth to embrace your new life. Sheen momentarily lost his train of thought before being gently nudged by Professor McGonagall toward the Ravenclaw table. Welcome, he heard a slightly plump young wizard beside him exclaim, waving enthusiastically. I can hardly believe you are Hatstall. His large, round glasses reflected a curious glint as he leaned closer to Sheen, extending a hand. However, his glasses slipped down his nose, prompting him to adjust them hastily, which resulted in a flurry of apologies directed at Sheen. Hatstall? Sheen inquired, bewilderment evident in his wide eyes. Oh, goodness, you don't know, exclaimed the plump young wizard, his mouth agape. Terry, not everyone studies that wretched hat. A voice interrupted from behind, belonging to a young wizard with long black hair, who seemed somewhat exasperated by Terry's enthusiasm. Don't take it to heart. Terry always delights in these peculiar inquiries. When I first sat down, he was asking me how many windows Hogwarts has. Merlin, who cares about such things? Unless they all fell down, surely it would crush Terry butter beneath them. No, the windows are quite important, Terry retorted, his cheeks flushed with urgency. All right, the young wizard with long black hair replied soothingly, before turning to Sheen with keen interest. Hatstall refers to those rare individuals whose sorting takes longer than 5 minutes. A phenomenon exceedingly rare, occurring only once every 50 years or so. By the way, I am Michael Corner. Welcome to Ravenclaw. He extended his hand in greeting. Sheen found himself increasingly perplexed. Over 5 minutes had passed, yet he distinctly recalled only a fleeting moment. It felt as though something had stealthily whisked away the time. Thus pondered Sheen Green. The two clasped hands gently. As the last new student joined Slytherin, Dumbledore rose, his face aglow with a broad smile as he surveyed the assembly of students, arms outstretched, as if nothing brought him greater joy than witnessing them gathered in unison. Welcome, he exclaimed. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I wish to impart a few words. Imbeciles, crybabies, rubbish, twist. As he spoke, Terry frantically scribbled notes, while Michael wore an expression of knowing anticipation. Sheen paid little heed, for before him, the table had transformed. Laden with an abundance of food, roast beef, roasted chick, pork chops, lamb racks, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, potato chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, ketchup, apple pie, syrup pancakes, chocolate muffins, fried jam donuts, wine-soaked jam pudding, strawberries, jelly, and rice pudding. Sheehan cross-referenced his meticulously crafted menu, finding it to be an exact match with his memory. Dipping beans, let the feast begin, he declared to himself, promptly activating his one-click devouring mode. How does he manage to eat so elegantly, yet so swiftly? Michael queried in astonishment, glancing at the boy to his left. The class schedule, mused a small wizard with tousled golden hair, contemplating for a moment. I don't know. You don't know what you're contemplating. Michael lamented, feeling that due to his friends Anthony and Terry, he was destined to age prematurely. As for the dining etiquette he mentioned, a destitute orphanage always devised myriad methods to expedite the departure of orphans, though they served little purpose beyond tormenting the children both physically and mentally. Perhaps the only beneficiaries were the caretakers, who found more reasons to scold and reprimand. Within this ordeal, Sheehan was reluctantly educated in various manners, including dining etiquette, posture while walking, and bedtime rituals. Thank goodness I have escaped from there, Sheehan reflected, or else Anna, the soon-to-be unemployed caretaker, would surely have made my life miserable. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, Dumbledore engaged in jovial conversation with the professors while Sheehan feasted. Michael flirted with other witches while Sheehan feasted. Terry took notes on Dumbledore's words while Sheehan feasted, until the clamor within the hall gradually subsided and the food upon the tables vanished. Everyone had indulged to their heart's content. However, in truth, Shun pondered silently. They were far from satiated. He could hear Dumbledore's resonant voice continuing to address the assembly, imparting 3 solemn warnings: the prohibition of entry into the room at the far right of the 4th floor corridor, the ban on traversing the Forbidden Forest, and a restriction against nocturnal wanderings. Now, before we retire for the night, let us join together in singing the school song, Dumbledore called out with fervor. Shun observed Dumbledore and noted that the smiles of all the professors surrounding him had frozen in place. It soon became evident to Shun why this was the case. It was truly discordant. He covered his ears. If you wish to avoid listening, you must sing, Michael exclaimed passionately, belting out the lyrics despite his lack of melody. If you do not harm others, others shall not harm you. A fair point. Thus, Shun joined in, singing, Hogwarts, Hogwarts. Hogwarts, impart unto us knowledge. Whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees, our minds may embrace some intriguing matters. For now our brains are empty, filled with air, dead flies, and trivialities. Impart unto us some valuable wisdom. Restore to us what we have forgotten. You need only do your utmost. The rest we shall handle ourselves, and we shall strive to learn until we are reduced to dust. You sang splendidly. After the song concluded, Michael leaned over, and Shun nodded in acknowledgement. He had cleverly adapted the tune of a bygone popular song, and the effect was quite delightful. At the very least, he noticed the surrounding cacophony had diminished significantly. Shortly thereafter, they followed a tall prefect out of the hall and ascended the winding staircase, continuing up the spiraling steps. Endlessly climbing. This staircase could very well be the death of me, Michael lamented, leaning against the banister, devoid of hope. You just said the prefect's legs could be the death of you, remarked a young wizard named Anthony, rolling his eyes. One may indulge in pudding, but not in folly. Anthony, this is a secret among brothers. How could you betray it? Michael exclaimed, somehow reinvigorated, and leapt forward to tickle Anthony. Upon entering the common room, Shun's complexion had turned ashen. Had the staircase been any longer, his body would have surely succumbed. I must devise a plan. Shun gasped, muttering fragmented thoughts to himself. At this moment, the first-year students of Ravenclaw have gathered in the common room, where a golden-haired prefect awaits their return to composure with a warm smile. Once everyone has regained their breath, the prefect speaks. Congratulations. I am Prefect Penelope Clearwater, and it brings me great joy to welcome you to Ravenclaw House. Our emblem is an eagle, soaring high above unapproachable heights. Our common room is situated at the pinnacle of Ravenclaw Tower, and through the arched windows of the circular space, one can behold the entirety of Hogwarts grounds, the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch pitch, and the greenhouses. Other houses are not fortunate enough to enjoy such a view. While many might argue otherwise, I assure you, mastering the art of broomstick flying will render this experience truly magnificent. Oh, and let me introduce you to our house ghost, the Grey Lady. Others may believe she is mute, but she converses with Ravenclaw. A little tidbit. It is said that her time coincided with that of Rowena Ravenclaw. Perhaps they share a connection? She proves particularly helpful when you find yourself lost or unable to locate something. I am certain you will have a splendid evening. as our four-poster beds are dressed in sky-blue silk quilts, and the sound of the wind whispering through the window is immensely soothing. Once again, congratulations on becoming a member of the most intelligent, resourceful, and intriguing house at Hogwarts. Her succinct words ignited a spark of excitement in the eyes of the young witches and wizards, prompting Michael and the other Ravenclaws to erupt into enthusiastic applause. Broomstick flying. Sheen recalled that some adept Ravenclaws would fly back to the tower. He quietly noted this and prioritized it after securing a scholarship while taking in the splendor of the Ravenclaw common room. It is said to be one of the most airy and spacious rooms within Hogwarts Castle. A grand circular chamber adorned with elegant arched windows draped in blue and bronze silk, allowing Ravenclaw students to gaze upon the breathtaking scenery outside. The ceiling is domed, speckled with stars, while the deep blue carpet below is also embellished with celestial motifs. The room is furnished with tables and chairs, and across from the door, a niche holds a bust of Rowena Ravenclaw carved from white marble. A door beside the statue leads to the dormitories above, which Prefect Penelope is currently indicating. Now, each of you come here to collect your class schedules, and then proceed through this door to your dormitories. The information regarding the dormitories is on the back of the schedule. The prefect efficiently directed the young Ravenclaws to line up for their schedules. Upon receiving the schedule, Sheen discovered that the most challenging potion class was scheduled for Monday morning, with 2 consecutive sessions. This revelation instantly instilled a sense of urgency within him. He yearned to return to his dormitory to review magical potions and elixirs, a tome he had only memorized once. It would be unfortunate if he could not recall the material, for the Half-Blood Prince was not known for his patience in teaching. Sheen, Michael called out excitedly, prompting Sheen to turn in confusion. My grandmother says that those who love food are never lacking. He shook the course schedule in his hand. The back section revealing Dormitory 404, Sheen Green, Michael Connor. With Michael casually draping an arm over his shoulder, they entered their shared room. The walls were adorned with blue and silver decorations, each bed accompanied by its own bookshelf and arched windows draped in blue silk. Ignoring these details, Sheen's gaze fell upon the thick azure bedding. At least I won tea freeze, he thought. At 10 o'clock, the potion class commenced. The Ollery released its first messenger, and the spires of Hogwarts Castle basked in the first rays of orange sunlight. The corridors buzzed once more. A throng of young wizards ascending the spiral staircase towards the dungeons. I heard the potions instructor is Professor Snape. Michael rubbed his sleepy eyes. Still yawning from a night spent studying a quill. I picked up this tidbit from the Ravenclaw common room. The upperclassmen claim that Professor Snape is the most. He paused deliberately, prompting Terry nearby to stretch his neck, pressing his ear closer while the surrounding whispers fell to a hush. He is the professor who deducts the most points from the entire Hogwarts. His voice trembled slightly, enhancing the chilling ambience, and the young wizard's expressions grew notably pale. In an atmosphere thick with tension, they arrived at the potions classroom. Situated underground, the temperature here was several degrees cooler than the castle above, and even in daylight, sunlight barely penetrated, relying instead on floating candles for illumination. Glass jars lined the walls, each containing various preserved animal specimens. Sheen chose a seat not far from these curiosities, turning his head to glimpse a bat's spleen, an ingredient used in the crafting of potions, particularly for the swelling solution. Just as he settled in, a boy with dimples took a seat beside him. Sheen, I knew you would arrive early, Justin said, his face radiant with a warm smile, as he retrieved his glass vial from his bag and neatly arranged it on the table. Michael, attempting to sit beside Sheen, widened his eyes in disbelief, questioning if he was experiencing an illusion. When did he arrive? He then mumbled and randomly chose a seat. Soon enough, the students gathered. Perhaps due to the chilly atmosphere or the terrifying tales surrounding Professor Snape, not a single young wizard dared to raise their voice. Amidst the silence, a resounding crash echoed from the cellar door as a pale-faced man with a hawk-like nose strode into the classroom. His cloak billowed gracefully, akin to the wings of a black bat, and he swiftly ascended the podium with agility and precision. Listening intently, his voice resonated with a chilling depth, proclaiming that this class did not require mindless incantations or erratic wand-waving. He surmised that most of them would lack the understanding to appreciate the profound science and intricate craftsmanship involved in potion-making. However, for the select few genuinely inclined towards it, he would teach them to confound the mind and deceive the senses, to earn renown and forge brilliance. The sole condition was that they must not be the type of foolish imbeciles he often encountered. His voice, dark and commanding, quickly silenced the room. Hannah Abbott, tell me, how should one handle a slug? His gaze was piercing, like a storm sweeping towards the young witch. Under such scrutiny, the The plaited-haired girl's voice trembled. Boyle, Professor. Hannah had evidently reviewed the textbook in advance, and though this was merely the first chapter, she narrowly escaped a dire fate. Sit down. Snape's expression remained grim. Sheen Green, tell me how you would deal with a slug with antennae? He leaned slightly forward, casting shadows over the candlelight. Boil it longer, perhaps for 3 minutes, Professor. Sheen promptly replied. Not bad. Snape swiftly turned his attention to Wayne Hopkins. Where's Dungstone? A dark cloud loomed over Wayne's head as the short-haired wizard's voice emerged, squeezed out like a reluctant drop. I don't know, Professor. If your giant-like brain were functioning, you would know that Dungstone is a solid substance extracted from the stomach of a goat, serving as an antidote for potions. Snape's deathly glare remained fixed on Wayne, who began to tremble. Sit down. Hufflepuff loses a point due to your classmate Wayne's empty-headedness. He cast a sweeping glance across the room, and no one dared to meet his gaze. Why did the others not take up their quills to jot down notes? In the stifling atmosphere, the young wizards scribbled furiously, as if doing so might allow them to evade the tempest unleashed by Professor Snape. Meanwhile, the professor continued to name those who had incurred penalties. Ernie Macmillan. He was akin to a merciless machine for deducting house points. By the end of the questioning session, Ravenclaw had lost 6 points, while Hufflepuff suffered a loss of full 12. This naturally led to a conjecture in Sheen's mind. The apparent connection between Slytherin's 6 consecutive championships and Professor Snape's relentless efforts was undeniable. In the original text, Professor Snape had even taken the time to note down each student's name for the sake of convenience in deducting house points. Professor Snape he truly was. At this juncture, Professor Snape's words compelled Sheen to listen intently. Pay close attention. If anyone dares to indiscriminately alter the potion's formula or make unauthorized adjustments. His dark gaze swept across every face, ensuring that no one dared to be distracted in the slightest. He then commenced the instruction on the steps to brew a potion for treating boils, a simple concoction. The cauldron before him simmered, bubbling within mere minutes to yield a thick, dark green potion. I do not expect any of you to achieve swift success. I merely hope that certain fools do not create any hazards. What are you waiting for? Pair up and begin. Justin's face turned pale as he feigned calmness, adhering to the steps. Sheen's situation was not much better. It was not merely the oppressive atmosphere instigated by Professor Snape, but rather the anxiety over his own untested potion-making talent. Slug, dried nettles, crushed snake fangs, and porcupine quills. Sheen, these are correct, aren't they? Justin, still tinged with residual fear, glanced at Sheen as he arranged the ingredients. Seeing Sheen's composed demeanor eased his own anxiety considerably. Yes, Sheen replied with a nod, then proceeded to handle the materials according to the standard outlined in the book. Let us start with the slug. Justin immediately understood and began to ignite the cauldron. The book indicated that the cauldron required preheating. Shall I use my cauldron? Justin inquired gently. Sheen looked towards Justin's silver cauldron and nodded. While the quality of the cauldron would not significantly affect the potion's outcome, Justin's silver cauldron was indeed superior to the brass one that Sheen had begrudgingly purchased. It could certainly enhance the likelihood of success, even if only psychologically. It was rather convenient to sit beside a hidden affluent individual, Sheen mused. 2 choices. He initially believed that brewing potions was a relatively uncomplicated task, given its stringent procedures. However, the reality proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. He understood that dried nettle and ground snake fangs must be added to the cauldron for simmering, followed by the addition of porcupine quills after extinguishing the flame. Yet, this was merely a cursory outline. When it came to practical application, numerous complications arose. To what fineness should the snake fangs be ground? How long must one wait after extinguishing the flame before incorporating the porcupine quills? What degree of force is required for stirring? At what angle should one stir? When should the stirring occur? The book provided no elucidation on these matters, and Professor Snape offered no guidance whatsoever. He sensed that these were likely aspects that wizards were expected to intuitively grasp. Perhaps there existed an instinct, akin to the peculiar sensation he experienced while practicing the levitation charm, that would instinctively direct a wizard. The outcome being that, as these were commonly understood, or at least easily discerned, concepts, no one felt the need to teach them. It was likely that Professor Snape had paid little heed to these issues. Otherwise, as a master of potions, the probability that he had overlooked them was exceedingly low. Alas, it seemed I was the academic underachiever, rendering these dilemmas my own burdens. With an inward sigh, Heen's suspicions were soon confirmed, as he meticulously followed the steps outlined in the book and relied on whatever innate instincts he could muster. The cauldron transformed into a blue concoction under his and Justin's perplexed gazes. I recall that the Scabbers potion was not supposed to be this hue. Justin scratched his head. somewhat incredulous at the outcome. The cauldron bubbled and hissed as the blue liquid gradually thickened, and along with the potion's deterioration, so did Snape's countenance. Fool! He strode over with brisk determination, his robes trailing sharply behind him. I suspect that, aside from stirring and timing, your handling of the ingredients has also likely gone awry. With a flick of his wand, Professor Snape conjured a stool before him and seated himself with grace, his gaze firmly fixed on the pot of blue potion. After a mere few seconds of observation, he scoffed derisively. Foolish choice of porcupine quills, ludicrous selection of nettle, and disastrous choice of snake fangs. Have you chosen non-venomous fangs? Two imbeciles worthy of being depicted in a tapestry. He roared mercilessly, sweeping the potion from the cauldron with a flick of his wand. You ought to be grateful that the steps were not erroneous. Otherwise, you would learn the hard lesson that fools reap in potion making. His voice sent shivers through the dank air of the dungeon. 1 point deducted for each of you. As Justin beheld Snape's arrival, an ominous sense enveloped him. Yet the relentless mockery flushed his cheeks. Heen's large eyes lost their luster, reminiscent of his struggles during charm practice. As he discerned not a trace of innate understanding in potion brewing, he could surmise his own aptitude for potions. Even after class, the young wizards dared not raise their voices, the shadow of potion lessons looming over them all. Heen, do not worry. We shall reclaim the lost points. Justin's voice whispered in Heen's ear, seemingly as self-encouragement. Indeed, Heen replied, appearing somewhat distracted, yet internally, his resolve had solidified. If he were to halt his progress due to difficulties, obstacles, or the jibes of others, he would never master even the levitation charm. His distraction stemmed from ruminating over Professor Snape's words. Inadequate timing, improper stirring, flawed selection of ingredients. These were the fundamentals of potion making and the very challenges Heen faced. Before him lay two paths. One, to mindlessly brew potions akin to his charm studies, relying on chance to glean experience. However, this route was swiftly dismissed by Heen. Potion making differed vastly from charms. It was not a benign branch of magic. The handling and brewing of potions were fraught with peril and discomfort, where a moment's inattention could yield toxic vapors. To rely on luck was tantamount to courting disaster with potions. Thus, only one path remained: to swiftly comprehend this branch of magic, addressing all potential issues, and subsequently honing his skills through practice, ultimately earning his title and enhancing his talent. This route was undeniably more complex and demanding, yet it was evidently feasible. Moreover, a single successful practice could markedly accelerate his progress. One problem at a time must be resolved, and swiftly, for Hogwarts offered more than this solitary subject. Heen's thoughts were his own. The long table in the Great Hall overflowed with exquisite delicacies. Roasted turkey, sausages, buttered peas, meat gravy, cranberry sauce, Christmas pudding, and turkey sandwiches, a veritable feast. The dismal talent and Professor Snape's caustic tongue did little to dampen Heen's enthusiasm for the meal. By Merlin's beard, this is delectable. Heen engaged in the culinary battle with swiftness and grace. For half a year, he had not savored a satisfying meal. Even yesterday's feast had only left him moderately sated. The orphanage, lacking sufficient resources, often resorted to frugality. Anna, the caregiver, once proposed a theory suggesting that a child only requires one meal a day. The discomfort of gastric acid reflux during the night is quite unpleasant. In moments of extreme hunger, she would often regard the wild dogs at the entrance of the orphanage as a source of sustenance. Hermione, over here, Justin called out, seeking a quiet corner to settle down. Hermione quickly approached, her cheeks flushed. You were too loud, she chided, casting a disapproving glance at Justin. My apologies. I feared you might not hear me, Justin replied, a charming dimple gracing his face. Our first class this afternoon is herbology, and I noticed it appears most frequently on the schedule. I suspect it won't be simple, so I reviewed the material again, hoping it might prove useful. By the way, I heard you had potions class. Hermione began, her words tumbling forth like a rapid-fire monologue. Herbology sounds delightful. Will you get to learn about those magical plants? As for potions, I must say Justin listened attentively, and soon the two were engrossed in discussion. Their voices gradually faded from Sheen's mind as she contemplatively pulled out the schedule. Wednesday morning, herbology. Wednesday afternoon, herbology. Friday afternoon, herbology. Indeed, it was the most frequently occurring class. The arrangement of Hogwarts curriculum must hold significance. The abundance of herbology classes surely indicates necessity. But what could be the reason? Disastrous material selection. There's a high probability of issues with your materials. Sheen recalled Professor Snape's words, and, after a few moments of reflection, grasped the underlying rationale. Herbology teaches wizards about material handling, which is the initial step in potion making. Thus, it follows that to learn potions, one must first study herbology. 12 o'clock, Greenhouse 1. Everything was interconnected. Sheen checked the schedule once more. Ravenclaw, first year. Monday morning. Potions. Monday afternoon. History of magic. Note: first-year witches and wizards attend classes from Monday to Friday, from 9 to 12 o'clock in the morning and 14 to 15:30 in the afternoon. The first-year curriculum at Hogwarts is undoubtedly manageable, with no classes scheduled after 3:30 in the afternoon. This also implies a greater need for the young witches and wizards to cultivate their independent learning abilities. After half of a roasted chicken at the long table in the Great Hall, Sheen's cheeks bulged. Herbology, unlike potions, although still involving some perilous plants, allows Sheen to avoid the dangerous varieties, utilizing safe magical plants to hone her skills, such as white ash and daisy herbs. As long as he managed to locate Professor Sprout and persuade Mrs. Sprout to grant him access to the greenhouse, even if it was just to assist with menial tasks. At that moment, a group of upper-year Hufflepuff wizards strolled past Sheen, their conversation piquing his interest. Hurry up. Professor Sprout needs to prepare for the first class of the new students today, and we have some work to do. It was the same every year. He would gladly help the professor with herbology, though he hoped to avoid those serrated three-leaf plants this time. Do you know what those are? You mean you sneezed for 3 weeks and didn't bother to learn about that herb? I thought you all were just cursing me behind my back. Well, we certainly were, but no one can curse you for 3 weeks straight, just like you can't be in a relationship for 3 weeks nonstop. Hey, could you stop mocking me like that? If you didn't sprinkle itching powder in our hats, and... All right, I admit it, I was wrong. As the 3 Hufflepuff boys were about to pass by, Sheen quickly stood up, peering over the long table. The serrated 3-leaf plant must be Sneezewort, a toxic herb often used in confusion potions, and its dried leaves could be utilized to create sneezing powder. It was wise to keep a distance of at least 2 meters, as its pollen could scatter in the wind. Sheen's youthful and assertive voice halted the 3 boys in their tracks. A knowledgeable young wizard, you must be a first-year Ravenclaw. But you really should have told Bruce the truth. He deserves to sneeze a good deal. The boy with fluffy brown hair eyed him with mockery. Hey, at least don't do it in front of others. The short-haired wizard beside him sighed helplessly. If you didn't sprinkle itching powder in our hats, and... A slightly chubby boy interjected. Can we please move past this? I beg you both, he said, though there was no hint of remorse on his face, rather a glimmer of nostalgia. Oh, thank you for informing me about this. Sneezing for 3 weeks is quite unbearable. However, we must be on our way now. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. As they prepared to leave, Sheen's voice rang out. I have always been eager to learn about those marvelous herbs. May I accompany you to assist Professor Sprout with herbology? I can recall all the plants from the first-year textbook, so perhaps I could be of help. Sheen quickly listed his merits and awaited their response. In truth, even if these upper-year Hufflepuffs did not take him along, he would certainly venture there himself upon hearing the news. The brown-haired wizard displayed a perplexed expression. Really? Have you managed to carry that brick-like book all the way? Bruce's eyes widened. Bruce, Professor Sprout never mentioned we could bring anyone along. The wizard with the fluffy brown hair immediately discerned his companion's intentions. Don't worry, Leon. The first greenhouse is devoid of perilous plants, remember? Moreover, with an extra pair of hands, our pace will certainly quicken. We have a divination class this afternoon, and I have no desire to miss the tarot-themed tea gathering. The short-haired wizard, Bruce, observed Sion with keen interest. I apologize, but I must pose a few questions to ensure you won't turn the greenhouse into a chaotic mess like those little wizards. He wore an apologetic expression. What is the nickname of the Aritot tree? His inquiries were rapid and urgent. The hyena tree. Sion responded promptly. What is the shape of the white ash leaves? Elliptical, elongated, or lanceolate? What does mistletoe produce? Mistletoe berries, which are white berries and excellent materials for crafting common antidotes and forgetfulness potions. You absolutely must accompany us, Bruce insisted, grasping Sion's hand with utmost seriousness, while the 2 companions beside him exhibited astonishment. I am Bruce, and these are Leon and Peaster. Sion Green. Thus, Sion was granted the opportunity to venture into the first greenhouse, where they were to assist Professor Sprout with herbology, including weeding, gathering some mature herbs, and expelling the tendrils extending from the 3rd greenhouse. Those dangerous plants always held a peculiar fondness for the first greenhouse. Bruce spread his hands and earnestly cautioned Sion. Although such encounters are rare, should you come across them, be sure to inform the professor. Sion silently committed his words to memory, and then, under the gentle sunlight of the Scottish Highlands, followed the 3 familiar companions out of the castle and arrived before 3 domed structures of varying sizes. They boasted arched roofs with expansive glass skylights. One more thing, the first greenhouse is at the forefront. If you happen to stray, let us just hope Professor Sprout is there. Just kidding, just remember to run swiftly. Throughout the journey, Bruce elucidated numerous details to Sion, and though he appeared somewhat unreliable, he was entirely earnest regarding crucial matters. As he spoke, Leon and Peaster nodded in agreement, clearly in accord with his insights. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, a wave of suffocating humidity immediately enveloped me, causing a thin veil of mist to cloud Peaster's glasses. Before our eyes unfolded a breathtaking tapestry of verdant foliage. Enormous, lumpy, pumpkin-like plants, a pot in which only the raucous leaves of the sneezeweed peeked out, and a trellis entwined with climbing vines surrounding the greenhouse. The shelves were laden with an array of oddly shaped pots, some exuding wisps of smoke, others with leaves pulsating like a heartbeat, and still others adorned with luminous, gem-like fruits. A narrow path was the sole passage through this lush labyrinth, and at its center stood a diminutive witch with flowing gray hair. Professor Sprout, herbology, she greeted, her demeanor warm and inviting. Upon reaching the professor, the previously boisterous Bruce became somewhat reserved. "Ah, Bruce Dickinson, Leon Howard, Mr. Peaster Jefferson, how delightful to have your assistance," she exclaimed, her patched hat perched jauntily atop her head, her smile radiant as the sun. "New shoots? Child, it is a pleasure to meet you. What is your name?" She set aside her large pruning shears, bending down to regard Sheen with keen interest. Without inquiring why he was there, she removed her soil-stained dragonhide gloves, her enthusiasm reminiscent of a benevolent benefactor who frequently visited the orphanage. Though her donations never reached the children, Sheen admired her nonetheless. "Sheen Green," he responded, his shyness evident. "Mr. Green, how wonderful that you are here to help. Mr. Dickinson, could you assist him with the mature plants?" Professor Sprout gently pinched Sheen's cheek, then animatedly organized the tasks ahead. "Mr. Howard, I entrust the weeds to you, and as for Mr. Jefferson, I would like you to select the different growth cycles of the white ash. This will be the first plant the young shoots will come to recognize." "Yes, Professor." Sheen observed as Bruce rolled up his sleeves and softly agreed. Leon responded affirmatively, and Peaster Howard, appearing even more bashful than Bruce, merely nodded vigorously, his face flushed. Professor Sprout seemed to hold a revered position in the hearts of the Hufflepuff upperclassmen, Sheen mused. "I dare say, it would be hard to find a more nurturing professor than Sprout. Every Hogwarts student was akin to her child." Bruce spoke fondly of Professor Sprout, his eyes shimmering with admiration, for she had been voted the most beloved professor for several consecutive years. "Now, let us first attend to the mature plants, for it seems to be a considerable undertaking." Sean nodded, and the two began to weave through the cluster of pumpkin-shaped flora, amidst which lay pots of purple-hued petals from the white fresh. "First, we shall collect the mature specimens of white fresh here." Do you know how to identify a mature white fresh?" As Bruce handed Sean a pair of small scissors, he began to trim the white fresh. Sean shook his head, stating that the book did not provide this information. "This is precisely the knowledge that cannot be gleaned from books. Allow me to instruct you." With that, Bruce leaned toward a pot of white fresh, inhaling its scent before snipping it off with a crisp sound. The white fresh emits a subtle scent reminiscent of mutton, which intensifies as it ripens. "Come, take a whiff." Sean leaned in to smell it, and discerned that the white fresh at different stages indeed possessed varying aromas, with the specimen Bruce had harvested bearing a more pronounced mutton fragrance. Bruce chuckled. The mature white fresh enhances the efficacy of invigorating potions, while its tender counterpart is likely to result in failure. Such is the allure of herbalism. His words opened the door Sean had been seeking, prompting him to nod and swiftly join in the harvest of mature white fresh. Like treasure hunters, the two scoured between the pumpkin-like plants, sniffing here and peering there. Throughout the process, Sean's proficiency in identifying mature white fresh gradually improved. In contrast, Bruce, with his towering stature and darker complexion, resembled more of a groundhog, while Sean, with his striking appearance and nimble agility, appeared akin to a cat weaving through the grass. "Almost done. Let's process the white fresh." Bruce, holding a bag of white fresh, waved to Sean. "Sandpost." Observing as Bruce retrieved 2 silver knives and a ladle-like tool from the area filled with hose outside the greenhouse. The intricacies of cutting white fresh are numerous, generally. It is done in 3 segments, so pay close attention. As Bruce spoke, he sliced the white fresh into 3 sections, employing varying degrees of cutting techniques, with the final segments becoming increasingly fine, culminating in the use of the ladle-like tool for pressing. This is due to the uneven distribution of the white fresh essence, necessitating different methods of processing. Care to give it a try? Sean nodded, accepting the tools. You have successfully processed a white fresh to the standards of an apprentice. Proficiency level 1. A smile involuntarily crept across Sean's lips, spurring him on to exert even more effort. You have successfully processed a white fresh to the standards of an apprentice. Proficiency level 1. You have successfully processed a white fresh to the standards of an apprentice. Proficiency level 1. You have completely processed a white radish at the apprentice level. Proficiency 1. The sound of the panel's upgrade resonated continuously, and Sheehan's hands moved so swiftly that they appeared as mere shadows. He seemed to possess an extraordinary fondness for herbalism. Senior Bruce scratched his head, caught between laughter and exasperation. Sheehan, listen to me. It's time to deal with the dried nettles. Senior Bruce interrupted Sheehan's cutting endeavor, leading him with a sense of admiration to a patch of nettles. He no longer questioned Sheehan's fervor for herbal studies. Dried nettles, though commonplace, can be transformed into ingredients for magical potions through careful processing. Sheehan absorbed knowledge like a sponge. You have completely processed a nettle at the apprentice level. Proficiency 1. You have completely processed a nettle at the apprentice level. Proficiency 1. Time flowed like fine sand. Gentlemen, listen to me. You have all done remarkably well, and I thank you for your assistance with the budding sprouts. Professor Sprout's voice interrupted Sheehan's actions. He completed the final nettle, its pale blue juice dripping, clearly having undergone special infusion. Sheehan silently listened to the professor's words before opening his panel. Herbal knowledge. Unlocked, 2790. Note: proficiency in herbal knowledge encompasses a comprehensive understanding of herb identification, processing, and related procedures. A proficiency unlock value of 90 points was a sight Sheehan had never encountered, as if it were the sum of 3 apprentice-level proficiencies. Mr. Dickinson, you and Mr. Green have successfully assisted the sprouts in removing misleading mature herbs. Mr. Howard, you have effectively helped the sprouts eliminate weeds. Mr. Jefferson, oh, how can I praise you? Your classification of the white radish is remarkably precise. Professor Sprout's smile radiated warmth akin to the glow of a fireplace, illuminating everyone present. Come, children, gather around for a piece of hazelnut chocolate. Sheehan heard Senior Bruce exclaim in delight, only to quickly cover his mouth. Leon shook his head, while Senior Peaster grinned amiably, seemingly lost in the professor's commendation. As they formed a line along the path, the greenhouse appeared significantly fresher and more organized. Most of the plants ready for harvest had been tended to by Senior Bruce, with a small portion completed by Sheehan. Weeds had vanished entirely, and even the central pot of white radishes was neatly arranged according to their growth stages. As Sheehan approached the professor, he forcibly redirected his gaze from the tempting hazelnut chocolate. Professor Sprout, may I come to assist you at other times? He asked somewhat awkwardly. Ah, the juvenile form of the liver emperor. Oh, what a diligent child. This is certainly not a problem. Professor Sprout placed a box of hazelnut chocolates in Sheehan's palm and waved her wand, causing the flowers, grass, and dirt that clung to Sheehan to vanish in an instant. Each year, tender sprouts aspire to take root in the greenhouse, yet few can endure the arduous repetition of labor. Professor Sprout tilted her head slightly, a hint of playful amusement glimmering in her gentle gaze. I believe I can share a story with you. Professor, could we perhaps save it for next time? Bruce, standing nearby, had turned beet red, prompting Sheehan to cast a curious glance in his direction. Very well, Mr. Dickinson, Professor Sprout replied, her smile growing warmer. Hiding behind the nursery, Leon and Peaster erupted into laughter. Hey, you too. Bruce seemed utterly mortified. Oh, did I laugh? My apologies. The very thought of someone scrambling out of the greenhouse is simply too much. Leon laughed even louder. Peaster, do you remember his sleep talk? Help me, Devil's Snare. Geranium. The plump Hufflepuff enthusiastically mimicked, eliciting soft laughter from the gathered crowd, lightening the atmosphere. All right, I concede. The greenhouse is indeed perilous yet enchanting, and yes, it is quite exhausting, Bruce admitted, raising his hand in surrender. Thus, very few wizards can persist. He spoke these words while gazing intently at Sheehan, his expression earnest. Sheehan replied softly, a hint of stubbornness in his tone. I would like to give it a try. The greenhouse had always been short-handed. Compared to the direct efficacy of spells, the intriguing and lively art of Transfiguration, and the exhilarating game of Quidditch, herbology tended to attract only the diligent and patient Hufflepuffs. However, even the hard-working and kind-hearted Hufflepuffs would not remain rooted in the soil indefinitely, let alone dare to touch perilous plants. Thus, Professor Sprout acquiesced to Sheehan's request, her gaze towards him mirroring that of those once passionate Hufflepuffs, part admiration, part joy, and tinged with a hint of resignation concerning the potential outcomes. In the corridor outside the greenhouse, a long, blue shorthand quill floated before Sheen. A marvelous creation of alchemy, it would begin to transcribe notes automatically upon being placed vertically on paper. Sheen had purchased only one, primarily to assist him in organizing his thoughts and capturing fleeting inspirations. By the way, the prices of stationery in the magical realm are rather exorbitant. This feather quill cost Sheen a full 10 sickles. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase, for he believed that no hardship should deter one's pursuit of knowledge. Step 1. Understand the handling methods of all materials for the scabies potion. The quill produced a soft, rustling sound on the parchment as Sheen diligently inscribed his current goals. Professor Sprout had already acquiesced to his request, and just moments ago, Senior Bruce had demonstrated the key points for identifying and handling metals. Perhaps next time, he could inquire about the processing of other materials. He thought Professor Sprout would likely not refuse. Once he comprehended the handling of the materials, the next step would be practical application. For the nuances of timing and stirring could not be gleaned from books, but must be experienced firsthand. However, if he succeeded just once, he could rely on the panel to enhance his skills. The plan was feasible. Sheehan placed the feather quill into his bag, as he heard Bruce's teasing voice nearby. I remember our first herbology class. Distinguishing mature white ash confounded many witches and wizards. He regarded Sheehan's note-taking with keen interest, adding, "It seems you will shine in the next herbology class." Professor Sprout is certainly generous with bonus points for the eager young witches and wizards. Bonus points? Sheehan paid little heed to that. Bonus points would not aid him in securing a scholarship. Professor McGonagall had stated that the criteria for scholarships were determined by the headmaster, who would assess his academic progress alongside the professor's evaluations. Headmaster Dumbledore was undoubtedly just and wise. Sheehan was confident that as long as he met the standards, Dumbledore would not hesitate to award him 600 galleons. It was he who unreservedly approved Sheehan's scholarship application. Had it been someone like Headmaster Black, Sheehan would have been forced to endure the trials of Azkaban to borrow money from dark wizards. He had been deeply impressed by the legacy of Hogwarts, particularly a popular saying, "Voldemort is terrifying because he has personally killed hundreds." But what the next day? Sheehan's thoughts drifted. In the orphanage, everyone was adept at daydreaming. In the time before the panel was activated, he, too, lay weakly on his bed, realizing that some silences were not born of a lack of words, but rather a lack of concern. Everything changed dramatically after that owl shattered the drafty window. Thus, Sheehan cherished the opportunity to learn magic. Even the most trivial of spells, he vowed to master and elevate to legendary status. Oh, you may not yet grasp the significance of the House Cup, but trust me, it is of great importance. Although we do not mind the hall adorned with flags of various colors from other houses at the annual feast, it is undeniable that the yellow and black of Hufflepuff is decidedly more aesthetically pleasing, is it not? Senior Bruce remarked, a look of longing in his eyes. Indeed, Sean nodded, at which point Bruce noticed the young wizard beside him was from Ravenclaw. He let out a dry chuckle. I meant, blue and teal are quite lovely as well. Yellow and black are splendid, Sean replied earnestly. With the first class of the afternoon fast approaching, Sean placed a hazelnut chocolate in Bruce's hand and turned to ascend the staircase leading to the History of Magic classroom. "Thank you, Senior Bruce, goodbye," echoed his modest voice down the corridor. "A fine young wizard. It's hard to believe he isn't from Hufflepuff," Leon observed, watching Sean's retreating figure. A gentle smile gracing his lips. "I wonder who said that." "Professor Sprout enough," Leon interjected, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, Mr. Peaster wore a slight smile, seemingly unfazed. Upon leaving the greenhouse, Sean contemplated how to withstand Professor Bin's hypnotic lectures. Despite the myriad unfounded rumors, the Shrieking Shack had never been haunted. However, Hogwarts undoubtedly ranks as one of the most haunted places in Britain. This is indisputable, for on these damp aisles, it is said that one can witness or sense more spirits than in any other corner of the world. In the realm of Harry Potter, those spirits are referred to as ghosts, transparent, three-dimensional manifestations of deceased wizards who persist in the world of the living. Muggles cannot become ghosts after death, nor would any wise wizard choose such a fate. Only those wizards who refuse to close their eyes in death, whether out of fear, guilt, or an obsession with the material world, remain. In Professor Bin's, his obsession lies in reciting from textbooks, Sean was certain. At 15 minutes past the hour, History of Magic commenced. Binns emerged from the wall, his head appearing first, followed by his entire form. The moment he entered, the temperature in the classroom dropped noticeably. Sean observed that a small cluster of candles at the front flickered with blue flames. Emmerich was a short-lived, but exceedingly ruthless dark wizard. Slain by his opponent Egbert in a particularly bloody duel, Professor Binns began his lecture without any preamble or roll call. As a ghost, he cared little for such formalities. The peculiar Yorick was an ancient odd wizard, renowned for his eccentric acts, such as wearing a jellyfish as a hat. He once slumbered in a room adorned with no fewer than 50 magical creatures. During an exceptionally humid winter, Yorick, upon hearing the calls of the creatures, became convinced that he had perished and transformed into a ghost. In his desperate attempt to traverse the walls of his home, he inadvertently caused a lengthy brain concussion described by biographer Radolf Spitamon, lasting for 10 days. Professor Binns' voice was punctuated by inexplicable pauses and drawn-out cadences, rendering it peculiar to the ear. I heard. At that moment, Michael beside me suddenly mimicked Professor Binns' tone, prompting Anthony in the back row to cease his note-taking, while Terry halted his observation of the bizarre runes in his hand. Even Sheen slightly turned his head. Michael, ever the socialite, was known for his intriguing tidbits, a fact well acknowledged by the trio. Professor Binns had long been a lecturer at Hogwarts. One day, this venerable professor of the history of magic dozed off in front of the staff room fireplace. Upon waking, he proceeded directly to his next class, leaving his physical form behind. Michael animatedly recounted this scene, eliciting a soft wow from Terry and raised brows from Anthony. The auto-stirring cauldron, a magical vessel capable of autonomously blending potions, was invented by Gaspard Singleton in the late 20th century. Professor Binns' voice echoed in the classroom, as nearly all the young witches and wizards appeared disengaged. Some whispered among themselves, while others simply lay down to sleep. Sheen, having memorized an entire tome of magical history, diligently took notes, discovering that the history of Western magic seemed disjointed. Professor Binns primarily recounted the deeds of individuals and verified legends. As for significant events, such as the auto-stirring cauldron, they coincided with the appearances of these figures. The professor's lectures lacked clear logic, leaving one to wonder if this was inherent to the study of magical history or a consequence of his ghostly existence. Yet, amidst these fragmented events, Sheen managed to discern a coherent thread. A method always proves effective in historical disciplines. He wrote fervently, and, as Professor Binns concluded his final statement, he turned the parchment horizontally. Curious, Michael leaned in to observe, discovering a timeline that seamlessly wove through all of Sheen's notes. Merlin, Sheen, you are truly a genius, Michael murmured, realizing that even the most obscure knowledge could be retained. Sheen, unfazed, nodded slightly, contemplating that this should suffice for excellence. As the class concluded, the young wizards stirred to life, chattering animatedly as they exited the classroom following Professor Binns' departure. Shall we play a game of 15 puzzle, Sean? Michael enthusiastically invited. No, thank you. Although Sean felt a flicker of curiosity toward this unfamiliar game, he had to head to the greenhouse. All right then. Michael pouted slightly, watching Sean walk away. Heeding the advice of Senior Bruce, Sean paused before the first building. The towering dome glimmered under the sun, reflecting the sky and the drifting clouds. The sturdy wooden framework appeared ancient yet robust, with patches of deep green paint peeling away to reveal the dark wood beneath. As he pushed open the wooden door, a wave of warm, damp air rich with the essence of life enveloped him. Professor Sprout was deftly waving her wand, and in the blink of an eye, the muddy path was restored to pristine condition. Mr. Green, you have arrived just in time. Please assist me in clearing the clutter, she said, picking up a small spade to place a dark red plant deep within the greenhouse. Sean observed closely. The long planting table was somewhat disordered, scattered with small dirt patches, splattered water, and remnants of plants, including the deep green, sticky fragments of the angelica he had read about. Scourgify. Sean pronounced the incantation with precision, expertly maneuvering his wand. You practiced the cleaning spell at apprentice level, proficiency 1. In the next moment, a small section of the planting table before him was miraculously cleansed. Sean concentratif. Repeatedly waving his wand. Scourgify. You practiced the cleaning spell at an apprentice level, proficiency 1. You practiced the cleaning spell at an apprentice level, proficiency 1. You practiced the cleaning spell at a novice level, proficiency 3. Such a diligent little sprout, Professor Sprout remarked with a warm smile, observing the hard-working young wizard. Before exhaustion set in, Sean completed the cleaning of the greenhouse. With a wave of her wand, Professor Sprout conjured a cup of honey lemonade, which floated gracefully into Sean's hands. Take a moment to enjoy your honey drink, Mr. Green. Looking at the now tidy planting table, Sean felt a sense of accomplishment, particularly stemming from the 66 proficiency points he had gained in the cleaning spell. Name, Sean Green. Identity, wizard. Title: Novice Spellcaster, Transfiguration Apprentice. Proficiency: Floating Charm, Apprentice level 4300. Fluorescent Charm, Apprentice level 1300. Cleaning Charm, Apprentice level 70,300. Transfiguration, Apprentice level 3,900. Herbology, unlocked 2,790. Advancement, 3 entry-level charms to unlock the entry-level title in the charm domain. Advancement, entry-level Transfiguration to unlock the entry-level title in the Transfiguration domain. Wizard's Talent, Charm Green. Transfiguration, light purple. Compared to just a few days ago, the transformation is nothing short of extraordinary. Sheehan took a sip of honey lemon water, the sweetness bursting on his palate, causing him to squint in delight. It was delightful, 100 times better than the bitter black tea served at the orphanage. Sheehan tucked away his wand and settled onto the small stool summoned by Professor Sprout, a thought crossing his mind. While performing menial tasks is acceptable, the priority now is to master herb processing. Professor, may I assist you with herbology? Sheehan quickly inquired, prompting a brief pause from Professor Sprout, who was about to stride toward the far end of the oak table. Welcome, I mean, why not? Professor Sprout replied with a wink. Abandoning his honey lemon water, Sheehan hurriedly followed the plump professor. 16. Daisy Processing. There were numerous plants on the right side of the greenhouse. This was Sheehan's initial thought, and they were densely packed and robust, his second observation. Consequently, he kept closely behind the plump professor, lest she be enveloped by the lush foliage and become lost. Professor Sprout wielded a trowel, leading Sheehan cheerfully between 2 rows of plant racks, occasionally pinching the leaves of the plants and inhaling the fragrance of the blossoms. This is the bubble pod area. Beyond here lies a realm where we can truly showcase our skills. Professor Sprout's voice was somewhat elevated, yet soothing rather than cacophonous. Bubble pods? Sheehan examined the thick vines, which bore plump pink pods filled with glistening beans. He had encountered this enchanting plant in a book, rumored to bloom immediately upon contact with solid objects. These bubble pods would soon reach maturity, and at that time, the plant racks would be adorned with bouncing ball stems. Professor Sprout enthusiastically explained to Sheehan, and a spark of excitement glimmered in his emerald eyes. Perhaps the greenhouse's illumination was a tad too bright, or it might have been the earnest demeanor of the young wizard that naturally endeared him to others. Professor Sprout's steps became increasingly buoyant. How delightful it is that new sprouts invariably bring forth fresh hope. This was precisely what Professor Sprout longed to witness. Come here, my dear child. Let's attend to these daisies. Professor Sprout halted before a sturdy wooden table, its surface darkened by plant sap and soil. Sheehan hurried forward, observing as Professor Sprout retrieved several pots of daisies from beneath the table. If one were to discern a distinction between these and the ornamental blooms, it would be that their roots were considerably more robust. Moreover, should one wish to purchase them in Diagon Alley, a bundle of 20 would command a staggering price of 1 galleon. Do not lose focus. Pay close attention. For the yellow daisies, you must begin your cut 3 inches beneath the petals. With deftness, Professor Sprout sliced into the daisies, a milky sap oozing from the roots, which she skillfully collected into a glass vial. This was the only time of year when the sap could be harvested. The incision could not be too deep, lest it hinder the lovely flower's future growth. Yet, it also could not be too shallow, or the extracted sap would fail to meet the standards for crafting shrinking potions. The professor elaborated with precision. Then, with a flick of her wand, a small knife and a glass vial materialized upon the table before Sheehan. Give it a try, Mr. Green. She nodded and grasped the tools. The angle is incorrect, Mr. Green. Adjust it slightly too gentle, Mr. Green. Be bolder, oh, Mr. Green. Do not cut. The position is wrong. Time swiftly elapsed amid Sheehan's missteps. He soon realized that he seemed lacking in the aptitude for herbology. Just as he furrowed his brow in contemplation following his 15th failure, gentle words reached his ears. Discovering one's lack of talent, yet still being willing to wield a hoe, is the true beginning of herbology. Sheehan looked up to find Professor Sprout's countenance radiating warmth and depth akin to the sun. Thus, as the shadow of Professor Sprout gradually inclined, Sheehan began to grasp the essence of handling daisies. Strength, angle, and position were all crucial. Even the slightest miscalculation would prevent his proficiency from increasing. You have successfully processed a daisy at the apprentice level, Proficiency 1. The notification on the panel resonated like a celestial melody, and with the correct method now in his grasp, Sheehan felt an invigorating zeal. You have successfully processed a daisy at the apprentice level, Proficiency 1. You have skillfully attended to a daisy to a novice's standard, achieving a proficiency level of 3. The sunlight cast a gentle slant as 30 pots of daisies were neatly stacked. Shuren wiped the sweat from the tips of his hair, his eyes sparkling with the brilliance reminiscent of the herbology professor beside him. "Well done, Mr. Green," Professor Sprout remarked, softly applauding. Nothing delighted her more than witnessing the thriving growth of a tender sprout. "Now, go enjoy your dinner, and oh, take this." A piece of candied jackfruit was thrust into Shuren's arms as he heard the clang of the bell, signaling the start of dinner. The dining schedule at Hogwarts was fixed. Should one miss it, hunger would be their only companion. Some young wizards might enlist friends to procure food in advance, but Shuren had clearly not made such preparations. The thought of enduring hunger at Hogwarts was indeed dreadful. With this in mind, he swiftly bid farewell to Professor Sprout and made his way to the Great Hall. If only his body were in better condition, he would have run there. "Next time, we will handle some special materials," Professor Sprout added as Shuren departed. And he caught a glimpse of something tooth-like piled on the dark wooden table, speculating it might be those. Within the Great Hall, a cornucopia of food awaited. Justin was being chastised by Hermione for neglecting to notice that he had herbology class that afternoon, alongside Gryffindor. When Miss Granger spotted him in Greenhouse 1, she immediately flared up. "Was that intentional?" "I'm sorry," Justin replied. Meanwhile, Shuren was struggling with Hungarian goulash and failed to notice Justin's pleading gaze. Soon, he was sipping pumpkin juice while surveying the day's harvest. His herbology knowledge remained locked at herbology recognition, locked 5990, having tended to the daisies. Shuren had garnered a total of 33 proficiency points. He was on the cusp of unlocking the title of apprentice-level herbology recognition. With adept use of his remaining time, he might very well activate the title today. Upon closer examination of the tooth-like objects, Shuren deduced they were likely venomous snake fangs. Although he was uncertain why Professor Sprout wished to handle them, they coincidentally aligned with his current needs. As one of the ingredients for concocting scabies potions was indeed venomous snake fangs. Having just concluded his meal, Shuren departed the Great Hall, leaving Justin and Hermione momentarily stunned. "Shuren, alas, he walked so swiftly. I had hoped to invite him to the library. Perhaps he could assist us with our questions regarding the differentiation of mature white ash. Honestly, I have no idea how to write the herbology essay." Justin felt somewhat disheartened. Magic proved to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Although Professor Sprout encouraged them to do their utmost, as a Hufflepuff, who wouldn't he desire the professor's approval and praise? Hermione, however, remained optimistic despite the circumstances. The library," she mused. "With its thousands of tomes, we are bound to uncover the answers we seek." At that moment, a familiar voice called out to Sheen, causing him to pause. The corridor outside the greenhouse was bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, casting an enchanting glow on the young wizard beside the Gothic stained glass window. "Bruce," Sheen acknowledged with a nod, preparing to continue towards the greenhouse. "Are you planning to visit Professor Sprout?" Bruce inquired. "I would advise you to reconsider. She is currently in Greenhouse 3, which is off-limits to first-year wizards." After offering his warning, Bruce held his book, awaiting Sheen's response. "Thank you for the heads-up." Sheen stood still, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. If Professor Sprout was indeed absent, based on his limited knowledge of herbology, he would struggle not only to handle the herbs, but also to complete even the most basic identifications. Moreover, he had no idea which herbs were to be processed. "You truly have a fascination with magical plants," Bruce remarked, noticing the spark of hope in Sheen's eyes dimming. He felt as though he had committed a grievous act. With a resigned sigh, he closed his book. Typically, Professor Sprout only spent a short time in Greenhouse 3. You should be able to find her in Greenhouse 1 after class tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Sheen's eyes brightened, and he nodded earnestly. "Thank you." "Not at all." "Oh, and here, take this." Sheen looked on in confusion as a shadow flickered, and a piece of cheese appeared in his hand. "Dragon cheese," Bruce explained. "Although the revised recipe in Enchanting Your Cheese has been updated, I still find the original recipe far tastier, as do many others." With a playful smile, Bruce added, "Exchanging snacks is a Hufflepuff tradition, and despite you being a Ravenclaw, who cares?" While Sheen examined the cheese, Bruce took the opportunity to stride away confidently. As Sheen stood there, he could hear distant murmurs at the end of the corridor. "I find a new recipe more delectable." "Agreed." "Peaster Leon, you two heretics. Don't make me furious right after I've just tried to look cool." He fancied himself quite dashing. Leon, it seemed, was indeed Peaster. "You are correct," I remarked. "Well done. This is quite Hufflepuff of you, Bruce. You truly excel." The new edition versus the original? Sean speculated whether it paralleled the age-old debate between savory and sweet tofu, pudding from his past life. Fortunately, he had a penchant for spicy food. Glancing at the sky, Sean resolved to first accomplish what he had long desired, a visit to the Hogwarts library. Just imagine, Hogwarts boasts thousands of tomes, all available free of charge. Simply this fact alone would make Sean, who often bled money on books, salivate. Not to mention, he could also complete his assignments there. A well-executed assignment should certainly be one of Headmaster Dumbledore's criteria for evaluation. The Hogwarts Library is located on the second floor of the castle, adorned with thousands of shelves housing countless volumes. It is divided into 3 sections, one being the general area. Here, Sean beheld an innumerable array of bookshelves, resembling a lush forest, extending in all directions until they vanished into the distant shadows. The shelves were not entirely uniform. In some places they varied in height, with some requiring the aid of creaking ladders to reach the uppermost levels. Scattered around a hefty oak table sat a few students engrossed in their studies, their faces illuminated by floating magical crystal orbs, quills scratching feverishly on parchment, producing a soft, rustling sound. Sean strained to catch a glimpse of the restricted section at the back of the library, a legendary place where Voldemort discovered secrets of dark magic and transformed himself into a mindless wretch. It was also where the trio uncovered potent potions and concocted the polyjuice potion, a veritable treasure trove. The third area, known as the invisibility section, housed most books pertaining to the art of invisibility. He pondered how one might locate them. As he contemplated adjusting his small bag in preparation to find a seat, he spotted Justin silently beckoning him. "San, over here," he mouthed. Sean hurried over to Justin and Hermione. "Where have you been? You vanish every time we finish eating." Hermione inquired, her tone betraying concern yet tinged with an accusatory edge. "In the greenhouse," Sean replied nonchalantly. "Oh, I see. Well, do you know how to distinguish a mature white ash?" Hermione seemed to realize her abrupt tone, attempting to rectify it, but ultimately unwittingly voiced her query. "The white ash emits a faint goat-like odor, which intensifies as it reaches maturity." He repeated the words of Senior Bruce, and the sensation was peculiar, as if something had been passed down. "You know," Hermione covered her mouth. She had merely asked in passing, yet did not anticipate that Heen would actually know. "Is this your yield from the greenhouse?" He nodded, somewhat affirmatively. "I knew it." Justin displayed a pride that surpassed Heen's, causing Hermione to blush slightly. "However, I have memorized the first-year textbook, which contained no such descriptions." Hermione's ears tinged with pink as she inquired softly. "Well, I have also completed it, and indeed, there are no descriptions within." Heen wholeheartedly concurred. "My goodness, you two have finished it." Hermione once again covered her mouth, cautiously peeking out from behind a thick brown tome, glancing around until she spotted Madame Pants reprimanding a small wizard, which allowed her to exhale in relief. "Who are you?" Her eyes sparkled, as if she had found a kindred spirit. "I was informed by a Hufflepuff senior while assisting Professor Sprout with herbology." Upon finishing his statement, Heen produced History of Magic and some parchment, deciding to tackle his assignment on magical history first. Hermione and Justin exchanged glances, both seemingly perplexed. Had Professor Binns not confused inches with feet, the assignment would have been manageable. Unfortunately, this professor was evidently a bit muddled, resulting in Heen and his peers receiving a task amounting to 1 foot, approximately 1/3 of a meter. The busy little wizards, preoccupied with leaving class, seemed unaware of the gravity of the situation. However, Heen soon caught sight of Michael and others at the second oak table in the library, all wearing expressions of agony. 3 feet. Even if I maximize the spacing and font size, I cannot complete it. Heen heard a loud outburst, and the library patrons regarded Michael with pity. At that moment, Michael finally covered his mouth, but it was too late. Madame Pants marched over, her shoes clattering on the floor with a fierce tap. Heen stood his book upright, silently mourning for him, and proceeded to gather books for his essay. The assignments appeared numerous, yet for Heen, they posed no challenge. Modern History of Magic, 3 galleons. Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century, 4 galleons. Contemporary Notable Wizards Directory, 5 galleons. He made an effort to select the more expensive tomes. Expensive books are not necessarily good, but they are assuredly costly. Once, he could not afford them. Now, they were handled without charge. 18. Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Michael's resentment lingered until the commencement of the Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson. On Tuesday, the Defense Against the Dark Arts class was attended by both Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Typically, Hogwarts classes are conducted in pairs of houses, with the exception of special occasions, such as rare astronomical phenomena, when all 4 houses might gather for astronomy lessons. This was something that Seamus had gleaned from Michael's incessant chatter along their journey. According to him, the Defense Against the Dark Arts course is the most sought-after subject at Hogwarts. This revelation heightened Anthony and Terry's anticipation for the class. However, Seamus, who lagged behind, shook his head, While the allure of the defense against the dark arts was undeniable, the quality of instruction left much to be desired. In the crucial subject of defense against the dark arts, the first-year professor was a stutterer, the second-year instructor a fraud, the third and fourth years saw a semblance of normalcy, but by the fifth year they were confronted with the absurdity of a pink, toad-like figure. The sixth year brought the long-desired Professor Snape, and the seventh year was taught by a Death Eater who engaged solely in persecution, devoid of any teaching. Thus, it appeared that, across 7 years of defense against the dark arts, only 3 years offered a genuine opportunity for meaningful learning. Consequently, Seamus resolved to engage in self-study. He clutched a copy of Theory of Magical Defense, a fifth-year textbook that he had borrowed ahead of time, convinced that his motivations were not merely to avoid paying for the privilege of reading. Once the class commenced, the faint glimmer of hope that Seamus had harbored dissipated. Despite knowing that Professor Quirrell had once been a brilliant Ravenclaw, it was evident that, after becoming a double agent, he had lost the scholarly prowess he once took pride in. It could be said that he was entirely too drained to exhibit it. At this moment, Michael in the front row began to comprehend Seamus's peculiar behavior. Seamus had settled into the back row early on, diligently immersed in his studies before the class began. Michael, still puzzled, was suddenly assaulted by an overwhelming stench of garlic, coupled with Professor Quirrell's stammering, incoherent recitation of the textbook material, making him feel as though he had descended into a hellish nightmare. Beside him, Terry sat motionless, seemingly suffocated by the pungent aroma. Giants are classified into several types: mountain giants, river giants, and sea giants. Mountain giants are the largest in size, featuring a pale gray complexion, bald heads, and skin rougher than that of a rhinoceros, with a physique stronger than 10 men combined. However, their brains are no larger than peas, rendering them easily confused. Scene diligently perused Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense, a tome crafted by Quentin Tremblay. Its cover bore no inscriptions or embellishments, merely an abyssal blackness that mirrored its content, succinct yet potent. Within its slender pages were encapsulated a myriad of creatures and specters: banshees, ghouls, harpies, trolls, vampires, werewolves, the Yeti of Tibet, boggots, redcaps, kappa, hinkypunks, grindylows, and more, all intricately detailed. Astonishingly, amidst this wealth of information, there remained space to elucidate counter-curses and spell-breaking techniques. Such pragmatic knowledge compelled Scene to memorize it repeatedly. However, a shadow of disappointment loomed over him, for, given Professor Chilo's circumstances, it seemed unlikely that he would acquire genuine defensive spells from him. This predicament implied that Scene would have to embark on a journey of self-study. Yet, both the Disarming Charm and Shield Charm were advanced spells, and Scene had not encountered them in Standard Charms. Beginner. How then was he to learn? As Scene furrowed his brow, the defense against the dark arts class drew to a close, and the young wizards fled the classroom in a flurry. Meanwhile, Michael and Terry remained seated, seemingly petrified. Concerned, Scene approached them, only for Michael to leap up and exclaim, "Agony." Startling scene. In stark contrast to the previous class, the forthcoming Charms lesson ignited a sense of anticipation within Scene. Professor Flitwick was no two-faced charlatan. He was a genuinely skilled wizard, poised to impart the techniques of wand movement and the precise articulation of incantations, precisely what Scene required. Scene understood that a wizard's power stemmed from belief, often referred to as the intention power by many in his past life. Yet, mere contemplation proved insufficient. Scene had experienced this firsthand after a week of relentless pondering. His interpretation was that while a wizard's strength indeed arises from belief, the manner and method of such contemplation are equally pivotal. As articulated by the father of magical theory, Adbert Wolflin, in Magical Theory, most wizards cannot independently control their magical energy, thus requiring spells and wands as guides to consciously manipulate their power to achieve their aims. The classroom for the Charms lesson was located on the 4th floor, and the ever-shifting spiral staircase posed significant challenges for the young wizards. The Ravenclaw students found themselves ensnared on a single flight of stairs, while the staircase leading to the Charms classroom stubbornly refused to turn. Amidst the throng, Terry scribbled furiously in his notebook. "I am on the cusp of uncovering the pattern." Beside him, Michael pressed his forehead in exasperation. "Terry, while I have faith in your success, by the time you figure it out, we may already be late." Confronted with the relentless passage of time and the stubbornly unmoving staircase, the young wizards were as frantic as ants on a hot pan. Today marked the inaugural class of the esteemed Ravenclaw head, yet all his Ravenclaws were tardy. Goodness. Sighing deeply, Sean resumed his reading. He could not alter the staircase, so he might as well review the textbook ahead of time. "Very well, Terry, I truly must rely on you this time. Sean, let us hurry. At the very least, we must not be the last to enter the classroom. Michael urged as he pulled Sean forward, with Anthony and Terry closely trailing behind. The four of them squeezing through the narrow passage. Are we ready, Terry? Almost. That makes your fourth identical response. By Merlin S. Soiled Undergarments. Michael seemed to be driven to the brink of madness by the garlic and the stairs. Just then, Sean spotted an exceptionally tall ghost gliding through the wall. Her sudden presence sparked a realization in Sean. Ms. Gray, he whispered. The ghost floated over, and the surrounding young Ravenclaws instantly sensed a drop in temperature. A ghost. Goodness. She is coming. Many of the young wizards felt more fear than curiosity toward such apparitions, and they huddled together. Even the usually bold Michael tremblingly inquired, Sean, what are you planning? The prefect mentioned that Ms. Gray might have ties to the eagle ancestor. Remember? C'est quoi y explain. Ms. Gray, could you assist us in navigating the rotating staircase? We are late for our charms class, Sean implored. Ms. Gray remained silent, casting a serious glance at Sean. That single look nearly gave Michael and Terry a heart attack. Too close, too close. Sean, this doesn't seem like a prudent idea. As their voices trembled, the staircase ahead rumbled, swiftly aligning with the current steps. Michael and Terry widened their eyes. 19. Charms class. Thank you, Ms. Gray. Sean expressed his sincere gratitude. The bewildered young wizards witnessed the ghost drifting away, and as the staircase settled, they surged forward like a rising tide. San, how did you manage that? Amidst the murmurs, Michael's voice rang in Sean's ear, while Anthony and Terry perked up their ears. Hogwarts Castle was established in the 10th century, and the rotating staircase within was designed by Lady Rowena Ravenclaw. As Sheehan spoke, the three of them grasped the situation. In such a moment of urgency, who could have conceived of this? More importantly, seeking the ghost, Michael thought it was merely a jest from the upperclassmen. But how can you be certain that Ms. Gray could indeed influence the spiral staircase? Michael inquired softly. I do not know, but attempting it is certainly better than doing nothing at all, Sheehan replied. They hurried to the charms classroom. Just as the bell rang upon their entrance, the young wizards took their seats, their faces flushed with excitement. The seating arrangement in the charms classroom was quite distinctive, with a central aisle flanked by 4 rows of connected seats. Sheehan opted for a nearby seat, conveniently beside Hermione, who had her head buried in a book. There was no one else beside her until Sheehan sat down, followed by Michael, Terry, and Anthony. You almost arrived late, Hermione mumbled, her head still immersed in her reading. Sheehan nodded, directing his gaze toward the pile of books at the end of the aisle. The instructor for charms was an exceptionally diminutive wizard, Professor Flitwick, who captured the attention of all the young wizards as he emerged from behind the first row of seats. Everyone gazed curiously at the professor, who stood merely a meter tall, with his fluffy white hair and beard. He turned and carefully ascended the pile of books step by step, eliciting a collective gasp of astonishment. Once he regained his balance, the young wizards could not help but laugh. Well, a little laughter isn't a bad thing, is it? Professor Flitwick seemed unfazed as he adjusted his collar and continued in a relaxed tone. Charms are a fundamental skill that every wizard ought to master. If a wizard cannot perform charms, what right does he have to call himself a wizard? As he spoke, he waved his wand without uttering a spell, causing books to levitate and dance according to his wand's guidance, expanding to the size of desks and shrinking to the size of fingernails. With a gentle flick, they multiplied into dozens of copies, ultimately transforming into various animated creatures that frolicked about. Hermione curiously observed a rabbit that had hopped to the front of the desk. Suddenly, with a loud pop, all the creatures transformed into a shower of fireworks and vanished. How cool! Wow! Excited shouts of amazement echoed from the young wizards. Professor Flitwick nodded with a smile. Thus, the charms lesson commenced amidst this atmosphere of exhilaration. As expected from Professor Flitwick, he elucidated the theory of charms with remarkable clarity. Subsequently, he commenced the instruction of the simplest charm, the wand-lighting charm. The key to its flickering brilliance lies in the movement of the wrist. With a decisive pause at the apex of the motion, Professor Flitwick's voice resonated throughout the classroom. Everyone exerted their utmost effort, and most achieved success. You practiced the wand-lighting charm at a novice level, achieving a proficiency of 3. The tip of Sean's wand shimmered continuously. Success. Michael practiced 3 times, and his wand tip sparkled to life. He turned with excitement, catching sight of Terry's wand tip glowing as well. As for Anthony, he seemed to have learned this charm beforehand, succeeding on his very first attempt. Well, Michael smirked and sought out another young wizard. San, you practiced the wand-lighting charm at a novice level, achieving a proficiency of 3. San, You practiced the wand lighting charm at an adept level, achieving a proficiency of 10. Sean, didn't you hear? Michael leaned in, tilting his head. Yet, Sean's mind was consumed solely by Professor Flitwick's voice. If you find yourself unable to conjure the flickering light, you should try to envision yourself enveloped in darkness, yearning for illumination. Ah, how you long for the light, yearned Sean murmured to himself, recalling the nights in the orphanage, where darkness descended early and even candles were absent. At that time, London hid its fugitives. The wind and snow battered against the drafty windows, creating a cacophony. Sean lay in his sickbed, unafraid, yet the longing for light was inescapable. I have a wand now, Sean declared. Lumos. You practiced the wand lighting charm at a master level, achieving a proficiency of 300. By Merlin. Everyone, look at Mr. Green. Professor Flitwick excitedly dashed down from the pile of books. The entire classroom was enveloped in a warm glow, and the young wizards held their breath, gazing at the luminous sphere that was at least 10 times larger, and at the young wizard holding the wand, his hair shimmering with silver. A perfect wand lighting charm. I must award Ravenclaw 10 points. The young wizards heard Professor Flitwick exclaim. Sean, how'd you do that? Teach me, I really want to learn. Michael prattled in Sean's ear. It's about emotion, Sean replied earnestly. Magic is intrinsic to the wizard. Its strength depends on the wizard's emotions or mental fortitude. Emotion? Michael repeated himself, and the eavesdroppers, Anthony, Terry, and Hermione, seemed to ponder his words. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Sean had already slipped into the hall. Justin, like a radar, settled beside him, always managing to locate Sean. Sean, curious, poked at the steak and kidney putting on his plate, bemused by the mindset of British wizards in inventing such a dish. As he consumed his meal, his thoughts wandered. The text on magical theory repeatedly emphasized the interplay between mental prowess and emotions. Phrases such as, to harness the full potential of a spell, one must possess sufficient mental strength, echoed throughout the pages. Sean contemplated that mental strength might be a composite, encompassing a wizard's mental acuity and emotional state. The former likely pertained to willpower, while the latter was more easily comprehended. Together, these elements form the essence of one's magical advancement. The influence of emotions on magic is pronounced, embodying the most idealistic aspect of the craft. For instance, Molly Weasley, having lost a child, yet striving to protect another, was driven to fury by Bellatrix's taunt about Fred's death, declaring, "You shall not harm my children." In an instant, her silent spells turned the tide, vanquishing Bellatrix. Similarly, in the Forbidden Forest, Harry, in a desperate bid to safeguard his godfather Sirius, bellowed, "Expecto Patronum." The next moment, a powerful Patronus emerged, banishing scores of Dementors. These instances illuminated for Sean the formidable role emotions play in magic. If the emotion behind the Lumos charm is desire, what then could be the sentiment behind the Scourgify spell? Pondering this, he instinctively bid farewell to Justin and made his way to the greenhouse. Wait, Justin. Sean glanced back at him. 20 minutes later, in Transfiguration class, he pushed open the greenhouse door, feeling his heart race. What if Professor Sprout were absent? What if she was still dealing with venomous snake fangs? Such thoughts flitted through his mind before he dismissed them upon spotting the diligent Professor Sprout. Welcome, Mr. Green. She greeted warmly. Come along, we have some special materials to work with today. Heen's light jog transformed into a brisk run, as if the elusive Professor Sprout might vanish at any moment. A plump which uttered a soft exclamation, parting the vines that draped over Heen's head. Professor Sprout walked ahead with an air of buoyancy, guiding Heen through the familiar realm of bubble pods. The beloved bubble pods were nearing maturity. Once the pink pods expanded further, the glimmering beans would leap down, and we must harvest them before they descend, lest the greenhouse burst into bloom with pods. The professor pinched a pod, her voice imbued with the joy of harvest. Mr. Green, would you care to assist in the picking? Heen responded with a heavy nod, and the two wizards approached the oak table laden with an array of snake fangs. At this time each year, I lend a hand in processing materials. Behold these snake fangs. They are remarkably sturdy. Mr. Green, do you discern their differences? With a flourish of her wand, several fangs levitated before Heen. They appeared sharp and glistening, suggesting indeed some distinctions. The fangs of venomous snakes possess small grooves, Heen remarked after a moment of careful observation. Precisely correct, Professor Sprout replied, a hint of surprise evident in her tone. Your keen insight is commendable. As she spoke, a mortar and pestle soared into Heen's hands. Do try your hand at grinding. Mr. Green. Without hesitation, Heen commenced the grinding, a task rendered effortless, particularly as the pestle seemed to possess a certain enchantment. perhaps a crushing charm, that expedited his progress. Professor Sprout observed Heen's diligent efforts. Then with a flick of her wand, 10 jars and pestles sprang to life upon the table. For the stimulant, we must grind the mixture more finely, but for the scabious potion, this coarseness suffices. As her words concluded, Heen paused, having completed the processing of 10 portions. That shouldn't be deemed too slow, he mused, only to witness the 10 jars moving in unison. Ah, wizards can indeed be overly comprehensive. He paid little mind to this, instead focusing intently on the grinding state of the snake fangs, scrutinizing the difference between the powdered venomous and non-venomous varieties. Regrettably, he could not discern it. "Oh, Mr. Green," Professor Sprout chuckled as he leaned in closer to the powder, causing her hat to tilt askew. With another wave of her wand, the powders were transferred into glass vials of varying hues. The vial for the venomous fangs was a pale red, whilst the non-venomous was clear as crystal. Heen suddenly grasped the distinction. The angle of the sunflowers seemed to whisper, "It is time for you to depart, Mr. Green." Professor Sprout gestured a farewell with her 5 fingers, prompting Sheen to realize that an hour and a half had swiftly elapsed. He hastily bid the professor adieu and quietly inquired, "Professor, may I return this afternoon?" "Certainly. The greenhouse welcomes every child who cherishes nature," she replied. Thus, Sheen pushed open the door to the greenhouse. In the afternoon, Ravenclaw was to attend the first Transfiguration class alongside Gryffindor. He was reluctant to be transformed into a pocket watch or a map, so he quickened his pace. Along the way, he glanced at the panel. Herbology knowledge, unlocked 5990. Apprentice-level herbology knowledge can unlock the title of Herbology Apprentice. Indeed, the serpent tooth treatment could not be classified as herbology. Sheen continued to peruse. Levitation charm, apprentice level 4300. Cleaning charm, apprentice level 70300. Luminescence charm, beginner level 19900. The luminescence charm had reached the beginner stage, and Sheen illuminated his wand, which shone considerably brighter than during his apprentice level. And the incantation was executed with greater swiftness and ease. To achieve the same brilliance as before in the classroom, he would need to cultivate the right emotions, though success was not guaranteed. In fact, he had attempted this in the classroom, but could no longer produce such a radiant light. The Transfiguration classroom was located on the 2nd floor of the castle, not far from Professor McGonagall's office. Upon entering the classroom, Sheen's gaze fell upon a modest brown wooden table, behind which were chairs from the time of the Gryffindor dynasty. Antiques that spoke of Hogwarts wealth, he mused. He then spotted Michael, who wore an expression of inner turmoil, seated beside a girl with black hair, currently grappling with the decision of whether to join Sheen at his table. Sheen shook his head and took a seat next to Hermione, who had a cage beside her containing a squeaking mouse, despite the pairs of desks. The seat next to her was perpetually empty. "Sheen, have you seen the tabby cat on the table? She is simply adorable," Hermione remarked. Sheen looked up to see a silver-gray tabby cat regally perched on the tabletop. Indeed, he nodded in agreement. As they conversed, a creaking sound resonated from behind them. It turned out to be Harry and Ron, who burst into the classroom in a flurry, having arrived 3 minutes late. Hermione glanced back at them, pursing her lips and shaking her head. They made it just in time. If they were any later, Professor McGonagall's expression would surely be terrifying. Ron expressed with a sense of relief. Observing the 2 individuals lingering in their seats, Sheen realized their fate was sealed. Suddenly, the tabby cat leaped gracefully and transformed into a tall, elegant witch clad in a deep green robe, tilting her head as she scrutinized the speaking Ron. Ron's eyes widened, his lips pressed tightly together, his expression seemingly questioning. "Harry, do you think we can survive this? It's truly remarkable." In an attempt to divert attention, Ron remarked, "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps I should enchant you and Mr. Potter into a pocket watch, so at least one of you might adhere to punctuality. We're lost," he added. "Then perhaps I should transform into a map, for finding your seats surely does not require a map." A ripple of quiet laughter spread through the classroom. "Gryffindor loses 2 points," Professor McGonagall interjected sternly. She noted Hermione casting a speechless glance at Harry and Ron. "Gryffindor's reputation holds true," Sheen mused. "Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous magic among the subjects you study at Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall asserted with gravity. "Anyone who misbehaves in my class will be expelled and barred from returning. I have warned you." With a flick of her wand, the desk before her morphed into a pig, ambling about the classroom before returning to its original form. The young witches and wizards watched in awe, eager to begin their lessons. Intermediate Transfiguration. Mastery in this art demands relentless diligence, for it is more rigorous and scientific than other disciplines. Success in Transfiguration can only be claimed when executed flawlessly. Professor McGonagall descended from the podium and tapped Harry's book. Now, please turn to page 5. I shall reiterate the preceding points. It is crucial to wield your wand with steadfastness and decisiveness during Transfiguration. Refrain from unnecessary movements or rotations of the wand, or the transformation shall undoubtedly fail. Prior to casting a Transfiguration spell, vividly envision the desired form of your subject in your mind. After outlining 2 key principles and introducing a counterspell known as the reversal charm, she instructed the young witches and wizards to transform the matches on their desks into silver needles. Eagerly, they began to experiment, yet few succeeded. Despite their various gestures and incantations, the matches remained unchanged, causing them to fidget anxiously and furrow their brows. Meanwhile, Hermione's gaze was fixed intently on Sheen. With a flicker of thought in his eyes, was deep in contemplation. Transfiguration, often regarded as the most profound manifestation of a wizard's will, exemplifies a fundamental truth. Magic is, in essence, a miracle, and wizards are the deities who wield such wonders. With a clear intention, unwavering belief, and sufficient mental fortitude, even a first-year wizard can transform an object itself. I understand the structure of a matchstick and possess enough confidence to succeed, thought Shuren. Perhaps I could delve deeper into the intricacies of the matchstick's composition or provide myself with further affirmations of confidence. However, my curiosity is piqued by another matter mentioned in the theory of magic. To truly harness the full potential of a spell, one must possess adequate mental strength. If the emotion behind casting the Lumos charm is a yearning for light, what emotion is required for Transfiguration? It is command. Shuren asserted, I am the deity. Transfiguration. You practiced a basic Transfiguration spell to expert standards, achieving a proficiency of 30. The tip of Shuren's wand burst forth with brilliance, and in an instant, the matchstick transformed into a silver needle, glimmering with a cold light, with a small hole appearing at its base. This spectacle immediately attracted a crowd of young wizards. My goodness, he succeeded. How'd he do it? Who is he? It's Shuren. Beside him, Hermione gaped, certain she hadn't missed a single detail. Yet, why was it that, despite wielding wands and uttering incantations, Shuren could achieve success? Professor McGonagall approached swiftly, her gaze fixed firmly upon the silver needle, her expression a blend of relief and pride. Just as she prepared to speak, her demeanor shifted, urging Mr. Green, step back immediately. Her sharp reprimand sent the gathered young wizards scattering in disarray. Shuren remained oblivious to the commotion around him, his gaze resolute and focused. I can accomplish even more. Shuren reassured himself. Transfiguration, with a vigorous flourish of his wand. The mouse in the cage beside him astonishingly morphed into a snuff bottle. Although it was not entirely successful, as the mouse still retained its twitching tail, it elicited a synchronized gasp of awe from the onlookers. You practiced an intermediate Transfiguration spell to novice standards, achieving a proficiency of 50. Mr. Green. Professor McGonagall's eyelids fluttered slightly, her serious tone shifting, revealing an unsettling talent. She paused, noticing the somewhat fatigued Scene peering shyly in her direction. Consequently, her tightly pressed lips softened, and her eyes sparkled with genuine joy. A reassuring presence. Due to your performance, Mr. Green, I shall award Ravenclaw 10 points for surpassing the standards in Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall beamed with satisfaction. Splendid, Michael exclaimed, raising his arm triumphantly while stealthily pocketing Terry's matches from the desk in front of him. Terry, momentarily bewildered, was not yet angry when Michael declared, look at Scene's transformation. Terry, Ravenclaw just earned 10 points. Terry gazed at Scene, stunned for a moment, before breaking into a shy smile. Meanwhile, Michael chuckled as he held the matches, causing Anthony, who initiated the applause, to shake his head slightly. You practiced intermediate Transfiguration at an apprentice level, proficiency 10. You practiced intermediate Transfiguration at an apprentice level, proficiency 10. You practiced intermediate Transfiguration at an apprentice level, proficiency 10. Seizing the moment before class ended, Scene regained a bit of energy and continued to hone his proficiency. As fatigue set in once more, he glanced at the panel, breathless. Transfiguration, apprentice level 113900. Advancement, entry-level Transfiguration, unlocking the title of entry-level in the field of Transfiguration. The progress was swift. It was no wonder I possess a light purple talent. Although Scene was eager to discover what the entry-level title entailed, the immediate priority was to reach a level sufficient for brewing potions. This meant he needed to comprehend the handling of potion ingredients to practice and enhance his proficiency. Where are my matches? Before class concluded, Scene overheard the typically shy and reticent Terry exclaim loudly, followed by Michael dashing out of the classroom like the wind. As he passed Scene, he took a moment to exclaim, "Incredible Scene!" Scene glanced back at the pursuing Terry and chuckled softly, making his way toward the greenhouse. In the corridor before the greenhouse, Scene spotted a familiar figure, Senior Bruce. He hurried over. "Ah, Scene," Bruce greeted with a warm smile. "Shall we head to the greenhouse together?" "Yes," Scene replied, and the two strolled down the corridor. Sunlight streamed down, enveloping Hogwarts Castle in warmth, while shadows of armor and statues danced along the corridor. The portraits continued their lively exchanges, and Scene curiously observed a lady who turned her back dismissively to an approaching knight. "Are you aware of Professor Sprout's reasons for dealing with substances such as snake fangs?" Senior Bruce raised an eyebrow and inquired. "Is it for the brewing of potions for the first years?" Scene ventured his guess. "I can certainly see why you were sorted into Ravenclaw." Senior Bruce shrugged in resignation. "Then you must surely deduce what we are to undertake today?" Scene pondered for a moment before replying with uncertainty. "Ah." Senior Bruce displayed a look of triumph, as if delighted to have stumped you. "It involves the handling of slugs, both with and without tentacles, and porcupine quills. If all goes well, we shall complete it today." Scene nodded, a sense of anticipation burgeoning within him. If he could master the processing of these materials today, he would be one step closer to his preparations. With this joy in his heart, Scene pushed open the wooden door of the greenhouse. As for the processing of slugs with tentacles, one must pay careful attention to the distribution of their mucus, selecting the moments when they secrete the most. Should you observe them extending their tentacles to touch the table, do not hesitate. This is the optimal time for brewing. A small reminder, when you notice tiny bubbles rising in the cauldron, it is time to cease the brewing process. Very well done, Mr. Dickinson. You have achieved perfection in your handling. Oh, Mr. Green, perhaps you have allowed your brew to simmer a tad too long. Remember, it is time to stop when the cauldron begins to bubble. Within the greenhouse, 12 cauldrons emitted gentle bubbling sounds, steam wafting through the air, causing the pumpkin-shaped plants to sway slightly. Just after praising Senior Bruce, Professor Sprout hurried over to Scene's side, assisting him in returning a rogue slug to the table. She smiled gently and remarked, "Mr. Green, do try not to let the slugs escape next time." Scene was indeed a bit flustered, managing 2 cauldrons simultaneously, while Senior Bruce appeared to navigate the task with ease. As for Professor Sprout, she not only managed to brew 7 cauldrons at once, but also had ample time to guide Scene, observing the mucus and waiting for the bubbles to emerge. Scene recited the techniques imparted by the professor in his mind as he diligently worked. As time passed, his brewing skills became increasingly adept, though he still occasionally found himself in a bit of a flurry. The liquid in the crucible gradually transformed into a deep emerald hue, and Professor Sprout stepped forward. Sheen, gripping the spoon tightly, awaited the professor's assessment, feeling a mix of apprehension stemming from his lackluster talent and his concern for the materials. The slug with antennae was not inexpensive, fetching a price of 1 galleon per Diagon Alley. The exorbitant costs of magical ingredients illuminated a crucial truth for Sheen. Potion making must yield substantial profits, or one could scarcely afford the materials. Before long, Professor Sprout rendered her judgment. "Mr. Green, your handling is satisfactory." A small sigh of relief escaped Sheen, although Professor Sprout had encouraged them to experiment freely. He felt it imperative not to waste. Once the process was underway, Sheen quickly completed the preparation of the slug with antennae. The trio placed the brewed liquid into glass vials and selected the slugs that yielded ample slime, depositing them into a large container. Professor Sprout noted that this selection would enhance the likelihood of success for the young wizards in concocting the scabious potion. The prepared slugs would serve as exemplars and assist Professor Snape with preliminary tasks. While selecting porcupine quills, Professor Sprout revealed an unexpected tidbit that surprised Sheen. Indeed, children, herbs and potions are always interdependent. During harvest season, Severus always visits the greenhouse. Sheen envisioned Professor Snape wielding a hoe and then resumed his selection of porcupine quills, which measured approximately 3 inches in length and were roughly the thickness of 2 slug antennae. Upon exiting the greenhouse, Sheen reviewed the key points of his processing and recorded them on the parchment he carried. Thus far, he had gained a profound understanding of the 4 ingredients for the scabious potion: dried nettles, porcupine quills, venomous snake fangs, and slugs with antennae. This signified the successful completion of the first step of his plan, and the thought ignited a brighter spark in his eyes. "I say, Sheen, we've left the greenhouse. There is no need to record it all again," sighed Senior Bruce, crossing his arms and gently pulling Sheen away to prevent him from colliding with a nearby suit of armor. The lady in ceremonial robes atop the armor stifled a laugh, leaving the knight opposite her momentarily dumbfounded. The clock struck 6, a gentle breeze wafted lazily, and the warm sun cast a golden hue upon the path as Sheen heard the chimes of Hogwarts resonating through the air. Senior Bruce paused in the corridor beside the greenhouse, where Leon cradled a book, his golden hair shimmering in the warm sunlight, while Peister held a potted plant, its tender leaves swaying in the breeze. Both turned their gazes towards Bruce, who broke into a broad smile. These two fellows. He glanced back to bid farewell to Sheen, but before he could utter a word, a piece of candied jackfruit was placed in his hand. Exchanging snack? A Uffelpeuf tradition. Bruce mused. Momentarily taken aback, he realized Sheen had already sauntered away. Was he truly not a Hufflepuff? Leon closed his book, pondering that perhaps the sorting hat had erred. Bruce carefully tucked the candied fruit away and, with a sudden exclamation, pulled Leon and Peister towards him. His strong arms encircled their necks like a warm embrace, securing the three heads together. A flaw. He laughed heartily. Fools. Leon stumbled slightly, while Peister guarded the potted plant with care. Since borrowing a sufficient number of books from the library yesterday, Sheen's only dilemma had been the lack of time to complete his assignments. By 8 o'clock, the Hogwarts library closed, and after dinner, it was already 6:30. Thus, Sheen opted not to visit the library, but to return directly to the Ravenclaw Tower. Within the Ravenclaw dormitory, there were desks equipped with floating candles, reminiscent of those in the Great Hall. Clearly, it was an excellent place to accomplish his work, Sheen thought. Sheen, are you heading back to the tower? At the entrance of the Great Hall, he encountered Michael, who was engrossed in a game of Go. Sheen nodded. Oh, wait for me. Michael swiftly placed his piece, skillfully knocking the last piece of the opposing wizard off the board. A narrow victory. Beaming, Michael gathered his pieces and hurried toward Sheen. The ascent back to Ravenclaw was still daunting. Michael climbed the stairs, panting while grumbling. The welcome speech claimed Ravenclaw would aid aspiring wizards in their quest for knowledge, scaling the steps of wisdom. Yet it never mentioned how long these steps are. Michael looked up, confronting an endless staircase ahead. Merlin, I'd have climbed this for 7 years. Before he could finish, a powerful gust of wind swept through, heralding the arrival of an upperclassman from Ravenclaw, who soared into the tower on a broomstick, eliciting gasps of awe from the younger Ravenclaws. How cool! Michael gazed intently at the elegant wizard, his heart aflame with fervor. The steps dwindled as Sheen and Michael finally approached their destination. While many might believe that the illustrious era of the Chudley Cannons had come to an end, everyone understood that its former glory would surely be rekindled. At that moment, Michael's complaints had transformed into a yearning for Quidditch. He was poised to recount the glorious history of the Chudley Cannons when he noticed the swaying figure of the small wizard beside him. Sheen, are you all right? You seem to be lacking potion ingredients, Michael inquired, carefully supporting Sheen, who was still gasping for breath. I'm fine, Sheen replied after a few moments of recovery. Realizing he had overestimated his still recovering body, he resolved to take things slower next time and prioritize the importance of learning to fly, making it his foremost objective to secure a scholarship. Very well, Michael replied, his eyes downcast and flickering. Upon arriving at their dormitory, Sheen found that his tasks had become significantly simpler. He faced the straightforward assignments of history of magic, transfiguration, potions, charms, and defense against the dark arts. Initially, these were meant to be completed over a period, but Sheen clearly did not intend to delay. He completed the defense against the dark arts essay in just half an hour, while the charms essay barely lingered in his hands for 20 minutes. The only challenge lay in the daunting 1-foot history of magic paper. Though he had nearly finished it last time, only the conclusion remained. Are you joking? Michael, who had been observing the entire process, appeared somewhat dazed. You just completed 3 assignments? Including that terrifyingly lengthy history of magic paper? Sheen turned his head, his long eyelashes fluttering. Please don't look at me with that "this is normal. Can't you do it?" expression. With a thud, Michael slammed his book shut, declaring, I assure you, at this moment, no one could finish all these assignments. He swiftly exited the dormitory, returning moments later accompanied by 2 other wizards, Terry and Anthony. Apologies for the interruption, Anthony greeted politely. Michael mentioned the presence of May. Terry shyly began to speak, but was quickly silenced by the small wizard with long black hair. Sheen, see? Everyone else hasn't finished either. Michael triumphantly held up 2 sheets of parchment, each bearing nearly 3 inches of handwriting, yet still falling short of the required 1-foot length. So, please enlighten us. Sheen felt a twinge of confusion, although there was indeed a plethora of information. It should not be so arduous. Gazing into the 3 pairs of eager eyes, he nodded and picked up his parchment. In truth, completing a historical paper was quite straightforward. Professor Binns had assigned the topic of Emmerich and the peculiar wizard, Ulrich. The first step was to create a timeline, identifying the era in which these two sorcerers existed. Sheehan presented his meticulously crafted timeline to the trio, who were too awestruck to respond. Subsequently, we could delve into the context of their lives. The content in A History of Magic was already sufficiently detailed. The next step involved analyzing the actions of the two wizards in conjunction with their historical backdrop. Indeed, there's a saying in the book that resonates profoundly. To judge a character devoid of context is to act like a scoundrel. Following this was the third step, reassessing their actions and articulating one's own argument. This led us to the fourth step, comparing the two with other figures and events documented in historical records, thereby intertwining history with theory. This constitutes the essence of a historical essay. Finally, one could pen a brief conclusion or expound upon the significance of one's argument. And incorporating deeper insights would not be amiss. Sheehan seemed to recall something and opened a notebook that was half filled. Due to the chronological disarray in A History of Magic, I have organized the information in conjunction with my timeline and several other texts, such as famous wizards and quirky magical failures and their lessons. You may directly utilize my notes. Upon finishing, he observed the expressions of the three young wizards transform from bewilderment to bright enthusiasm. Eventually, Michael reverently accepted the notebook, murmuring, "Sheehan, you are the angel sent by Merlin to save us. This is my gospel. Where is my parchment? I shall battle with it once more for 300 rounds." Terry and Anthony erupted with an unimaginable fervor as well, leafing through the notes, leaving the dormitory filled only with the soft rustle of quills and the crackling of flames in the fireplace. Anthony's earnest gratitude lingered in Sheehan's ears as he nodded, effortlessly completing his Transfiguration essay. In fact, that theoretical framework could be applied to all assignments. Sheehan paid little heed to the presence of two additional individuals in the room. He set aside his potions assignment and noted the next step in his portable notebook, gathering ingredients for potion brewing. He had already grasped the preliminary methods for handling materials, and as long as he had the ingredients on hand, the groundwork for potion brewing would be laid. But where would the materials come from? The enrollment list did not require the purchase of ingredients. The young wizards utilized potion materials provided by Hogwarts. Therefore, could they be used after class? Keen pondered that it should be feasible, yet the probability of Professor Snape agreeing was almost infinitesimal. An inexplicable image of Professor Snape's face, marked by rejection, flashed through Heen's mind. With a slight sigh, he mused that if there was anything more dreadful than lacking talent, it would be the unfortunate circumstance of encountering Professor Snape while being talentless. What was to be done? The dilemma swirled in Heen's mind as twilight enveloped Hogwarts. The silk drapes of cerulean and bronze cascaded from the dome, bathed in the faint moonlight filtering through the windows, transforming into a hue reminiscent of the deep blue of night. The air was infused with the subtle scent of aged pages, the supple aroma of parchment, and a refreshing chill akin to the atmosphere after rain. Heen's gaze drifted toward the grand, arched window, his emerald eyes veiled by a mist common in the Scottish autumn and winter, reflecting the flickering light from the fireplace. There would always be a solution, Heen reassured himself. This was the magical Hogwarts. As the long night passed, the castle stirred back to life. The stone statues in the corridors embraced the first warm rays of orange light, prompting the young wizard, book in hand, to shield his eyes. It was Wednesday. Ravenclaw students, having no morning classes, remained lost in slumber, while Heen had risen early, as this hour was traditionally breakfast time at the orphanage, a meal not to be missed or repeated, thus cultivating his admirable habit of early to bed and early to rise. He entered the great hall and set about devouring pumpkin soup, chicken and ham pie, and a selection of crispy treats from the house elf, Creature. Beside him, the ever-cheerful Justin continued to offer a steady stream of warm smiles. "Good morning, Heen." "Good morning," Heen replied, noticing Justin perusing a hefty tome titled Contemporary Renowned Wizards. Hogwarts was truly wondrous. If Professor Binns had not assigned that 1-foot essay, he mused, he could have had ample time to explore the castle and the kitchen adjacent to the common room. Speaking of assignments, Justin's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of gloom shadowing his sunlit visage. Upon hearing the word kitchen, a spark of excitement lit up Heen's verdant eyes. Curse that sorting hat. I too wish to be a Hufflepuff with unlimited snacks, he thought. Then, he noticed something peculiar. Had Professor Binns assigned a 1-foot essay to the Hufflepuffs as well? Did he? Justin exclaimed, raising his head in astonishment. Could it be? 24, herbology class. Ghosts were indeed peculiar, featuring the amiable fat friar, the headless Nick, and even professors. Justin opened his assignment, revealing a rudimentary framework. Oh, how he wished he wouldn't suddenly feel so perplexed. Senior Cedric remarked that he had never encountered such an extensive freshman assignment. He attempted to locate Professor Binns, but was unable to find him. I conjecture that even if he did, it would be unlikely to sway the professor's decision. A foot's worth of work? Merlin, what a daunting task. Shuren, have you completed yours? Justin asked, shyly closing his assignment, a glimmer of hope illuminating his eyes. Yes, Shuren replied, nodding as he retrieved a piece of parchment and a notebook with a pale blue cover from his bag. The parchment contained the essential points of the essay, penned by Michael and others, while the pale blue notebook held Shuren's summaries and insights on the history of magic. He possessed another identical notebook to organize his thoughts and inspirations. Good heavens, Shuren, you have truly finished it? Exclaimed Justin, quickly covering his mouth. Though I genuinely believed this would not challenge you, it still seemed somewhat unbelievable each time it occurred. Are we truly of the same caliber as wizards? His voice trailed off, nearly inaudible. I will only glance at a bit of the framework. I would never plagiarize your assignment. Should I commit such an act? May I never step foot in the kitchen again, Justin solemnly vowed, his gray-blue eyes conveying sincerity laced with a hint of anxiety. Shuren placed the notes into Justin's hands and departed the hall for the library. The early morning was the most invigorating time, during which Shuren would tackle more challenging tasks. For instance, he aimed to thoroughly review the history of magic, integrating works such as modern magic history, significant magical events of the 20th century, and contemporary notable wizards directory to craft a framework uniquely his own. Shuren believed this approach would surely aid him in excelling in the study of magical history. The oak table in the library was a rich reddish-brown, adorned with magical lanterns, crystal spheres, and floral arrangements. Immersed in the wonders of magical history, Shuren could not help but marvel at the lives of wizards, such as this account. During the Middle Ages, Muggles were particularly fearful of magic, yet they were not adept at recognizing it. They occasionally captured male or female witches, but in such instances, the act of burning proved largely ineffective. When a witch or wizard was set ablaze, they would cast a basic spell to freeze the flames, relishing the gentle, tingling sensation of the fire while feigning agony with their screams. The diviner, Wendelin, possessed an extraordinary penchant for being burned, having allowed herself to be captured in various disguises a staggering 47 times. This was far removed from the gruesome imaginings of the burning which incident that scene had conjured, and it stood in stark contrast to his notions of what a witch should be. After meticulously organizing his thoughts on the medieval period, Scene found himself once again confronted with the pressing question: where might he procure ingredients for his potions? Perhaps Professor Sprout would have some surplus materials? Or might he devise a way to purchase some in Hogsmeade, provided he could locate the castle's secret passages? Additionally, could he inquire with Professor Sprout about the possibility of using Hogwarts potion ingredients after class for his own brewing, and then practice in secret? Yet, this method was fraught with considerable risk and required utmost caution. Nevertheless, there are always more methods than obstacles. Scene produced his notebook, preparing to organize his convoluted thoughts. However, upon opening the first page, he found himself entranced. Emmerich was a short-lived yet exceedingly ruthless dark wizard. He continued to turn the pages. Uric, upon hearing the call of the augury bird, firmly believed he had perished and transformed into a ghost. No, this was not right. In the great hall, Justin was engrossed in a parchment, his gaze fixated, occasionally exclaiming in awe, "Oh, it can be written this way too. Truly genius." Realizing something, he flipped open a light blue notebook, the content halting his hand mid-turn, seeking materials for brewing potions. Was Scene intending to practice potion making on his own? This was his first thought. Was he troubled by the lack of materials? This was his second thought. I have them, was his final realization. He carefully tucked away the parchment and notebook, and, with the herbology class yet to commence, swiftly made his way back to the Hufflepuff common room, surrounded by lush vines. The room was always filled with steaming milk, pumpkin juice, and a variety of sweets and pies. He followed a candlelit path into the dormitory and opened his lavish trunk. Amidst scattered letters and postcards lay an assortment of jars and crystal bottles. Upon closer inspection, one would find that all the potion ingredients required by a first-year wizard could be found here in duplicate. He recalled the conversation from that day at Slughorn's apothecary. "Are you certain you need a complete set?" "Yes, I would appreciate it, sir." "Oh, my generous lady. I truly cannot bear to deceive one as beautiful as you. In truth, these potion ingredients are not on Hogwarts' procurement list. Even so, do you still require them? For this reason, please pack 2 portions, sir." At this moment, Justin began to vaguely sense his mother's foresight. "Dear Finley, if something is widely possessed, you must have a superior version. If something is universally absent, you should possess it even more. Those small expenditures are indeed necessary investments. As for the finest investment, you always know, my dear, that it is sincerity and love. I believe I may have comprehended it. Justin gazed intently at the fully packed suitcase, the eternally pristine and crisp collar of his shirt seeming to still retain the warmth of his mother's iron. The Hogwarts library. Sheen stepped out of the archway, waiting for the staircase to rotate into place. He had no intention of retrieving the notebook from Justin, as the second herbology class of the morning was about to commence. Moreover, there was nothing confidential inscribed within the notebook, merely a few notes on herb processing and his own thoughts on foraging for potion ingredients. After class, he would be able to exchange genuinely useful notes with Justin while reclaiming his notebook. At 8 o'clock, soft sunlight danced on the armor, and the scent of fresh grass from the greenhouse lingered in the outer corridors. Sheen pushed open the grand oak doors, where a few young wizards had already arrived at the greenhouse. He spotted Professor Sprout setting down her hoe, smiling warmly and nodding in his direction. "Over here, Sheen," Michael exclaimed, pulling Sheen over to join Anthony and Terry. "Why do I feel like the professor is watching you?" Michael craned his neck and remarked, 25. The intersection of magical disciplines. Ah, the warm sun, the gentle breeze, and new tender shoots once more. Professor Sprout tilted her head slightly, speaking with enthusiasm and delight. The young wizards immediately focused their attention on the short, stout witch, who wore a patched hat atop her flowing hair, her clothes speckled with soil. "I've heard," Michael whispered, "Professor Sprout is the most beloved professor at Hogwarts. She is also the head of Hufflepuff House. Seeking assistance from her for any issue is never a poor choice." Amidst the scent of damp earth and fertilizer, mingled with the rich fragrance of flowers, the professor continued, "Welcome everyone to herbology, where you will learn to cultivate these extraordinary plants and fungi and understand their uses." She gently tapped a pink pod, and a shiny bean promptly leapt forth, blooming into a vibrant flower. A chorus of awe erupted. "Is this magic?" Michael murmured softly to himself, suddenly recalling something. "Hey, do you know about the magical plant, the bubble pod? It appears on page 62 of 1,000 Wonderful Herbs and Fungi. The bubble pod produces a plump, pink pod filled with glistening beans. Once these beans come into contact with solid objects, they bloom instantaneously." Anthony and Terry, who were all ears, noted Heen's explanation almost in unison, while Michael interjected, "I suspected as much." The content recounted by Professor Sprout was no different from what Heen had first learned. It is worth mentioning that whenever the plump professor struggled to find a respondent for her questions, Heen was invariably called upon. "Does anyone know what this plant is?" "Well then, Mr. Green, it's white ash, a plant imbued with healing and restorative magical properties." "Absolutely correct. Ravenclaw earns a point. Now, which young wizard can tell me how we should handle white ash?" "Oh dear, it seems no one knows." "So, Mr. Green, generally speaking, extracting white ash into an essence proves to be more effective, but consuming it raw can also heal superficial wounds." "Precisely correct. Ravenclaw earns another point." "Final question. What is the purpose of white ash? How should it be used to treat werewolf bites?" "My dear Sprouts, reflect carefully on your defense against the dark arts lessons." Alas, the professor's expectations were destined to be unfulfilled, as no one could maintain focus during the defense against the dark arts class. Professor Quirrell's progress was significantly hindered. He had only managed to stammer out an introduction to the material that should have been completed in the first lesson. Oh, what a pity then. Wizards once employed a mixture of white ash and silver powder to treat werewolf bites, preventing the victim from succumbing to excessive blood loss. Heen answered with a proficiency that was almost painful to behold. A perfect answer. Ravenclaw earns 2 points. Professor Sprout surveyed the circle of small wizards with their heads bowed. Undeterred, she remained exuberant as she guided them in herbology. "All right, Sprouts, since you didn't learn this in your defense against the dark arts class, be sure not to dawdle." Professor Sprout instructed everyone to don a pair of gloves and observe the white ash carefully, subsequently teaching them how to handle mature specimens. "Hey, you and T happen to be a distant relative of Professor Sprout, would you?" Michael suddenly inquired quietly. Heen shook his head. "Are you the professor's, Anthony swiftly covered Michael's mouth. The brief loss of oxygen temporarily restored his intellectual clarity. He scratched his head, clasped his hands together, and made an apologetic gesture. Such a lamentable imagination. Sheehan shook his head in speechless disbelief. After instructing on the handling of fresh white willow, the professor supplemented the lesson with knowledge regarding the treatment of dried nettle. This left Sheehan pondering. Perhaps the education within the magical realm was not as excruciating as he had envisioned. For instance, in the defense against the dark arts class, one learns to treat werewolf bites with fresh white willow. while the herbology class not only covers the knowledge of white willow, but also delves into the identification and processing skills of dried nettle, which is precisely the material required for brewing scabies potions. In this light, it appeared that Hogwarts' educational system had been meticulously designed. As he contemplated this, Sheehan proceeded to process the white willow. You have successfully processed a white willow to the standards of an apprentice, proficiency level 1. You have successfully processed a white willow to the standards of an apprentice, proficiency level 1. You have successfully processed a white willow to the standards of an apprentice, proficiency level 1. Although his skills remained at the apprentice level, he exhibited a greater ease compared to other young wizards, much like the distinction between himself and Senior Bruce. After class, Professor Sprout assigned an open-ended task to differentiate mature white willow, and as she departed, the plump professor winked at Sheehan. In the corridor outside the greenhouse, Sheehan paused beside a suit of armor. In the painting ahead, a lady clad in ceremonial robes smiled and nodded at him, to which he courteously responded with a nod. Meanwhile, he opened a panel. Herbology knowledge, locked, 80-90. Through processing the white willow, Sheehan gained 21 proficiency points. Apprentice-level herbology knowledge can unlock the apprentice title in the field of herbology. There was still an afternoon herbology class ahead. Surely, by that time, he would be able to unlock the title. Oh, and regarding his herbological talent, he could almost predict its nature. It was reminiscent of the challenging examinations from his previous life, where the results were promptly revealed upon receipt of the test paper. There was little suspense. Oh, perhaps there was some. Maybe he would be a standard green rather than a mere white trash. However, through observing the greenhouse, Sheehan grasped one undeniable truth. Hogwarts was affluent, and the professors within were hidden magnates. He noticed that some dried nettles, having surpassed their maturity, should have been processed but had not been attended to in a timely manner. The greenhouse was vast, and they were relegated to the shadows beneath plants as large as umbrellas. Sheehan pondered. They were likely intended for sale. Perhaps he could inquire with Senior Bruce about who was responsible for selling the herbs. The professor has been exceedingly busy, and Senior Bruce once mentioned that it was the Hufflepuffs who accomplished this. Perhaps I could procure some in advance. While it would undoubtedly be quite costly, one must invest to reap rewards. With this thought in mind, Sean instinctively reached for his portable notebook. However, as he retrieved his shorthand quill, he quickly retracted it. His steps towards the dining hall hastened. To his surprise, before he could arrive at the hall, he was intercepted by a mysteriously enigmatic Justin. "Oh, San, I'm aware of something, albeit only a fragment. I assure you I have not delved deeper, but fortuitously, I can be of assistance," Justin uttered, leaving Sean perplexed. 26. Hufflepuff Common Room. "Sean, this may be a bit forward, but are you preparing to practice potion brewing alone?" Justin placed a piece of parchment and a light blue notebook into Sean's hands, his tone gentle and imbued with a subtle concern. Sean nodded. Without practice to enhance his proficiency, given his aptitude for potions, it would be a challenge to merely pass. As for achieving excellence, the probability was exceedingly low, so much so that Sean would not dare to wager on it. "Are you seeking materials? I mean, the 4 components for the Scabbers potion?" Upon seeing Sean nod once more, Justin appeared to exhale in relief, a warm and perfectly timed smile illuminating his face. "Perhaps I can be of some assistance. Cool, mate. I must take you to a certain place." After speaking, he led the puzzled Sean across the dining hall. They traversed directly beneath the Hogwarts Great Hall, advancing along the staircase leading to the Hufflepuff basement. The stone corridor below was brightly lit. Sean curiously surveyed his surroundings, sensing something amiss. "Oh, we are about to pass the Hogwarts kitchen. I must discreetly share this secret with you." Justin smiled as he approached a wall, halting before a painting depicting a bowl of fruit. He gently scratched at a pear within the painting, and to Sean's astonishment, the pear chuckled before transforming into a green doorknob that revealed the entrance to the Hogwarts kitchen. "A culinary adventure awaits," thought Sean. "If you ask politely, the house elves will generously provide you with food, but just a word of caution, you cannot bring peeves in here," Justin solemnly warned. "However, our destination today is not this place. Look, we are nearly there, the Hufflepuff Common Room." They arrived at a cluster of large barrels nestled in the corner of the kitchen corridor. Justin rhythmically tapped the bottom lids of the 2 central barrels in the second row, causing the lids to rotate open. Within the barrels lay an ascending corridor, adorned with magical lanterns on either side. This passage led to a cozy, warm, circular room reminiscent of a badger's den. The entire chamber was decorated in a lively black and yellow motif, akin to bustling bees, complemented by a gleaming honey-hued wooden table and a circular wooden door. Various cacti were arranged on a circular wooden rack, many of which swayed and waved at the students. while copper-bottom flower pots, suspended from the ceiling, housed curling ferns and vines that gently tousled Sheen's hair as he passed beneath them. At the end of the room stood a wooden fireplace intricately carved with dancing badgers, above which hung a portrait of Helga Hufflepuff, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts School, raising a golden cup with dual handles in a toast to her students. Surrounding Madame Hufflepuff, small round windows aligned with the ground at the base of the castle showcased beautiful views of swaying grasses and dandelions, occasionally revealing the feet of passers-by. Though these windows were rather low, the room basked in sunlight throughout the year. "Welcome to the Hufflepuff common room," Sheen heard Justin exclaim, and then saw him gracefully retrieve a seemingly expensive suitcase from beside a thickly cushioned sofa. Upon opening it, Sheen was momentarily blinded by the dazzling sight within. First were piles of glimmering galleons, followed by scattered letters and postcards, alongside an array of jars and crystal bottles. Sheen quickly recognized materials such as snake fangs and dried nettles. His suspicions were confirmed, yet he remained somewhat astonished. Could it be that young witches and wizards actually purchased such exorbitantly priced potion ingredients? "These materials are of little use to me, but perhaps you might find them beneficial." Justin beamed warmly. "Can I buy some?" Sheen asked, taken aback by Justin's unexpected generosity, yet aware of the financial burden it entailed. A bundle of nettles cost 1 galleon, sufficient for over 30 uses. A jar of slime with tentacles also cost 1 galleon, capable of supporting more than 40 uses. A vial of snake fangs and a bundle of porcupine quills had similar usage, but were priced at 2 galleons each. In total, it amounted to 6 galleons. A necessary expenditure, Sheen pondered. If he could brew a satisfactory potion to sell, perhaps he could recoup the cost? "Sheen, what are you talking about?" Justin wore an expression of surprise. "If you wish to brew potions, then I offer my support." It was hard to believe that I could still provide you with assistance. "I have long felt a twinge of embarrassment in constantly seeking your help." Sheen appeared somewhat bewildered, then observed Justin placing crystal vials and jars into his bag. However, before Sheen could voice a word, Justin softly remarked, "I believe you will succeed. Should you falter, I have an extra here." As they departed the Hufflepuff common room, Justin's gait was noticeably lighter, as if his mother's words echoed anew in his ears. "My dear Finley, do you remember? Everyone possesses different strengths, and the children of the Finley family have always excelled at amalgamating the virtues of others." Ultimately, Sheen could not decline this assistance. Gentle Justin could sometimes be more stubborn than a mule. "If I am permitted to aid you in studying herbology and completing your history of magic assignments, yet cannot offer you even the slightest support in return, then what kind of friends are we?" "Well," Sheen mused, "it is truly wonderful to have a Hufflepuff friend." At noon, within the Great Hall, Sheen continued to devour his meal with fervor. The most pressing dilemma had been resolved. Now all that remained was to secretly brew potions, mastering the nuances of timing and stirring. Beside him, Justin had acquired several notebooks, including Sheen's notes from Defense Against the Dark Arts and Transfiguration classes. His progress had far surpassed the classroom's pace, rendering these notes akin to an invaluable resource for Justin. Sitting nearby, Hermione keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere of the day. It was peculiar to see Justin consuming his meal with greater haste and quantity, and Hermione suspected that Sheen was the catalyst for this change. As the hall began to disperse, Sheen heard Justin quietly say, "Sheen, just so you know, if you encounter any trouble, you can come find me. Remember, we are friends." The sincerity reflected in Justin's pale, gray eyes mirrored the flickering flames of the hearth. Sheen nodded in acknowledgement. The warmth of Hogwarts' hearth was even more comforting than he had anticipated, as was that of Hufflepuff. "I too wish to be a Hufflepuff," the headed Sorting Hat. In the afternoon herbology class, within the greenhouse, Sheen adeptly handled the dried nettles. These were ordinary plants, yet when soaked in a special blue potion, they transformed into magical ingredients for crafting swelling solutions and treatments for scabies. "Oh," Professor Sprout added, "nettle essence can be utilized to concoct sleep aids or sedatives. Yet the methods employed by skilled wizards differ significantly. In contrast to the frantic attempts of novice practitioners, who often miscalculate potion dosages, incorrectly trim dried nettles, and err in soaking durations, Sheen's approach exudes a remarkable professionalism." Under Professor Sprout's guidance, a few troubled Ravenclaw and Slytherin students gathered around Sheen to learn from him. Concurrently, notifications from the panel echoed persistently. 27. Learning in the magical realm. You have successfully processed a nettle as an apprentice, proficiency level 1. You have successfully processed a nettle as an apprentice, proficiency level 1. Herbological knowledge unlocked. New title in herbology unlocked. Please check. A wizarding talent has been unlocked. Please check. After 2 days of diligent effort, Sheen achieved the unlocking of his herbology title. Eagerly, he perused the details. Title: Herbology Intern. Slightly enhances perception of plants. Modestly boosts herbological talent. An increase in plant perception? That sounds quite promising. Sheen continued to read. Wizard Sheen, herbological talent. Green, enhanced by the herbology intern title. Original talent was white. Note: average wizards possess green talent. His talent consistently disappointed him in that regard. Well, at least I can improve it through diligent practice, thought Sheen. Before long, Sheen began to experience the advantages of his newfound talent. While discerning mature dried nettles, an unusual intuition guided him to select a perfectly ripened specimen. Following the soaking process, he attained his first entry-level achievement in the field of herbology. You have successfully processed a nettle at the entry-level standard, proficiency level 3. Indeed, it is the magic of talent. Sheen's preconceived notions of the magical realm were further solidified. Excellent processing, Mr. Green. I shall award 2 points to Ravenclaw. Professor Sprout approached with mild astonishment. Everyone gather around. Observe these processed nettles. Their stinging hairs and short soft hairs have vanished. This is a hallmark of superior nettle materials. Mr. Green, your progress is remarkable, Professor Sprout encouraged softly as everyone examined the nettles. The herbology class soon concluded, and, as Sheen exited the greenhouse, he overheard the whispers of the younger wizards. Who is that? Sheen Green. Haven't you heard of him? On the contrary, I find myself somewhat weary of it. It is said that he excels in both charms and transfiguration. Is he from a family of wizards? That is indeed the most alarming aspect. Rumor has it he is a muggle-born wizard. When Scene turned to investigate the source of the conversation, the 2 young wizards engaged in discourse flushed and hurried away. Scene, it seems you have gained notoriety, Michael remarked with a teasing tone. And why not? I have never encountered a wizard proficient in all forms of magic, save for potions. Michael's just came to a reluctant halt during astronomy class. Stairs, stairs, and more stairs. Terry, do you see the end in sight? Michael panted, glancing back at Scene, whose complexion remained notably pale. It is said that the astronomy tower is the tallest in all of Hogwarts, even surpassing Ravenclaw Tower. As Michael shared his tidbits of gossip, he silently trailed half a step behind Scene. Is that so? Anthony replied, then subtly edged closer to Michael, the 2 of them flanking the pale-faced young wizard. The professor of astronomy, Professor Aurora Sinistra, possesses an ethereal demeanor. She guides the young wizards in observing the night sky through telescopes, teaching them the names of various stars and the trajectories of planetary orbits. The classroom is adorned with numerous instruments such as globes, lunar charts, telescopes, and star maps. Resembling a research institute, yet differing in that the night here is extraordinarily beautiful, with intricate magical instruments operating quietly. Due to his familiarity with the workings of telescopes, Scene quickly caught the attention of Professor Sinistra, who permitted him to use a large metallic sphere to predict the trajectory of Io, one of Jupiter's moons. This evoked a sense of envy in Terry, who, typically reticent, inquired no less than 3 times about Scene's experience. Scene detailed it with enthusiasm, his desire evident in his words. Oh, Merlin, that must be truly marvelous. It is an exceedingly rare magical device. Following the astronomy class, the hour was nearly upon curfew. After ascending the high tower twice, Scene's complexion was less than favorable, yet did not hinder him from organizing his notes from the class. If he recalled correctly, first-year wizards primarily study the names of stars and the motions of planets. This is not a particularly arduous task. One merely needs to memorize them all. The only potential difficulty lies in charting the trajectories, but for Scene, this was a trivial endeavor. Do not underestimate the power of compulsory education. Once he finished organizing his notes, Scene retrieved his potions and history of magic text to continue reading. The preparations for brewing the potion have been completed. Sheen endeavored to uncover some brewing techniques within the pages of these tomes. Although they contained only stringent steps and brief descriptions, he was able to glean some vague instructions from the subtleties. When crafting the scabious potion, one must stir leftward 2 circles, followed by 3 circles to the right, with the force being moderate. What constitutes a moderate force? Sheen discovered the answer in the history of magic. An automatic stirring cauldron is a magically enchanted vessel that stirs potions autonomously, with the stirring spoon frequently breaking the bubbles. Sheen surmised that breaking the bubbles represented a moderate strength. Indeed, history serves as an excellent teacher, and this principle remains unchanged in the realm of magic. In the Ravenclaw common room, tranquility reigns. However, this does not imply that wizards are perpetually engaged in study. In truth, young witches and wizards of this age are often playful. After completing his essay on the history of magic, Michael has spent the last hour engrossed in a game of 15 pieces. Observing Sheehan absorbed in his immersive learning, he exchanged a glance with Terry, who was examining various stones, and then seized the opportunity while Sheehan was changing books to say, "Sheehan, I must say, I have never seen you engaged in anything else. Can a wizard's life consist solely of study? In Charms class, Transfiguration, and the history of magic, Merlin, you must have surpassed the curriculum by leaps and bounds. Don't you find it tedious?" Sheehan looked up perplexed. "Tedious? What are you talking about? This is magic, with its astonishingly timely positive feedback. It becomes increasingly intriguing and motivating as one learns. Moreover, in the realm of magic, with sufficient effort, one can transform it into a force that can be wielded directly. This is tangible and perceptible, not to mention its practicality and ever-changing capabilities. It is nothing short of a miraculous phenomenon." Soon, Sheehan realized he seemed to have overlooked a crucial point. The magic of young witches and wizards is innate. Perhaps this explains why they do not cherish it as deeply. However, for Sheehan, who had lain on a hospital bed in an orphanage for 3 months, his heart had grown as numb as his body. It was that owl, undeterred by the storms, that entered his life. It was Professor McGonagall, who financially supported him in purchasing stationery and applying for scholarships, who bestowed upon him the ability to rekindle hope and enthusiasm for life before he could act autonomously. Having experienced the mundane, Sheehan cherished the miracle of magic even more. He relished the sensation of this miracle, capable of changing the world, manifesting from his hands. Not to mention the skill panel that certifies his proficiency eternally. "Ah, Sean, have you come to a realization? Would you care to join me for a game of 15 men, S. Morris?" Michael inquired enthusiastically as he observed Sean returning the book. "Regrettably, I am solely focused on my studies," Sean replied, shaking his head as he retrieved another book from the library titled Advanced Potion Making. In Hogwarts, the curriculum is quite relaxed, with first-year wizards attending no more than 3 classes each day. Ravenclaw, on Thursdays, engages in a distinct trio of subjects: Charms, Defense against the Dark Arts, and Transfiguration. In the realm of Charms, which offers immediate and positive feedback, the young wizards quickly demonstrate varying levels of progress within mere days of enrollment. Most of the novices have managed to master the Lumos charm, albeit producing only a faint glow. A few others persist in brandishing their wands, stumbling through incantations aloud, yet fail to elicit any light from the tip of their wands. As for Sean, his practice with the Lumos charm has reached an impressive level of proficiency. The light he conjures is not only more luminous than that of his peers, but also remarkably stable. The logic behind learning magic can always be articulated in this manner. First comes understanding. Without a firm grasp of a spell, one cannot wield it, thus disregarding other variables. The more spells a wizard can perform, the stronger they become. However, once one comprehends a spell, continuous practice is essential to refine its execution, which constitutes the second principle of a wizard's enhancement. The greater the mastery of spells, the more formidable the wizard. Numerous examples abound in this regard, such as the forthcoming Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, whose specialization in the memory charm can even confound powerful wizards unafraid of vampires, werewolves, or trolls. Therefore, relentless practice is undoubtedly the pathway to the essence of magic. Upon reaching a basic understanding of the Lumos charm, Sean distinctly sensed a deeper comprehension of the incantation. His previously rigid gestures became fluid, and his pronunciation transformed from vague to clear and emphatic. Sean speculated that once he achieved a certain level of proficiency with the charm, he might not even need to verbalize the incantation, merely reciting it silently in his mind. The standard spellbook beginner mentions that this is a common practice among advanced wizards known as the nonverbal spellcasting. As for the underlying principle, magical theory provides a lucid explanation. Since a spell comprises specific words or phrases used to trigger or invoke magic, silent recitation is equally effective, allowing for its use without utterance. This concept will also be addressed in Professor Snape's defense against the Dark Arts class in the 6th year. Excellent. Truly excellent. Significant progress has been made, as many have mastered the Lumos spell. For the fledgling wizards recently acquainted with this incantation, continuous practice is of paramount importance. However, for a select few, Professor Flitwick's voice was high-pitched, and, as he uttered this phrase, he winked at Sheen, Hermione, and a few others. "I shall impart another spell to them in advance. Come forth, those who have just learned the Lumos spell can gather around. As for those who have yet to master it, do not fret. Remember my words. With a flick and a swish, yearn for the light." Professor Flitwick may be easily underestimated, yet he spoke the incantations with unwavering clarity. A handful of exceptionally talented young wizards, under his tutelage, commenced the practice of another spell, the levitation charm. By the end of the lesson, Sheen's proficiency in the levitation charm had increased by a commendable 30 points, reaching a total of 34,300. Content: Sheen exited the long corridor of the charms classroom, and the young wizards had 10 minutes to make their way to the defense against the dark arts classroom. This time was rather limited, prompting everyone to walk briskly. Suddenly, they encountered an unexpected guest. First-year mischief makers. Just as the young wizards were about to open a door, a ghost suddenly leapt out from behind it, startling everyone. It placed a wastebasket atop Simon's head, who cried out, "My head! Oh no! Is it my eyes? Is it dark already?" The ghost's mischief did not end there. It abruptly yanked the carpet from beneath the young wizards, causing even Michael to stumble. As he was getting up, he felt a tight grip on his nose. It was the ghost, loudly exclaiming, "Got your nose." Anthony and Terry instinctively stepped back, only to bravely inch toward Michael's direction. Sheen acted swiftly, proclaiming, "The Peeves! The Bloody Baron is here." The ghost let out a shriek and fled in a flurry. Sheen and the others quickly helped the shaken Michael to his feet. The surrounding young wizards gazed at Sheen with admiration. "Oh, thank you, Sheen. You were a great help." "And you too." Michael's face flushed as he glanced around, ensuring Peeves had departed. He gradually shifted closer to Sheen and asked, "How did you know Peeves is afraid of the Bloody Baron?" "It was said by Percy, the head boy of Gryffindor," Sheen replied, not lying. Percy had indeed spoken those words. How Sheen came to know, however, was another matter altogether. On the spiral staircase, the frightened young wizards quickened their pace to leave the area. It was not until the flicker of flames appeared in the corridor that everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. The poltergeist Peeves was aptly named. He was mischievous, always shrieking as he darted through the hallways of Hogwarts, playing all manner of pranks. Although he lacked a physical form, able to pass through walls and appearing semi-transparent like a ghost, he was, in fact, not a ghost. Sheen learned this distinction during his defense against the dark arts class while perusing Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense. In Hogwarts, Peeves was quite the nuisance. Yet he was not a spirit of the deceased. Rather, he was a mischievous entity, often referred to as a trickster spirit. Trickster spirits are manifestations of psychological energy, not mere remnants of the departed. The ghosts of Hogwarts unanimously acknowledged that Peeves was not one of their own. Scholars widely theorize that trickster spirits arise from subconscious behaviors, particularly those of the oppressed. For centuries, students at Hogwarts have endured considerable pressure, making it unsurprising that Peeves emerged as such a spirit. This explanation intrigued Sheen, prompting him to continue reading. "I advocate that young wizards should at least master the following spells to confront the darkest aspects of magical power: green sparks, red sparks, knockback, jinx, smokescreen spell, wand lighting charm." Sheen diligently absorbed this section, committing the first 4 spells to memory. Learning these 4 incantations would elevate his performance in defense against the dark arts class to an admirable level. As for the method of learning, Sheen glanced at the stuttering and somewhat ambiguous Professor Quirrell, letting out a deep sigh as he temporarily set his plans aside in his notebook. He had to confront a question that stirred both excitement and trepidation within him: the practice of brewing potions in the infamous dungeon overseen by Professor Snape. The brewing of potions often required extensive time, with certain special concoctions, such as the Felix Felicis, reputedly taking 6 months to prepare. Taking this into account, Sheen decided to allocate his time for this endeavor after the first Transfiguration class of the afternoon. He gathered 5 sets of ingredients and brought along his crystal vial, an exquisite container encased in a small box. Having spent a substantial 7 galleons on it, the proprietor of Slug Jiggers had kindly provided a box for each crystal vial. The elderly wizard with a long beard in the shop remarked that this set of crystal vials was twice as effective in storing potions compared to ordinary glass bottles. Shuren suspected he was being deceived. The book stated that as long as potions were stored properly, they would not spoil even when left exposed to the elements. Ancient wizards even utilized water jugs to store their potions, a practice that intrigued Muggle aristocrats who marveled at the game of pouring different liquids from the same vessel. In truth, it was merely the potions deteriorating under certain conditions, such as exposure to light. As for whether the spoiled potions would pose a problem, one only needed to observe if a wanted poster appeared at the castle gates the following day. In the afternoon, a pure white owl swooped over Shuren's head, and he heard its soft, murmuring call. Upon exiting the castle, he was greeted by warm sunlight, as if it sought to envelop every young wizard in its embrace. Shuren had never witnessed such a radiant summer. Hogwarts and the surrounding field were bathed in a golden sheen. The islands resembled an oil painting, adorned with golden castles. If only Professor Snape's classroom were not located in the dungeon, Shuren's spirits would be even higher. He felt like an adventurous treasure hunter, tasked with brewing potion treasures under the vigilant watch of Professor Snape. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Shuren traversed a lush greenstone path and pushed open the oak door of the greenhouse. He had promised to help the professor collect bubble pods and transplant the bouncing bulb stems to Greenhouse 1. The air in Greenhouse 1 was rich with the scent of fertile soil and fine droplets of water condensed on the glass ceiling, cascading down like a gentle stream. Today, Professor Sprout was not alone. A group of young wizards had gathered around her. There was round-faced Neville, Ernie carefully watering the plants, and a short, chubby boy whom Shuren did not recognize. Professor Sprout stood beside a wooden crate piled high with fresh manure, her gray-brown hair neatly pinned up in a compact bun. Beneath her patched hat, her bright eyes keenly surveyed her students. Soon, she brushed off her dirt-stained gloves and approached Shuren. This time of year, the greenhouse always brings forth new tender shoots. It is indeed something to look forward to. She opened the door to Greenhouse 1. Come along, Mr. Green. Let's collect the bouncing bulb stems. Those dear little rascals must be eagerly awaiting us. As she spoke, her hat usually swayed harmoniously, but today it remained still. Shuren found himself gazing at the black part of the hat, and suddenly thought of Professor Snape's brooding black eyes. I wonder if secretly brewing potions would violate school rules. Shuren pondered. When he came back to himself, he found his gaze locked with a pair of warm, steady eyes. My dear Mr. Green, it is truly rare to see you so lost in thought. Despite the inquiry, there was not a trace of doubt in Professor Sprout's eyes. The timing is perfect. Come along, dear Mr. Green, for something intriguing awaits you. Professor Sprout gently guided Sheen towards another dome structure, offering no response to Sheen's puzzled gaze. They paused before the dome adorned with a sign reading Third Greenhouse. Sheen had never ventured inside, having heard from Michael that the flora within were both more fascinating and perilous. Professor Sprout retrieved a large key from her belt and unlocked the door. A wave of damp, fertile aroma enveloped them, while a thorny green plant extended its tendrils. Beside it, bean-like green fruits danced within the confines of a fence. Sheen recognized them as jumping ball stems, yet he found it peculiar that they were surrounded by toxic tendrils. Remarkably, this territorial marvel of nature posed no threat to them. As Sheen observed, Professor Sprout's resonant and cheerful voice pierced through the gentle rustle of the greenhouse. Mr. Green, allow me to share a tale with you. The seeds of the jumping ball stem require a dark, moist environment to thrive. Coincidentally, that is where the toxic tendrils gather. Approximately 1/3 of the jumping ball stems in this greenhouse coexist alongside the toxic tendrils, which do not permit other plants to encroach upon their territory. Yet, behold, the jumping ball stems continue to flourish. After piquing Sheen's curiosity, the rotund professor continued in a storytelling tone, rich with depth. If you observe closely, you will notice the towering toxic geraniums beside them. It is the mutual deterrence between the two that provides the conditions for the jumping ball stem seeds to grow, break through the soil, and leap forth. Nature is ever wondrous. Life will invariably find a way. She leaned down gently, her eyes brimming with sincere warmth. The jumping ball stems that stray far from here are always safe, but to cower in fear of the toxic tendrils, remaining forever in a parched corner and allowing the fruits to wither, dear one, that is not the essence of life. Sheen was somewhat taken aback by the tale of the jumping ball stems. He turned to the professor, who nodded slowly at him. You will succeed. Do not fear. Little one. The professor understood his intentions. As Sheen exited the greenhouse, his heart was calm and steady, infused with the scent of earth. Although he was unsure how the professor had discerned his thoughts, her tacit approval and encouragement signified that his actions would not contravene school regulations. Even if they did, the repercussions would surely not be dire. Thus, following the transformation class in the afternoon, Sheen vanished at the end of the corridor, leaving Justin to gaze at the perplexed expressions of the warriors and Hermione. The atmosphere grew increasingly chill, as the glass jars lined against the walls revealed trembling specimens of preserved creatures. Sheen held his breath, hoping that Professor Snape would not make an appearance. In truth, the professors were quite occupied, especially Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House. After casting a quick glance at the classroom, Sheen exhaled a long sigh of relief and swiftly arranged his materials upon the table, igniting the cauldron. The quicker he worked, the more experiments he could conduct. He also neatly placed his notebook and quill, recognizing the critical nature of the data he was brewing. Summarizing experiences and perpetual improvement were indeed the hallmarks of a diligent scholar. The cauldron released a delicate plume of white smoke, as Sheen's emerald eyes gradually reflected the flickering candlelight. Success in brewing was achieved. At times, the process of potion making appeared so mundane that many believed that even a muggle could brew potions simply by adhering to the steps. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Even with all the necessary ingredients and precise instructions, muggles could not concoct potions, for the art of potion making invariably required a touch of magic, often necessitating the use of a wand. In the case of the Scabbers potion, the magical element manifested at the conclusion, where the wizard was required to perform a specific gesture and softly recite a particular incantation, essentially imbuing the potion with the capacity to treat scabies. As for the preliminary steps, Sheen was diligently engaged in the cellar. Faint light cast patches upon the stone walls, as the cauldron simmered gently, emitting fragrant wisps of steam. The empty underground chamber echoed only with the bubbling sounds and the soft rustle of Sheen turning the pages of magical potions and elixirs. Professor Snape had made it abundantly clear during the first lesson that the key to potion-making lay in precision and rigor. Sheen flipped to the required section of the tome. Although he had memorized it, he kept it nearby for reference. The first step was to weigh the ingredients and brew the slug with tentacles. While the cauldron had yet to reach the designated preheating time, Sheen quickly measured out the 4 ingredients with meticulous accuracy, then proceeded to brew the tentacled slug. During the brewing process, he followed the steps, utilizing the tools on the table to crush the venomous snake fangs and chop the pre-soaked nettles. At this moment, the skills he acquired in the greenhouse came into play. He adeptly selected and processed the materials to meet the required standards, even managing to spare a considerable amount of time. During his leisure, Sheen did not remain idle. He swiftly documented the weight and condition of the materials at hand. He even took note of the general state of the flames. Although the cauldron in the cellar ignited automatically, he would eventually need to master the art of controlling fire with his wand, would he not? Sheen was always accustomed to being well prepared. In the second step, he extracted the slug, adding dried nettle and venomous serpent fangs. With ample time at his disposal, Sheen reviewed magical potions and elixirs once more, ensuring he would not forget any details due to anxiety. This tome, adorned with images of cauldrons and steam on its dark brown cover, was set aside, revealing the content of the first page. Fundamental brewing methods. This book suffices. The third step involves stirring to the left twice and then to the right 3 times, with the force needing to be just right. Sheen employed the kind of strength that would shatter bubbles, maintaining a steady posture while stirring the potion. In truth, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Professor Snape could appear at any moment, and the success of his endeavor was not guaranteed. One always harbors a fear of the unknown, and Sheen was no exception, prompting him to be particularly meticulous. Almost there, he added the slug and then removed the cauldron to incorporate hedgehog quills. At this juncture, the potion's brewing had evidently reached a critical phase. Upon the slug's addition, it melted into the cauldron, transforming the potion into a pale blue hue. Sheen silently counted in his mind, 25, 24, 23. In this interval, he diligently recorded the subsequent steps' details, including timing, material states, and heat levels. Next came the most exhilarating moment. Sheen stirred the cauldron, waving his arm as he recited the incantation. After a brief bubbling, the cauldron yielded a bluish-green, jelly-like liquid. Why is it bluish-green? The panel did not emit a notification sound, and Sheen knew with certainty that he had failed. However, upon observing the potion's final appearance, he realized his failure was not as pronounced as he had anticipated. Frowning, he pondered. If there were no issues with the material preparation, the error must lie in the brewing process. Which step, stirring, heat, or the final incantation, had faltered? Or perhaps all of them had? Unbidden, Sheen recalled a passage from magical theory. However, upon mastering a particular form of magic, one must possess sufficient mental fortitude to truly harness its full potential. Sheen pondered the terminology of magic and wondered if potions fell under the same category. He understood that his aptitude for potion making was limited, akin to spells. It might require countless repetitions to hone his skills. Yet, time and resources were scarce, compelling him to seek a shortcut. Carefully, he extracted the advanced potions from his bag and skimmed through its esoteric contents until a passage illuminated his thoughts. The Ministry of Magic classifies the Polyjuice potion as a high-risk magic, given that its efficacy is significantly influenced by the emotions of the brewer, necessitating stringent oversight. While he did not fully comprehend the emotional state required for potion brewing, he knew that tension and mechanical precision would not suffice. As the cauldron ignited and steam began to rise once more, Sheen's previously tense body gradually relaxed. He reminded himself that should Professor Snape discover him, regardless of success or failure in his practice, he would face dire consequences. The distinction between a successful failure and a failed failure was indeed substantial. His green eyes deepened with tranquility, and even the rhythm of stirring the potion took on an extraordinary grace. Scene had always excelled at regulating his emotions. Failing to do so would have led to a dismal existence at the Hollis Orphanage. The nettles melted in the cauldron like rock candy, the venomous fangs sizzling as they infused into the concoction. He maintained the same precise heat as before, but this time he truly felt he was crafting a form of art, the art of potion making. The cauldron emitted a swirling mist of white steam, and time slipped by quietly amidst the delicate clinks of the spoon against the vessel. When Scene added the porcupine quills, the extinguished cauldron seemed to amalgamate. Swallowing the final ingredient, he focused intently on completing the ritual, reciting the incantation. This time, the cauldron did not change gradually. It appeared to respond to Scene's intent, bubbling vigorously until, in a matter of moments, the liquid transformed into a jelly-like consistency, its color approximating a deep emerald green. You have brewed a potion for scabies to the standards of an apprentice, proficiency level 1. Scene's gaze sparkled with brilliance as he beheld the dark green, jelly-like liquid, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Without wasting a moment, he meticulously documented every step in his notebook, emphasizing the most crucial aspect in bold. Potion making is a precise craft. The wizard's focus and tranquility are paramount. As he immersed himself in contemplation and reflection, the torch on the staircase leading to the cellar suddenly flickered, and a dark robe surged ominously above the cold steps. Severus Snape was not in the best of moods today. That timid, cowardly individual he had been keeping a watchful eye on had become increasingly elusive in recent days. Whatever you wish to do, it is best to pray that you do not fall into my grasp, he whispered coldly as he turned down the staircase. At that moment, a faint bubbling sound caught his attention. No one in Hogwarts was more attuned to such sounds than he was. It was the enchanting melody of potions simmering in a cauldron. Yet, he was not in the cellar, which indicated that the sanctity of the space had been breached. He strode down the stone steps with the force of a gathering storm, embodying the tumult of thunder and tempest. "What are you doing?" he barked at Sheen, his voice brimming with barely contained fury. Outrageous, utterly ignorant, gazing at the cauldron emitting white smoke, the scattered ingredients, and the liquid within the crystal vial. Did he still not comprehend the gravity of the situation? In all his years of teaching, he had never encountered such audacity in a young wizard. Brewing potions in secret. Did he believe this was some trivial astronomy or history of magic class? Potion making is a precise science and a perilous craft. Without sufficient skill and supervision, even the slightest miscalculation could spell disaster for a young wizard, leaving them no time to react, let alone save themselves. Sheen's smile froze on his face as he quickly swallowed his tumultuous emotions. He understood he had triggered a disastrous outcome. Professor Snape had returned just as he had completed brewing his potion, catching him red-handed before he could tidy up or make his escape. Let me guess, Mr. Green of Ravenclaw believes he possesses such extraordinary talent in potion making that he needs no guidance and can brew a perfect potion all by himself. Snape's voice hissed with a cold, oppressive undertone akin to a serpent strike. With his head bowed, Sheen refrained from panic or explanation. He knew Snape well enough to understand that offering an explanation was tantamount to signing his own death warrant. No exaggeration there. Let us then examine his achievements and see what splendid results he has garnered after that utterly foolish brewing endeavor, daring to challenge the authority of potion making like a mindless ogre. Snape shot a fierce glare at Sheen, who, upon raising his head, quickly lowered it again. Snape let out a derisive laugh, yet a faint sense of relief washed over him. At least this individual was not like those mindless brutes from Gryffindor, who would cause the cauldron to explode. His focus swiftly returned to the potion, for he had to ensure that this concoction would indeed not detonate. As for Sheen's achievements, did he believe that potion making was a magical discipline in which one could rapidly attain progress? Given the disastrous brewing last time, merely escaping an incident this time was a blessing for Merlin. However, upon closer inspection, he found himself momentarily taken aback. The potion, while far from exemplary, displayed an astonishing degree of improvement. Is this truly your masterpiece? Snape glared at Scene with a venomous gaze, to which Scene nodded in acknowledgement. I surmise your stirring was excessively vigorous, and the heat applied during brewing was peculiarly inadequate. It is only due to your barely correct handling of the ingredients that you are able to stand here conversing with me. What is truly alarming is your utter oblivion to this fact. Professor Snape, observing Scene's dismissal of the mockery, quickly noted down the techniques embedded in his words, even the sarcasm lingering a beat too long. Then, His expression darkened further as he bellowed, "Leave the cellar. Now!" Immediately, without hesitation, Scenes swiftly gathered his crystal vials, books, and materials, exiting the cellar in silence, devoid of retort, fear, anger, or any emotion. Only a calm. "My apologies, Professor Snape." The dark-haired wizard's grim visage momentarily faltered as he watched the light in Scene's emerald eyes dim, eventually vanishing at the end of the corridor. As the surroundings grew brighter, a warm sensation enveloped Scene once more. Yet his mood did not improve. Instead, it had soured considerably. He had successfully brewed the potion, and with continued practice, he would solidly master the art of potion making, enhancing his innate talent in this field. Even the panels seemed to bestow good fortune upon him. Scabies Potion, unlocked, 130. An apprentice-level potion brewing, capable of unlocking the apprentice-level title in the field of potions. The proficiency value for the Scabies Potion was 30, and with just one apprentice-level potion brewed, he would unlock the title in potion making. Everything was seemingly on the upswing, yet at the most critical juncture, it all went awry. No one could predict Professor Snape's movements. The only certainty was that he was required to teach potion classes to the young witches and wizards on Mondays and Fridays. Hence, Scene found himself utterly at a loss. He remained silent, pondering. Without the opportunity to practice, he could not progress, thus rendering practice essential. He practiced diligently, adhering to the proper methods until his inherent talent flourished, ensuring that he would not commit ridiculous blunders that could lead to peril. His practice was both safe and effective. Yet his interactions with Professor Snape were destined to be futile. As he made his way to the Great Hall, a sudden recollection struck him. Professor Snape had neither forbade him from returning nor deducted points from his house. Why was that? Uncertainty clouded his thoughts, but faintly, he sensed a glimmer of opportunity. In the dungeons, Snape let out a disdainful scoff, his wand flicking as the cauldron floated gently before him. The dark green liquid resting quietly, serene as the recently departed young wizard. The brilliance of those piercing green eyes deterred him from further mockery. He scrutinized the potion, and from its final form alone, he could infer the young wizard's efforts. Over the course of 3 days, he had not only surpassed the threshold in preparing the ingredients, but had also deftly adjusted the stirring intensity, even achieving the most critical step. Utterly focused, had it not been for this, with his clumsy timing and approach to the materials, he would never have concocted a potion of acceptable quality. All this progress had been made in just 3 days. Snape could almost envision the countless hours of contemplation and the painstaking study of herbs. Alas, it was a pity that the art of potion making did not embrace wizards lacking sufficient talent. In the Great Hall, Sean retrieved his personal notes, meticulously recalling each step in detail to ensure they were etched firmly in his mind. Would he abandon the practice of potion making due to Snape's derision? The probability was as slim as Snape awarding Gryffindor 100 points. Surely, there would be times when Professor Snape was absent. Sean used. The cauldron would not concern itself with who wielded it. In a concealed room, Sean prioritized consideration of Professor Snape's whereabouts. Although the professor had not explicitly informed him that he was no longer permitted to brew potions in the dungeons, he resolved to avoid Snape nonetheless. The scope for maneuvering was not insubstantial. After all, Professor Snape was undoubtedly a busy individual at Hogwarts. First, as a professor, he had to grade student assignments, track the progress of at least 12 classes, and prepare lessons. Second, as head of house, he was responsible for mediating student conflicts, addressing issues of early romantic entanglements, and managing student-related matters. Finally, there were the special tasks assigned to him by Headmaster Dumbledore. In light of these reflections, Professor Snape's irritability becomes entirely comprehensible, not only due to the relentless demands of his teaching schedule, but also the incessant troubles posed by unfortunate students. Perhaps Sheen can surmise the frequent challenges that Professor Snape encounters. "Merlin, you must hurry and check on Professor Snape. That group of Gryffindors has stirred up trouble once again. The burden of his workload is exceedingly excessive, and he is unaccompanied by a teaching assistant." If Sheen's memory serves correctly, Professor Snape's office is located at the far end of the dungeon, providing ample operational scope. Contemplating this, the fireplace in the Great Hall seemed to radiate a warmth that was even more inviting. The flickering flames danced upon the stone walls until 2 shadows momentarily blurred past. Oh, I must confess, I have never found the task of writing a paper for the Charms class to be so effortless. Justin wore a faint smile, his left hand grasping a magical lantern while his right tucked away a 5-inch parchment for the Charms assignment along with a light blue notebook. "Well, Justin, it is quite ironic, considering just days ago you were lamenting that the magical essays were more challenging than equestrian studies." Hermione lifted her chin. narrowing her eyes as she cast a peculiar glance at Justin, before striding into the hall with an imposing stack of books. They had evidently just returned from the library, still imbued with a subtle scent of ink. Crafting an exemplary piece of classwork is indeed a formidable endeavor, particularly for the charms assignment, which succinctly entails, here is the wand movement, here is the incantation. Now, please compose a 5-inch essay on the levitation charm. The expressions of the young wizards likely conveyed, huh, me? Although it may seem like a mere written task, its completion requires the young sorcerers to delve into exploration and contemplation, leaving little room for superficiality. Thus, one cannot hope to produce satisfactory assignments without frequenting the library, and mastering the art of sourcing appropriate materials becomes a crucial first lesson. Consequently, Hermione and Justin often found themselves immersed in the library, with Hermione having memorized all of her first-year textbooks, swiftly locating necessary references, while Justin, less familiar with the texts, progressed at a slower pace. Coupled with Professor Bin's bewildering essays, the young wizards, particularly those earnestly striving to excel in their assignments, found themselves in a state of distress. However, on this particular day, Justin not only completed a foot-long history of magic essay, but also managed to finish the levitation charm paper within 3 hours. As it was an additional task assigned by Professor Flitwick, even Hermione could not match his swiftness. You produced an admirable charms paper, yet during afternoon practice, your progress with the levitation charm was non-existent. Hermione lifted her face and shot a glance at Justin. I suspect you borrowed from someone else's work, that someone being Sheen. Oh fine, you are half correct. It was indeed Sheen who shared the method with me. Justin displayed no sign of embarrassment, but rather smiled sincerely as he said, while I believe Seamus would certainly agree to my sharing this method with you, I must first seek his consent. Look, he is right over there. Hermione, with a slight exclamation, did not regard the method of a mere wizard as particularly valuable, even if that wizard was Seamus. Nevertheless, she instinctively searched for the figure of the little wizard. The great hall was bustling with wizards clad in identical robes, and Hermione began to doubt whether Justin had mistaken Seamus' whereabouts. Just then, Justin suddenly took a seat. Seamus, he greeted enthusiastically. Even while engaged in a fierce battle with a roasted chicken, Seamus managed to respond in due time. Would you mind? Justin whispered. Not all. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice emerged from within the roasted chicken. Oh, all right. Justin's smile grew even brighter as he handed a piece of parchment to Hermione. You must take a look at this, Hermione. All right, but I must say I don't think. Hermione replied, tucking her hair behind her ear as she accepted the parchment from Justin. 10 minutes later, Seamus sipped his pumpkin juice, the sweet flavor always lifting his spirits. I must say, this structure is truly ingenious. Oh, if only I'd seen it sooner. At that moment, Hermione suddenly let out a distressed sigh, causing Seamus to jolt and his pumpkin juice to tremble. He glanced over to find Hermione's face gradually reddening, her ears tinged with a soft pink. Seamus, Hermione stammered, unaccustomed to having her compliments overheard. Fortunately, Seamus was always focused on his own matters and heard nothing. Justin, ever quick to respond, interjected, no, Hermione, that paper's methodology is brilliant. And your notes on the charm class, if only I could apply the theory to practice. He was always timely, not only addressing the previous question, but also seamlessly steering the conversation toward charms. Well, practice is key, Seamus nodded. He was still wondering whether the dungeons would be welcoming to him today. The outcome was evident. The dungeons would be perilous today. Professor Snape was likely down there brewing potions, and potion brewing never took a brief amount of time. Thus, Seamus decided to allocate his evening to the other 6 subjects, of which the most practical was, naturally, charms. Therefore, finding a place to practice charms became his goal for the night. Shall we practice spells, Sheen? Would you like to join us? Justin suddenly interjected, his pale gray eyes noticeably brightening at the mention of this. Sheen was momentarily taken aback. A few minutes later, 3 figures glided through the corridor and ascended the spiral staircase. Hogwarts boasted a staggering total of 142 staircases. Some were wide and grand, while others were narrow and precarious. Some changed their destinations every Friday, and others would abruptly vanish halfway up, forcing one to remember where to leap. Furthermore, numerous doors existed, which would not open unless one politely requested them or precisely prodded the correct spot. Some doors were mere illusions, solid walls masquerading as entrances. Remembering the locations of various things proved quite challenging, as everything seemed to be in a constant state of flux. The portraits also frequently visited one another, and Justin insisted with fervor that even suits of armor could walk. In such a shifting castle, a hidden room seemed far less extraordinary. At last, here is the hidden room we discovered, after spending a considerable amount of time navigating the spiral staircase. The trio finally encountered a staircase that connected to a rarely accessed level. Not far off, Justin gently tapped the wall and exclaimed excitedly. After 3 resounding knocks, the nearly unlit wall revealed a painting. Initially stumbled upon by chance, upon answering the questions posed by the painting, they were suddenly transported into the room. Though lanterns were present, it was lumos that illuminated the space. The tip of Justin's wand emitted a soft glow, soon surpassed by the brilliance of Hermione's wand. At that moment, Sheen approached, wielding a wand that shone like a bulb. "Oh, Sheen," Justin whispered in awe as the trio focused their attention on the artwork. The canvas, yellowed and cracked with age, depicted not a formidable wizard but a snowy white owl dressed in a velvet waistcoat and sporting delicate pince-nez glasses. The owl was struggling to adjust its spectacles with one claw, while clutching an ancient scroll with the other. "What are you staring at? An owl is still a bird." The owl squawked in a high-pitched voice, prompting Hermione to burst into laughter first, soon followed by Justin, and even Sheen could not help but smile. "It's you again. What are you laughing at?" The owl flapped its wings, and Sheen seemed to hear the rush of wind. I was reminded of something joyful." Hermione blushed and offered a defense. At that moment, Sheen could no longer contain himself. "What are you laughing at?" he exclaimed. "I, too, am reminded of joyful memories," he whispered. He never anticipated that he would glimpse echoes of a past life within the form of an owl. "You are clearly mocking me. You haven't ceased at all." The owl flapped its wings in exasperation, causing the parchment beneath its feet to shake violently. "My apologies. I am truly sorry," the trio sincerely expressed before the owl completely barred their entry. "You pesky little wizards, if you wish to enter, you must answer my question." It unfurled the parchment beneath its claws, and although Sheen and the others were uncertain whether the owl could comprehend it, after a moment of selection, it indeed posed a query. "Hogwarts, tranquil Hogwarts, please tell me why this location was chosen for your establishment." It rotated its head a full 180 degrees, and, with an air of superiority, posed this question. Justin and Hermione were momentarily taken aback. How had the question changed? Was it not previously inquiring about the true name of Ravenclaw? Justin found it hard to believe. "Hermione, do you know?" He cast a pleading glance towards her. The small witch, with her tousled brown hair, pondered deeply for a moment before shaking her head. "You foolish little wizard." The owl seemed rather pleased with itself, chattering away. "Is due to Ravenclaw's dreams." At that moment, an incongruous voice drifted in as Sheen quietly concluded his thought, causing the owl to cease its flapping, nearly losing its balance. "How do you know?" it exclaimed, then stiffly bowed its head. With a flap of its wings, a crack appeared in the wall, revealing a sky-blue door. Sheen thoughtfully grasped the eagle-shaped handle. Upon opening the door, they found a spacious interior. Several desks were scattered across the dusty room. In one corner, a massive bookshelf leaned precariously, with most of its tomes strewn across the floor, their pages a brittle yellow. In another corner lay an assortment of bizarre instruments, a complex crystal lens apparatus, and several glass cabinets adorned with tattered labels. Beyond that, there was little else. "Sheen, what does Ravenclaw's dream mean?" Justin could not restrain himself from asking this question before practicing spells. It is said that the location of Hogwarts was determined by Lady Ravenclaw. From a lakeside came Ravenclaw, who once dreamt of a wild boar that led her to the precipice, thus giving rise to a school in this very spot. Sheen recounted tales of yore, lost to the winds a millennium ago, in a storytelling manner. Justin instinctively leaned closer to Sheen, his face alight with anticipation and yearning, while Hermione set her wand aside, her eyes sparkling in the glow. The three gathered around Sheen's wand, huddled together in the dim surroundings. Hogwarts and the wild boar. How reminiscent they are of one another. Legend has it that this is the origin of Hogwarts' name. "Wow!" Justin exclaimed involuntarily, while Hermione had already covered her mouth in surprise. "Such a marvelous tale, akin to Peter. What was it about Peter again?" Justin furrowed his brow. "It is from the collection of stories by the poet Beetle." Hermione shot a disapproving glance at the unwelcome interruption from Justin, responding with mild annoyance. "Oh." Justin scratched his head, gently illuminating the magical lantern. After the enchanting story concluded, the trio of young wizards faced the wondrous realm of magic. The levitation charm, both simple and practical, is among the easiest spells for novice wizards to master. Yet, even such a straightforward incantation poses a challenge for newly admitted young sorcerers. Failed again. Justin's feather floated for a mere 3 seconds before plummeting, clearly falling short of the 10-second minimum requirement. You practiced the levitation charm at the beginner level. Proficiency 3. Scene automatically muted the surrounding sounds, as he was always intensely focused. Once more, the feather before Justin slowly descended, this time lingering for an extra second, but still insufficient. You practiced the levitation charm at the beginner level, proficiency 3. You practiced the levitation charm at the beginner level. Proficiency 3. It fell again. You practiced the levitation charm at the beginner level, proficiency 3. You practiced the levitation charm at the beginner level, proficiency 3. You practiced the levitation charm at the beginner level, proficiency 3. As he continuously practiced with success, gaining 30 points in proficiency, Scene felt his magical energy wane. His arms grew weary, and his breath became labored. Magic, let's term it magic for now, is a wondrous entity, distinct from the blue bar of the fantastical realm. It manifests directly within the wizard, presenting as fatigue and a lack of vigor. It is not some elusive mental force, but is intricately linked to the wizard's physical being. However, it is evidently recoverable, and one can even sense it. After all, the distinction between vitality and lethargy is readily apparent. During this period, Scene observed the distressed Justin. He was altering his gestures in an attempt to keep the feather afloat. But alas, the feather either sprang up suddenly or swayed precariously before plummeting swiftly to the ground. The Hufflepuff. The acquisition of magic is invariably more reliant on innate talent than on diligent effort. Wizards frequently elucidate the levitation charm by stating that it involves uttering the incantation and executing a flick of the wrist. Beyond that, further explanations tend to become as nebulous as the bubbling sound of a cauldron. Even Professor Flitwick, who instructs young witches and wizards, always articulates clearly, followed by the well-worn gesture of a flick and a swish. After memorizing standard spellbook, beginner Scene found no more elaborate explanations, leading him to suspect that spells operate according to ancient principles, akin to experiential knowledge. Given that it is a matter of experience, it strays somewhat from precision. For instance, how far should one flick the wrist? What should be the amplitude of the shake? These queries remain elusive, solvable only by the innate abilities of young wizards. Of course, Scene had reason to suspect that those wizards with sufficient talent encountered no such dilemmas. They likely succeeded with ease. Thus arises the conundrum. The gifted wizards are untroubled by these concerns, while those lacking talent find themselves incapable of resolving them. They squander an inordinate amount of time merely hoping for success in practicing spells. Ultimately, these issues linger, much like the challenges Scene faced during potion brewing. Scene did not believe that magic could be overly intertwined with science, yet the increase in proficiency indicated to him that at the very least, there existed a method to cast spells with greater ease. Indeed, the arm's movement should be more expansive, and the pronunciation of the incantation should emphasize the G. Here lies a subtle detail, as the subsequent D also retains an accent. Within the classroom, a magical lantern illuminated a modest area as Scene earnestly guided Justin in his practice, applying all his understanding of the levitation charm. Consequently, when Justin meticulously adhered to Scene's standards, the feather that had never floated for more than 5 seconds astonishingly wobbled and drifted for 10 seconds. Goodness, Scene, we did it! Justin exclaimed in excitement, his gaze fixed intently on the feather as it gently descended. Scene, this is all thanks to you. I sincerely appreciate your assistance. Justin expressed his gratitude with heartfelt fervor. Scene nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding. I believe that a greater amplitude in the waving would be preferable. However, does the emphasis on Lou remain pronounced after the wave? Hermione, holding a book that obscured her face, had been observing for quite some time. Suddenly, she spoke, her tone unavoidably tinged with arrogance. Yet the two individuals present chose to overlook it entirely. Indeed, I think it should be more pronounced. As for the amplitude of the waving, we can certainly experiment. Sean glanced at the feather, intending to mention that his magical energy had yet to fully replenish, but before he could articulate his thought, Justin had already cast his spell. Are Hufflepuffs this meticulous? Sean pondered for a few seconds, the trio concealed within the hidden chamber fixated on the feather, watching it gently sway and float for a full 15 seconds. Just as it began to descend, Justin let out a low exclamation. Wow. Hermione, your hypothesis was entirely correct. Hermione's cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson, visibly pleased by such praise. In the ensuing moments, the three of them enthusiastically conducted numerous experiments until Sean's magical energy was restored, allowing him to practice the levitation charm to a proficient level, only to soon find himself drained once more. Time slipped away like fine sand through their fingers, with the magical lanterns swaying as they exited the hidden room together. Sean felt a profound sense of satisfaction, having gained 45 points of proficiency. Hermione was equally content, having found resonance in her imaginative ideas with her even more astute partner. Sean, as well as Justin, who was exhausted yet eager to cast spells. Justin, too, was satisfied, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. As evening enveloped Hogwarts Castle in slumber, at the end of a corridor on the 3rd floor, a wall subtly transformed, revealing a yellowed and cracked oil painting. The artwork depicted a snowy white owl clad in a velvet waistcoat, adorned with small pince-nez glasses. At that moment, it bore an exceedingly human-like expression, tinged with a hint of annoyance, as it struggled to adjust its precarious glasses with a furry paw. Little wizard. Dreadful little wizard. After Justin and Hermione exited the room, it first screeched in a high-pitched voice. However, when Sean passed by, it abruptly ceased its clamor, muttering softly, "Little wizard, clever little wizard." As they awaited the staircase to settle, Hermione's voice mingled with the rumbling sound of the rotating stairs. "I believe we shall need to utilize this room continuously. Therefore, we must inform the professor. Professor Flitwick will surely consent to our practicing spells here." Justin marveled. "How thoughtful of you. Truly, you are remarkable, Hermione." Hermione's cheeks were slightly flushed as she glanced at Sheehan. After receiving a nod from him, she hurriedly bid farewell to the two and vanished at the end of the corridor, leaving only Sheehan and Justin to traverse the warmly illuminated hallway. "Well, Sheehan, I must mention that you didn't even partake in any Yorkshire pudding today. Was your potion brewing not proceeding smoothly?" Justin inquired softly, catching Sheehan off guard. Could the two be so swiftly connected? He then nodded slightly. "Is it Professor Snape? I've heard that he never permits first-year wizards to brew potions unsupervised. Yet he seems rather lenient with some of the older Slytherins. I doubt you would have failed in your brewing, so would you like some assistance? While Professor Snape may be intimidating, I still possess the courage to visit his office." Justin's words rendered Sheehan increasingly silent. He lifted his gaze, and the light in the little badger's eyes flickered with a resolute yet gentle glow. "Remember, we are friends. If you find yourself in trouble, and I do not extend my hand to help, what kind of friends would we be?" As night fell, the light blue drapes swayed gently, and the sound of the wind blowing past the window always brought Sheehan a sense of comfort. The fireplace crackled merrily, and he recalled Justin's words before his departure. "Even if I am afraid, I can still muster the courage to face it." The head boy said that there is no school rule at Hogwarts forbidding young wizards from brewing potions. Ravenclaw had only one herbology class on Fridays, granting Sheehan an entire Friday to await Professor Snape's exit from the dungeons. He gazed at the picturesque moonlight outside, his thoughts swirling. Hogwarts, this ancient school of magic established a millennium ago, and Hufflepuff, this warm and beautiful house, together nurture wizards who are vibrant and full of life. They may not be extraordinary or easily remembered, but as Helga Hufflepuff once said, diligence, loyalty, and a spirit of generosity are equally noble qualities. Within Sheehan's heart resided a subtle complexity of emotion, and advanced potion-making lay open upon the windowsill. The rustling of its pages reminiscent of Justin's notes spread out in the library. The head boy says that Hufflepuff is loyal and trustworthy, though we never quarrel with others. We are not easily bullied. Like our house emblem, the badger, we will protect ourselves from all who wish us harm, and assist our friends and family. There is nothing that can instill fear in us. Sheehan's potion brewing plans unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated, owing to the unexpected incident during Friday morning's potion class. Neville inadvertently drenched himself in potion, leaving his arms and legs covered in painful, inflamed boils. Consequently, Professor Snape made his way to the infirmary. According to Justin's hurried recounting, Professor Snape would remain there for a while, granting Sheehan at least 3 hours to brew potions. The dungeons were still chilly, yet Sheehan's enthusiasm remained undiminished. He swiftly gathered the necessary materials and books, igniting the cauldron. Justin was still in the infirmary, assisting him in keeping an eye on Professor Snape, and he endeavored to hone his skills to the utmost. Sheehan contemplated that once he demonstrated his progress in potion brewing during the next class, Professor Snape would treat him with the same regard as he did the older students, allowing him to brew potions in the dungeons. After all, he was a Ravenclaw, not a Gryffindor. As long as he adhered to reason and did not violate school rules, Professor Snape would not intentionally make things difficult for the younger witches and wizards, provided, of course, that one was not named Potter. He ignited the cauldron and handled the materials with ease. These steps were second nature to him. The only points of concern were the temperature and stirring. Just the night before, he had scoured the entire advanced potion-making guide until he became entranced by the profound words of Master Libatius Borage. Different potions possess varied methods of preparation. Indeed, throughout history, The lack of metaphysical insight in physical phenomena is as unsatisfactory as the absence of physical representation in metaphysics. Behind this arcane text, on a page that seemed to appear as if it were a mere note, was a paragraph that could be deemed revolutionary in the realm of potion making. Every potion master must recognize that temperature is paramount in brewing potions. If one were to use a flame charm, anyone could brew a perfect potion. But as I stated in Let Yourself Have a Bottled Carnival, should one lose the unique intuition provided by the charm, the cauldron becomes as unyielding as scrap metal. Sheen quickly turned the page, and the most critical part leapt forth. Although this section has been derided as something only foolish wizards must learn and is not traditionally acknowledged, let me say, to hell with them. If you can see this passage, then I shall reveal to you that a self-igniting cauldron can indeed possess perfect temperature control. The joy Sheen felt upon reading this was akin to Harry discovering the Half-Blood Prince's notes, Hermione finding the Time Turner, or Tom uncovering secrets of advanced dark magic. I lacked nothing. Sheen focused intently on simmering the slug, meticulously handling the ingredients. His stirring was no longer aimless. Instead, it was refined according to the techniques imparted by Professor Snape. His control over the heat no longer adhered to vague standards, but followed the guidance of the esteemed potion master, Libatius Borage. The dim light of the cellar illuminated the small wizard's figure just enough, while wisps of white steam rose from the cauldron, soft and delicate like silk. Amidst the bubbling sounds and Sheen's gentle breaths, the potion transformed once more into a pale turquoise hue. Sheen understood that the next moment would be of utmost significance. Employing the same method as before, he added the slug and began the final stirring. In the chilly underground, the stone shells were lined with an array of glass jars, each containing twisted roots, animal eyes, or peculiar scales that shimmered faintly. A drop of cold water seeped through a crevice in the moss-covered ceiling, landing precisely on the nape of Sheen's neck, yet he felt nothing. His mind and body, like the incantations he uttered and the magic he wielded, submerged into the swirling steam. You have successfully brewed a scabies potion to entry-level standards, proficiency 3. The panel's notification roused Sheen from his reverie, and he gazed intently at the dark green, jelly-like liquid. He realized that the most challenging step had been accomplished. The next task was simple: maintain the current level of quality, stabilize his potion brewing skills, and ultimately transform his mediocre talent. Sheen's heart soared with fervor, yet he swiftly gathered his belongings. In an instant, all the materials were stowed away, and after carefully transferring the scabies potion into a crystal vial, Sheen waved his wand. Scourgify! The cauldron instantly reverted to its original state. Sheen gingerly placed the advanced potion-making guide and magical potions and elixirs into his bag. He now understood the distinction between the 8 galleons for the advanced potion-making guide and the 2 galleons for magical potions and elixirs. Once more, he surveyed the cellar, ensuring everything was in order. As the environment warmed slightly, Justin's anxious face appeared with the sunlight, and upon seeing Sheen, he visibly relaxed. Wonderful, Sheen, did everything go smoothly? He inquired, panting slightly. Indeed, he nodded. Meanwhile, around the corner of the corridor, a man with waxy yellow hair and a hawk-like nose strode purposefully, causing the young wizards in his path to quietly retreat. Sheen and Justin watched Professor Snape descend into the cellar, appearing as if they were engaged in some clandestine activity. Their mother once remarked that friendships forged through mischief are often more resilient than those formed through virtuous endeavors. Justin chuckled first, but then reflected that although this was not a wrongdoing, the outcome was quite similar. Sheen cast a bemused glance at him. How could Mrs. Finley teach them everything? In the realm of magic, terms like science are seldom recognized, even in the field of potions, which demands profound scientific understanding and meticulous craftsmanship. Such metaphysical dialectics are invariably dismissed. Well, these are not Sheen's musings, but rather those of the esteemed potion master Libishu Palachi, author of Advanced Potion Making, the comprehensive guide to antidotes in Asia, and how to host your own bottled carnival. His mastery of timing has greatly benefited Sheen. Thus, before lunch commenced, he resolved to visit the library to delve into the other 2 works of Palachi. It would be splendid if he could also find some unorthodox notes interspersed within Advanced Potion Making. On Fridays, the Hogwarts Library is imbued with a unique atmosphere, a blend of urgency and languor that heralds the impending weekend. Perhaps the young wizards have finally realized that completing their assignments without frequenting the library is a formidable challenge. As the oak-long tables were nearly filled to capacity, students immersed in their studies were ubiquitous, the sound of quills scratching against parchment resonating as the predominant melody. 5th and 7th year students wore visages of palpable anxiety, their desks piled high with tomes, while first-year wizards were equally fervent, occasionally lamenting about a one-foot essay on the history of magic, only to be promptly ejected from the library by Madame Pants. In Scotland, a gentle rain began to fall, with Hogwarts Castle resonating with the rhythmic patter of droplets. The rain coalescing on the stained glass windows eventually transformed into rivulets, seeping into the land that has flourished since the 10th century. Madame Pants, despite Hines' commendable record of returning books, would not permit him to borrow beyond the allotted number unless he returned all books such as modern magical history and duly signed a crumpled record sheet. Thus, Hine had no choice but to peruse the 2 works of Master Palachi within the library. Even without the possibility of borrowing, he still encountered a note tucked within the first page of the book. Warning: should you tear, damage, soil, destroy, cast aside, drop, or in any manner defile, abuse, or profane this book, I shall, within my power, ensure that you bear the most dreadful consequences. The librarian of Hogwarts, Irma Pants, is undoubtedly a figure of resolute determination. Shane has witnessed her fierce onslaught upon young wizards more than once, as if she possesses an uncanny ability to swiftly identify and severely reprimand those who dare to damage the tomes. In the study area, the perpetually irate librarian passed by Shane, her stern demeanor momentarily softening as she offered a slight nod before departing from the vicinity. Miranda Goshawk, that ancient sage, once articulated in the Book of Spells, when a wizard feels a desire, a spell shall be conjured. If not, it merely indicates that such a spell remains undiscovered. Today, I assert, when a wizard feels a desire, a potion shall be created. If not, it simply signifies that the recipe remains uncharted. Shane had just encountered this remarkable quotation in Celebrating Yourself in a Bottle, and quickly recognized its extraordinary nature and grand magnitude. While he was lost in contemplation of the phrase, a note fluttered down unexpectedly, prompting him to silently retrieve his notebook and quill to transcribe the text. Well, the mere fact that you can read these words proves that this world is not devoid of astute wizards. I must impart some wisdom, lest people only remember my accomplishments in formulas and techniques, while neglecting my pioneering efforts in the intricate realm of potions, which are both profound and often misunderstood. The greatest and most enigmatic of innovations? Could it be akin to the precise control of a cauldron's flame? How delightful! Indeed, Master Libisha Pollock must possess reserves. Curiously, he continued reading. When the adage only meticulously crafted potions yield proper effects emerged, I found that all potion researchers had overlooked the essence of their own study. What sort of researchers are they? They are merely Miranda's sticky, foul-smelling apple pie. I am convinced that spells and potions are interconnected by a fundamental thread. If the theory of magic posits that advanced spells require the wizard's mental fortitude, then why have they neglected potions? The answer can only be one. They are all illegible scribbles. Shane skimmed past a lengthy series of unkind salutations, as the subsequent entries quickened his breath. I have completed several essential tasks. The refined spells and rituals will increasingly emphasize the spiritual prowess of the wizard, demanding greater mental fortitude. Nevertheless, for any alchemist who has mastered their craft, this will present a vast and novel pathway. I must remind you to possess sufficient will and exercise caution in its use, as it becomes not only astonishingly effective, but also markedly more unstable. While it can certainly be improved, time is of the essence. I have glimpsed profound truths and lamentably disseminate them in a clandestine manner. Please refine them. Allow me to amend the foolish epitaphs inscribed by those inept wizards, revealing the authentic version to you. Labashiu Palachi passed away in 1961, having devoted the majority of his life to this monumental endeavor. Now, it is your turn to delve into the most arcane magics of potions. Me? My white gift, Hien quietly murmured, suddenly feeling a sense of responsibility. He meticulously absorbed each word into his consciousness. He had not anticipated such knowledge would be revealed to him. Master Labashiu Palachi had indeed engaged with the ancient spells and rituals of potion making. Hien had read in the history of magic that most potion spells and rituals had been handed down for over 3 centuries, as reliable and fixed as the pronunciation of incantations. This was a tremendous revelation. Hien felt akin to discovering ancient coins. He swiftly transcribed all the modifications into his notebook. There were indeed not many, merely a handful, yet by some coincidence, the scabies potion was among them. This furthered the smile on Hien's lips. The magical crystal lamp illuminated Hien's focused face, and soon after, he rose from the oak table, coinciding with the Hogwarts bell and the call of an owl, signaling lunchtime. Having satisfied his intellectual appetite, Hien now had to consider his physical well-being. He promptly returned the books to Madame Pants. and the corridor was already bustling with young wizards heading from the library to the Great Hall. Passing by the warm hearth, he noted the Gryffindors were unusually quiet today. He must loathe me. A small boy with black hair expressed in confusion. Why doesn't he ask Hermione about Daffodil Root and Mugwort? Harry, don't be angry. The red-haired boy beside him whispered. I've heard Snape has always been like this, particularly unreasonable. Hines silently observed as Harry and Ron settled down not far from him. He had a vague recollection of the matter at hand. Some in his previous life believed that Professor Snape, this pure-hearted warrior, posed questions that were as profound as his actions. The language of the daffodil signifies regret carried to the grave, while that of the mugwort embodies bitter sorrow. Thus, the latent implication of the inquiry was, I am engulfed in endless grief over your mother's demise. Just as Hein prepared to dip his beans, Justin, his face flushed, took a seat beside him, followed by despondent Hermione. Even Professor Snape could not commit such an unreasonable act. Justin appeared exceedingly agitated, his gaze toward his companions laden with sorrow. If a student's hand is raised to answer a question incorrectly, then the professor positing that question must surely be a fool. Hein, somewhat dazed, raised his head. They had just concluded potions class. Was he truly criticizing Snape? Even Harry seemed not to have spoken so harshly of Professor Snape. Hein, I was just about to tell you. As Justin turned to Hein, his ire dissipated, and with a somber expression, he recounted the scene. When Professor Snape questioned Harry, he not only disregarded Hermione's repeated hand-raising, but also bellowed at her to sit down. Astonishingly, no one in the room deemed this unreasonable. Those Gryffindors were truly timid. Justin's face reddened again as he spoke, his voice tinged with guilt, nearly grinding his teeth. I saw it from behind the door, yet as a friend, I was powerless to assist. I am utterly inadequate. You have done remarkably well. Hein shared his Yorkshire pudding with Justin, believing that a sweet treat might elevate his mood. Professor Snape is a fool, he murmured. Do not be disheartened, Hermione. Would you care for some pudding? Hein had a fondness for Yorkshire pudding, a fond memory stemming from an elderly lady who often visited the orphanage with generous donations. She consistently brought an abundance of pudding, which had been the finest food he had ever tasted at that time. Consequently, he always chose a seat at the table with the greatest number of puddings. Hermione, unusually, did not decline, and thus the trio's critique of Professor Snape transformed into a fervent assault on the pudding. Hein mused that the professor was not always fair. It seemed to depend on whether Harry Potter was in close proximity. After Justin finished his pudding, his discourse gradually veered towards the illustrious feats of Professor Snape. He recounted instances such as feigning ignorance during his night patrols while in reality casting the disillusionment charm, which enabled him to capture 5 wayward Gryffindors. He spoke of how he remained at school during Christmas to apprehend 2 couples, and how, upon commencing a lesson, he deducted a point from Gryffindor because Harry, unable to inform Neville of the correct potion brewing method, had displayed a glaring lack of knowledge. Oh, Hermione, I present these examples to convey that if anyone is to be blamed in this scenario, it is certainly not you. We all know that Professor Snape is strict, irascible, and at times utterly unreasonable, Justin murmured, while she nodded in silent agreement. If one were to doubt oneself and wallow in sorrow due to the unreasonable behavior of another, that would be rather foolish, would it not? Even if that individual is a professor, Justin continued. She nodded once more. What do you think, Sheen? Justin inquired expectantly. After a moment's contemplation, Sheen replied, yes. All right. Justin nodded with a hint of resignation. At that moment, Sheen noticed Hermione trembling slightly. He pulled Justin aside, and the two stood in front of Hermione, feigning a casual conversation to shield the young witch from the sight of her quiet sobs. Hermione always remained silent when wronged, and Sheen thought to himself that he needed to keep a closer watch on her. She often pretended to be indifferent, and those who bullied her were oblivious to the depth of her sorrow. Moreover, how can I help her understand that she need not feign strength in front of her friends? Justin whispered. Sheen stared at Justin, lost in thought. Recalling how Hermione truly had few friends, she was ostracized by Gryffindor, and Ron had even given her a derogatory nickname, mocking her until she retreated to the washroom in tears. At least before Halloween, Hermione had been utterly alone. Soon, Sheen sighed in relief, at least now. She had 2 friends. The sole class for Ravenclaw that day was the herbology lesson in the afternoon, and Sheen had arrived early in front of the dome building. The air in Greenhouse 1 was imbued with the warm, damp scent of soil, and the glass dome filtered the afternoon sunlight into a hazy, golden-green hue. Professor Sprout, rolling up her sleeves and with her dragon-hide gloves caked in rich, loamy earth, was carefully tending to a plant that resembled a spider's nest. 3 Hufflepuff students huddled together at the edge of a deep trough where pumpkin-shaped plants were being cultivated. their scarf-clad heads bent together as they gestured and discussed what they were observing. The clever young sprout should remember that this plant is known as the spider egg. Although its appearance resembles that of spider eggs, it is, in fact, 2 green berries. Do not be alarmed by its root system upon encountering it. That is not a genuine spider, but rather its roots. Can anyone enlighten me on how often one can harvest spider eggs? Professor Longbottom's words left the Hufflepuff students perplexed. Neville seemed to have an inkling of the answer, but struggled to articulate it, while Ernie and the short, stout boy were entirely bewildered. The book describes it as a perennial plant, with a specific harvesting frequency of 3 to 4 times. With proper cultivation, this may even increase. There have been instances of wizards achieving 5 harvests from spider eggs. A clear voice floated through the air as Professor Sprout cheerfully exclaimed, "Mr. Green, splendid answer. My dear child, it is a delight to see you." She then directed Neville and the others to gather the Christmas cactus. Ah, the warm sun and balmy summer. New sprouts always taking root. At times, I question whether my energy is sufficient, for it seems challenging to instruct several young wizards simultaneously. Mr. Longbottom, watch your leg. Wingardium Leviosa. Neville nearly spilled dragon dung fertilizer on his shoes, but Professor Sprout deftly levitated the barrel just in time. "Oh, Mr. Macmillan," she gasped, rushing to assist Ernie, who was ensnared by the jumping cactus vines. At that moment, the door swung open, and a tall figure entered the greenhouse. Not all first-year wizards are named Sheen Green, are they? Senior Bruce leaned against a plant rack, a teasing glint in his eye. After herbology class, Sheen felt it might be wise to refrain from visiting the greenhouse for a while, as Professor Longbottom was already sweating profusely, especially after leaving 3 Hufflepuffs behind. In the corridor of the greenhouse, a gentle breeze wafted through as Senior Bruce stood like a statue. Sheen thought he must possess modeling potential, given that the 2 upperclassmen witches nearby had glanced at him no fewer than 10 times. Fizzing Whizbee, Bruce offered, placing a seemingly delightful candy in Sheen's hand. "Can I try it now?" Curious, Sheen tasted the juicy, creamy orb, only to hear a loud shout. "Green, don't eat that. Blast it, Bruce." Senior Leon's golden hair shimmered in the warm sunlight, but even with his urgent stride, he could not reach Bruce in time to prevent him. Sean vaguely sensed a surge of enchantment, and then he found himself levitating, accompanied by his senior Bruce. "Isn't it marvelous?" he exclaimed. "Marvelous, my dear Merlin's undergarments." Leon, grasping both Sean and Bruce firmly, declared, "I should let you soar." Leon shot a fierce glare at Bruce. "Apologies, Green, but that's just how Bruce treats his friends. Both Peester and I have been on the receiving end of his pranks. Allow me to elucidate. The syrupy honeybee concoction is a gelatinous orb that can lift one into the air. One of its ingredients is the billywig insect. Those stung by it experience dizziness and subsequently float away." When Leon turned to Sean, his ire visibly dissipated, his tone softened. "Oh, come now, Leon. You wouldn't dare." At that moment, Bruce seemed to be laughing heartily, and then Sean noticed Leon loosening his grip. "Leon, no, stop. I was wrong." As Bruce's shrill screams echoed, Sean observed Leon triumphantly flicking his wrist, revealing that, unbeknownst to them, he had tied a rope between himself and Bruce. "I have my own methods for dealing with unruly individuals," he remarked. The afternoon sun had crossed the 3 o'clock mark, and Hogwarts had slipped into a languorous weekend state. For the young wizards, the joy and relaxation of Friday surpassed even that of Saturday and Sunday, as they could momentarily cast aside their assignments and revel in rare leisure. Walking from the greenhouse, Sean's robe was still adorned with dew from the post-rain sunshine. He had learned from Professor Sprout that Professor Snape would commence a 2-day potion brewing session today, thus postponing the potion-making agenda. Inheriting the knowledge of Master Libacious Borage, he now felt as though he were guarding a treasure trove of gold, yet unable to utilize it at present. Fortunately, he was not well versed in the rituals modified by Master Borage, so he resolved to practice in the hidden room until he achieved proficiency. Along the way, he would also hone his spellcasting skills. "I shall sever your head." "No, please." The childish voice drifting from the distant lawn starkly contrasted with the content of the conversation, prompting Sean to glance over and discover a group of young wizards engaged in a game of hangman, a game that could involve 2 or more players, where one thinks of a word and the others guess it based on provided letters, failing to guess results in pretending to be decapitated. Heard once again from the other side of the lawn, the crackling sounds of explosions reached Shuren's ears. Upon glancing over, he observed a couple of young wizards engaged in a game of pop-bang cards. Though the power of these cards was not particularly formidable, it was sufficient to singe the eyebrows of the 2 young sorcerers. The magical realm offers a plethora of entertainment options, far beyond just Quidditch, wizard chess, and gobstones. Within a mere span of 5 days, Michael had partaken in over 10 peculiar games, which accounted for his lingering presence in the library. If only he could return to the dormitory without lamenting, "Shuren, save me," and instead quietly peruse Shuren's notes, all would be well. Shuren held in his hand a beautifully packaged, buzzing honeybee candy, while the image of Senior Bruce being towed away like a balloon by Senior Leon lingered in his mind. He noted that whenever Senior Bruce was about to descend, the recently arrived Senior Peaster would promptly shove another piece of candy into his mouth. The remainder of the candy was generously bestowed upon him by the good-natured Senior Peaster, embodying Hufflepuff's philosophy of sharing. Bruce almost howled this proclamation, Shuren recalled. The afternoon sun poured down like melted honey, lazily draping itself over the ancient stone walls of Hogwarts Castle, warming the once frigid stones into a gentle embrace. The spires of the towers etched golden silhouettes against the azure sky, while owls hooted as they swooped past. A breeze ruffled Shuren's hair, and from afar, a resounding cry echoed. It was a soaring eagle. Stumbling across the lawn was Justin, who called out enthusiastically, "Shuren!" His exuberance drew a resigned pout from Hermione, whose hands clutched a dark green book adorned with a dragon motif, now flapping open in the wind. "My mother says nature will heal all children," Justin whispered, drawing closer to Shuren. "Sunshine, lakeside, gentle breezes, and verdant grass," he mused, though Hermione did not believe these could rival the allure of her book. Fantastic beasts and where to find them. She was right. That book was indeed captivating. Magical creatures? Shuren pondered, finding the concept undeniably intriguing. Following Justin's lead, his gaze fell upon one of the pages. "I wish to refute all the other absurd claims made by Miss Rita Skeeter in her book. I merely wish to clarify. I am not the scoundrel who abandoned the heartbroken Seraphina Pickquery. At the time, it was explicitly stated by the chair that if I did not voluntarily and swiftly depart from New York, severe measures would be taken to expel me." Shuren was momentarily at a loss for words. It appeared that gossip knew no boundaries between wizards and muggles. He continued reading. "The billywig is a native Australian insect. Anyone stung by a billywig will feel dizzy and subsequently float away in a daze. Generations of young Australian wizards have endeavored to capture the billywig, provoking its sting for the sake of experiencing its exhilarating effects. Wizards can indeed exhibit a certain madness, can't they?" Justin remarked, shrugging his shoulders. "What do you think, Hermione?" "Indeed, I have read accounts of wizards who have concocted a delightful treat known as buzzing bee sweets from its juice." Hermione closed her book, her voice brimming with vigor. Before she could finish her thought, Sion discreetly handed each of them a piece of buzzing bee sweet. "Delicious," Sion asserted earnestly. The bewildered expressions exchanged between Hermione and Justin were quite comical. "The sensation of levitation is truly splendid. I mean, do you remember? Hermione and I approached Professor Flitwick to request the use of that classroom. The professor readily agreed, but what did he say?" In the corridor, Justin suddenly faltered. Sion noticed the unmistakable glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Of course, it's no issue, but it depends on whether that owl portrait consents." As the trio awaited the spiral staircase, Hermione elucidated. "The professor mentioned that in the 10th century, there was only one magical school in Europe, Hogwarts. At that time, students came from all over Europe to attend. Subsequently, other magical institutions were established, and many wizarding families opted for schools closer to home. This led to an abundance of vacant classrooms at Hogwarts, which could accommodate thousands, most of which were sealed by magic. However, ours was not, for there existed a particularly enigmatic owl portrait, one that even the most learned professors could scarcely answer its queries." Justin interjected with a smile, appearing far prouder than Sion. Hermione shot him a disapproving glance. Amid the rumbling of the stairs and Justin's tapping against the wall, the yellowed and cracked canvas reemerged, revealing a snowy owl clad in a velvet waistcoat and sporting dainty pince-nez glasses, its neck tilted in a perpetual struggle to align its spectacles while grasping an ancient parchment. "What are you staring at? An owl is still an owl. It squawked no laughing. I shall pose to you a conundrum, a riddle that even the cleverest little wizard cannot answer," it declared with fierce indignation. Justin's face fell instantly. He pondered for a moment before attempting to appease the owl portrait with his lollipop feather quill. "If I am not mistaken, that is indeed an owl feather, though merely sculpted." "Oh," Justin gasped, prompting a laugh from Hermione. She then watched as he pretended to frantically stuff the lollipop feather quill into Sion's arms. "Mouse. Does the owl gentleman care for a mouse?" Justin took out the screeching sugar mouse in a desperate attempt to save the situation. "Little wizard. Foolish little wizard. I am but a portrait." The owl flapped its wings, its talons trembling beneath the parchment, and the entire creature exuded an air of irritation. Hermione was shaking with laughter. Justin exclaimed in despair. Where on earth can I find a portrait of a mouse? Just as Sheen observed the sudden influx of candies in his bag, Justin's desperation grew. The owl suddenly huffed, "Little wizard, humph. Fortunate little wizard. Hurry inside. Do not let Madame Ravenclaw catch you." With a flap of its wings, a crack appeared in the wall, revealing a sky-blue door. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. "Thank you." Justin's face brightened, and he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Meanwhile, Sheen pondered while holding a feather quill lollipop. Inside the hidden room, Hermione's focused expression still bore traces of confusion. Sheen took out his notebook and then heard Justin softly remark, "In truth, portraits can feel lonely, can't they? Mr. Owl has been hidden within the wall. I suspect he cannot roam freely like other portraits. Otherwise, his glasses wouldn't continually fall off." "Indeed," Sheen replied. "Oh, Sheen, if no one could chat with me, I think I would lose my mind," Justin mused, his light gray eyes deepening with thought. "What do you plan to do?" Sheen appeared to anticipate the question. "What if we move it?" Justin suggested in a hushed tone. "We could certainly try." Sheen nodded, though he did not harbor much hope. One of the most enchanting aspects of Hogwarts Castle lay in its myriad of secrets. Even Professor Dumbledore could not claim to know all of Hogwarts' mysteries. The owl portrait was undoubtedly a part of these secrets. Sheen had reason to suspect that it bore a duty akin to that of the Fat Lady of Gryffindor, guarding the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, a responsibility that could not be easily dismissed. Otherwise, the professors would not neglect this classroom. Yet, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. As he said, it wouldn't hurt to try. The scabies potion is among the simplest elixirs, frequently utilized by wizards in North America. I have altered its ritual, significantly enhancing the likelihood of success while markedly improving the potion's quality. Before you proceed, ensure you have mastered the refined ritual and are prepared to maintain a state of heightened mental acuity for 3 consecutive days. The prospect of greatly increased success rates and enhanced quality quickens Sheen's breath. I can empathize with the excitement that each potion researcher feels upon reading this. However, I must reiterate the importance of executing each step of the ritual flawlessly. A single misstep may leave you to seek Merlin's mercy, never to open your eyes and see me again. Such is the characteristic dry humor of wizards, Sheen mused. He then embarked on his journey to master the refined ritual, while Justin and Hermione resumed their practice of the levitation charm. Outside, owls soared from Hogwarts Castle, bearing letters that fluttered like whispers of longing. Weekends marked the busiest times for these feathered messengers, as they carried words of affection and returned with even deeper sentiments. Gradually, twilight enveloped Hogwarts, and the magical lanterns flickered to life, illuminating Justin's anxious visage. "Oh." Professor Flitwick mentioned that the feather must turn in a circle to signify the wizard's basic proficiency in the levitation charm. His face bore the weight of fatigue, yet the feather remained stubbornly still, despite his adherence to Sheen's guidance. Hermione, too, wore an expression of concern, although they were already remarkable among the new students. They still felt the pressure when compared to the little wizard who wielded the Lumos charm with such adeptness. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the classroom, Sheen had familiarized himself with the ritual and turned to the final page of his notes. When a wizard harbors intense emotions, be it joy, anxiety, or sorrow, these feelings profoundly influence the potion. This is why potion makers must cultivate focus and tranquility. Yet, magic often reveals duality. Certain appropriate emotions can yield unimaginable power. This is the essence of the refined ritual. The esteemed potion master, Libushu Pollock, bequeathed more than mere enhancements. Perhaps, as he suggested, this represents a grand breakthrough. Sheen reflected that during the ritual, he would cultivate a heightened focus, infused with a fervent emotion, akin yet distinct from that of Transfiguration and the Lumos charm. What then? Is the emotion required for the levitation charm? Sean murmured, instinctively recalling an unanswered question from the previous lesson on charms. He gazed at the feather and suddenly pondered. Why must the practice object be a feather? Is it merely due to its lightness? Or perhaps because the feather symbolizes liberation from gravity, a breaking of constraints? Wingardium Leviosa, you have practiced the levitation charm to an expert standard, proficiency 50. The tip of Sean's wand flickered momentarily, and the feather began to rise gently, swirling gracefully in the air before dancing rhythmically, as if it were a bird taking flight. Beside him, Justin was utterly astonished. He muttered a few indistinct words, wondering if such a level could be achieved simply by uttering a few phrases. Sometimes, I feel that Sean is just like the wizard I imagined, effortlessly defying the rudimentary principles of magic that I have yet to grasp, Justin remarked, wide-eyed. Hermione, fixated on the dancing feather, furrowed her brow as she glanced at her wand, letting out a resigned sigh. Observing Sean's focused profile, her expression gradually grew resolute. As the feather descended gently, Sean waved his wand once more. Wingardium Leviosa, you have practiced the levitation charm to an expert standard proficiency 50. The moment the panel's notification chimed, Sean felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He allowed the feather to drift softly into his palm, then noticed Justin's exhilaration and Hermione's bashful blush. As Professor Flitwick had explained during the lesson on the Lumos charm, infusing a spell with a wizard's emotion renders it more potent. The Lumos charm requires a yearning for light, while the emotion needed for the levitation charm is one of release from gravity. I believe this is why wizards consistently use feathers for practice, Sean concluded. Justin appeared somewhat dazed, contemplating, is that the correct interpretation? Why couldn't I think of that? He and Hermione hastily took notes, capturing every word Sean had spoken. Meanwhile, Sean slowly retrieved his notes on the history of magic from his bag. Tomorrow, he would have a full day to complete the timeline of magical history and compile a comprehensive outline tailored to his studies. The astronomy class was similar. Though it delved into the arcane aspects of magic, the standards for young wizards remained modest. Sean merely needed to record the trajectories of celestial bodies, much like he was doing with the history of magic. This signifies that his scholarship fragments will reach a total of 4 by tomorrow. The course of charms, Transfiguration, Astronomy, and the history of magic. The vast expanse of magic is a realm of novelty and intrigue foreseen. Even the history of magic, often lamented by young wizards, captivates him. He eagerly delves into the past of vampire hunters, exploring the misdeeds of those wizards dedicated to the pursuit of vampires, and questioning why Article 12 of the non-wizard half-breed treatment guidelines deems such a profession unlawful. The allure of history envelopes scene, and this focus persists until nightfall. Reclining on his 4-poster bed, tales of Gifford Oldun flit through his mind. He was a renowned giant slayer who became a local hero for vanquishing the giant Hangies of Barnston, and he's also a character on chocolate frog cards. In the 15th century, when giants were far more numerous than in Scene's time, individuals like Oldun were essential to curbing their population and safeguarding the wizarding world. Werewolves, vampires, fairies, trolls, and giants. Images of epic wizarding history flood Scene's imagination, envisioning wizards wielding wands, casting spells, embarking on grand adventures across this land steeped in magic. His breathing gradually steadies, and the gentle breeze of Hogwarts acts like an invisible hand. Turning to a page in the history of magic that is filled with Scene's notes. Miranda is a witch who once attended Hogwarts. Not only did she struggle to comprehend the outdated textbooks, but as the youngest in her family, her sisters delighted in teasing her, frustrated by her words often going unheard. This indignant young witch invented the Bat Bogey Hex. She once cast this spell on her sister and aspired to write an accurate and comprehensible book. Bashida Bashett's annotation reads, "Magic always embraces the beliefs of wizards. It is so generous to those who meet its conditions that any wizard can create such wonders." Scene's notes were revised repeatedly until only 3 powerful words remained: magic, infinite possibilities. He has often pondered how to cherish the opportunity when such miracles of magic manifest, ultimately concluding, well, I must learn to master it. Emerging once more from the library, the weekend had quietly slipped away, clutching a hefty stack of books. The moonlight shone as beautifully as it had on the night he received his acceptance letter. He always understood why Hermione often clutched so many books. There was still much to learn, yet his limited time could barely accommodate a brief weekend, which was scarcely enough for him to skim through the history of magic. As for the resplendent realm of astronomy, he had merely glimpsed a hidden corner of it within the annals of magical history, specifically divination and prophecy. Consequently, he endeavored to peruse all 13 volumes on astronomy, ultimately discovering some clues in an ancient tome that Professor Pants had solemnly entrusted to him. Wizards utilized astronomy to connect with the cosmos and draw inspiration for their magic. The magical pursuits that fascinated these wizards ultimately circled back to the vastness of the universe, where prophecy and fate would inevitably dissolve within the shimmering starry expanse. Sean's enthusiasm radiated from within as he recited the text, his thoughts swirling like the flames in a hearth. In the Forbidden Forest, the tribe of centaurs concealed themselves, foreseeing the future through the observation of the night sky. Far away in Azkaban, Sirius languished in regret, his name, the Dog Star, mirroring his animagus form while revealing his unwavering loyalty. Sean harbored a faint suspicion. The power of magic did not solely reside in the explosive spells, the simmering cauldrons, or the fantastical creatures. It had existed for eons, even transcending the chronicles of wizards. Astronomy, indeed, represented one of the most profound aspects of magic, so deep that it intertwined with concepts like fate. Within Sean's bag lay that old book, carefully preserved. During all his available time, he shuttled almost incessantly between the practice room and the library, with this ancient tome being the one he consulted most frequently. His only regret was that he could not fully comprehend the text. At times, the wait for the Centaur professor's lessons was agonizing, and he often wondered if he might engage with him earlier. Meanwhile, Professor Snape spent the entire weekend in the dungeons, leaving Sean unable to brew potions. Yet with every loss, there was a gain. His proficiency in spells ascended to an entirely new level. Levitation Charm, Novice, 21,900. Lumos Charm, Novice, 19,900. Scourgify, Apprentice level, 297,300. Advancement, 3 Novice. Spells unlock the Novice title in the Field of Charms. Charm Talent, Green. Sean extracted his wand from his bag, feeling his spirit rejuvenated. With a sliver of time left before curfew, he approached the entrance to the secret room. As the portrait of the owl materialized, a cacophony erupted. Little wizard, clever little wizard, answer my question. Sheen patiently awaited the question, while Justin's attempt had faltered. The owl portrait had merely turned a blind eye to their comings and goings. Even without an answer, Sheen was still permitted entry. By the tranquil riverside emerged the wise and beautiful Ravenclaw. May I inquire where this lakeside exists? The pure white owl returned the parchment to its talons, gazing at Sheen with a notable confidence. The Scottish Highlands. After a few moments of recollection, Sheen calmly articulated this answer. How do you? The owl, adorned with delicate pince-nez spectacles, slowly descended, its flapping movements stilled, revealing the azure door gradually. Thank you. Before the owl portrait vanished, Sheen whispered a note of gratitude. The legacy left by Lady Ravenclaw likely encompassed more than just that crown. In truth, the very location of Hogwarts, its name, and even the twisting staircases were intertwined with the wisdom and ideals of this remarkable woman. Her intellect infused the castle, rendering the enchanting owl portrait an entirely fitting element in Sheen's eyes. We have heard you, Sheen. Upon entering the practice room, Justin and Hermione approached with their magical lanterns. Sheen was somewhat surprised that they had learned so late today, only to be met with their expectant gazes. Very well, this is a tale concerning the 4 founders. Sheen's voice resonated steadily. Cool, Justin remarked as he illuminated his wand and settled around Sheen, while Hermione followed suit, both sitting upright in their chairs, their breaths gradually lowering in intensity. Godric Gryffindor, it is believed, was born over 1,000 years ago in a certain moor in the western region of England, which later bore his name, Godric's Hollow. As for Lady Hufflepuff, the widely accepted explanation is that she hailed from the expansive valleys of Wales, renowned for her prowess with food-related spells. Regarding Mr. Slytherin and Lady Ravenclaw. 41. New spell titles. Rumors suggest that Slytherin originated from the bogs of Eastern Ireland, although this has never been fully substantiated. Now, if you ponder carefully, you can deduce the origins of Lady Ravenclaw. Sheen paused, allowing a moment for reflection. England, Wales, Ireland. In contrast to Justin's deep contemplation, Hermione's eyes sparkled ever brighter as she exclaimed, "It's Scotland." The 4 founders of Hogwarts each emerged from the 4 corners of the British Isles: Scotland, Wales, England, and Ireland. Indeed, Heen received affirmation. Do you remember? The Sorting Hat song, Fair Ravenclaw, from Glen. Heen recited that line, where Glen is defined as a Scottish term for Highland Valley. Heen, you must be a walking anthology, Justin exclaimed, and Hermione nodded in agreement, lifting her chin. Heen acknowledged with a sound, and then picked up his wand. Proceeding to the back of the classroom, where a number of scattered, yellowed pages lay strewn across the floor. Scourgify. Heen waved his wand, tracing a smooth S shape, and the dust-laden books were restored to cleanliness. You practice the cleaning spell to a novice standard proficiency level 3. Novice cleaning spell unlocked. New magical title unlocked. Please check. Heen did not hasten to inspect, but instead gathered the books and returned them to the shelf, surveying the classroom. The desks and chairs, once ensnared in cobwebs, were now pristine, arranged neatly by Justin and Hermione. The enormous bookshelf, though still askew, was now fully stocked, thoroughly cleaned by Heen from the inside out. In another corner, an array of oddly shaped instruments had also been organized and categorized by the trio. Overall, it truly resembled a classroom in use, rather than an antiquated relic from centuries past. Heen then opened the panel. Title: Novice Spellcaster. Slightly increases perception of spells, significantly enhances magical aptitude. Significantly? Heen felt a surge of anticipation as he continued reading. Wizard Heen, Magical Aptitude, Blue, enhanced by the Novice Spellcaster title. Original aptitude was white. Note, ordinary wizards are green. I should now barely qualify as a half-baked spell genius, he mused. The impact of this aptitude was pronounced. The difference between white and blue aptitude was akin to that between a common snake and a basilisk. Long ago, Heen had aspired to learn the 4 spells from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, but with little success. The descriptions in standard spells, beginner, were lacking, and dark forces, a guide to self-defense, remained vague, seemingly requiring a professor's guidance. Yet relying on Professor Quirrell was less promising than hoping that Professor Snape would open wide the doors to his cellar. Thus, he endeavored to self-study. To his astonishment, in a short span of time, he unlocked the red and green sparks, propelled by an obscure intuition. Merely 10 attempts, only 10 attempts. A certain young wizard found himself pondering whether his once-praised white talent might indeed be perceived as a flaw within the realm of magic. As for the 2 spells, the red spark and the green spark, they may appear trivial, yet they possess dual functions in practice. First, they serve as an urgent signal for distress. During the 3rd match of the Triwizard Tournament, Sheehan recalled employing them. Secondly, they can be utilized as low-level offensive spells during combat. In his first year, Ron remarked that Harry, who had only recently begun his magical education, along with Malfoy, could only manage to produce sparks with their wands. Here, the sparks refer specifically to the red and green ones. As Sheehan exited the classroom, he occasionally heard the voice of Madame Loris resonating in the corridor, along with that of Sir Cadogan, who would insist, "A wager is a wager. You must retrieve for me a fine bottle of liquor from the portrait of the drunken knight." Indeed, a woman's voice emanated from the wall, and Sheehan looked up to see a plump witch clad in a flowing white gown, smiling warmly at the adjacent portrait, which depicted a stout knight with an excessively long sword, his knees stained with grass. He sighed deeply, exclaiming by Merlin's beard, "My dear Green, how can you neglect Quidditch? You've been holed up in the library, returning so late. Look, now my share of fine wine has dwindled by yet another bottle." Sheehan recognized that Sir Cadogan and Madame Violet had engaged in yet another wager, a frequent occurrence, as the portraits, suspended on the walls and left to idle for eternity, often sought amusement from their surroundings. For instance, they would clandestinely bet on the students of Hogwarts, much like wizards who, in moments of tedium, would speculate which raindrop on the window pane would fall first. These portraits, too, would quietly compete among themselves, commonly wagering on which student could reach a destination first via the moving staircases, with neutral portraits trailing behind to serve as judges. Sheehan chose not to respond to Sir Cadogan. Otherwise, the knight would undoubtedly follow him to the common room, chattering incessantly. Last time, revealing his name had been enough to vex Sheehan, as Cadogan had spun 5 or 6 jokes from it. Sheehan Green decided to become a painter, but he failed because he had only seen one color. Do you know why? Because he only seen green. Ha ha! Sheehan found this utterly unamusing and, with a flick of his wrist, discreetly repositioned the portrait of the drunken knight. The night swiftly passed, heralding a new week at Hogwarts, and the initial Monday was the sole day capable of provoking significant emotional fluctuations in Scene. Perhaps it was also the day that instilled the greatest anxiety in all the first-year Ravenclaws, for on this very morning, they were to attend their second potions class. Scene had familiarized himself with the ritual 3 times the previous night and meticulously reviewed his notes on the Scabious potion. In fact, he had only completed his potions essay yesterday, all in pursuit of achieving an exemplary understanding of the craft. Amidst the silence, the heavy door of the dungeon swung open with a resounding bang, and Professor Snape's ample black cloak billowed, accentuating the pallor of his face, which appeared even more foreboding. Although his movements were undeniably graceful, the young wizards could not help but feel the oppressive aura he exuded. "The alliance of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff," he intoned ominously. "A week has passed, yet I find some individuals stubbornly maintaining a remarkable deficit in intellect and dexterity." Before his words could fully dissipate, the young wizards trembled beneath him, some paling visibly. The dungeon was perpetually cold, its stone walls marred by dark yellow stains. Shelves brimmed with bizarrely shaped glass vials, each containing substances of unnamable origin, some bubbling while others settled silently. The vapor from the cauldron enveloped the classroom, rendering Professor Snape's visage all the more indistinct. "See, we can do this," Justin whispered, attempting to bolster both their spirits. However, Scene quickly noticed Justin's trembling hand. He understood the source of his friend's anxiety. After all, they had last concocted a blue potion that had earned them a severe reprimand from Professor Snape. "Do you need help with the ingredients?" Justin inquired, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Scene gently shook his head. "I will finish swiftly. Justin refrained from further questioning and instead watched attentively as Scene prepared the materials, ignited the cauldron, and regulated the flame. His movements were nothing short of standard and fluid, in comparison to the other hesitant and anxious young wizards surrounding them. Scene's progress was at least threefold quicker. Potions was a discipline of precision and rigor. A competent potion maker must possess a complex and comprehensive body of knowledge, which is why Professor Snape's expectations were so stringent. If the young wizards failed to adhere to the strict protocols of potion making, the consequences of those magical ingredients swirling within the cauldron would likely remain a mystery known only to Merlin. Thus, the majority of novice wizards merely follow the steps mechanically, and it is only when they attain proficiency that the wonders of potion making begin to reveal themselves. As for Sheen, he has completely immersed himself in this enigmatic branch of magic. His adept handling of materials, impeccable control of heat, precise stirring, and strict adherence to boiling times are all evident. The cauldron bubbles away, and Justin, with unwavering focus, records each step, acting as Sheen's assistant by passing him materials and noting the time. While many young wizards flounder in their handling of ingredients, Sheen and Justin have already added the final quills of the hedgehog. Professor Snape keenly observes this unusual progress, his dark, piercing gaze fixed upon the cauldron. In a mere instant, he surmises that the potion's outcome will be acceptable, yet not remarkable. He huffs softly and diverts his gaze. It is time. Sheen's potion has reached its final and most critical stage. Rather than recalling the century-old rituals, he reflects on the unrecognized innovations of Master Libishipparak. As he recites the incantation, the ceremony commences. This is his first true application of the improved ritual. His concentration is sharper than ever, as if he embodies a pharmacist laboriously concocting a potion for the treatment of scabies. As this emotion naturally flows forth, the potion undergoes a fundamental transformation. The once blue-green liquid becomes viscous, and the jelly-like mixture reveals no trace of impurities. You have successfully brewed a potion for scabies to the standards of an expert. Proficiency level 10. Justin's breath has halted, his expression intent as he compares the potion to Professor Snape's exemplar in his memory. The differences are negligible. Sheen, have we succeeded? He whispers, anxiety lacing his tone. Indeed, a profound fatigue washes over him, akin to having gone 3 days without sleep. Master Libishipparak is indeed meticulous. Marvelous. I knew we could do it. Justin exhales deeply, carefully storing the potion in a crystal vial. He then stands tall, awaiting Professor Snape's inspection. A stark contrast to his previous anxious, pallid demeanor, which brings a smile to the weary Sheen's face. Have you completed it? At that moment, she notices Michael peering in curiously, while Terry beside him belatedly casts a glance their way. Of course, I have brewed a complete potion. Justin's words catch in his throat as dark clouds loom ominously. Professor Snape's imposing figure cast a shadow over the sunlight, and his piercing gaze rendered the surrounding young wizard silent. Perfect. As Professor Snape grasped the crystal vial, a sardonic smirk briefly flickered across his lips before vanishing miraculously. He seemed momentarily taken aback. If the potion for scabies had merely met the standard previously, it now approached the threshold of excellence. A formidable advancement, just barely acceptable. Professor Snape set down the crystal vial, his voice emerging as if squeezed from his throat. 1 point for each of you. With that, his robes billowed as he departed. Did I hear that correctly? Michael's eyes widened in disbelief. The circle of young wizards around him exchanged incredulous glances. Fantastic, Sean, we've earned back the points we lost. Justin exclaimed, clearly thrilled, as it seemed he had been quite concerned about the deductions. Sean nodded, his gaze settling on the board. Scabies potion, unlocked 1530. Halfway there. If he could maintain his adept brewing skills, 2 more sessions would grant him the title of potioneer. While Professor Snape awarding points to Ravenclaw might have seemed a trivial matter in Michael's enthusiastic retelling, it transformed into an extravagant tale of Snape gifting Sean 200 galleons and even preparing 2 dishes for him. The rumors persisted until the afternoon history of magic class, which had devolved into a raucous gossip session. Although the young wizards did not solely focus on Sean, the snippets that drifted into his ears left him momentarily speechless. Defeating a mountain troll single-handedly, vanquishing a werewolf barehanded. Even Michael, the source of the rumors, was momentarily stunned upon hearing such claims. Do you lot even realize what you're saying? He retorted, then added with a flair, a mountain troll? No, 3. Justin, sitting beside Sean, was flushed with embarrassment. Sean Saif, returning to his studies of magical history. He had completed the skeleton of his notes and filled in the necessary content. yet perfection still eluded him. Tuesday's History of Magic class had seen slight adjustments, as Hufflepuff joined Ravenclaw, making it difficult for Justin to refrain from glancing at Sean's notes. The young wizards even undertook a secondary breakdown. All characters and historical events were arranged chronologically. Sean had meticulously created an additional index, categorizing different events and figures, aligning them with corresponding page numbers. For instance, at this moment, Justin is engrossed in the Oddities Compendium, which features several peculiar characters, including the eccentric Yorick and the whimsical Wendelin. Justin finds himself utterly captivated. The study of magical history no longer seems tedious, nor does he feel overwhelmed by the intricate web of events and figures. Occasionally, he stumbles upon other notes by Sheen, pondering the contributions of the master of magical creatures, Ms. Elfrida Clegg and Mr. Newt Scamander. How do their contributions intertwine to shape the new regulations of the Ministry of Magic? Sheen has meticulously organized this information. Naturally, Justin glances over it and inadvertently absorbs the entire history of magical creatures, his efficient learning process enthralling him. Suddenly, he breaks free from his reverie, his breath quickening, and he whispers, "Sheen, I believe this could truly be published. I have never encountered such an engaging account of magical history." Justin's words momentarily astonish Sheen, but before long, Justin bursts forth with unbridled enthusiasm, as if a machine has been set in motion, exclaiming, "We could initially offer it for free to the young wizards at Hogwarts. I am certain they have long suffered under the drudgery of Professor Binsvague lectures and the daunting length of magical history papers." He continues, more fervently, "If the feedback is positive, we could reach out to a publisher. Just imagine, students from more than one magical school would benefit from it." Sheen does not respond immediately, aware that the publication and distribution of books is a protracted endeavor. "Your notes are not comprehensive," Sheen quietly remarks, emphasizing that his study of magical history is for its own sake. Even if Justin's idea holds a semblance of feasibility, it would not alter his planned course of study. However, he concedes that any potential benefits from this endeavor would indeed be welcome. All right. Once you have completed your notes, you must allow me to attempt selling it among the young wizards," Justin pleads earnestly, his voice lowered. She nods in agreement. The atmosphere at Hogwarts on Monday is unusually lively. In the corridors, classrooms, and common rooms, young wizards can be seen animatedly discussing various topics. Sheen feels a sense of curiosity about all this, yet he has no intention of probing further, as he prepares to head to the concealed classroom. Suddenly, in the corridor, he hears a cough and looks up to find it is Sir Cadogan. He has bound himself with straw, attempting to disguise himself as a scarecrow within a picturesque rice field painting. However, he has forgotten to remove his armor and sword. The portraits of Hogwarts often roam about, sometimes feeling indistinguishable from the furniture. What could be more entertaining than a competition to see who can masquerade as another portrait for the longest time? Unfortunately, Sir Cadogan has never excelled at such mimicry. Imagine him imitating the fat lady, seated within her frame, donning her hat, and speaking in a comically loud manner. Perhaps it is akin to Professor Snape's forays into women's attire. Ahem. Seamus once again heard a cough, and with a hint of exasperation, he tore off a sheet of paper, inscribing Sir Cadogan in large letters and affixing it to the portrait. "Oh, little Gryffindor, you discovered me again. How disappointing. Why don't you join them in discussing Quidditch instead?" Seamus then heard a wailing sound. "Oh dear Sir Cadogan, you couldn't even last 3 minutes. How pathetic. It seems you owe me a bottle of liquor." This was followed by a teasing female voice. Seamus turned his head in bewilderment, having heard the term Quidditch for the second time. However, his confusion was soon clarified. In the corridor, a senior wizard broke through the throng of younger witches and wizards, posting a parchment embellished with golden script on the notice board. The first-year students erupted in cheers. They were to have flying lessons this Thursday and Friday. After reading this, Seamus felt a surge of anticipation, which directly resulted in him arriving at the practice room with several books in his arms. The Origins of Quidditch, The Wonderful World of Quidditch Balls, The Complete Guide to Flying Brooms, The Broom Care Manual, and The Official Guide to the Quidditch World Cup. The most renowned of these was certainly The Wonderful World of Quidditch Balls. When he obtained this book from Madame Pants, she had warned him that it was handled so frequently that it was constantly being flipped through, drooled upon, and subjected to rough treatment. Seamus considered this a compliment for any book, thus heightening his interest in it. Madame Ravenclaw left behind at Hogwarts a crown, a spiral staircase, and portraits. Seamus slightly interrupted Mr. Owl's question and entered the classroom under the latter's stern gaze. "Seamus, what are those in your hands?" Justin helped carry away 3 of the books, allowing Seamus's bright green eyes to peek out once more. "Wow, The Wonderful World of Quidditch Balls. I've heard that acquiring this book from Madame Pants is more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Justin exclaimed in astonishment. Seamus responded, a bit puzzled. Due to a mischievous little wizard using it as a pillow, a stream of drool had flowed onto the book. Hermione, with a hint of exasperation, explained this. So, shall we read together? Sheehan placed the book on the table. The longing in Justin's eyes could no longer be suppressed. He was the first to move his stool closer, followed swiftly by Hermione. The three small heads huddled together. The diligent research of Kenilworth Wisp unveils a treasure trove of previously unknown facts about this wizarding sport. An enthralling book, A History of Magic by Bashai Bayat. As they opened the book, they were greeted by a series of prefaces and comments from the wizard Bashai Bayat, whom Sheehan recognized. Mr. Wisp shows great promise. If he continues to work diligently, one day he will have the opportunity to take a photograph with me. The Wonderful Me by Gilderoy Lockhart. This was indeed a statement typical of Mr. Lockhart, whom Sheehan was vaguely familiar with. Thus, he skimmed past this section and continued reading. So far, wizards have yet to invent any spell that allows them to fly in human form without the aid of any tools. Consequently, wizards have devised numerous methods, but to no avail. A handful of animagi can revel in the joy of flight, but they are indeed rare. Later wizards transform themselves into bats. Bats? This was clearly unexpected, prompting Justin to exclaim. The trio curiously leaned in to read further, although they all understood that if transforming into bats was effective, flying broomsticks would not exist. This approach has proven foolish. Wizards who transform into bats may enjoy flying, yet with bat-like heads. They are bound to forget their intended destinations while soaring through the air. Floating aimlessly is a common occurrence. As they continued, Sheehan's emerald eyes suddenly sparkled. Now, we have become accustomed to the fact that every wizarding household in Britain possesses at least one flying broomstick, yet we seldom pause to ask ourselves, why is this? Why has that unassuming broomstick, as a means of transportation for wizards, become a legally permitted object? Why do we, in the West, not utilize the beloved flying carpets of our Eastern brethren? Why do we shy away from flying buckets, flying chairs, and flying bathtubs? Why is always a broomstick? 44. The wizard's broomstick. Merlin, why is this so? Is it simply because it is peculiar? Confusion radiated from Justin's light gray eyes. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind howled outside, causing the magical lantern hanging on the wall to sway uncontrollably. Justin nudged Seamus and Hermione, rousing them from their reverie. Hermione frowned slightly, puffing her cheeks as if about to speak, but her gaze was drawn to the astonished Justin, who pointed outside. A figure like a bolt of lightning soared toward the castle, gliding past the open fan-shaped window, stirring up a whirlwind, with the tip of the broom glinting in the sunlight. I suppose I understand why he is so handsome, Justin murmured, his words whisked away by the wind, yet the eagerness in his eyes remained unmistakable. Stop dreaming, Justin. First-year students are strictly prohibited from flying brooms without permission. Haven't you memorized the school rules? Hermione's soft admonition shattered the blonde boy's fantasy. What? Justin exclaimed, frozen in astonishment like a piece of wood. You mean to tell me you came to school without knowing the regulations? Hermione was less enraptured by the upperclassman who had just soared by and more concerned about the bewildered badger. Goodness, if you haven't memorized the rules, how can you ensure you won't break them? I thought Hogwarts wouldn't be that strict. Justin momentarily faltered, instinctively glancing at Seamus. Seamus, have you memorized the rules? Yes, Seamus replied with a nod, dimming Justin's hopes entirely. In fact, to ensure his place at Hogwarts, Seamus had even memorized the rules backward. Hermione was right. First-year wizards were forbidden from riding brooms unaccompanied, but with Madame Hooch's permission, the situation changes. Although few first years achieved this, hope always lingered. Here, take this, Hermione said, placing a book with a brown cover and golden lettering into Justin's arms, filled with precise notes. The dullness in his eyes brightened once more. He cradled Hogwarts, a history as he heard Hermione mutter fool. Moreover, wizards do not use magical brooms merely for show. Hermione turned the pages of the magical Quidditch ball, and the three little heads huddled together once again. Experience through the ages has taught wizards that if their muggle neighbors were to discover their entire heritage, those muggles would undoubtedly find ways to exploit their abilities. Therefore, if wizards wish to possess a flying apparatus in their homes, it must be a cautious item, one that is easily concealed. The events that followed are well known to all. Thus, did they choose a broom? Justin had not anticipated this answer, yet soon he nodded in understanding. If my neighbor were a wizard, I too would find it difficult to restrain my curiosity about them. The afternoon sun streamed through the arched windows, casting the small classroom into a warm space of light and shadow, where motes of dust danced slowly in the beams, resembling countless tiny, golden sprites, before suddenly quivering. The trio, engrossed in their study of Quidditch, were abruptly disturbed by the sound of knocking against the wall outside. It was Ernie. If he was knocking on the adjacent wall, it signified he would await me in the great hall shortly. Justin was roused from his reverie and quietly called to Seamus, mentioning a matter concerning Professor Snape, for he had sought Ernie's assistance. After all, as his mother had said, the power of unity is always formidable. Seamus nodded thoughtfully, and the two bid farewell to Hermione as they exited the classroom. Justin added, "Hermione, rest assured, I shall not reveal the location of our classroom. This is a secret shared among the three of us. I promise." Immersed in her reading, Hermione seemed indifferent to this assurance, though her eyes appeared slightly reddened after Seamus and Justin departed. In the great hall, a short, stocky blonde boy was somewhat restless, clutching a book while his gaze kept drifting towards the entrance. "Well, Finnegan had instructed me to wait here for him. He will certainly arrive." Worrying about this was far better than fretting over Friday's flying lesson. "Ernie." Justin scanned the hall and soon spotted the boy at the Hufflepuff table. "Justin." The stocky boy responded immediately, prompting Justin to swiftly approach with Seamus. Recognizing this somewhat familiar face, Seamus recalled numerous details. Ernie Macmillan, a ninth-generation pureblood Hufflepuff, was equally sincere. He had once mistakenly believed Harry to be the heir of Slytherin, but after Hermione's petrification, he gradually came to understand Harry's innocence and publicly apologized, which Harry graciously accepted. What left a profound impression on Seamus was during the Battle of Hogwarts when Professor McGonagall addressed Ernie, the prefect, saying, "Upon receiving my orders, organize your house's students and ensure they are taken to the evacuation point in an orderly fashion." Ernie Macmillan had responded with rare seriousness. "What if we wish to stay and fight?" Ernie brought delightful news. Professor Snape was to grade assignments today and had already been in his office for quite some time. Shuren promptly retrieved the brewing tools and materials from the classroom and set forth on his journey to the cellar. The necessity of brewing in the cellar stemmed from the fact that first-year wizards lacked the privilege of bringing cauldrons outside, had they been permitted. One could only imagine the influx of explosive prodigies at Hogwarts. Potions, after all, are not a discipline to be trifled with, akin to chemistry experiments conducted within a laboratory. Such perilous endeavors must not be undertaken lightly. Wisps of white smoke once again floated above the cauldron as Shuren concentrated intently, his hands deftly in motion. Before long, the cauldron began to bubble vigorously, the only sounds in the cellar being the faint whispers of breath and the cauldron simmering. By the time Professor Snape exited his office and arrived in the cellar, Shuren had already departed with a sense of satisfaction, having achieved a proficiency level of 3. Master Libishu Pollock was indeed correct. Without sufficient mental fortitude, the enhancement ritual could not be completed. Since the last potion brewing, Shuren had been enveloped in a profound fatigue, one that radiated from within, and according to Master Pollock's estimation, it would persist for at least 5 days. While waiting for his exhaustion to fully subside, Shuren was not idle. If one were to encapsulate his activities in a single phrase, it would be, he was playing hide and seek with Professor Snape. Determination. Another day saw Shuren emerging from the cellar. He meticulously tidied up the remnants of his brewing, so much so that even Justin, after scrutinizing for a considerable time, could discern no clues. Shortly thereafter, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, heralding yet another thunderous day at Hogwarts. Outside the castle, rain poured relentlessly, while Shuren found solace in the library, immersing himself in books. The magical crystal ball emitted a gentle, warm glow, and Madame Pants would often cast a glance at Shuren as she passed by. If Hermione's 6 hours in the library each day could be deemed diligent, then Shuren, who opened and closed the library doors alongside Madame Pants, could be considered a half-librarian. At the very least, he took it upon himself to organize the books along the shelves. This was not born of a desire to assist others. Rather, after perusing the volumes, tidying up became a simple task. Occasionally, Madame Pants would share with Shuren which books possessed genuine substance and which were mere embellishments, for which he was immensely grateful. Contrary to the rumors circulating among young wizards, Madame Pants was not devoid of warmth and amiability. At the very least, when she glimpsed the annotations in Sheen's notes on the history of magic, she would gladly engage in conversation with him for a while and willingly share desserts. Though certainly not within the library's confines, but rather during the early morning hours or at dusk. The delectable treats from Justin have recently gained considerable popularity. It remains a mystery how he persuaded the house elves to venture into the Hogwarts kitchens, but his culinary skills are undoubtedly exceptional. Perhaps it is an innate culinary magic that Hufflepuffs possess. The desserts Justin has refined in conjuring a feast have garnered widespread acclaim. Even Hermione finds herself indulging in 2 pieces of mochi, her cheeks puffed out, while Sheen typically is the first to sample the delights. Outside, the gentle patter of rain falls upon the fertile earth, and a veil of mist hovers over the Scottish Highlands. The nights here are perpetually warm and golden, and as the damp breeze, imbued with the scent of soil, brushes against Sheen's cheek, his emerald eyes shimmer with a magical glow. He murmurs to himself, reaffirming his resolve. His left hand must arc more significantly, and most importantly, he must believe in his ability to defy gravity. Once more, he gently corrects Justin's levitation charm. Due to his relentless dedication, Sheen's progress in charms has rapidly outstripped that of his fellow young wizards in just over a week. Even Hermione pauses to contemplate his teachings. Sheen never hesitates to share his insights, often imparting his seemingly trivial knowledge after practice, even when fatigue weighs upon him. The only vexation for Sheen has been Professor Snape's recent penchant for brewing potions with alarming frequency. In recent days, there has existed a peculiar dynamic between Professor Snape and Sheen. In the dungeons, if there is no Professor Snape, there is Sheen. If there is no Sheen, there is Professor Snape. Through their game of hide and seek, Sheen has unlocked over 2/3 of his potion master title, yet he still feels a pressing urgency. Having been at Hogwarts for a week and a half, he deems his progress insufficient, and thus resolves to brew potions even without precise guidance from Professor Snape. At the very least, he aims to unlock his potion title within the week, a guarantee that will enable him to advance further along the path of potion making. In the realm of magical talent, the disparities among wizards of varying gifts have always been pronounced, a truth Sheen deeply understands. In the Ravenclaw common room, ever since the announcement of the flying lessons, nearly all the young wizards have been engrossed in discussions about Quidditch. While many believe the glorious era of the Chudley Cannons has come to an end, an even greater number remain convinced that they can indeed resurrect their former splendor. It is noteworthy that the Chudley Cannons have triumphantly lifted the League Cup a remarkable 21 times. Michael held a poster in one hand, while supporting himself on a chair with the other, engaging in spirited discourse. The poster depicted members of the Chudley Cannons adorned in vibrant orange robes, embellished with a racing cannonball and 2 bold black letters C. "Oh, come now, Michael. Can you elucidate their motto?" he inquired. Before 1972, it was "We shall conquer all." And how did it transform into "Let us all cross our fingers and be optimistic"? A tall, slender wizard suddenly laughed aloud. That cannot be counted." Michael appeared to be struck where it hurt, followed by a series of slogans crafted by management that had nothing to do with the team, provoking laughter from the crowd who were blissfully unaware of the glorious history of the Chudley Cannons. What a disheartening affair. Eventually, even Michael could not help but sigh, helplessly spreading his hands. The warm glow of the fireplace flickered as Sheen passed by with a pale complexion, while behind him, Anthony feigned reading, his gaze never straying far from Sheen, always trailing a step behind. "Oh, Sheen, Anthony." Michael's keen eyes spotted the two, and he eagerly strode over, casually linking his arm with Sheen's. The trio settled into the chairs of the Ravenclaw common room, where the velvet upholstery, worn by time, exuded a soft luster. Scattered throughout were celestial cushions and low stools, adorned with deep purples, inky blues, or bronze silk padding, haphazardly placed upon Persian rugs or velvet carpets, resembling constellations strewn across the sky. The lively discussions of the group melded with the sound of the pouring rain outside. As Sheen took a moment to rest in the common room, the Ravenclaws discussed various Quidditch teams from England and Ireland. Having forgotten their earlier boasts about their own Quidditch prowess, Sheen gradually produced The Wonderful World of Quidditch, and it must be said, this book was indeed quite captivating. For instance, the Falmouth Falcons are renowned for their daring play, boasting the world-famous batters Kevin and Carl Broad. Their motto is, "Let us strive for victory. But if we cannot win, let us break a few heads." Quite an impressive proclamation, to say the least. Suddenly, Sheen sensed the surrounding conversation had come to a halt. He looked up, bewildered, to find 6 or 7 heads leaned in towards him. "Sheen, did you manage to borrow The Wonderful World of Quidditch?" Michael's exclamation shattered the silence. "Sheen, can I have a look?" Sheen heard Michael speak somewhat bashfully, while the long-haired wizard, Anthony, let out a disheartened sigh. He cast a casual glance towards Terry, who was still observing the raindrops by the stained glass window after spending 3 hours there. Anthony sighed again. He nodded and generously placed the book on the table. The young wizards erupted into a cacophony. "Let me see too, Michael." Meh, meh, meh. Even the young wizard who possessed the book couldn't resist joining the commotion. Mrs. Pance's precious tome was incomparable to what they had purchased themselves. Oh, everyone, I must say, we ought to exercise some caution. Michael's voice faded away with the tempest outside. Keen's thoughts drifted back to the plans for the following day. Indeed, as long as Professor Snape was absent from the dungeon, even if he could not locate the professor himself, Keen was determined to take the risk of brewing potions. He was merely 6 proficiency points away from his goal. The most challenging fragment of the scholarship was finally within reach. Hogwarts' magical curriculum was a wondrous tapestry of eccentricity. There were herbology lessons where young wizards had to outwit mischievous bouncing bulbs, ghost-taught classes in the history of magic, and potion lessons where any lapse in focus could result in severe penalty. Yet, without a doubt, the favorite and most challenging course among the young wizards was Transfiguration. In this class, they could unleash their magical prowess to transform a matchstick before them with minimal stringent steps or complex incantations. Professor McGonagall appeared formidable, but her astonishing transfiguration techniques deeply captivated the young wizards. No one could resist the allure of transforming a teapot into a water-squirting elephant, nor could anyone decline the chance to make a quill dance upright. However, contrary to the enthusiasm of the young wizards, few could achieve swift success in Transfiguration class. Even Hermione, the fastest learner, could only manage to turn a matchstick into the round head of a pin. Thus, when Heen transformed a running mouse into a snuff box and then set it running again, the majority of the young wizards gathered around, exclaiming in unison, "Wow! You practiced intermediate transfiguration to a proficient standard, proficiency 100. Heen had underestimated his own talent in transfiguration. Just 2 weeks of practice had allowed him to reach the proficient standard in intermediate transfiguration. His astonishment was shared by Professor McGonagall as well. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes softened, and a glimmer of pride sparkled behind her square glasses. Very good, Mr. Green. An excellent transformation. I shall award 5 points to Ravenclaw. She strode swiftly toward Sheen, paying no heed to the astonished gasps of the surrounding young wizards, her gaze solely fixated on Sheen, who appeared slightly bashful due to his focus. Follow me after class, she whispered softly. Sheen was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a quiet affirmation. The Transfiguration class soon concluded, and the young wizards departed the classroom in a flurry, leaving only Sheen and Professor McGonagall behind. The professor regarded Sheen, her ears still echoing with the whispers of the students about a certain Ravenclaw who had amassed an extraordinary number of house points, reportedly exceeding that of the second-place student by a factor of 2. The habitual severity in her eyes gradually softened. She had nurtured a seed from barren soil, and now she watched it sprout and flourish. Come with me, Mr. Green, she instructed briskly as she exited the Transfiguration classroom. Professor McGonagall's office was not far from there. Upon pushing open the wooden door, Sheen took a moment to survey the room. It was a quaint study situated at the end of a corridor on the 2nd floor, featuring a roaring fireplace and a view of the Quidditch pitch outside. A steady stream of young wizards was making their way there, as the flying lesson for Gryffindor and Slytherin was about to commence. Let us demonstrate the Transfiguration once more. Professor McGonagall's voice, once stern, had unwittingly softened. Sheen quickly realized that this was a personalized session, a special opportunity from Professor McGonagall herself. When he exited the professor's office, his proficiency in intermediate transfiguration had significantly improved, and he possessed a newly acquired notebook filled with notes on the subject. Professor McGonagall had clarified many of his confusions and indicated the path of transfiguration, emphasizing that it is the wizard's will that governs it. Like all forms of magic, transfiguration is influenced by the wizard's emotions. Intense feelings, such as sorrow or shock, can affect this ability. Even an animagus or a metamorphmagus is not exempt from this. For instance, after the death of Sirius, Tonks found it exceedingly difficult to control her transformative abilities. In the corridor, Sheen was hurrying towards the cellar. Unlike his fellow Ravenclaws, he did not head to the Quidditch pitch to observe Gryffindor and the others during their flying lesson. Though he shared their interest, he always understood the distinction between what he needed to do and what he desired to do. The corridors of Hogwarts seemed to be under a spell of languor as dusk descended. Torches flickered in their iron sconces, casting elongated shadows, while the drowsy portraits on the stone walls emitted rhythmic snores. As footsteps echoed through the arches extending westward, sunlight vanished entirely beyond the glass panes, leaving the air suddenly heavy and damp. A spiral staircase emerged in the recess concealed by a tapestry, and a chilling draft ascended the steps. Sheen ascended the staircase with practiced ease, silently contemplating how he might explain himself should he encounter Professor Snape. Fortunately, he saw nothing, and thus his emerald eyes brightened instantly. He swiftly approached the cauldron, igniting it and deftly preparing the ingredients, his notes in hand. He had brewed at least 10 pots of scabies potion, and in his simulations, This number multiplied tenfold. Therefore, he was exceedingly familiar with each step, even capable of making slight enhancements. The liquid within the cauldron emitted a reassuring, bubbling sound. Its thick, dark green surface continually swelling and bursting with bubbles. The dried nettle and powdered snake fangs were ground into a fine, verdant powder, which Scene carefully added to the cauldron in increments. Each addition caused the boiling to intensify, necessitating an immediate stirring to the right for 3 complete revolutions. Even a fraction too little or too much could render his efforts futile, yet he did not falter. In the realm of magic, he understood one fundamental truth. It is a realm of idealistic wonders that also accommodates rationality. The study of spells taught him that a wizard's mental acuity is indeed significant, but precise pronunciation and gestures facilitate the casting of spells. Unfortunately, novice wizards and even some professors often fail to grasp this concept deeply. Were they to comprehend it, the text on the levitation charm would not merely advocate for clear enunciation and a simple flick of the wrist. What constitutes clarity in pronunciation? How should one specifically direct the wand, to the left or right, with great or slight amplitude? Regrettably, the magical community adheres to a survival of the fittest ideology. Those endowed with talent instinctually practice until they succeed, while those lacking such gifts are left to repetitively toil, hoping for a moment of inspiration from Merlin. During Transfiguration class, Scene had often observed Michael wildly waving his wand, repeating the same incorrect posture 10 times over. In contrast, Scene meticulously recorded his own mistakes and successes in posture and pronunciation, delving into the nuances between them, sometimes conducting comparative experiments until he was utterly exhausted. Coupled with a certain ancient intuition, his proficiency in Transfiguration advanced remarkably. The same held true for potions. While such intuition was rare, whenever it manifested, Scene was reluctant to let it slip away. Just as now, he adjusted the amplitude of his stirring, aligning himself with a particular intuition, even slightly increasing the heat. In the dimly lit cellar, the candlelight flickered, and in a shadowy corner unseen by Scene, a pair of somber eyes emerged from the darkness. The potion's master, Severus Snape, observed the folly of an incompetent wizard employing foolish techniques. Even when adhering strictly to the prescribed steps, he could only manage to hover at the threshold of mediocrity. Such a talentless sorcerer was a waste of the precious time of the esteemed master of potions. As Snape scrutinized the myriad flaws in the apprentice's methodology, a tempest of fury simmered within his dark eyes. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the strikingly bright emerald orbs of the young wizard, his ire gradually subsided. Contemplating the relentless pursuit of the apprentice, who had engaged in a game of hide and seek merely to concoct a potion of subpar quality, Snape's heart was seized by an unusual and complex emotion. Fortunately, the apprentice had indeed demonstrated some progress during the previous potions class. He had managed to brew a potion that was barely commendable, which was the sole reason Snape had refrained from expelling him. Occasionally, Snape would come to this place to observe the apprentice's frantic efforts and deep contemplation as he struggled through his practice. Those foolish wizards who assumed he was sequestered in his office were unaware that Hogwarts Castle harbored more secret passages than towers. However, there was one truth he might never confess, that while he believed himself to be merely enjoying a spectacle, he was, in fact, quietly ensuring the safety of the young wizard. Failed. You brewed a potion for scabies at the apprentice level, proficiency 1. In the dimly lit cellar, beside the cauldron, the apprentice, Sheehan, let out a sigh. Yet, he did not succumb to discouragement, for he understood that success is not achieved instantaneously. He had indeed found a spark of inspiration, though he had not fully grasped it. A single alteration in one step could have a cascading effect on the others, and it was his failure to adjust the remaining steps that had led to the decline in the potion's quality. However, given another opportunity to brew a potion, he was confident he would succeed. Just as he began to clean the cauldron and regroup, the door to the cellar was abruptly thrust open, crashing against the stone wall with a resounding thud. A shadow surged in before the figure emerged, followed by the billowing hem of a bat-like black cloak that engulfed the faint light at the entrance. The footsteps echoed on the damp stone floor, measured and deliberate, yet resonating with a sense of judgment. Sheehan stood frozen, his large green eyes wide with confusion as Professor Snape approached him one deliberate step at a time. The dim light cast an insufficient glow, illuminating the sharp shadows created by Snape's hooked nose, enhancing the chill in his ominous words, Sheehan Green. His voice slithered like a serpent's hiss, causing Sheehan's gaze to dim further. He made no attempt to defend himself. Instead, he silently gathered his materials, cleaned the cauldron, and prepared to depart the cellar. Shuren was acutely aware that his choices were fraught with peril. Should he be discovered, he must be prepared to face the consequences. "I apologize, Professor Snape," he murmured. "I shall take my leave now." With that, he slung his black satchel over his shoulder and prepared to depart. Of course, were I in your position," Snape sneered, "I would be utterly ashamed of concocting such a foolish potion and would not dare linger in this hallowed space." Upon hearing Professor Snape's words, Shuren remained unperturbed, silently lamenting that he was on the cusp of success. "Is evasion truly your choice?" Snape interjected suddenly. "If I were you, I would ignite the cauldron immediately and stir with vigor, adding an extra rotation at the end." Shuren was momentarily taken aback. He halted his steps and turned to look at Professor Snape in astonishment. Was the professor, indeed, offering guidance? Without hesitation, Shuren set down his bag, ready to retrieve the ingredients. At that moment, a bundle of materials floated onto the wooden table, and Shuren heard Snape's icy voice, "Should you dare to fail?" The professor's gaze was piercing, as if it were a veiled threat. Yet Shuren felt no trepidation. He possessed an innate ability to disregard superficial appearances, a skill honed by deep understanding. Much like Hermione, who occasionally exhibited an air of superiority while guiding others, there lay beneath her condescension a genuine concern. Similarly, Professor Snape habitually cloaked his emotions in harshness, bias, and hostility. Yet, no one could fault him for this, for not everyone is endowed with the capacity to love. As Shuren reflected on Professor Snape's teachings, he reignited the cauldron, which began to bubble anew. This time, he adeptly brewed the potion. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Snape's typically somber countenance. Unlike the boisterous Gryffindors or the mindless Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaw was invariably a touch more astute. And this young wizard was a veritable standout among them. He understood his desires and took action, demonstrating remarkable diligence. As the dark green liquid reemerged, Shuren couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety until the message appeared. "You have successfully brewed a complete batch of Scabbers potion to a proficient standard. Proficiency level 10. Scabbers potion has been unlocked. A new potion domain title has been unlocked. Please check. A wizarding talent has been unlocked. Please check." The embers in the fireplace blazed with greater intensity, yet Sheen remained cautiously diligent as he deposited the potion into the crystal vial, only beginning to relax once the cauldron had completely extinguished. This elicited a slight nod from Snape. Before him, Sheen appeared somewhat exhilarated, considering he had not even employed the enhanced ritual. "Thank you, Professor Snape," Sheen expressed sincerely, his clear eyes revealing nothing but gratitude. This left Snape, who was about to turn away, momentarily taken aback. He found himself momentarily devoid of sarcasm, instead regarding Sheen with a deeper gaze. "You should consider yourself fortunate to have succeeded, otherwise." His sallow face flickered with variable emotions, rarely seen in his eyes. "Sheen Green, let me impart a truth. To respect a self that has achieved nothing in potion making is to possess the power to alter reality. If you belittle yourself, I swear, the door to the realm of potions shall remain forever closed to you." Even after leaving the cellar, those words echoed in Sheen's mind, nearly shattering his rigid perceptions of Professor Snape. Beneath the grand oil painting, amid the incessant mutterings of Sir Cadogan, Sheen found himself reflecting once more on Professor Snape. Undeniably, he was a figure starved of love. His tragedy lay in a lifelong yearning for affection. Yet he had lost the ability to understand and express love due to the absence of it in his childhood. He had clung to Lily, the sole love he had, only to destroy it with his own flaws and the tragedies of his time. Ultimately, his life became a protracted and painful self-punishment, inscribed with loyalty and courage. His greatness resided in his astonishing bravery and resilience, yet the essence of his character was undoubtedly that of a lonely boy, never nurtured by love within the cold confines of Spinner's End. And could he, thus, define Professor Snape as a soulless shell, incapable of further growth? Sheen, he admonished himself, you are merely organizing your biases and attempting to impose them upon a living being. 48. Flying Class Assessment. In the corridor, Sir Cadogan was persistently striving to mount the diminutive horse depicted in the painting, though he had squandered countless years in this futile endeavor. Consequently, he continued to ride while passionately discussing Quidditch with Sheen. In a moment of excitement, he slapped the horse's rear, only to be sent sprawling in a shrimp-like form. Flying far away, Sheen silently offered a prayer for him before turning to open the panel. Name, Sheen Green. Title, Novice in Potions. With a slight enhancement in potion perception and a modest elevation of potion talent, it was to be expected that Scene nodded slightly before continuing to read, Wizard Scene. Potion talent, Green. The title of Potion Novice has been conferred. Original talent was White. Note: generally, wizards possess a green talent. Advancement: 3 basic level potion brews are required to unlock the entry-level title in the field of potions. Scene was unsure if it was merely a psychological effect, but at the moment his potion talent transformed, a multitude of ideas suddenly surged forth as he recalled his previous brewing experiences, thoughts that had never dawned on him before. He pondered that perhaps magic is indeed a wondrous phenomenon. It resides within the very blood of wizards, bestowing upon them the miraculous ability to alter reality. Wizards with sufficient talent might even inherit obscure knowledge from this very lineage. If it were otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how the nebulous tomes of the magical world educate novice wizards. As Scene contemplated this, he slowly lifted his gaze. The portraits in the corridor appeared to be dozing, while the slanting sunlight filtered through the Gothic-stained glass, illuminating the incessantly chattering visage of Sir Cadogan. No wonder the night had come to disturb him. It seemed everyone else was napping. Scene. At that moment, Justin emerged in the languid sunlight, seemingly appearing from nowhere, and naturally placed a delectable-looking slice of English millefeuille into Scene's hands. "Please do try this new flavor," he urged, his slate-blue eyes narrowing with anticipation. "Oh, and one more thing. The flying lesson for Gryffindor and Slytherin has only just commenced. Perhaps we could go take a look? Hermione and I spent the entire day researching techniques. I wonder if she has put them to use." It was now 5:30 in the afternoon. Scene and Justin strolled down a grassy slope until they reached a vantage point from which they could observe the Quidditch pitch. The view was splendid. Not only could they see the young wizards attending their lesson, but they also beheld the shimmering surface of the Black Lake and the expansive pumpkin patch in front of Hagrid's hut. "Look, Hermione seems to be flying quite well," Scene remarked. "Oh, and that black-haired Gryffindor. Who is that? How is he soaring so high all of a sudden?" Justin's eyes widened as he gazed at a plump wizard shooting skyward. He muttered to himself, "Is this some form of special training?" It was evident that it was not. For Mr. Longbottom circled high above for a while, and amid terrified shouts, his broom swiftly flew past the statue, while Mr. Longbottom remained suspended in the air. His clothing caught on the statue's weapon, leaving him hanging precariously above. As the crowd held their breath, captivated by the heart-stopping scene, Mrs. Hoker chanted her incantation, and Mr. Longbottom let out another gasp as his clothing was torn apart by his own weight. This was soon followed by a series of muffled cries of distress. Mr. Longbottom crashed into the torch, then against the wall, ultimately landing heavily on the ground. Would he survive? Justin's voice resonated with concern. "He'll be fine," Sean whispered in reassurance, recalling that from such a height, Neville had only broken his wrist in a previous fall. This brought to light the extraordinary resilience of wizards, as Sean even speculated that there might be no protective enchantments on the broomsticks. Wizards relied solely on their physical prowess to withstand the wind resistance and execute complex maneuvers at breakneck speeds. It is worth noting that in 1967, the Nimbus 1000 could reach speeds of 100 miles per hour, while the Firebolt, introduced in the 1990s, boasted a staggering 150 miles per hour, and the Quaffle was known to fly even faster. Given such terrifying momentum in collision, the gravest accidents at Hogwarts had resulted in merely a couple of fractured jaws. Wizards were indeed superhuman. Justin turned his attention to Hermione with worry, silently hoping she would not take to the skies. Meanwhile, he managed to offer Sean 2 chocolate chip cookies, despite the allure of flight being a dream for humanity. Following this incident, Sean reassessed the flying lesson and realized its dangers were on par with those of Potions class. It was hard to imagine that after merely listening to Mrs. Hoker's explanation, wizards would be expected to take to the air without any demonstration or test flight. Was there really any difference between this and hitting the road after watching a few driving tips? Wizards were truly tough and resilient. However, Sean knew he was not the same. A fall from such heights for him would result in far worse than mere bruises. The flying lesson concluded swiftly, and after observing Mrs. Hoker's flying techniques closely, Sean and Justin reunited with a shaken Hermione. "How are you feeling, Hermione?" Justin offered her a steaming cup of honey lemon tea. Sean cast him a surprised glance, wondering where he had procured it. "Not too well," Hermione replied after taking a sip of the lemon tea, her tension easing slightly. "I must say, if you find yourselves on a broom tomorrow, the most important thing is not to fall off. As for flying, did you see Neville?" "You're right," Justin nodded in agreement. Entering the castle, Sean was deeply contemplating Mrs. Hawke's flying techniques, realizing that mastering broomstick riding was equally paramount, especially after he had unlocked the potion title. Now, he had gathered 5 scholarship fragments, with only the herbology and defense against the dark arts classes remaining. The herbology class posed no significant challenge. A methodical approach would suffice. Thus, Only the solitary defense against the dark arts class remained. If Professor Quirrell proved unreliable, surely there would be a competent professor available, Sean pondered. After all, Hogwarts boasted more than one professor skilled in dark magic and its counter curses. Upon arriving in the Great Hall, he found Hermione and Justin engaged in a discussion about the recent exhilarating flight, while Sean overheard some particularly striking remarks. "Is this your final meal, Potter? When will you catch the train back to the Muggle world?" This statement caused Justin and Hermione to furrow their brows in unison as they glanced toward the Gryffindor table. Now that you're back on solid ground, with your little friend at your side, your courage has certainly swelled, they heard Harry coldly retort. "I'm always willing to duel you one-on-one," Malfoy interjected. "If you have no objections, let us arrange a wizard duel tonight, using only wands without physical contact." "What is the matter? I assume you've never heard of wizard dueling?" "Of course I have," Ron chimed in, suddenly turning to face him. "I'm his assistant." "Who is yours?" "Oh no." Hermione puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. "How many points are they planning to deduct from Gryffindor?" 49 for the gentleman's skills. Before long, the opposing parties dispersed after reaching an agreement. As Harry and Ron passed by, they continued their hushed conversation. "What exactly is a wizard duel?" Harry inquired. "You mentioned being my assistant. What does that even mean?" "Oh, if you perish, the assistant takes over," Ron replied nonchalantly, only to notice Harry's pale complexion and quickly added, "But you know, people only die in formal duels with actual wizards. You and Malfoy could only manage to shoot sparks at each other at best. What if I wave my wand and nothing happens?" "Seang Wandeth." "Then cast aside your wand and punch him squarely on the nose," Ron asserted with unwavering conviction. "Oh dear." Hermione's face flushed with anger. "Do they have no idea how many points they will deduct? I've worked so hard to earn those points, and we still can't surpass Ravenclaw, yet they wish to take more away." Upon finishing her statement, she stormed forward with great fervor, prompting Justin, concerned for her well-being, to follow closely behind. "Oh, Sheen, we shall return shortly. Fear not, for with me around, Hermione shall not be bullied." She nodded, though his attention was primarily captured by the Yorkshire pudding before him. Justin, towering over Ron and the others, could deftly manage their quarrels, thereby compelling Ron to exercise caution in his choice of words. Simultaneously, Sheen understood that due to the impending midnight duel, Harry would encounter the three-headed dog for the first time, heralding the commencement of his adventures for the academic year. However, this bore little significance for Sheen. The greater impact lay in the fact that once Harry vanquished Voldemort, the safety of Hogwarts would be significantly enhanced, allowing Sheen to concentrate on honing his magical skills throughout the year. As the final day before flying lessons approached, the enthusiasm among the Ravenclaws soared to new heights. After bidding a polite farewell to Madame Pants, Sheen could still hear the enthusiastic discussions regarding Quidditch echoing in the corridor. Madame Pants, before her departure, continued to peruse his notes with considerable interest. This formidable lady, both revered and feared by the young wizards, occasionally exhibited a gentle demeanor, which was often provoked by the chaotic behavior of her charges. Anyone would feel exasperated upon witnessing their meticulously arranged books thrown into disarray, or their tidy desks marred by reckless scribbles. Thus, Sheen quietly took it upon himself to rectify the situation. Casting a few cleaning charms was a simple task that required little time. Halfway through perfecting his history of magic notes, Sheen had received a wealth of useful advice from the erudite Madame Pants. Whenever he found himself perplexed, this kind lady would inadvertently offer him relevant books, saving him countless hours of fruitless searching. Yet again, he closed the heavy oak door of the library. The cool evening breeze tousled his hair as Sir Cadogan, having squeezed through the painted frame, emerged with an air of excitement. "Oh, Sean Green." Sheen chose to ignore him. "Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow you shall attend your flying lesson. Yet today you do not wish to seek counsel from Scotland's greatest seeker?" With his head down, Sheen hurried on, while Sir Cadogan flitted between portraits, traversing a golden wheat field beside a lovely lady in a straw hat and narrowly avoiding several monks. "Sir, you're a figure from the era of King Arthur." While the first Quidditch World Cup was held in 1473, Sheen remarked with exasperation, "A mere trifle of wisdom. At least you are willing to converse with me. Are you not? 3 bottles of fine liquor, Violet," Sir Cadogan proclaimed with a theatrical flourish. "Well, my dear sir, you certainly possess a unique flair, Mrs. Violet remarked with a resigned smile, her long gown swaying gently. She was willing to accept defeat. "Ah, considering the fine spirits at play, I must bestow upon you some advice." Sheen regarded the seemingly unreliable gentleman with a hint of skepticism. To his surprise, the sir leaped up, only to be sent sprawling by the startled pony. Yet he quickly regained his footing. "I have watched Quidditch for 5 centuries, young Green. I'm more acquainted with it than that lecture-giving lady, he declared. Sheehan promptly took out his notepad. Ahem, this is a proprietary secret. Aside from the charming little wizard I find appealing, I shall divulge it to no one. The last to receive this wisdom was a fellow named Potter, an exceptionally talented individual. Sir Cadogan's expression turned nostalgic. Allow me to enlighten you. When wizards invented flying broomsticks, it was not merely because brooms could soar. Rather, they inscribed their spells upon the brooms. You do not command the broom itself, but the spell, which endows the broom with the power of flight. Once you grasp this truth, you will understand that mastering oneself is the key to mastering flight. This notion resonated with Sheehan, who sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Ahem. Sir Cadogan's chin nearly rose to the heavens. After Sheehan departed, the Sir muttered to himself, Young Green, do not adjust the monk's portrait this time. Last time, Mrs. Violet chased me with a broom all day long. The fireplace in the Ravenclaw common room always exuded warmth. The young wizards habitually gathered to discuss Quidditch. Sheehan recalled Sir Cadogan's words. Potter possessed a remarkable talent. Regardless of which Potter it was, they all seemed to exhibit an extraordinary aptitude for Quidditch. Harry, in particular, had navigated the challenges of the Triwizard Tournament with his flying prowess, overcoming the dragon's obstacles to seize the golden egg. Was it possible that he too? No. How could Sir Cadogan discern such a thing? On Friday, the Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts lay quietly nestled at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a venue imbued with enchantment. The oval field, stretching 300 feet, was flanked by 3 golden poles, with the scoring area at the center resembling a giant's pitching game. Numerous tales surrounded this goal. Once, it had been merely a hoop perched atop the poles, but it was reformed into a goal between the 2 poles. The rationale for this transformation was straightforward. In the northern regions near Barnet, wizards placed those diminutive hoops upon the goalposts of their opponents' teams, rendering it impossible to fit even a grape inside. On their side, they could even make the large holes woven from willow twig spin. The Department of Magical Sports encountered a significant setback there, leading to the implementation of mandatory reforms. At that time, furious protesters gathered in the hall, hurling a multitude of baskets, forcing the representatives of the Reform Committee to retreat step by step. Interestingly, the ensuing riots were incited by those mischievous fairies. Beneath the tall golden poles, the young wizards of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff entered the arena. Heen, isn't that broomstick a tad too slender? Can it even be ridden? Heen heard Justin's low inquiry. Freedom. It was a clear day with a gentle breeze. As Heen and Justin walked across the sloping grass toward a flat lawn, the warm wind rippled the grass like an invisible hand. At the end of the Quidditch pitch lay the dark Forbidden Forest, a place strictly prohibited by Headmaster Dumbledore, where odd sounds occasionally emerged, evoking both awe and curiosity among the young wizards. More than 20 broomsticks were neatly arranged on the ground, appearing worn and aged, with some twigs protruding. It was no wonder Justin expressed his doubts. No, for wizards invented the cushioning charm, Heen quietly explained. In 1820, Ilias Misi made significant advancements in creating more comfortable broomsticks. Even though Heen's voice was soft, surrounding young wizards murmured their understanding. Soon, this picturesque lawn became filled with a group of robed young wizards, the sound of rapid footsteps approaching. A woman, appearing quite capable, strode towards them. Well, what are you waiting for? Everyone, stand by a broomstick. Hurry, time is of the essence. Her yellow eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and her short gray hair fluttered slightly. Her voice was both urgent and brisk. They referred to her as Madame Hooch, who not only taught flying lessons, but also served as the referee for Quidditch matches at Hogwarts. Michael, appearing from somewhere, added an explanation. A referee? Upon hearing this term, Heen inexplicably recalled some anecdotes from the magical Quidditch ball. For centuries, there have been numerous incidents of tampering with referees' broomsticks. The most perilous occasion involved transforming a referee's broom into a door key, resulting in the referee being whisked away from the pitch mid-game, only to reappear months later in the Sahara Desert. A dangerous job, Heen thought. The Nimbus 2000 wasn't the company that manufactured it. Cosmic Brooms Limited, declared bankrupt in 1978. Where did Hogwarts acquire such rare and discontinued treasures? Just as he approached the broomstick, Sean heard Michael's desperate gasp, prompting him to carefully inspect his own broom. Fortunately, it was a Nimbus 2000, and at least he could still find its instruction manual. As for the other young wizards who had obtained the coveted collectibles, they were left to fend for themselves. Before you embark on your broomstick journey, I must caution you, should anyone attempt to take flight directly, you might find yourselves experiencing what Mr. Lumber did yesterday. He was fortunate to have only fractured his wrist, but with less luck, a broken neck could occur in an instant. The young wizards felt a chill at their necks, with one Hufflepuff even covering his throat in terror, as if he were about to transform into Sir Nicholas. Now, facing your brooms, I want you to chant loudly, up. Soon, many eager young wizards excitedly recited the incantation, and some, like Justin, succeeded on their first attempt, as his broom leapt into his hands after a couple of bounces. Others, however, faced difficulties like Terry and Michael, whose brooms either remained motionless or barely twitched. Imitating Madame Hooch's tone, Sean commanded, up. He grasped the broom, which responded obediently, akin to a gentle fawn. This momentarily left Sean in astonishment. Had he truly spoken? All right, mount your brooms. When I whistle, you must kick your legs and lift off the ground with vigor. Madame Hooch instructed, waiting for the young wizards to settle and adjust before she continued with precision. Hold your brooms steady, ascend a few feet, then lean slightly forward and descend vertically back to the ground. On my whistle, 3, 2. On the broomsticks, the young wizards were noticeably anxious, some trembling visibly. Yet, even among the Ravenclaws, Sean remained the calmest. He had no intention of soaring too high. Instead, he was more concerned about mastering the techniques of Sir Cadogan. The flight of the broom was driven by the power of the spell, allowing one to take control. Sean murmured to himself, shifting his entire weight onto the broom, and suddenly began to sense something elusive. As the broom tilted left or right, a hidden force seemed to surge, stopping charms, ascending spells, turning spells. Sean quickly deduced the source of these forces, and as he immersed himself fully, Madame Hooch delivered her third command. 1. Go! A sharp whistle pierced the air, and the young wizards soared like raindrops defying gravity. Suddenly, a Ravenclaw student ascended on his broom with a fervent shout, darting toward the azure sky. Fortunately, his speed was not excessive, and Madame Hooch swiftly brought him down with a silent spell. In stark contrast, another Hufflepuff plummeted headlong toward the ground. Yet Madame Hooch's quick reflexes saved him, catching him with a bundle of hay. An increasing number of young wizards tumbled from their brooms like dumplings, prompting Madame Hooch to break into a sweat as she was gripped tightly by one of them. I'm going to fall, he exclaimed, and she promptly doused him with a refreshing charm, reviving his senses. Among the young wizards, 5 or 6 managed to fly high and circle gracefully, but none were as smooth, swift, and elegant as the somewhat pale Ravenclaw. You have practiced flying at an expert level, proficiency 10. You have practiced flying at an expert level, proficiency 10. The notifications chimed incessantly as Xian's flying skills became increasingly adept. He could sense a subtle surge of magic, coupled with the mysteries that lay beneath it. This was a simple act of manipulation. To turn left, one must channel their magic to guide the broom with a left-turning spell, and to halt, one needed to coax the breaking spell with a gentle touch of magic. This magic, or the faint force that aligned with one's will, acted as a key to command the flying broom. What Xian remained unaware of was that most young wizards merely utilized the broom as a tool, thanks to its inherent braking mechanism. The level of control he exhibited was reserved for Quidditch players, who referred to it as a connection of minds with one's teammates. Was that Xian? Michael trembled atop his broom, feeling a mix of fear and exhilaration despite the low altitude. Gazing up at a free-flying bird, he found it hard to believe. You have practiced flying at an expert level, proficiency 10. Flying skills unlocked. New flying domain title unlocked. Please check. A wizard's talent has been unlocked. Please check. The notifications rang out continuously, and Xian had never felt such freedom. For his frail body, running and jumping were mere dreams. Yet the flying broom allowed him to once again experience the rush of wind whizzing past his ears, igniting a fervor within him, reminiscent of the crackling fireplace in the dilapidated hall of the orphanage. 51. Golden Legend. Excellent. Mr. Green, circle a few more times, ascend. Let your broom rise. Madame Hawkeye's eagle-like eyes swiftly locked on Xian. As she assisted the small wizard who had fallen from his broom to regain his balance, she passionately guided Xian, instructing him to lean forward, slightly lift his legs, and finally look up. Xian soared like a meteor across the sky. His speed may not have been exceedingly rapid, yet his movements were fluid and skilled, reminiscent of a Quidditch player who had honed their craft over many years of practice. The younger Badgers, still entrenched in their training, instinctively looked up to admire the agile eagle, feeling a pang of frustration at their own recalcitrant brooms. The flying lesson concluded swiftly, and Xian landed on the grass. His complexion pale, though his stamina had reached its limits. At such moments, a wave of warmth would envelop him, sustaining his enjoyment of this hard-won freedom. As he examined his panel, he found himself momentarily entranced by the following details. Name, Xian Green. Title, Reserve Flyer. Slightly enhances perception of broom magic. Modestly boosts flying talent. Wizard Cien, flying talent, gold. Note, average wizards are classified as green. Progression, beginner level flying skills, unlocking entry-level titles in the realm of flight. Evaluation, you are an unparalleled genius in the field of flying. The broom in your hands behaves as obediently as a puppy. With your indomitable will, you are destined to become the best Quidditch player of the century. A golden legend? Cien held his breath. Wait, what does indomitable will mean? All right, everyone may leave the field now. Those reckless little wizards. I hope you will remember this lesson. Madam Hawkeye surveyed the area, and the young wizards nodded meekly, their eyes drawn to her disheveled hair and the crooked robe of their flying instructor. Some even felt their faces flush with embarrassment over their own missteps. Mr. Green, please stay. Cien, still contemplating, was suddenly called upon and instinctively nodded. Oh, child. Once the crowd had dispersed, Madam Hawkeye approached him quickly. You have many questions? Do you not? Yes, Madam Hawkeye. I would like to know if a wizard's will determines their flying talent. Cien cautiously posed his inquiry. Smart little eagle. Yes, she affirmed. Most wizards merely ride their brooms, but for a select few. Suddenly, Madam Hawkeye raised her hand, and the broom immediately fell into her grasp. They are the ones who truly command a broom. As Cien exited the field, Madam Hawkeye's incisive words echoed in his mind. Upon closer examination of the Quidditch players, one might observe that most possess tall statures. Some assert that only wizards of considerable height can grace the pitch. Yet this notion is not entirely accurate. When stimulated, a wizard's intrinsic magical essence becomes invigorated, and this vitality is predominantly positive, enhancing the wizard's physical constitution. Mrs. Hooch, seemingly alluding to this, patted Sean on the shoulder before departing the field. What could be more exhilarating than soaring through the skies atop a broomstick? Sean pondered, akin to the belief that playing basketball might promote growth. Thus, an additional task was added to Sean's agenda, to practice flying, if only to improve his physical condition. Flying lessons in Quidditch have perpetually remained a captivating discourse among young wizards, and today, they spoke of yet another prodigious talent. Sean, they're even claiming you are a reserve Quidditch player. Justin chuckled after his declaration. But you have never even ventured into the magical realm before. Oh, I suspect Ernie must have fallen off his broom, rendering him forgetful of that fact. In the charms classroom, Michael had taken a seat beside Sean at some point. Sean, if I were to take you as my mentor, would you impart to me your flying skills? He inquired. A broomstick is propelled by magic. When you attune yourself to the various spells within the broom, you can direct them with a modicum of magical energy. Sean interjected, earnestly articulating his understanding. However, Michael and the circle of young wizards nearby, after hearing the second sentence, appeared as if they were deciphering an ancient script, their intellect gradually waning, their expressions becoming increasingly bewildered. Michael and his companions had the foresight to take notes with quills, while the other young wizards, upon hearing, use a magical energy even fainter than feeble to guide the turning charm and a slightly stronger energy to direct the breaking charm, ceased their attempts to eavesdrop entirely. Only Michael, jotting notes, remarked, perceiving spells and guiding faint magical energies sounds like some arcane alchemy. This caused Sean's voice to falter, not solely due to the arrival of Professor Flitwick, but also the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. If the awakening of magical power enhances a wizard's constitution, could it be that a frail constitution similarly impedes the awakening or nurturing of magical prowess? Thus, if he struggles with spell casting and potion brewing, might it be attributed to his low magical capacity? Much like young Barty Crouch once remarked, the killing curse requires a formidable foundation of magical power. You lot are but mere weaklings against me. At most, you would cause me a nosebleed. She may be in a similar predicament. He lacks the typical magical prowess required to cast spells, necessitating more effective postures and a heightened mental state. His innate talent falls below the average threshold, hindered by an exceptionally low level of magical energy, rendering the release of spells a formidable challenge, despite possessing a strong will. As for Transfiguration, Sheehan conjectures that a wizard's will is equally a vital component of magic. Given that Transfiguration exemplifies the wizard's will most profoundly, it stands to reason that this aspect prevails over mere magical ability, a boundary that cannot be surpassed. Lastly, regarding flight, this art demands little in terms of magical energy. It merely requires adept guidance. Upon recognizing his own strengths, the most significant transformation in Sheehan was a reinforcement of certain anticipations, as well as the unveiling of new avenues for exploration. Ah, yes, flight is indeed a thrilling endeavor. Professor Flitwick possesses a remarkable charisma. When he speaks, The young wizards regard him with respect and earnest attention, a sentiment shared even among Slytherins. If you have not forgotten the technique of the levitation charm, why not let the feather before you soar, as if riding a flying broom, twirling gracefully? No sooner had he uttered these words than Justin waved his wand and recited the incantation. The feather before him, eager to compensate for his recent flying regrets, not only lifted swiftly, but also spun beautifully in the air. Mr. Finley, what an impressive advancement! The high-pitched exclamation of Professor Flitwick echoed through the room. What a splendid levitation charm! The stout Ernie watched intently as the feather danced in the air, aware of the skill required, particularly for a wizard who had never before engaged with magic. If it were Mr. Green, one might understand, but how could it be Finley? When the front-facing Hannah shifted her braided hair, Ernie finally recognized the little badger at the sound of Professor Flitwick's voice. By Merlin's beard, wasn't Finley struggling to levitate a feather in the last lesson? This was not only his bewilderment, but also that of the surrounding young wizards. Particularly for the Hufflepuffs familiar with Justin, it felt akin to a poor friend suddenly revealing himself as an heir to a fortune. It seems you have not squandered that classroom time, have you? Professor Flitwick descended from the tiered bookshelves and approached Justin, a hint of satisfaction evident as he lowered his wand. I believe I must take a closer look, though not at this moment. Hufflepuff gains 3 points. As soon as the lesson concluded, Justin found himself surrounded by enthusiastic little badgers. "Oh, how have you accomplished this, Mr. Finley?" spoke Hannah, her freckled face betraying a hint of shyness. "It truly is Finley, to have made such significant progress without our knowledge." Ernie crossed his arms, his chin raised defiantly. "I believe we must impose a penalty on you, the traitorous little wizard of the Never Go Hungry Club, unless you divulge your secret." His words elicited nods from a gathering of young badgers, at least 6 of whom glared menacingly at Justin. Sean cast a glance at the noisy crowd before cradling his book and departing the classroom. The tome he held was none other than Standard Spells, Beginner's Edition. If Professor Flitwick were to visit their classroom, Sean pondered, would he find an opportune moment to voice his desire to learn the smoke spell and the repelling charm? Yet, he was acutely aware that professors were often preoccupied, and individualized instruction was a rarity. Only their star pupils, such as the future Hermione, frequently obtained first-hand insights and even exclusive revelations from Professor Flitwick. At present, Sean was uncertain of his own qualifications. The charm's classroom was brimming with young badgers, while outside, a languid evening breeze stirred once more. The leisurely atmosphere of Friday always enveloped the ancient castle like a warm enchantment. In the corridors, several Hufflepuff students leaned against the windowsill, gazing at the Black Lake, where the setting sun cast shimmering golden ripples across its surface. Their laughter softened, akin to drifting dandelion seeds. An armor piece in the corner stirred slightly, sending up a whisper of dust accompanied by the faint sound of metal scraping. Beside the armor, in stark contrast to Justin's popularity, few dared to approach Sean. That is, until Michael emerged unexpectedly from behind a portrait, revealing a deep passageway. "Oh, but you needn't share your secret with me. I suspect this will be an intriguing exploration, more fascinating than the castle's hidden corridors or peculiar magical artifacts." With that, his eyes sparkled, and he vanished in a flurry of motion, leaving Sean bewildered. Did someone just speak? As Sean closed Standard Spells, Beginner's Edition, he quietly reopened it. Ascending the spiral staircase, Sean roused the slumbering Professor Owl with a rhythmic tap. The owl seemed particularly animated today. "Little wizard, clever little wizard, answer my question." Sean awaited in silence, prepared for both simple and challenging inquiries. "I have observed a deceiver, revered and under constant scrutiny, whose desire for attention and admiration drives him. His cunning intellect has enabled him to achieve this. I have also witnessed a rogue, whose manipulation of words stirs chaos and provokes conflict, fulfilling her own inner desires, with her wit allowing her to succeed. Their wisdom has always been guided solely by their innermost yearnings." Mr. Owl, clutching a parchment scroll beneath his feet, spins endlessly within the confines of a portrait. "Oh, please enlighten me. Is that wisdom or madness?" After a moment of contemplation, Hyun concluded, "It is folly." Mr. Owl stood frozen, yet persistently perused the scroll, gradually becoming rigid, his mouth incessantly muttering, "A greedy little sorcerer, an ambitious little sorcerer, truly a Ravenclaw lady." His final words were barely audible, and at that moment, a cerulean door began to materialize. As Hyun pondered, he opened the door. Ambitious? Not quite. Greedy? Hyun deemed that an evident bias. Inside the classroom, 3 enchanted lanterns radiated a warm glow, while 3 chairs adorned with soft black and yellow cushions awaited. At the center, a petite, cream-colored sofa leaned against a quaint wooden table, which was scattered with an array of sweets and biscuits. Though the predominant items were an assortment of puddings, Yorkshire pudding, strawberry mochi pudding, mint pudding, and even spicy sauce pudding. On the sofa, Justin was handing Hermione a glass of pumpkin soda, which she instinctively accepted, appearing somewhat dazed. Nevertheless, a small badger had transformed the space into a veritable secret lair in just a few days. Indeed, that industrious badger was Justin. Justin? Hyun was taken aback. Hadn't he been surrounded? Oh, Hyun, we must discuss. Just as Hyun approached the sofa, Justin hurried over, with Hermione seemingly unaware of anyone departing from her side. Did you notice? I mean, Hermione, she must be concealing something from us. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from behind the cerulean door, and a paper airplane fluttered through the crack, transforming into a glowing message. Are you there, children? Oh, it's Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick. Hermione's sudden exclamation startled Justin, who looked at her with a hesitant expression, while Hyun silently moved to open the door. Meanwhile, Justin, with a hint of concern, sat beside Hermione. If you wish to speak, we are always here to listen, no matter the time. My mother once said that the essence of friendship lies in its existence. Hermione slowly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with a pair of sincere, light gray orbs that radiated just the right amount of concern for a few fleeting seconds. Oh dear, how foolish of me to forget about all of you. Her voice regained its former vitality. Ah, children? Professor Flitwick's voice echoed without revealing his figure. Justin, who had just been smiling, now seemed a bit perplexed. He refrained from speaking and sought assistance from Sheehan instead. Suddenly, several books materialized out of thin air, landing on the ground and gradually enlarging, revealing Professor Flitwick's silhouette from behind the sofa. Mr. Finnegan, commendable progress. And what of you, Mr. Green and Miss Granger? Fool! Professor Flitwick appeared genuinely busy. After briefly reviewing the spell progress of a few students and jotting down notes while awarding them points, he hurriedly exited the classroom. She in shorthand captured every word of the professor's remarks. The classroom for wise young wizards never chooses the wrong students. My dear children, you have all performed admirably. However, I must say, if you can make the feather spin, why not try it on that small table? I do not encourage young wizards to prematurely tackle challenging spells. But for those endowed with talent, I suggest they seize their potential and master the intriguing incantations within standard spells. Beginner. The Summoning Charm and the Freshwater Charm are both exceptionally useful spells. I hope these notes will assist you. As Professor Flitwick kindly encouraged everyone, he casually winked at Sheehan. Once you manage to grasp the spells required for the first year, you will discover that there are silent incantations awaiting you. Knowledge is never superfluous. He then hastily exited the practice room, much like Miss Crivet, who had completed all the spells for the academic year, prompting me to encourage her to boldly attempt the silent spell. Oh dear, I must hurry, or Miss Crivet might accidentally set something ablaze this time. I recall the last instance, Professor Quirrell's turban. Sheehan paused at this remark, taken aback by the courage of the Ravenclaw head of house. Well, I must share a secret with you. As Sheehan stood in stunned silence, Hermione suddenly spoke, and Sheehan, as anticipated, took a seat beside Justin. The three nestled into the sofa, allowing twilight to descend, with the flickering light of the magical lantern casting a serious yet enchanting atmosphere. Do you remember what Professor Dumbledore said? Hermione inquired earnestly. Is the feast about to begin? Those who wish to avoid unforeseen calamities and untimely demise, please refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Justin and Seamus exchange a glance, both astonished by the other's reaction. Seamus, is this not your foremost concern? Justin remarked with surprise. After a moment of contemplation, Seamus replied, I misspoke. You too. Hermione puffed out her cheeks and slapped the table, causing Justin to immediately lower his head like a quail, and Seamus inexplicably lost some of his bravado. Professor Dumbledore was correct. Those who do not wish to meet a tragic end should not venture there. Hermione's voice diminished considerably as she spoke. Seamus noticed Justin tense up. So, did you go in there, Hermione? What happened next? Are you all right? It is not that I wish to breach school rules, but rather for Harry. Their voices intertwined, but Hermione abruptly halted mid-sentence. Hermione, I care not for school regulations, nor for Harry. My only concern is your well-being. Justin paused, his voice trembling slightly at the mention of a tragic fate. Seamus observed Hermione's eyes glistening with unshed tears. I am fine, Hermione said, though she appeared dazed. In truth, she had nearly perished. Justin sprang to his feet, and Seamus heard his breath quicken. Harry Potter? Is it that Harry Potter? What has he done? Damn it. I must seek him out for clarification. Seamus gently grasped the impatient Justin, as his reason seemed to dissipate with Hermione's momentary stupor, only to return with Seamus's gentle restraint. Perhaps we should first allow Hermione to elaborate. Harry will not vanish, will he? Seamus urged softly. Outside, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, soon followed by a rumbling thunder, as the weather in the Scottish Highlands is notoriously capricious. Yet, a small refuge suffices to shield one from the incessant downpour. The cowardice of Gryffindor, accomplishing naught but dragging others down. Justin muttered angrily. The situation had become abundantly clear through Hermione's explanation. In Justin's eyes, Harry, who foolishly fell for the ruse of a duel, and Ron, who recklessly confronted the boggart, leading to panic among them, were not only ineffectual but detrimental. Hermione, filled with a sense of collective honor, who prevented their nocturnal escapade and assisted them with a spell to open the door, was utterly entangled in their folly. Had he been present, he would have certainly wielded a foul boot to rattle the useless heads of the two. Seamus instinctively sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint the source of his unease. That was a three-headed dog, with teeth capable of crushing skulls and corrosive saliva. Hermione recalled how her initial fear and panic gradually subsided, and the drowsiness born from her sleepless night began to creep in, as if it were guarding something behind the trapdoor. Lost in thought, she unwittingly drifted into a tranquil slumber, provoking Justin's anger to reach its zenith. He silently covered Hermione with a blanket, his expression impassive as he prepared to leave. Seamus sighed, knowing without a doubt what Justin intended to do. Dumbledore must be aware of what lies within Hogwarts, he murmured. Hermione mentioned that the three-headed dog was guarding something. I believe that aligns with the headmaster's plan. If the headmaster permits this event to unfold, it signifies that it poses no real danger. Remember, the three-headed dog did not actually attack Hermione. Justin stood still for a moment. Seamus, you are always so wise. But my mother said, if doing what is necessary makes one a fool, then let me be regarded as a fool. Ultimately, he stepped out. I am unaware of the headmaster's intentions. All I know is that Hermione nearly perished behind that door. If no one protests on her behalf, shall we allow her suffering to go unnoticed? Lightning illuminated Seamus's profile from afar. Well, it is indeed fortunate to have a Hufflepuff friend, he mused once more. The headmaster would likely not concern himself with Justin's protests, but Hermione certainly would, and that held significance. Seamus did not believe a narrative could be altered. Everything was under Dumbledore's control. At least, that was the case in the first Harry Potter book. It was a pure fairy tale, devoid of worry. Seamus contemplated that compared to these matters, his scholarship crisis was far more pressing. The three-headed dog could not kill, the Philosopher's Stone could not be stolen, and Voldemort's essence was merely that of an inexperienced infant. However, if he failed to secure his scholarship, he would truly be unable to afford quills or textbooks. His concern lay not in how long it would take to drive Voldemort away, but rather whether he would be able to attend school. Professor Flitwick had made it almost explicit. The levitation charm required at least a proficient level, and ideally, he should also master the silent spell. Additionally, he needed to study the summoning charm and the clean water charm. As Seamus gazed at the slumbering Hermione, he quietly removed the magical lantern. His principal objective was now crystal clear: to hone his proficiency, elevate his spellcasting skills to a high standard, and then seek Professor Flitwick's guidance on defensive spells beyond what first-year wizards were taught. He aimed to gather the final piece of his scholarship, culminating in a grand prize of 600 galleons. 54. Clean water charm. The three-headed dog incident was but a minor episode, leaving little ripple in Sheen's life at Hogwarts. Instead, Professor Flitwick's notes proved to be immensely beneficial for Sheen. Although the content remained somewhat nebulous, within that ambiguity lay traces of knowledge. Regarding the wand movement for the Aguameni spell, it is typically described as an upward arc Miranda Goshawk in standard spells, beginner, likened it to the graceful curvature of a fountain's water flow, an imagery that aptly aids novices in visualizing the concept. However, in her later work, The Book of Spells, this description was revised to reflect the exquisite arc produced when natural water collides with stone. Regrettably, I have not heard Goshawk publicly elucidate her reasons for this modification. Nevertheless, in practical application, the latter gesture indeed facilitates a more fluid channeling of magic and a more stable outcome, a fact I have repeatedly validated in my teaching practice. Thus, we might surmise that this alteration was not arbitrary, but rather rooted in a deeper understanding of the spell. I believe I have grasped the essence. The languid atmosphere of Hogwarts on a Saturday did not permeate this owl-guarded classroom. Early in the morning, two small heads were huddled together, delving into the tomes that cluttered the table. In a corner of the books, the steam from 3 cups of honey lemon tea swirled delicately, obscuring the serious faces of the two students. Shall we give it a try? Sheen said, gazing intently at the passage, addressing the little witch beside him. Of course, Agumini. Hermione confidently waved her wand, the tip tracing a natural arc as a gentle stream flowed forth, ultimately splashing onto the floor. It needs to be more vigorous, more lively. What am I even saying? Hermione attempted to articulate her feelings, but found her words as unclear as the text. Letting out a soft sigh and directing her gaze toward Sheen, hoping he would comprehend. A larger arc, a quicker motion of the wand. Yes? Sheen first used a cleaning spell to clear the water stains, then meticulously described the movement, causing Hermione's eyes to brighten with understanding. Agumini. You practice the Agumini spell at an apprentice level, proficiency 1. Agumini. Unlocked, 2730. Summoning charm. Unlocked, 130. Levitation charm. Beginner, 200900. In the span of half a day, Sheen had nearly mastered the Agumini spell, thanks in no small part to Hermione's assistance. Miss Granger indeed possessed a natural talent for spells. Otherwise, she would not have later become Professor Flitwick's trusted aide. Sheen used a cleaning spell to sweep away the water stains from the floor. And while he was still not completely fatigued, he intensified his practice, repeating the spell several times. You practice the clear water charm at an apprentice level, achieving proficiency level 1. You practice the clear water charm at a beginner level, achieving proficiency level 3. The clear water charm has been unlocked. It was not overly difficult. However, the sensation of complete exhaustion was quite unpleasant, and Sheen felt as though he could hardly lift his wand. He exchanged a glance with the weary Hermione, both of them reflecting the exhilaration of mastering a new spell. There was also the summoning charm, which Professor Flitwick's notes mentioned. When wizards summon unknown objects, they do not need to specify the name of a particular item, but must understand some attribute of that item. While it is not entirely impossible to summon living beings, most creatures cannot be summoned, and those that can are often not worth summoning. Hermione recited a series of tongue-twisting phrases. Anyone else would surely be bewildered. Yet, having studied an entire volume of notes alongside Hermione late into the night, Sheen could fully grasp the meaning within. After the three-headed dog incident, Hermione had become increasingly obsessed with learning spells, perhaps driven by some sense of impending crisis, and frequently engaged Sheen in discussions about magic. As for Justin, something seemed to have transpired between him and Harry. Upon learning that Hermione had insisted on accompanying them, his demeanor visibly softened. Hermione no longer acknowledged Harry and Ron. Yet Justin, in contrast, altered his assessment of Harry. Sheen, I believe the disparity in our perceptions of Harry is significant. When I spoke with him, he even expressed his apologies regarding Hermione, and that expression was genuine. We chatted for a while, and I must admit, if I were to encounter trouble akin to that of the Slytherin, I too would find it difficult to refrain from breaching school rules. Justin appeared contemplative, reflecting. If this experience has taught me anything, it is to refrain from judgment when the full picture is obscured. My mother was truly wise. She nodded slowly, then departed from the classroom. His curiosity about Madame Pomfrey piqued, for she must surely radiate an aura of warmth. Left alone, Justin miraculously delivered Hermione a note. Sorry, Granger. This was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable to Sheen. In their first year, Harry had already displayed remarkable maturity and resilience. Growing up under the bullying and neglect of the Dursleys, he had not become twisted or timid. Instead, he cultivated a quiet kindness and a profound yearning for justice. She might be the wizard in their first-year cohort who understood this sentiment best, for they were both orphans. If it can be said that Sheen's character is upheld by steadfast self-awareness, preventing him from straying into error, then Harry embodies pure resilience. Harry would never be deemed a bad child, nor is he a complete fool. If one must describe him, Sheen believes he is a war orphan deserving of some preferential treatment. The childhood that is merely sketched in the original narrative is laden with enduring shadows and dampness. Thus, Sheen does not view Professor Quirrell's summons to Hogwarts by Headmaster Dumbledore, or the subsequent creation of various perilous traps on the fourth floor, as something to be lamented. If Harry cannot grow, and if Headmaster Dumbledore cannot use this opportunity to eliminate the traitor, then who will confront Voldemort? The only caution to heed is to keep as far away from Professor Quirrell as possible. Sheen mused this, gently exhaling as the warm breeze tousled his hair, making his emerald eyes shine even brighter. The grass, glistening after the rain, was enveloped in a hazy mist, and a refreshing scent of earth filled the air, mingling with the faint mustiness emanating from the oak benches soaked by the night dew. Here, Sheen found Madame Hooch tidying up the brooms, and he approached her briskly. Madame Hooch, may I practice flying on a broom here? It won't take long. Sheen inquired with a hint of timidity. Oh, do you think I am waiting for someone? Mr. Green, take this broom. Madame Hooch's hawk-like gaze swept over Scene as she tossed him a relatively intact shooting star. Thank you. Scene deftly mounted the broom, and whether it was a psychological effect or not, he distinctly felt the fatigue from practicing spells dissipate somewhat. After soaring in circles on the broom, Scene still hesitated before Madame Hooch. Madame Hooch, may I fly a little higher? To the mischievous little wizards. My answer would be no, but Madame Hooch raised her hand, and an equally old broom soared into her grasp. Go on, what are you waiting for? The wind whistled sharply as Scene hovered 10 feet above the ground, clearly observing every dent on the pitch created by the quaffles. The southwest corner stands, where the golden snitch typically flits about, lay just ahead, the gilded railings glimmering softly in the morning light. Below, a meticulously manicured lawn unfolded, revealing several small wizards peeking out, gasping at the sight of this wizard flying with Madame Hooch's accompaniment. With Madame Hooch's consent, Scene embraced this long-awaited freedom, ascending higher as the broom trembled slightly under his command, yet obediently followed his lead. As his altitude surpassed 50 feet, the entire silhouette of Hogwarts unveiled itself before his eyes. The castle spires pierced through the morning mist, the black lake lay before him like a dark-hued mirror, and in the distance, the forbidden forest appeared as a vast ocean of deep green. With a practiced ease, he engaged in flight, achieving a proficiency of 10, soon escalating to 50 as he honed his skills further. A new title in the realm of flight was unlocked. Madame Hooch leisurely trailed behind Sean. Perhaps having been away from the Quidditch pitch for too long, she had momentarily forgotten the extraordinary talents of the elite players. Despite Sean's soaring to great heights, she remained unperturbed, joyfully imparting numerous practical tips to him. Under Madame Hooch's guidance, Sean felt his fatigue dissipate, deepening the emerald gaze of his eyes as he gazed into the distance. Magic originates within the wizard's being, yet descriptions of it often become obscure. The only certainty lies in the fact that its totality or magical capacity evolves alongside a wizard-esque growth. When utterly exhausted and unable to wield magic, does a wizard's power truly become depleted? If so, from where do emotions or mental states draw upon to invoke more potent spells? As Sean glided over the grass, clarity dawned upon him. Just as a normal person cannot summon all their muscle strength, the magic within a wizard operates similarly. The training known as flying awakens the dormant magic within a wizard, albeit at a slow pace, yet it holds profound significance. Sean believed that routine practice of spells, transfiguration, and even potion brewing served the same purpose, albeit at varying speeds of advancement. In a room where the flames of the fireplace blazed fervently, a pair of hands, ceaselessly grating papers, suddenly paused. Professor Minerva McGonagall felt a gentle breeze wash over her. Lifting her stern gaze, she immediately spotted the young wizard gliding effortlessly through the air. His robes billowed around him, free as a bird. Quidditch! A smile involuntarily crept upon McGonagall's lips as she lowered her head to continue her work. Abruptly, she lifted her gaze, instinctively moving towards the window for another look, her disbelief palpable. Indeed, it was not just any first-year wizard, but that little rascal from Gryffindor. The seed she had nurtured, once frail and sickly, how could it now be soaring through the sky? Thank you, Madame Hooch. With limbs utterly fatigued, Sean gradually descended to the ground, drenched in sweat, yet still possessing the energy for a cleaning charm to present a tidy broom to Madame Hooch as she landed gracefully. Would you be interested in participating in Quidditch? Madame Hooch nodded in satisfaction, exhibiting a remarkable discipline, profound restraint, and a rare talent, as such gifted children are seldom encountered. Scene was momentarily taken aback. His recollection of Quidditch was confined to the pages of books. The first Quidditch World Cup took place in 1473, chronicling numerous infractions, such as transforming a seeker into a skunk and attempting to behead a keeper with a large cleaver. Furthermore, 100 vampiric bats were released from the cloak of the captain of the Transylvanian team. Scene silently shook his head. Even if you were destined to become an exceptional seeker, Madame Hooch expressed some surprise. The position of seeker possesses an alluring charm, as they have historically been the finest flyers on the field. Thus, eliminating the seeker is the foremost rule in Brutus Klinger's Bible of Beaters. Scene shook his head even more vigorously. What a terrifying scripture. I believe you stand a great chance of joining the national team, as each squad boasts commendable mascots. Madame Hooch's words trailed off. The Bangs team captured a Hebridean black dragon as their mascot. At that moment, Scene felt as if he were shaking his head like a propeller. He thought that compared to the Hebridean black dragon, he might resemble a mascot even more. Scene mused. Let the Hebridean black dragon serve as the seeker. He quickly departed the Quidditch pitch, striding with a light step to validate his conjectures regarding his wizarding prowess. He remained oblivious to the gaze of a tall, witch-clad in a deep green robe. In the classroom, Hermione and Justin were engaged in a hushed conversation. It became evident that once the topic involved a figure of mutual interest, halting the dialogue proved to be a challenging endeavor. Scene diligently practiced the clear water charm, striving to master the incantation to a fundamental level. 8, 9, one more time. Scene murmured with a hint of excitement. Although uncertain whether this awakening of magic would be permanent, it was indeed significant, for he had never encountered such descriptions in any book. Perhaps he simply had not read enough. Scene thought with a sense of rigor. He opened the panel once more. Clear water charm. Apprentice level 45,300. Progress was slowly yet steadily increasing. Title: Junior Flyer. Slightly enhances perception of broomstick magic. Significantly boosts flying talent. Significantly boosts flying talent. Scene curiously glanced down. Wizard scene. Flying talent. Gold. There's been no change, has there? Perhaps this significant shift is based on a standard of normalcy. She mused, or perhaps it has improved. It has not transcended the constraints of the Golden Legend. As the weariness ebbed away, Sheen opened the Advanced Potions Guide. Learning to fly was aimed at the nearly insurmountable Ravenclaw Tower. Mastering spells was in preparation for the forthcoming scholarship, while the study of potions was directed towards a more distant aspiration, the accumulation of galleons. Sufficient resources would provide Sheen with greater support for his magical education. As a first-year student at Hogwarts and an orphan, Sheen's choices were limited, especially after overhearing Professor Snape's seemingly casual remarks. After considerable contemplation, Sheen clarified his objectives. Professor Snape was not always despised by the young witches and wizards. At the very least, Sheen anticipated encountering this potion's master in the dungeons. Despite his penchant for sarcasm, the knowledge imparted remained invaluable. This wisdom stemmed from years of experience accrued by a master of potions, and it invariably benefited Sheen immensely. As dusk settled, the corridors of Hogwarts were enveloped in a languid, warm ambience. The setting sun cast golden rays through the towering arched windows, creating elongated patches of light upon the cold stone floor. The edges of the forbidden forest began to blur in the distance, as a delicate veil of twilight spread from the trees, slowly enveloping the lofty treetops of the pines. With a small black bag slung over his shoulder, she navigated past a group of frolicking young wizards. As he passed by, a few Hufflepuffs looked up, momentarily silent. An orphan residing within the school had few opportunities for financial gain. The methods Sheen contemplated for earning money were somewhat limited, writing assignments for others. Though the income was meager and competition was likely, reselling required knowledge of secret passages, and Sheen suspected that the twins might have already ventured into this domain. His preferred approach involved visiting the greenhouse, where Professor Sprout was more than willing to provide young witches and wizards with seeds. She could cultivate them and sell the produce. Earning galleons was indeed significant. Yet if the pursuit of wealth encroached upon his time dedicated to studying magic, Sheen would deem it not worth the sacrifice. Just as with his history of magic notes, he would not hastily refine them simply for the sake of acquiring galleons. The subject of magical history was captivating enough on its own. If he could not invest ample time to cultivate a work of sincerity, but instead produce something merely for profit, it would be difficult to classify that as a commendable endeavor. Thus, Professor Snape's words arrived at a most opportune moment. Even the most rudimentary potions would not lack for those eager to obtain them. The last time Professor Snape uttered those words, Sheen's eyes brightened considerably, causing a brief pause in the demeanor of a certain potions instructor. The surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly cold and dim as Sheen pushed open the cellar door. The absence of a renowned potions master left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, it did not hinder his swift retrieval of materials and the ignition of the cauldron. While Professor Snape's guidance undoubtedly accelerated his learning, a solid foundation was essential for a profound comprehension and mastery of the subject. The gentle white vapor once again began to waft through the cellar, a scene seemingly unchanged since the 10th century. Only the figures before the cauldron shifted, the only constant being the unwavering gaze of concentration. 2 pairs, to be precise. Deep within the cellar, beside a row of peculiar specimens, a pair of shadowy eyes lingered longer and more frequently by Sheen's cauldron, silently observing each step. Progress, immense progress, stemmed from what could only be described as clumsy, stubborn effort. Just as Sheen was about to brew a slug, a chilling voice echoed. Is your intellect so lacking that you cannot even recognize a slug? It's on the left side of the second shelf. Sheen paused, glancing up at the tall shelf, then cautiously used the levitation charm to retrieve the glass jar. Your barren vision can only procure inferior materials. Next time, should I catch you desecrating exquisite potions with such substandard ingredients, I expect you to vacate the cellar immediately. Naturally, Sheen brushed aside Professor Snape's scorn, momentarily taken aback. What an oddity it was that Professor Snape was willing to allow him to use his own materials. Well, Sheen mused. It seems that the professors at Hogwarts are indeed hidden magnates. As Sheen once again immersed himself in the art of potion brewing, Professor Snape, too, fell into an unusual silence. He would not forget that technique. Although merely a poor imitation, it was unprecedented. Few wizards were astute enough to remember every detail of his potion-making in class. Constant imitation and correction were nearly universal paths to success. The wizard before him may not have been a potions prodigy, yet he was undeniably a reclusive student with a passion for potion-making. Snape had casually observed him. He cared little for social interactions and focused solely on the cauldron before him. This demeanor inevitably reminded him of the boy from Spinner's End. Coupled with thoughts of the foolish Gryffinder's ridiculous explosions in potions class, particularly Harry Potter, it baffled him that he would not preemptively prevent his foolish friends from such provocations. Thus, Professor Snape's frequently furrowed brow, often marked by derision and dissatisfaction, slightly softened. The cauldron bubbled energetically, the viscous liquid gradually transforming into an ink-green hue. Scene focused intently on managing the heat, for the cauldron control derived from Master Libatius Borge could elevate the potion's quality significantly. Yet, this prompted a narrowing of Snape's pupils. Where did you acquire such mastery of heat control? I do not recall imparting that knowledge to you. A pang of anxiety gripped Scene's heart. Could it be that Professor Snape did not endorse Master Borge's principles of heat management? He recalled that in the original text, Professor Snape had made extensive annotations in Borge's book to refine the potion-making techniques therein. Advanced potion-making, Professor, Scene admitted. Snape scoffed. The final heating step was insufficient, and the stirring direction for step 3 was incorrect. Start over. Are your eyes merely ornamental? Scene was taken aback. Did Snape truly comprehend this concealed aspect as well? Without hesitation, he swiftly overturned his work. 2 hours later, the message appeared. You have successfully brewed a batch of Scabrous potion to a competent standard, proficiency level 10. Thank you, Professor. This marked Scene's second batch of Scabrous potion at a level suitable for sale. Under the pretext of Hogwarts' fixed potion reclamation policy, Professor Snape collected the potion, and although Scene suspected this was a fabricated excuse, the professor generously bestowed upon him 3 golden galleons. He silently placed the galleons into his bag, contemplating the lucrative nature of potion-making in the magical realm. Snape regarded the cautious young wizard, his countenance betraying a disdainful expression. After the potion was completed, he scrutinized the barely passable concoction once more, his lips curling into a cold smirk. His voice, reminiscent of the rustling sounds in a cellar, was hoarse and laced with malice. It seems that even the most barren soil can occasionally yield something of merit by sheer happenstance. An acceptable product merely indicates that you have barely crossed the abyss of incompetence, not that you have ascended to the heights of potion-making. Do not let arrogance dull your senses. Otherwise, regret will be your only remedy. Choosing mediocrity is an option, yet here, I shall not tolerate the choice of the mediocre. I understand, Professor. Scene diligently cleaned the cauldron, pausing before his departure, sincerity shining in his emerald eyes. Thank you for your materials and guidance. As he exited the cellar, Professor Snape's visage flickered in the candlelight, shifting between light and shadow. He would not forget those techniques, even though he could not discern where the other had learned them. They undeniably evoked memories of rare brilliance. He had never encountered a student with such an unadulterated passion for potions, one who disregarded mockery and personal grudges, focusing solely on the essence of the craft. His love for potion-making was pure and primal, accompanied by methods he knew intimately. These were the very practices he had once explored and discussed with another, representing one of his few glimpses of light. It was this concentration and familiar technique that pierced his heart with a pang of anguish. He abhorred the sight of his own shadow, particularly one that was intertwined with all he had lost. His gaze was shrouded in darkness. Was it sorrow, anger, or a hint of uncontainable admiration? Outside, the relentless downpour mirrored the tempest of emotions within him, as the rain poured with a ferocity akin to the winds. Seamus, cradling a book, walked with a lightness in his step, ignoring Professor Snape's sharp tongue. He might indeed be deemed a competent instructor. At the very least, his fervor for potions was genuine, complemented by remarkable skill. The fatigue that had settled over Seamus during the potion ceremony was rapidly dissipating. By tomorrow at the latest, he would be able to assess the enhancement the modified ceremony could bring to the quality. Most importantly, it seemed that Professor Snape had also perused Master Polika's notes. Perhaps he could offer guidance on the refinement of the ceremony? Yet, unbeknownst to Seamus, he was not the only one privy to this improvement. As curfew approached, Seamus heard two jovial Gryffindors humming a pot of fiery love. "Oh, stir my pot. If you do it just right, I shall brew a fiery love to keep you warm through the night." It was a jazz-infused piece sung by Sedna Wobeck, quite popular in the wizarding world. "You're in trouble." Seamus heard another peculiar sound. It turned out two young wizards were engaged in a game of gobstones, a favored pastime among youngsters. The penalty for the loser of this game was to endure a stream of foul-smelling liquid sprayed onto their face. It was difficult to fathom the inspiration behind the creation of such a game. As another owl took flight, a pair of sharp eyes appeared in the distance almost simultaneously. Minerva McGonagall's typically stern visage was now a canvas of complex emotions, particularly as Seamus passed a group of young wizards who were seizing the last opportunity of Saturday to frolic. It dawned on her then that this effort had persisted for far too long in her absence. The frigid winds of the Scottish Highlands swept across the surface of the Black Lake, once again crashing against the ancient walls of Hogwarts Castle, transforming into a profound and persistent low hum. Within this resonant sound, Hogwarts Castle stirred to life anew. Little wizards. Infuriating little wizards. Answering too soon. The owl hooted in a commotion, while Sheen, undeterred, entered the classroom. Among the trio, Hermione was notably the last to arrive. Sheen had enjoyed a restful night, and Justin was likewise well-rested. Both would typically reach the practice room around 6 o'clock, prompting a small witch to exclaim that it was utterly unfair. How could any little wizard be so full of energy after merely 7 hours of sleep? "Good morning, Sheen." Justin, holding a serving of milk coconut pudding, was casting a special food charm upon it. She noticed an open book with a pink cover, featuring a turkey at its center lying nearby. It was none other than Conjuring a Feast, an essential tome for any wizarding kitchen. "Sheen, please help me test this new flavor." Justin offered the milk coconut pudding, omitting the fact that the previous, unappetizing version had been hastily devoured by the greedy Hufflepuffs the day before. "You practiced the clear water charm at the apprentice level, proficiency 1. You practiced the clear water charm at the beginner level, proficiency 3. You practiced the clear water charm at the beginner level, proficiency 3. Sheen routinely practiced until he could scarcely lift his wand. After meticulously recording the details of the clear water charm, he quietly opened his panel. Clear water charm, apprentice level 110300. Summoning charm, unlocked 130. Levitation charm, beginner level 200900. At this rate, he would reach the beginner level by tomorrow, which could be deemed remarkably swift. Just as he was preparing to head towards a Quidditch pitch, Justin suddenly leaned closer. "Oh, Sheen, did you know? My mother told me that there are myriad ways to confront the world, yet only creation remains everlasting." He spoke with a sense of belated realization. "Are you ready to embrace this change with me?" Before Sheen could respond, Justin pulled him into a courtyard teeming with little wizards. It was hard to fathom that a gathering of Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, and Gryffindors could coexist harmoniously. They were whispering amongst themselves, and upon noticing Justin's arrival, their murmurs escalated into a cacophony. "Sheen, I had a feeling it was you," Michael exclaimed, particularly animated, raising his chin and addressing Simon and the others. "Indeed, 10 nuts. Very well, I concede." Upon noticing Simon, Ernie, and others murmuring about handing over to Michael, Sean exchanged a knowing wink with them, mouthing, "I'll share half with you later." Sean began to grasp the situation. "Are the notes on the history of magic truly that's sought after?" He softly inquired of Justin. "Oh, my dear Sean, you seem to harbor a misconception. What you are undertaking is unprecedented in the entire realm of magic. It is an untapped market." Justin's pale gray eyes glimmered with a rare sharpness. "When third-year wizards approach me, I understand, Sean, this is a monumental opportunity. Consider it. With Professor Binns' vague lectures, the overwhelming assignments, and the challenges of self-study, who would not yearn for a concise set of notes?" He confided, "I have not disseminated any copies. I merely perused some trivial aspects of the last assignment." Leaning closer to Sean, he continued, "When everyone is inundated with yet another convoluted assignment from Professor Binns, they seek me out, hoping for that segment of notes, and they willingly purchase them." Sean was indeed taken aback by the popularity of the history of magic notes. Nearly every young wizard had procured a copy, and Justin's management sustained this astonishment. "Like a cereal, we only sell a small portion each time. Given the vastness of magical history, even that small portion suffices to fill half a book." "And do you recall your methodology for the history of magic paper?" Its reputation has spread widely, thanks to a wizard named Michael. We have ample time to cultivate this trend, but it is vital to maintain its genuine and scientific essence. Oh, Sean, do not forget, Hogwarts is not the sole institution requiring summaries. The magical world extends beyond Hogwarts. As Justin mentioned this, his eyes sparkled with excitement. And Sean followed suit. Silently, he approached the Quidditch pitch, feeling that at the current pace of progress, he would soon soar back to the Ravenclaw Tower. Even half a victory would suffice. The Nimbus 1500. At times, Sean found himself contemplating that wizards resembled barbaric figures cloaked in robes. This sentiment was prompted by a painting hanging beneath the stands, titled The Violent Hand of Gant is the Victor. It depicted an ancient Germanic pillar game scene, featuring a group of wizards wielding sharpened brooms, encircling a wizard tied with a rope, a large, inflated bladder trailing behind him. The sorcerer exerted every ounce of his magical prowess to repel the attacking wizards, safeguarding the bladder behind him from destruction. If this alone did not inspire such thoughts in Sheen, what left him utterly speechless was the fact that this bladder belonged to a fire dragon. This implied that with every competition, a fire dragon would lose its bladder. Sheen suspected that this could be a complete fabrication by the wizards, designed to showcase their might and assert their dominance in the magical realm, much like certain hunters who display the heads of their prey in their homes. Yet, the wizard's peculiar fondness for bladders was undeniably strange. Beneath the northern stands hung a painting of the once thriving Irish stilt barrel race, a recurring theme in many Irish wizarding ballads. The legendary sorcerer Fingal, known for his fearlessness, was said to have been the champion of the stilt barrel races. The competitors in the painting raced one after another with a dome, or ball, swiftly navigating a series of flaming wooden barrels elevated on stilts. The victor would be the one who could guide the dome through all the barrels at the fastest speed without igniting themselves. The ball was, in fact, a sheep's bladder. Turning to the painting of the reverse broomstick race beneath the western stands, athletes rode their brooms backward, striking a bladder with the bristled end of their brooms as they dashed between a circle of hedges, scoring points with each hit. The bladder used in this event was that of a pig. Undoubtedly, these bladders would be punctured and explode upon use. Sheen silently rejoiced for the current audience. Had this tradition been preserved, contemporary Quidditch matches might have been far more thrilling, with an added interactive element post-explosion. As the paintings on the stands gradually receded from view, Sheen approached a shed brimming with brooms. It seemed as though a peculiar enchantment had been cast upon the shed, for he could see raindrops slowly descending from above. Yet none ever splashed within. "Madam Horkin," he said, filled with anticipation as he stood before the gray-haired lady. "Mr. Green, punctuality is indeed a commendable habit," she responded, waving her hand as a broom leapt into her grasp. "Today, we have much to accomplish. Do you see those tall poles? That is the focus of our training today." Sheen raised his hand, and in a similar manner, a broom sprang into his possession. Together with Madam Horkin, he gazed toward the Quidditch poles, their synchronized movements making him resemble a miniature version of her. Soon, the duo, one large and one small, soared toward the Quidditch poles. "Now that you can hover and fly normally, why not attempt some quick turns?" she suggested. Madame Hua Chi's words resonated with remarkable clarity, even amidst the howling winds, as if infused with some form of enchantment. Under her guidance, Sheen exerted considerable effort around the pole, for Madame Hua Chi's stipulation was that, while flying at the utmost speed, the distance of turning around the pole could not exceed 3 feet, all while executing maneuvers at various angles. This was undoubtedly a formidable challenge, especially considering that this was Sheen's third day of engaging with a flying broomstick. Yet, magic is devoid of reason. It is solely governed by talent. You practice flying at a proficient level, skill level 10. You practice flying at a proficient level, skill level 10. You practice flying at an expert level, skill level 50. Sheen heard the panel chime repeatedly, his movements becoming increasingly graceful under some instinctual guidance. He began to unconsciously seek the most efficient and effortless posture. Simultaneously, his connection with the broomstick grew ever stronger, allowing him to sense each thread of willful magic coursing through the broom. This was the true secret to mastering the flying broomstick. Sheen couldn't help but recall Madame Hua Chi's words. The true wizards who comprehend flight are those who command the broom. This mastery, perhaps, exists not solely in the realm of flight, but may also extend to potions. He remembered the wondrous magic he felt while using the enhancement ritual in the Cauldron. Akin to the sensation of mastering the broomstick, perhaps brewing potions also requires the wizard to guide the magic. As he pondered this, he realized he had reached a bottleneck in his turning maneuvers, attributed to the antiquated broom beneath him. Some spells, or a combination of complex incantations, exhibited various degrees of malfunction. Coupled with the intricate array of diverse enchantments, it easily reminded one of the convoluted code crafted by certain programmers in a past life. It was a mystery how this broom continued to function at all. Indeed, magic is all-encompassing. Astonishing progress. Madame Hua Chi naturally took over Xian's broom, guiding it to a designated storage area. You intend to fly back to the Ravenclaw Tower, do you not? Xian looked up in surprise, only to quickly comprehend the implication. Surely, he was not the only wizard with such a notion, and the Ravenclaw Tower was notoriously high. The quality of Ravenclaws tends to diminish while ascending the tower, especially if one happens to navigate the spiraling stairs of the Ravenclaw Tower at night. One would hear numerous young wizards offering their affectionate salutations to the tower. Each year, numerous young witches and wizards from Ravenclaw partake in additional training at the Quidditch pitch, yet only a select few are granted the coveted flying permit. As Madame Hooch articulated this, a sense of trepidation washed over Xian. Regrettably, her vague remarks hinted that such permits were exceedingly rare, appearing perhaps only once every few years, while the specifics of obtaining one remained shrouded in ambiguity. Upon departing the pitch, Madame Hooch, arms crossed, handed Xian a piece of parchment. Upon his first glance, he silently committed its contents to memory, regarding the flying permit for first-year students at Hogwarts. The requirements stipulated included mastering at least 10 common flying techniques, obtaining permission from the Hogwarts flying instructor, passing a flying test, and, following the successful completion of the test, possessing a broom of quality no less than the Nimbus 1500, updated in 1990. Xian tucked the parchment into his bag, nestled against his copy of Advanced Potion Making. With this material in hand, his objectives became markedly clearer, albeit the weight upon his heart grew heavier, for the permit explicitly required a Nimbus 1500, an ambition that seemed dauntingly unattainable. Xian understood the necessity of the outpost. A flying broom, in the arena, is akin to a wizard's steadfast companion. An outdated broom would undoubtedly hinder a first-year novice who had just begun to learn flying, and may even pose a danger. The handcrafted nature of flying brooms dictates their high standards. Expensive brooms, such as the Nimbus 2000, not only incorporate a unique braking system, but also entail costly patent fees for braking charms, facilitating swift takeoffs and landings, with intricate alchemical craftsmanship allowing for seamless 360-degree turns. As for the broom Xian currently rode, should he attempt to execute such maneuvers, it would undoubtedly disintegrate mid-air. A caution clearly stated in the manual issued by Comet Trading Company. As you can see, this is a training broom, priced at 30 galleons. What more do you expect it to accomplish? Xian found merit in the words of Randolph Ketch and Basil Houghton, the proprietors of the company. Perhaps for most young witches and wizards, this would not pose a significant issue. After all, the price of Nimbus 1500 is not exorbitant, and the Quidditch specialty shop in Diagon Alley readily offers delivery to Hogwarts. With but a letter, the majority of young wizards' parents would be more than willing to assist. However, for Xian, the prospect of receiving such a letter seemed almost fantastical. This implied that, until he could leave the school, his aspirations of soaring into the Ravenclaw Tower would have to be temporarily set aside. The Quidditch pitch at noon was drenched in a nearly opulent sunlight. The sky a clear, unblemished blue, with wisps of thin clouds resembling casually smeared white paint. Xian hesitated to voice his final question before departing. Madame Hooch, if one cannot leave the school, then Mr. Green, I believe it will not pose an issue for you, Madame. Hooch handed Xian a towel, wiping away the droplets that dripped from the roof. Train diligently, Mr. Green. That is the least of your concerns. With that, she strode away briskly, broom in hand, leaving a perplexed Xian standing in the corridor. A knight in a portrait was boisterously consuming liquor, his cheeks flushed from the effects of the drink. Armed with an excessively long sword, he bore the marks of grass stains on his knees. Appearing quite inebriated, he was loudly proclaiming, "Oh, Hogwarts headmasters! Violet, you must know. Phineas Nigellus Black was a foolishly malevolent fool, and Armando Dippet was a lackluster imbecile. Dumbledore, however, is rather commendable. But the knight's creed prevents me from uttering falsehoods about him." These sudden and dangerous words left Xian astounded. Was Sir Cadogan truly this audacious while intoxicated? It seemed not just him. Wizards appeared to possess a peculiar reckless disposition. "Sir, if you continue, I fear that by tomorrow, only one of you and the sun shall remain," he kindly cautioned. "Oh," young Green upon hearing this, Sir Cadogan seemed to regain some sobriety. His face remained flushed, yet his voice had softened considerably. "I mean, Dumbledore is a headmaster who satisfies all wizards." "Sir Cadogan, is that truly so?" Lady Violet, clad in a white underdress, blinked in disbelief. Bypassing the raucous portraits, Sean quietly shifted aside the painting of the drunken monk he had hung there the day before. The knight had imparted numerous flying tips to him, and if his gratitude were to inadvertently lead to the end of the knight's centuries-long existence, it would indeed resemble the punchline of a rather dark joke. The castle became increasingly familiar to Sean. He could traverse to the great hall even with his eyes closed. After all, even before entering the hall, he could already smell the sweet, enticing aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting down the corridor. Today's main course featured pork chops and Hungarian stew, elevated with an array of flavored puddings. Sean needed no guesses to know who had refined the recipe. At that moment, the mail arrived. Over 100 owls suddenly swooped into the great hall, startling several young witches and wizards. The owls flitted around the dining table until they located their respective owners, dropping letters or parcels onto their laps. These correspondences sparked a wave of curiosity among the young wizards. Although Sheen would not receive any letters himself, he did not mind providing sustenance for the weary messengers. The busy little wizards often overlooked them while engrossed in their letters. A few owls alighted beside Sheen, who silently sliced off a small piece of toast, quietly observing these ethereal creatures as they feasted. After a while, these pure white owls would return to the Ollery, joining their fellow owls in slumber. This scene was fully witnessed by the tall witch at the professor's table. Animals have an innate ability to find those kind-hearted children. Sometimes, they make choices with greater discernment than wizards, do they not, Minerva? The silver-haired wizard at the head table, with a long beard and hair, possessed eyes behind half-moon spectacles that radiated deep kindness and humor. He seemed to be speaking of owls, yet perhaps more than that. The elder cat lady remained silent, watching as the young wizards received their letters, excitedly sharing their joy with their companions. Even a box of sweets would incite a frenzy among the little wizards. Take Simon, for instance. Had his friends not saved a few for him, he might have been moved to tears. Enveloped by the owls, the young wizard merely observed these scenes, the surrounding clamor always feeling detached from him. Upon exiting the hall, Sheen was to confront a new spell, the Summoning Charm, also known as the Accio Charm. It is one of the oldest incantations in wizard society, employed by wizards for centuries. Consequently, its explanation is convoluted and intricate, seemingly a fusion of various interpretations by spellmasters. These interpretations do not enhance its precision. Rather, they render it lengthy and complex, making one feel as though they might become lost within such descriptions, much like the convoluted remarks Hermione often made in class. However, Sheen excelled at distilling the precise elements from these elaborate explanations. At least for him, it proved to be a far more efficient approach. In the classroom, Sheen deliberately retrieved a quill from his bag to practice with it, though he seemed to lack clarity. Focusing intently, he endeavored to recall the attributes of the object. Accio quill. The quill trembled slightly, but yielded no further response. The hand of the wizard should be oriented upward during the incantation. A voice disrupted Sheen's contemplation. Hermione pushed the door open, clutching a large stack of books in her arms. Accio quill, she exclaimed, waving her wand, yet the quill remained utterly still. Thus, the contemplative atmosphere transformed into a shared experience between two. They perused various books until Justin entered the room. Oh, Sheen, Hermione, are you practicing the summoning charm with a quill lollipop? The magic is seldom accessible to those lacking talent, yet even the moderately gifted wizards do not always exhibit wisdom. Sheen discreetly tucked away the quill lollipop, while Hermione appeared somewhat flustered in her silence. When Sheen placed a genuine quill on the table, he turned to find Hermione glaring at Justin, as if his laughter might transform him into a skunk. If you wish to laugh, then laugh, Sheen sighed. Ha ha ha, Sheen, Hermione. I must ask, do you truly believe that is a real quill? It is the second funniest joke I have heard today. Justin laughed so hard he could hardly stand. Justin. Hermione puffed her cheeks in disapproval. Upon hearing her words, Justin abruptly ceased his laughter. Oh, Hermione, teach me. I would try to learn the summoning charm as well, but I can never get it right. Do you think it's an issue with my wand movement? Your flick is rather hesitant, Hermione replied, calming her inexplicable embarrassment and earnestly advising Justin. Meanwhile, Sheen shifted his gaze to the quill. He retrieved a broken quill from his bag. One of the characteristics of quills is their durability, but this was not the case for Sheen. Despite skillfully sharpening the quill's hard shaft with a knife to prolong its lifespan, a faulty item will eventually succumb to its fate. The portion worn away would never return. Accio quill. He articulated the incantation precisely, and the quill quivered violently before gently soaring into his hand. You practiced the summoning charm at an apprentice level, proficiency 1. At that moment, Sheen was taken aback. Summoning charm? The panel referred to it by that name. Why was it not the flying charm? In a world of magic, coincidences are rare, and Sheen pondered deeply. For it is the wizard who determines the strength of the spell, that will manifesting upon the object, resulting in the summoning charm. Accio Quill. As soon as he spoke, all the quills in the classroom trembled and swiftly flew toward Sheen. You practice the summoning charm at a novice level, proficiency 3. Yet, not only quills landed before Sheen. Justin, clutching a quill, stumbled and ultimately fell onto the wooden table in front of him. As Sheen calmly observed Justin and contemplated whether to lend him a hand, he was suddenly met with Hermione's stifled laughter, accompanied by a teasing inquiry. Not bad at all. Is this the new dance you've learned? Almost instantly, Sheen noticed a flush of crimson grace Justin's cheeks. Sheen began to grasp the nuances of the summoning charm. For as Hermione had previously articulated, wizards need not specify the exact name of an item when summoning the unknown. Rather, they must possess knowledge of a particular attribute of that item. For instance, Hermione might not know the book's title, yet she was aware that it pertained to the summoning charm. When her limited understanding prevented her from uttering the book's name, she simply needed to ascertain its attribute, a book on the summoning charm, define a scope, the school, and the objects within that scope aligning with her intention would come flying to her. However, this process would exponentially drain her energy. If one could summon living beings, the potency of such a spell would be formidable, yet it was clear that this was not possible. Harry had once attempted to summon Hagrid, an endeavor that, unsurprisingly, ended in failure. Sheen believed that perhaps failing was a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, Hagrid would have come soaring through the air. Naturally, Sheen also held the opinion that no matter what Harry whispered, Ginny would not appear. As Sheen's understanding of the summoning charm crystallized, so too did his progress. You practice the summoning charm at a beginner's level, proficiency 3. You practice the summoning charm at an intermediate level, proficiency 10. The summoning charm has been unlocked. Exhausted, Sheen set down his wand and turned to find Hermione and Justin equally fatigued. However, Justin recovered swiftly, emerging from Sheen's blind spot with 3 steaming cups of honey jasmine tea. Even to this day, Sheen remained unaware of where Justin procured the food, only that the honey jasmine tea was delightful. As dusk enveloped the castle, Sheen made his way to the dungeon. The corridor was sliced into a mosaic of light and shadow by the setting sun, and the portraits adorning the walls commenced their most bustling and enjoyable moments of the day. The fat lady appeared beside her dear friend, Lady Violet, clearly a bit tipsy, elegantly leaning against the frame while humming a slightly off-key tune. "Look, it's Sheen Green, Sir Cadogan, your mischievous ace," she remarked with a teasing tone. The portraits of Hogwarts were never merely decorative. They relished in entertaining themselves. The figures within these portraits could traverse into others, concocting passwords, dispensing life advice, or challenging students to duels. Privately, they also devised various schemes for amusement. Among these ideas, the most significant is undoubtedly the mischievous little wizard known as the Troublemaker Ace. While the term may not carry a positive connotation, it genuinely encapsulates a profound affection for a young sorcerer. In the name of chivalry, the fat lady, with a millennium of experience, seldom errs. Young Gryffindor, I assure you, he shall carve a noteworthy reputation in the realm of magic. Sir Cadogan's words drew the fat lady's attention repeatedly, for knights are never known to speak falsehoods. In the cellar, time seemed to lose its meaning. As Severus Snape had been ensconced there for an indeterminate duration, waiting for the tempest to subside, the cellar remained a cold, isolated sanctuary, shrouded in the lingering aroma of potions, with parchment piled high like a mountain. Severus Snape stood there, an indistinguishable statue merged with the shadows of the cellar. Motionless for what felt like an eternity, a note unfurled in his grasp, and had Sheen been present, he would have recognized it as a fragment of the hidden knowledge from Master Libatius Borges' tome. However, unlike Sheen's note, this one bore a faint inscription. With a soft click, Sheen pushed open the door, shattering the silence. Upon encountering Professor Snape, joy flickered unmistakably in his emerald eyes. He hurried to his cauldron, placing his notes down before advancing to the specimen cabinet to retrieve his materials. Sheen felt a surge of exhilaration. For today, he bore with him 2 tasks that would ignite the enthusiasm of any wizard. The first being to validate the enhancement of potion quality through Master Libatius Borges' modified ritual. It is known that with each elevation in potion quality, effectiveness escalates rapidly, and naturally, the price soars as well. The second task was to test his hypothesis regarding whether a wizard's will could delicately regulate potion reactions, a notion he had pondered during flying lessons. Yet, He remained blissfully oblivious to the more intricate gaze of Professor Snape. Statues inevitably crumble, much like the pompous statue of Gregory from Hogwarts. Behind it lay a concealed passageway, prompting careless young wizards to cast numerous repair spells upon its fallen form. Similarly, Professor Snape emerged from a prolonged stagnation, redirecting his attention towards the little wizard who had shattered this lull. Yet, at times, silence is merely relative. A chill emanated from Professor Snape's somber gaze, while Sheen remained blissfully unaware, brimming with excitement. He adeptly ignited his cauldron and cautiously extracted materials from the glass cabinet, filled with an array of peculiar specimens. A white slip of paper lay concealed within advanced potion-making, soon enveloped by the rising steam. The meticulous handling of ingredients, the precise heat, the stirring, the ritual. Sheen recalled every annotation in his notes, each step and detail a culmination of his repeated summaries and refinements. It is this scientific and quantifiable exploration that allows him to consistently brew potions of expert caliber. And today, the quality of the scabies potion is poised for yet another enhancement. This prospect invigorated Sheen. If you possess even a modicum of intelligence, Sheen Green, you will carefully add the dried nettles just as the bubbles begin to rise, Professor Snape interjected. Before he could finish his admonition, Sheen had already introduced the dried nettles into the bubbling cauldron, while the quill at his side diligently recorded this action, seemingly unfazed by the mockery. Snape's dark gaze momentarily faltered, but soon his voice returned, accompanied by a rumble of thunder. Are you so ignorant that you do not realize stirring counterclockwise for more than 2.5 circles will render this potion inferior to the grime in the cauldron? Sheen decisively halted his stirring and began to count seconds before adding a slug to the mixture. Indeed, when taunts go unanswered, the only sounds remaining in the cellar are the filtered rain and the gentle clinking of Sheen's stirring. Snape's scorn gradually subsided, punctuated only by occasional chilling guidance. Until it was time. A spark ignited in Sheen's eyes. Master Libishu Palachi's enhancement ritual is a comprehensive process, underpinning the entire brewing journey. But it is only at the end that it weaves together all previously obscure elements. The potion in the cauldron had reached its critical moment, where every minute action of the wizard regarding the ritual could lead to dramatic fluctuations in the potion's quality. At the instant Sheen uttered the incantation and gestured, Snape's pupils constricted, and he strode forward, his dark cloak billowing like storm clouds, nearly instantaneously arriving before the cauldron. In his large hands, he tightly gripped 2 slips of parchment, yet they retained their original shape, having been fortified with multiple protective charms. Unbeknownst to him, Sheen was immersed in the potion, transforming once more into the wizard who had labored over the scabies potion. A powerful emotion enveloped him, guiding him to perceive the subtle currents of magic. Indeed, he sensed the shift in the cauldron's magical essence and subtly grasped how to steer toward a more thorough amalgamation, thereby crafting a potion of acceptable quality. However, the tempest within the cellar was nearly as fierce as that outside. Snape observed those bright green eyes, studying the remarkably familiar technique. Where did you learn that? You have expertly concocted a potion for scabies, achieving a proficiency of 50. The panel's notification coincided with Professor Snape's profoundly suppressed growl, so intense that it startled Sheen. Let yourself revel in a bottled carnival, the professor exclaimed, his ire incomprehensible to Sheen. Handed over the note. Snape's voice emerged as if forced from his throat. Silently, Sheen retrieved a smooth piece of parchment from advanced potion making, inscribed with knowledge of timing. On the very edge of the note, almost invisible, was a faint numeral 3. As Sheen keenly observed this detail, he swiftly glanced at the note extracted from Let Yourself Revel in a Bottled Carnival, which bore faint 2. In the dim light, Snape's expression was challenging to discern, the torrential rain pounding against the cellar, rendering it nearly impossible for Sheen to catch the nuances of the professor's whispered words. If he indeed spoke, Sheen Green, get out of my cellar this instant. Now, his fury seemed to be the culmination of decades. Sheen sensed the dreadful atmosphere and was preparing to flee when a note unexpectedly fluttered from advanced potion making. Stunned, he stood frozen, rigidly locking eyes with Snape's murderous glare. Fool, get out! Clutching the note, Sheen dashed away, yet his movements softened considerably as he closed the cellar door. What had transpired? What did that number signify? The count of those privy to this knowledge? If Professor Snape was aware of the timing, who was the second individual with such awareness? And why was he or she oblivious to the knowledge of the ritual? Sheen's bewilderment gathered like raindrops on a Gothic stained glass window, ultimately coalescing into an unfathomable enigma that flowed into the depths below. In the cellar, the cold stone walls exuded eternal dampness. mingled with the bitter and sharp scent of aged potion ingredients, coalescing into a unique atmosphere that belonged solely to Severus Snape. He huddled behind a massive black oak desk, akin to a bat lurking in the depths of a rocky crevice, fixated on those notes, the only task left to him. In advanced potion making, 2 notes lay stacked together, inscribed with 1 and 3, the missing piece holding the memory of the only day he had once basked in bright sunlight. A secret he had guarded alongside another. In Let Yourself Revel in a Bottled Carnival, however, lay scattered 1 and 2. The absence of these numbers stemmed solely from his own error. His fingers gently loosened, the note remained unscathed, yet his movements were slow, nearly weary. His gaze fell upon the lost piece of paper, as if he could penetrate the walls and witness the rainy night of long ago and the ensuing rupture. Hatred and an indescribable, tearing rage clashed violently within his breast. He seemingly heard that word again, the sin he could never atone for throughout his life. Thus, the past gripped his throat like a specter. He had believed he would forever clutch this note until that fool intruded upon the cellar. His expression was complex. He understood that notes would inevitably be discovered by the next person. Truth is never extinguished, akin to love and hate. In the corridor, torches illuminated the armor, reflecting light. A stout knight traversed through various paintings, occasionally knocking over a witch's goblet, only to be met with a fierce reprimand from her floral bouquet. Sir Cadogan, unfazed, muttered softly, "Ah, I thought that old tale would never change. He clings to that hatred, having forgotten his former affection for potions. Yet now a new, faint story seems to be emerging. Hope, perhaps? That is what they all say." Just as Sheen passed this spot, a shadow cloaked in clouds abruptly appeared before him. Sheen, somewhat anxious, gazed at the suddenly materialized Professor Snape, whose dark eyes reflected a shade of green. "In 3 days, following every Thursday, I expect to see you in the cellar. Do not make me regret this decision." The departure of Professor Snape was as swift as his arrival, leaving a bewildered Sheen clutching 10 golden galleons, murmuring to himself under the watchful eyes of the curious portraits, "What is Professor Snape up to? Ha ha, O'Grien. You don't think that dark, oh-so-brave fellow has gone mad, do you?" Sir Cadogan remained ever audacious. The commotion soon shifted. Sheen silently walked 100 meters, retreating with the surrounding portraits by 2 frames. For the returning Professor Snape bore a countenance darker than the clouds outside. "Lady Violet, the night will be fine, won't he?" Sheen quietly inquired of the kind lady clad in a white underdress. "What do you consider to be fine? Burned by fire? Transferred into a painting of a horde of trolls? Or," Lady Violet smiled, seemingly oblivious to the terrifying nature of her words, he can still live. As for other demands." Sheen observed a moment of silence for Sir Cadogan before departing the corridor. As the night deepened, the anguished wails of Sir Cadogan echoed through the corridor. On his way back to the lounge, Sean retrieved the note, attempting to distract himself from the seemingly endless staircase. As I have previously stated, truth never compromises. Those who seek it shall invariably find it. When the enhancement ritual sharpens a wizard's senses, the gifted sorcerer will perceive those exquisite transformations. The ignorant fools will forever remain ensnared in the most wretched traditions, while true masters of potions shall never cease their quest. You may wonder why enhanced rituals are so scarce. Sean turned the page with curiosity, finding that the ascent of the stairs felt less arduous. You should remember that spells and potions are interconnected by a thread of origin. This should be apparent when you guide with intent. As you might surmise, I have completed the necessary work. Each potion's enhancement ritual is recorded with a unique method of intent guidance. Future practitioners must understand that this represents the most significant exploration undertaken by Pollock himself in the enigmatic realm of potions. Next, I shall unveil the secrets that render potions so imbued with magic. Sean held his breath, realizing that the ritual and intent manipulation were indeed complementary. The reward pool continued to accumulate, its value ever increasing. He couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of magic. When an aspiring wizard discovers a path, he finds that others have already articulated it in written form. Sean diligently recorded the methods, word for word, confronting a treasury of wisdom amassed by a wizard widely regarded as one of the greatest potion masters of all time. Upon reviewing the panel, he discovered significant progress in his potion making. Title: Novice Potion Maker. Scabies Potion, Apprentice Level, 210,300. Advancement: 3 introductory potions unlock the novice title in the potion domain. The Scabies Potion was nearing completion, and he should seek other potions to brew in order to gain experience and unlock titles. The section on magical potions and elixirs detailed various potion-making methods, including standard antidotes, potions for treating scabies, forgetfulness potions, herbicide elixirs, sleeping draughts, swelling potions, and wakefulness potions. Their difficulties were comparable, and their prices generally ranged within a few gold galleons. However, these were all of ordinary quality, roughly priced as skilled. Higher quality potions could command exponentially greater prices. Once the quality reached a certain height, it would be virtually priceless. Sheehan pondered whether the reason that potion masters do not brew lower-tier potions, while novice potion makers are incapable of concocting high-quality elixirs, lay in the inherent nature of their respective skills. Much like his own expert-grade scabious potion, which astonishingly commanded a price of 10 gold galleons. Sheehan found his purse considerably enriched. Late into the night, the purple-spotted cover of Advanced Potion Making was caught by the wind, and a slip of paper fluttered down gracefully beside the sky-blue drapery. Indeed, the journey continues. We have yet to unearth the definitive answer regarding the essence of potions. However, by chance, we have stumbled upon some anomalies. Could this herald a new beginning for potions? Pollock. On Monday, the young wizards of Ravenclaw remained silent, for they were to face 2 consecutive potion classes that morning, under the formidable presence of a certain potion master. This naturally became the most dreaded lesson among the young sorcerers. "Oh, Sheehan, do take it slow," Justin stammered, floundering in his attempts to keep pace with Sheehan's brewing. He always felt that with each of Sheehan's concoctions, new advancements emerged, rendering him occasionally baffled by Sheehan's notes. Terry, are you saying that while we are still handling materials, the next room has already produced a potion?" Michael inquired, stirring a slime slug with an expression that seemed to challenge Terry's intelligence. Indeed, Terry's gaze shifted to Justin, who was collecting the potion, confirming his suspicion. "I can hardly believe I doubted you, Terry." Michael followed Terry's gaze, then quickly turned back, sincerely apologizing. "Terry, I deeply regret questioning you and Sheehan. Do you think we could ask Sheehan for some tips after class?" Just as the first potion lesson was nearing its conclusion, Professor Snape strode towards the back row, causing the young eagles and badgers to shrink back in fear. Barely satisfactory, his voice remained chilling, 1 point for each of you. Sheehan observed the potion marked as beginner and realized he had not contributed much. This implied that Justin's talent for potion making appeared quite promising. As the second class commenced, Professor Snape unexpectedly announced that they would be learning a new potion, the Swelling Solution. This announcement elicited cries of despair from some young wizards who had just mastered the scabious potion, though they quickly stifled their lamentations under the weight of Snape's piercing gaze. Only Sheehan's eyes brightened further. The Swelling Solution, seemingly simple, yet it demanded utmost precision and intellect. The voice of Professor Snape resonated, deep and smooth, instantly quelling the last whispers in the dungeon. He paused slightly, a hint of sardonic amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. "For the majority of you, this is undoubtedly a tall order. Thus, should you dare to entertain even a fleeting distraction." The young wizards jolted to attention. The 3 ingredients for the Swelling Solution: bat spleens, dried nettles, and pufferfish eyes. Of these, 2 had yet to be processed by Sean, and as Professor Snape handled the materials, his gaze remained unwavering. The Swelling Solution, as its name suggests, has the capacity to cause a part of an object to swell. Sean was unaware of its specific applications, only knowing that, like most potions, improper brewing or usage could lead to dire consequences. For instance, during a second-year student's attempt at concocting the swelling potion, Harry tossed a firework into Goyle's cauldron, diverting everyone's attention. However, with the potion splattered, their arms, noses, eyes, and so forth grotesquely swelled. Consequently, Sean meticulously observed every action of Professor Snape, his quill diligently taking notes beside him. Grind 2 spoonfuls of dried nettles. Grind 3 pufferfish eyes. Place the 2 ground mixtures into the cauldron, heat for 20 seconds, and wave the wand. Professor Snape's instructions often deviated from the textbook, making substantial modifications in certain sections. If any young wizard dared to lose focus and follow the book, accidents would likely ensue. This may also be one reason for Professor Snape's stern demeanor, even intimidating the young wizards. If your vacuous minds finally managed to absorb some knowledge. With a flick of his wand, the prepared potion was poured into a crystal vial. He surveyed the room, and the young wizards fell silent. "Pair up and begin." Thus, the classroom was filled with the clattering of instruments as the young wizards nervously commenced their brewing. After a while, they reached the final stage of the concoction, processing the last ingredient and boiling it until a layer of white foam appeared on the surface of the potion. Justin, consulting his notes, appeared even more anxious than Sean, who was stirring. At this moment, Professor Snape was conducting a thorough round of inspection to prevent any further mishaps, and when he reached the side of Sean and Justin, he halted momentarily. Glancing casually at the notes displayed, he remarked, "Ah, quite meticulous, barely skimming the threshold of passing." "Oh, but Sean, why is our phone blue?" Justin inquired at that moment. Beside him loomed a dark cloud, causing his already tense form to tremble slightly. Sean turned his head and calmly uttered a response that plunged Justin into despair. "We have failed." Justin dared not raise his gaze, as if waiting for some revelation. "Redo it, you two imbeciles." Professor Snape's roar erupted as anticipated. Upon hearing that no points had been deducted, Justin breathed a sigh of relief and softly suggested, "You don't look well. Do you need a rest for a moment? I can handle this." After Professor Snape departed, Justin took on the entirety of the potion brewing task, meticulously tending to the ingredients. Meanwhile, Sean appeared somewhat pale. He had underestimated the physical toll of the previous potion brewing ceremony and the exertion of willpower. Master Pollica's ritual felt akin to a depletion of a wizard's magical prowess, allowing for a brief surge of high-level potion crafting, but inevitably leading to a period of weakness. At that moment, he acutely sensed that the final stages of the process faltered due to an insufficiency of his magical output. Breathing heavily, he noticed an assortment of berry candies laid out on the table. "Take a break? Have a snack. These new flavors are from the Scottish Highlands," Justin remarked while managing the bubbling cauldron. Sean nodded, quietly assessing his condition. He felt he could still cast a few spells, but when it came to potion making, he found himself lacking the strength. This implied that the demands on a wizard's magical capacity and mental fortitude during potion brewing were significantly higher. No wonder potion masters were so rare. Simultaneously, Sean realized that the enhancement provided by wands and spells seemed rather formidable. At present, he could conjure at least 3 or 4 levitation charms, their effects rivaling those of potions capable of inducing levitation. Yet, attempting to brew such a potion now would likely render him unconscious. As Sean pondered silently, reminding Justin of the brewing details from his notes, Professor Snape stormed in, clutching a roster as if it were a tempest. "Susan Finch, Lisa DePan, I suspect you have utterly failed to process the pufferfish eyes to standard." He first derided the 2 young witches, who had concocted a thick potion, deducting a point from each. "What are you waiting for? Should the potion brew itself?" As Susan shrank back, on the verge of tears, he moved on. "Ernie Macmillan, if you stir to the right one more time, you'll be thrown out. At least that way this potion won't explode on its own." 2 points deducted. Ernie hastily ceased his actions, trembling as he leaned closer to the book, nearly pressing his eyes against the pages. Reluctantly adequate. "Michael Corner, what are you waiting for? Are you anticipating the potion to spoil?" He is transformed into an unfeeling point deduction machine, his head seemingly surrounded by an incessant barrage of negative scores. Seamus and Justin observed as Professor Snape approached them. Just as the 2 braced themselves for an impending tempest, Professor Snape paused momentarily, disregarding their presence. Justin exhaled in relief, while Seamus silently regarded the crystal vial that had inexplicably materialized in his hand. It contained a transparent liquid, with a singular instruction: drink. After leaving the cellar, Seamus remained somewhat dazed. The potion from Professor Snape served but one purpose: to invigorate. It appeared similar to a stimulant, yet its efficacy in restoring magical energy was remarkable. Upon consuming it, Seamus felt his magic rejuvenate significantly, and even his stamina seemed to have improved considerably as he ascended the stairs. In the cellar, Severus Snape gazed intently at the cauldron of potion that had failed due to insufficient magical levels, and a name on the roster faintly revealed: Seamus Finnegan, Guardian, none. In the great hall, the atmosphere remained vibrant and bustling. The 4 long tables were laden with lunch platters, golden plates and goblets shimmering under the light of countless candles. Students chattered animatedly, relishing oatmeal, smoked meat, and pumpkin juice. "Seamus, my mother often says that both sunrise and sunset are free," Justin remarked, poking at a piece of pudding. "So if you're weary, take a rest." His pale gray eyes radiated sincerity, and Seamus nodded in quiet agreement. Suddenly, Rabbit's eyes, the melodious strains of the harp, transforming this clear water into fine wine. Seamus was momentarily taken aback. Turning, he found Simon seated beside him. "Oh, are you all right, Seamus?" Justin's voice broke through. In truth, Seamus was not well. He felt an ominous premonition of what was to transpire. He discreetly shifted his position, only to overhear a hushed whisper. "What does Simon intend to do, Ron?" "He wants to conjure wine from the goblet. A few days ago he managed to produce weak tea, but then..." Abruptly, a massive plume of scalding black smoke erupted, enveloping Simon entirely. Shattered glass fragments and droplets scattered, as nearby young wizards shrieked and recoiled in alarm. Hermione, particularly startled, stumbled back, her eyes wide with fear. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Simon's form was revealed. His face was covered in soot, resembling someone who had just crawled out of a chimney. His hair stood on end, still emitting wisps of smoke. He coughed incessantly, his gaze vacant, evidently bewildered by this unexpected failure. A momentary silence enveloped the long table, quickly followed by a chorus of hearty laughter. Ron thumped the table, causing pumpkin juice to spill, while Harry could hardly contain his mirth, hastily lowering his head to conceal a smile. Only Justin swiftly approached, offering a handkerchief. "Are you all right, Seamus?" At that moment, owls, as usual, flooded into the great hall, delivering letters and effectively diverting everyone's attention. Yet, Hermione looked at the now distracted Seamus with a puzzled expression. Did you sense that surge of magic? Ever since Professor Snape had given Seamus that vial of wondrous potion, upon emerging from the cellar, he frequently seemed to possess 1 or 2 vials of potions, occasionally labeled drink, and at times left blank. However, if Seamus were to arrive in the cellar carrying a crystal vial brimming with potions, the scornful remarks from Professor Snape would be as relentless as a machine gun's fire. The progress of the swelling potion advanced rapidly. Within 2 days, it was unlocked. Simultaneously, Professor Snape also instructed Seamus on the preparation of the de-swelling potion, reasoning, "With your ogre-like finesse, you will find it useful." Regardless, Seamus ultimately learned yet another potion. The panel transformed to reflect. Title: Potion Novice. Scabious Potion. Apprentice Level 220300. Swelling Potion. Apprentice Level 1300. Desling Potion. Locked 130. Advancement. 3 introductory potions can unlock the entry-level title in the field of potions. In contrast to the slow yet steady advancement in potions, the progress in defense against the dark arts and charms was considerably swifter. On Tuesday, in the defense against the dark arts classroom, Professor Quirrell stammered, "In now, can anyone tell me 3 types of G-Giants?" His timid gaze swept across the Slytherin and Ravenclaw students until Anthony stood up. "Mountain trolls, river trolls, and sea trolls," he answered. "Mountain trolls are the largest, with a light gray body, bald head, and skin rougher than that of a rhinoceros. Their physique is stronger than 10 men combined. Yet their brains are no larger than peas, making them easily confused." "Very, very good. Thank you," Professor Quirrell said, as he randomly selected someone to answer questions. While Michael perused Seamus's notes on defense against the dark arts, the classification and regional index of dark magic creatures, alongside the corresponding defensive spells and counterspell series, lay before him as if he were holding a tome of secrets. "Scene, how did you conceive this?" he exclaimed, comparing it to Dark Forces, a self-defense guide while perusing Scene's light blue notebook. He discovered that the spells detailed within were even more comprehensive than those in the book. "I suspect you didn't merely reference the Dark Magic Defense Course materials. My goodness. This is as astonishing as the history of magic." Scene remained unfazed, his desk strewn with titles like Fundamentals of Dark Magic Defense and Introduction to Basic Knowledge of Dark Magic Defense. Due to Professor Chilo's lack of teaching ability, Scene had to rely on his own discernment, and soon he unraveled the framework of dark magic. In truth, he had pondered a question from his previous life. Dark magic and spells both involve incantations and wand movements. Why then is there such a stark distinction between them? Eventually, after synthesizing insights from multiple texts, he arrived at an answer. Spells and dark magic are entirely disparate, with dark magic further categorized into 3 types. 1. Maledictions. The least harmful, annoying yet amusing, such as the Repelling Charm, Barrage Spell, and Extraction Spell. 2. Poison spells. Moderately harmful, inflicting a degree of pain or injury, exemplified by the Bat Transformation Spell, Reverse Knee Spell, and Toenail Growth Spell. 3. Curses. The most harmful, causing intense and potentially irreversible pain or injury, including the Heart-Piercing Spell, Soul-Stealing Spell, and Killing Curse. The incantations taught by Professor Frivy belong to a different category: enchantments. This elucidation implies that the talents for dark magic and enchantments are not interchangeable. After the dark magic defense class, Michael held Scene's notes while Terry and others looked on with eager anticipation. "Ahem, if you wish to see," Michael began, raising an eyebrow. Even Anthony did. "And off he goes," he exclaimed, sprinting away, leaving behind a flurry of disgruntled young wizards in pursuit. He muttered to himself, "These are Scene's coins. He may not care much for them, but I must not squander them. I shall help him spread the word. It seems to be quite effective." He then turned and playfully tapped Terry on the head. "Terry, I must say, I'm quite exasperated with you. Did I not mention that Scene agreed for me to share with you and Anthony? Have you forgotten already?" At noon, on the Quidditch pitch, Scene, having practiced his spells, adeptly mounted his broom. Once airborne, he was no longer the little wizard who struggled with running and jumping. The aged comet 260 soared into the sky like a silverfish. Its pallid cheeks flushed with color from the wind, body pressed tightly against the broom, resembling a vine that had found something to cling to. He dove, turned, and ascended, diligently executing Madam Hawk's instructions. His proficiency steadily increased. You have practiced flying at an expert level, proficiency 50. You have practiced flying at an expert level, proficiency 50. His frail body traced precise and elegant arcs in the air, eliciting a smile from Madam Hawk, who stood by. She remarked to the recently arrived tall witch, Mr. Green is undeniably a natural Quidditch star. This is evident to all. Those brooms, outdated and obsolete, are more than sufficient for those clumsy fellows to practice their flying. Though this little one is quite content, it is apparent that these brooms do not befit him. The tall witch gazed at the long-lost, free-spirited young wizard, her eyes softening slightly. Flying assessment. Mr. Green, exceptionally well done. Madam Hawk strode gracefully toward Sheen, hands on her hips, her smile cutting with sharpness. You have mastered many flying techniques, yet maneuvers such as hovering, turning, and circling are merely foundational. Today, we shall practice something different. A gentle breeze swept across the Quidditch pitch, causing the grass to lean in one direction. Sheen dismounted the broom somewhat unsteadily, steadied by Madam Hawk's hand. Very well. Take a moment to rest, for you must face it next. With a flick of her wand, a wooden frame emerged from the broom shed, filled with golf balls. Sheen watched as Madam Hawk tossed one upwards. The ball soared as if enchanted, flying high and lingering momentarily in the air. The tall witch who had been beside Madam Hawk had vanished, leaving Sheen to quietly retrieve a vial of potion from his bag and gulp it down without noticing anything amiss. The empty vial was placed back in his bag. Professor Snape's potion tasted like some kind of juice, far removed from the viscous, bitter flavor described in the texts. Sheen dared not deviate from the recipe. In Professor Snape's hands, it was akin to a boggart aimed directly at him, conjuring visions of terrifying potion explosions, while Professor Snape merely smirked, uttering, "Ridiculous." Madam Hawk naturally took note of this scene, raising an eyebrow as if she had uncovered something remarkable about the young wizard. By this point, Sheen's flying proficiency had reached beginner-level flying skills, 190270. Advanced, proficient flying techniques unlocks the proficient title in the field of flight. Sheen mused that it seemed the new title would be unlocked in the coming days. In the air, the characteristics of the golf ball resembled a weakened version of the elusive flying ball. A spell had been cast upon it by a wizard. If not caught, it would gradually descend towards the ground, akin to a sinking object in water, and at that moment, Sheen had to hasten to grasp it mid-air. Undoubtedly challenging, yet not excessively so. The wind howled past Sheen's ears, his figure slicing through the azure sky like a hawk, his speed nearing the very limits of the broomstick, which threatened to falter numerous times. Nevertheless, Sheen remained unfazed, for it was not only the old broom that approached its limits. An astonishing talent. Madam Hokey observed the little wizard catching the golf ball, embracing the white clouds as he glided from the cerulean horizon. In merely 3 attempts, he had transformed from a state of uncertainty to one of assuredness in his catches. Mr. Green, you are destined to become a star seeker. Madam Hokey gazed at Sheen for a prolonged moment, her expression somewhat complex. Such a fine young lad. Yet why did he not take to Quidditch? In the early days, nearly 70% of fouls occurred among seekers, with various and scrupulous tactics emerging. For instance, setting fire to an opponent's broom tail, striking an opponent's broom, and attacking with axes were merely the appetizers. The content from a marvelous Quidditch ball surfaced in Sheen's mind. If there were a rattle, it would surely be in Sheen's little head. Next week, I shall conduct your flying test, Madam Hokey remarked, hands on her hips, her tone tinged with resignation. First-year wizards are granted but a single opportunity to apply for the test, so remember to bring your new broom. As for the Comet 160, it should be in the broom shed. With that, Madam Hokey departed, leaving Sheen in a state of confusion and worry. Where was he to find a Nimbus 1500? In the afternoon classroom, not a single Ravenclaw dared to speak, for this lesson was Transfiguration. Professor Minerva McGonagall involuntarily cast her gaze upon Sheen for the 3rd time. He was utterly focused, wielding his wand as a mouse transformed into a snuff box and back again. Until Sheen's complexion paled, he began perusing Intermediate Transfiguration. This book, borrowed from the Hogwarts library at the cost of 2 galleons, differed from the beginner's guide to Transfiguration by the green orb at the center of the gold filigree instead of red. It detailed numerous transfiguration spells, such as how to turn a teapot into a turtle. The essence of this transformation lies in observing whether the tortoise's tail emits steam or if the transformed tortoise retains a shell adorned with willow patterns. Alternatively, when transforming slippers into a white rabbit, the focus is on the completeness of the rabbit's ears. These transformations emphasize the act of converting an inanimate object into a living being. Following class, Professor McGonagall's response affirmed Sheehan's thoughts. The fundamental transfiguration can interchange objects that lack independent movement. Meanwhile, intermediate transfiguration involves the conversion of movable items with immovable ones. As for advanced transfiguration, it pertains to the mutual transformation between two animate entities, such as turning a tortoise into a rabbit. Professor McGonagall appeared quite satisfied with Sheehan's inquiry, recognizing that a keen interest in the nature of magic often propels wizards further along their journeys. Mr. Green, remember that the more advanced the transfiguration, the greater the power required. Thus, do not attempt it recklessly. She glanced at Sheehan and handed him a set of notes. After a meticulous review, Sheehan naturally retrieved his wand and commenced practice. He fixed his intense gaze upon the teapot, envisioning the attributes a tortoise should possess as guided by the professor's notes. Transfiguration is a perilous branch of magic, and performing it in the professor's presence undoubtedly offers a greater sense of safety. Thus, even if Sheehan were to transform himself into a badger, the professor would be able to assist him swiftly. Indeed, in the original text, a young wizard had inadvertently transformed his friend into a badger. According to Professor McGonagall, if one cannot promptly employ the reversal spell, that young wizard might remain a badger for eternity. The fireplace in the office crackled energetically, while raucous sounds from the Quidditch pitch permeated the air, even in the corridors. Young wizards engaged in wizard chess, occasionally shouting for the pieces to move aside. Meanwhile, within the office, Sheehan had practiced to the point of exhaustion, and in his hand, a dark green tortoise was crawling, emitting steam from its tail. The panel chimed repeatedly. You have practiced an in-depth intermediate transfiguration and apprentice level, achieving a proficiency of 50. Sheehan mused that this in-depth intermediate transfiguration must refer to the act of transforming inanimate objects into living ones. This level of transfiguration grants a proficiency increase of 50 at merely the apprentice standard. Not bad, he thought. After reverting the tortoise, Sheehan looked expectantly at Professor McGonagall, oblivious to the pallor that had overtaken his face. Well done, Mr. Green. Significant progress. Professor McGonagall's voice conveyed warmth and encouragement, though her eyes subtly reflected a hint of concern. Sheehan, unaware of this, quietly tidied up the office, gently closed the door, and stepped out. The panel had already displayed a change. Transfiguration, beginner level, 800900. He pondered the knowledge of transfiguration, the clamor of the surrounding young wizards always irrelevant to him. Professor McGonagall stood by the door, gazing intently at his silhouette, as if bidding him farewell countless times in the deep of night. Minerva, do you have high hope for that boy? At that moment, a steady voice resonated as an elderly wizard with a long, white beard appeared beside Professor McGonagall. There are no coincidences in this world, Albus. The warmth in McGonagall's eyes was tinged with a subtle pride and tenderness. If that boy is determined to find something, he surely will. Come here. In the corridor, Sheehan curiously observed Sir Cadogan, who, with his back turned, was still attempting to mount the pony. It seemed there was no issue at hand. Little Green, you always appear rather unwell, inquired Madame Violetta, her eyes blinking with curiosity. Is it charms, potions, or transfiguration today? Transfiguration, Sheehan answered honestly, glancing at Sir Cadogan once more. The knight appeared to be untroubled. It seemed Professor Snape was rather lenient concerning portraits. Just as Sheehan was about to leave with ease, a muffled voice, stifling laughter, emerged. All right, my dear knight. Little Green has departed. Only then did the knight slowly turn, his front a stark contrast to his back. The polished armor from his chest to abdomen had been contorted into an unnatural curvature, the nose guard askew to the left. And the usually flamboyant red ostrich plume atop his helmet was reduced to a mere stub, drooping with mud. His face was a calamity, the left eye swollen to a mere slit, while the right bulged wide open, his beard matted with some viscous substance, adorned with a few dubious mushroom fragments. What are you staring at? His voice, hoarse yet resonant, directed at the young wizards outside the frame. Haven't you seen a medal of victory before? However, as the young wizards circled to the side of the frame, they could not contain their laughter. Sir Cadogan's back presented an entirely different spectacle. His silver blue cloak remained immaculate, not a speck of dirt upon it, its velvet fabric smooth as new. The armor behind him gleamed brightly enough to reflect the furrowed brow of Hermione Granger as she hurried past. Even the tassel of the long sword he carried was intricately braided, swaying gracefully with his movements. Ha ha ha. Sir, you truly have been put to the test, Madame Violetta chuckled, unable to contain her mirth. Despicable ogres. Outnumbering me. Sir Cadogan growled in frustration, startling a first-year student who fell to the ground in shock. The scoundrel glanced around, muttering a few inaudible words upon realizing nothing was amiss. Under Professor Snape's tutelage in potions, Scene's progress with spells was remarkably swift. Where he previously needed extended breaks to practice, he could now regain half his energy in merely 30 minutes. Agumini. As Scene's wand traced the arc of flowing water, a stream of clear liquid followed the tip of his wand. Although it did not last long, the ability to guide the flow signified an increase in his proficiency. You have practiced the Agumini spell at an adept level, proficiency 10. Scene quietly examined his status panel. Summoning spell, apprentice level 330. Agumini, beginner level 2300. Levitation charm, beginner level 200900. With hope of mastering the summoning spell by the next day, a smile crept on Scene's lips. Agumini, a strong, confident voice resonated as Hermione's wand also produced a stream of water, suggesting that a greater arc would indeed yield better results. She meticulously sketched the curve in her notebook, while her other quill trembled, as Scene contributed details on the pronunciation. Subsequently, Hermione raised her nose high, glancing at Justin, who was still practicing. My mother always said every stream has its own course. Justin remarked with a gentle smile, seemingly unfazed by his slow progress. But can you guess the outcome? They all converge into the sea. His words made Hermione blush slightly as she turned her head away. Well, it seems you're quite capable yourself. No, what my mother meant was that all rivers of the world will eventually reunite, Hermione. Would you care to assist the stranded stream? Justin raised his wand, feigning a needy expression. Hermione puffed her cheeks but leaned closer. Your accent is all wrong. Wednesday arrived, and the ceiling of the Hogwarts Great Hall reflected a soft lavender light. Thousands of candles floated in midair, casting a warm glow. The long tables had already erupted into lively chatter. First-year students in their pajamas rubbed their sleepy eyes, nearly spilling pumpkin juice into their porridge. Two Hufflepuff girls huddled together, studying Transfiguration notes, their hair tips smeared with jam. Suddenly, the Ravenclaw table erupted in laughter as someone made the History of Magic textbook perform a tap dance. Owls swooped down from above, resembling a rain of feathers, delivering numerous packages and publications such as the Daily Prophet. Today, the influx of messengers was particularly abundant. The owls perched upon Scene's desk had exceeded 10, prompting him to speculate whether these creatures might exchange secrets among themselves. Otherwise, the number of owls arriving for food would not continually rise. Thus, he engaged in battle while deftly waving his wand, tearing apart the toast on his desk, as nuts and morsels of meat soared towards the weary feathers of the messengers. Hermione received an unusually large volume of correspondence today. As she opened her letters, a multitude of books, exquisite quill pens, and an assortment of candies spilled forth. Consequently, her tone throughout the day softened considerably, her primary activity becoming the earnest act of letter writing. Justin was notably absent from the Great Hall, for he had been preoccupied in the kitchen over the past few days. In fact, during Hermione's urgent need to send a letter previously, he had dispatched his owl to assist her, inadvertently uncovering a piece of news. Tomorrow marked the birthday of the little witch. After discreetly inquiring about some details, he found himself laboring diligently in the kitchen. As an aside, he casually asked Scene, "Oh, what about you?" Scene fell into silence for a moment before shaking his head. He was uncertain. For an orphan raised in an orphanage, the day one is taken in is considered their birthday. Regrettably, the caretaker who had rescued Scene could no longer endure the meager salary and had departed. Moreover, the orphanage had not celebrated the children's birthdays in quite some time, making awareness of one's birth date a luxury. However, Scene was oblivious to the fact that upon shaking his head, Justin stood utterly transfixed. In the Great Hall, every long table was graced by the presence of owls. Hermione continued to unwrap her letters. Upon extracting a plush toy, a flicker of annoyance crossed her face, mingled with a sense of helplessness as she cautiously placed the toy into her bag. Conversely, Scene experienced an unusual emptiness in his correspondence. Unperturbed, he fought off a lamb while contemplating the possibility of sending the twins on an adventure to procure a broomstick. With the effort invested in brewing potions over the past few days, he might still accumulate enough galleons to purchase a Nimbus 1500. Yet, he also needed to consider the cost of hiring the twins. As Scene's thoughts wandered, a particularly spirited owl descended before him, clutching a letter. As he gently offered a small piece of lamb, the owl relinquished the letter into Scene's hand. He paused momentarily, remembering that he was, indeed, an orphan. Was this a stroke of fate? Fortunately, it seemed that Hogwarts had already encountered enough peculiarities. Thus, he opened the envelope. This is indeed your letter, so come to me. Child, Minerva McGonagall, I have waited far too long. In the great hall, amidst the teacher's table, Dumbledore's silver beard glimmered in the candlelight. As an owl dropped a parcel of sweets, striking a Gryffindor head, he joyfully blinked behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. At that very moment, the student, renowned for their mastery of Transfiguration, had vanished, deepening his smile. The greatest wizard of this century intertwined his fingers and murmured, "Ah, splendid, is it not? People will eventually discover that at Hogwarts, those in need of assistance shall always find it." The clamor of the hall was of no concern to Sean as he clutched the letter, traversing the empty corridors. He observed the armor shimmering in the light, and the spirited owl perched upon his shoulder, cooing as it pointed towards a path he had traversed many times before. He failed to notice that the painting of the Lady of the Wheatfield behind him had become crowded. The golden fields rolled in the sunlight, resembling an ocean kissed by the sun, where figures holding blue cornflowers whispered to one another. "My dear, I'm positively thrilled." That child today looked as if he might twist his sharp brows into a duck egg. Lady Violet clutched the hem of her skirt, watching the young wizard pass with his owl, feeling for a moment as if she could hardly breathe. "Lady Violet, oh, do assist me. My injured hand can scarcely reach my eyes." Sir Cadogan set down his pony, his eyes sparkling. "Did you all see that letter? I can hardly believe you knew. I have watched young McGonagall for 50 years. The fat lady placed her hand upon her chest, interrupted softly by Sir Cadogan. "Very well, my dear lady. Do look at that large cat. The knight should only be concerned with young Gryffindor." "Professor?" Sean knocked on the wooden door, feeling somewhat anxious. He was not afraid of Professor Snape, nor did he harbor any prejudice against Professor Quirrell, despite the peculiarities of the two-headed man. However, it was Professor McGonagall he could not forget, the owl that had crashed through the window, indeed, the very one perched upon his shoulder, nor could he forget her assistance. The hospital beds of the orphanage always emanated a musty odor, and the sensation of impending death was far from pleasant, especially reminding Sean of the days when the professor had rescued him. He pushed open the door. The Transfiguration classroom was perpetually infused with a subtle fragrance of sandalwood and parchment, while the flames in the fireplace danced erratically. Beside the hearth, a long, slender object was securely wrapped. Professor McGonagall, clad in a deep green robe, stood with a few silver strands of hair gently glowing in the firelight. Her usually stern expression softened, and her voice was calm and steady. "Mr. Green, come here." Sheen obediently trotted over, oblivious to the deeper sorrow reflected in McGonagall's eyes. With a delicate flick of her wand, the elongated parcel soared onto the table before him. "Unwrap it, Mr. Green." Sheen held his breath, momentarily dazed. Carefully peeling away the layers of wrapping, he revealed a magnificent broomstick, sleek and glossy, crafted from mahogany, with a long tail meticulously tied with straight twigs. The words Firebolt 2000 gleamed in gold at the top of the handle. "I may not fully comprehend, Professor," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper in the face of such overwhelming temptation. After all, he was neither a Gryffindor nor the prophesied savior. Just 3 months prior, he had been a mere orphan in a dreary institution, biding his time until his health improved enough to escape the confines of Holloway. He recognized McGonagall's cold exterior masked a kind heart, yet he questioned whether he was deserving of such fierce generosity. The Firebolt 2000 was no ordinary broom. It commanded a price of at least 600 galleons in Diagon Alley. "Oh, Arthur!" In a portrait frame of the Transfiguration classroom, Sir Cadogan appeared nearly ready to thump Sheen on the head, only to be restrained by the fat lady. "My dear sir, how could you bear to spoil this moment?" In the flickering firelight, Minerva McGonagall gently moved the broom aside, her tenderness dispelling Sheen's confusion. "Come here, child." Suddenly, Sheen felt enveloped in a warm embrace. A soothing fragrance calmed him, wrapping him in a cocoon of warmth and bewilderment. He noticed McGonagall's starry green brooch sparkling and heard her softly say, "Mr. Green, today there will be no lessons in magic. Tell me about your days at Hogwarts, will you?" In the corridor, a knight strode purposefully, accompanied by 2 ladies, their faces beaming with joy as they traversed the golden fields of wheat. Even the sternest of expressions occasionally erupted into surprising warmth, a reminder that this journey was indeed worthwhile. The fat lady dabbed at the corner of her eye. "Oomph." Sir Cadogan's mustache twitched as he mumbled, "Coward, coward. Even happiness can leave one flustered." As he spoke, his voice gradually diminished. Sheen, clutching his broom, made his way to the Quidditch pitch, where a spell had been cast upon the broom, making it effortlessly light to carry. "Hurry over, Mr. Green," Mrs. Hooch called out, tidying up her own broom. Her eyes fell upon the gleaming new broom. and she nodded in satisfaction. A fine broom indeed. Get accustomed to it. Today we shall simulate the testing phase. She nodded and mounted the broom, then recalled Mrs. Hooch's subtle hints. Without so much as a cautious request, he took to the sky, oblivious to the many precautions he had disregarded. Mrs. Hooch's hawk-like gaze followed him, a glimmer of approval evident in her eyes. The testing regimen was extensive, requiring him to weave through several hoops, maneuver around poles, and evade magically enchanted golf balls, all to be completed within half an hour. Mrs. Hooch conducted the assessment with utmost rigor. Mr. Green, turn, ascend, stay focused, adjust your posture. Only with sufficient proficiency can you avert the frequent aerial hazards that occur at Hogwarts. In the room, where the fireplace blazed fiercely, the tall which observed the pitch. As an elderly voice spoke nearby. Minerva, it seems you haven't shown such concern for a child in quite some time. The kindly wizard with a long white beard fixed his shrewd blue eyes on a painting in the room and added with a teasing tone, you appear quite invested. Professor McGonagall, her robes still bearing the wrinkles of her duties, spoke with a voice that was a blend of sternness and warmth, an unexpected harmony. She regarded him as one would a seed, or perhaps a tender sprout finally breaking through the soil. You do not understand, Albus, she replied with a faint smile. He has spoken to me at length, and I feel I have waited a long time for this. As Sheen departed the Quidditch pitch, his flying skills had transcended the novice level to that of an adept. Opening his panel, he found, title, Intermediate Flyer, significantly enhances the perception of broomstick magic, greatly improves flying aptitude, and slightly boosts short bursts of flight power. Clutching his Firebolt 2000, a sense of unrealness enveloped him. The very thing that had troubled him for so long had arrived in such an astonishing manner. Professor McGonagall was warm, reminiscent of the elderly lady who frequently visited the orphanage, always bringing Sheen some pudding when he was ill. Sheen held her in the same esteem as one would a revered professor. For a fleeting moment, he truly regarded Hogwarts as home. As he traversed the corridor, an unexpected sound caught his attention, reminiscent of a young boy's sobs. At the shadowy end of the hallway, Neville Longbottom huddled against the cold stone wall, curling inward. The rough texture of the stones pressed against his shoulder through his robes, but he scarcely felt it. For a far sharper anguish had begun to unfurl from the depths of his heart, constricting his throat. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks, scalding in their intensity. He bit down hard on his lower lip, striving to stifle the shameful whimper that threatened to escape. Yet all he could taste was the briny bitterness of his tears and a profound sense of humiliation. The scene from yesterday's charms class replayed relentlessly in his mind, his anxious wand movements as he attempted the levitation spell, only to unleash a blinding burst of uncontrolled light that struck the unsuspecting Professor Flitwick with precision. He watched helplessly as the professor's diminutive form was propelled into the air, colliding with the bookshelves like a feather, with quills and parchment cascading to the floor. In that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. Yet, when Professor Flitwick rose, he merely dusted off his robes, offering no reprimand whatsoever. However, that generosity and patience weighed heavily upon Neville's heart like an enormous stone. He felt unworthy of such kindness. He was a fool, one who could not even master the simplest of spells, one whose missteps could harm a professor, just as the Slytherins had said. He buried his face deep into his knees, his frail shoulders trembling violently. Just then, hesitant footsteps echoed softly in the empty corridor, halting not far from him. Neville held his breath in fear, wishing to become completely invisible. The newcomer seemed to observe him for a few seconds before the footsteps resumed, lighter and slower, cautiously approaching. Finally, the figure stopped a short distance beside him and slowly crouched down. Longbottom, Michael, holding a book, had important matters to attend to that day. Yet upon witnessing this boy's tears, he could not simply turn a blind eye. Mistakes in spell casting were commonplace. After all, Professor Flitwick had not uttered a word of reproach. Neville nearly broke into tears again, prompting Michael to panic. He blurted out, "It's just learning spells. All right, let me share a secret with you. If you go down this corridor, there's a spiral staircase leading from the second to the third floor. Wait at the end of the first corridor, and you'll discover the secret behind Mr. Finnegan's rapid progress." After saying this, he slapped his forehead in frustration. Damn, it was a secret he had observed for a long time, and he had originally intended to explore it alone, which would surely startle Sean. What? Neville's mind momentarily faltered. Just go. Michael thrust a note into Neville's hand, insisting, do not look at the note. With that, he left Neville standing there, bewildered. The note contained only the following: Sean, please, I implore you, teach him. Your spellcasting prowess is unparalleled. I have observed that Mr. Longbottom simply lacks confidence, but with you, the finest young wizard of the moment by his side, I assure you he can master the levitation charm in 30 minutes. I would gladly offer all my pudding for this. Yours faithfully, Michael. Sean stood at the crossroads of two corridors, eavesdropping on the entire exchange. He quietly adjusted his route to the classroom, considering that Michael had erred at the final juncture. Sean frequently heard the Slytherins mocking Neville, even within Gryffindor. He was often unwelcome, yet his magical aptitude seemed far from weak. Thank you, Mr. Green. Thank you, and also to Michael. Neville's eyes shimmered with tears. As if Sean had performed an extraordinary feat. In truth, Sean had merely shared his notes and highlighted key points, which allowed Neville to effortlessly execute the levitation charm, and they had barely reached the end of the second corridor. However, what Sean did not notice was that as Mr. Longbottom departed with gratitude, two pairs of eyes emerged from behind the azure door. Meanwhile, Sean opened the classroom door, and upon a mere glance, confusion flickered in his eyes. Changing places is also an option. His words caused Justin and Hermione, who were hurriedly sitting down, to spring up, crimson-faced, as they returned to their seats. Damn, that had been too chaotic. Sean pondered, then resumed practicing his spell. Accio Quill. The quill soared into the air, gracefully landing in his hand. You practiced the summoning charm at an expert level, proficiency 10. You practiced the summoning charm at an expert level, proficiency 10. Sean slumped into his chair, gulping down his potion. He then opened the panel. Summoning charm, beginner level, 3,900. Clear water charm, beginner level, 2,900. Levitation charm, beginner level, 200,900. Next, only the proficiency in the levitation charm is required to meet Professor Flitwick's expectations. Sheen gazed at the visibly worn stool, contemplating the likelihood of his ability to make it float. However, before he could fully regain his strength, the first class of the afternoon was about to commence. On Wednesdays, the first class for Ravenclaw is herbology. At this time, the greenhouse was devoid of the usual clamor. The little wizards who once gathered together had vanished. Even among Hufflepuffs, few could endure the repetitive tasks within the greenhouse for long. The growth of magical plants is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a day. Once the novelty fades, the remaining passion rarely sustains them through the journey. Due to certain unfortunate incidents involving a professor, even Neville, who usually lingered in the greenhouse, had disappeared. Professor Sprout surveyed the empty greenhouse her typically warm smile tinged with a hint of melancholy. In the corridor outside the greenhouse, a lady in evening attire tilted her head, curiously observing the three passing Hufflepuffs. Care for some gingerbread? Peester suddenly produced several sugar cakes wrapped in foil from his bag. Bruce quickly distanced himself by 10 feet. Sometimes I wonder if you lack taste, Peester. We've been handling powdered ginger for 3 days. The scent is quite nauseating. Yet you can still eat gingerbread? It's tolerable, Leon replied, maintaining his composure as he took a bite. And that's just a matter of olfactory insensitivity. Bruce suddenly appeared dazed, then murmured, So, I've been suffering alone while accompanying two fellows with no sense of smell for 3 days? He seemed to recall something, his expression animated, speaking rapidly. What spell? The transparent bubblehead charm. Leon remained unfazed. I noticed your head seemed a bit swollen these past few days. Merlin, you two didn't even tell me. Just watch me suffer. Bruce exclaimed, jumping in frustration. Yet, Leon and Peester looked at him with their usual calm demeanor. If you hadn't put itching powder in our hats, and, hey, let's not go there, I was wrong. It was the annual cycle again. By the 4th week, the greenhouse was once more deserted. Bruce casually remarked, but why do I have this feeling that someone is about to return? He leaned closer to Leon, who held a book, and Peester, who cradled a potted plant. Care for a wager? Not a chance. Leon shot him a glance. Are you afraid? Bruce raised his nose in defiance. Leon sighed, knowing that if he did not acquiesce, he would be subjected to a day of relentless nagging. What shall I wager? I bet that from today onwards, there shall be an additional assistant from Ravenclaw in the greenhouse. The stakes? Assist me with a task in Hogsmeade. Agreed. As he observed Bruce depart with a flourish, Leon sighed once more at Peester. It appeared that yet another obligation had been added to their roster in Hogsmeade. Peester, cradling a potted plant, nodded with a grin that seemed to grow heavier. The air in the greenhouse was perpetually infused with the refreshing sense of damp earth and plant juices. Sunlight streamed through the crystal glass dome, casting a soft, luminous halo that gently enveloped each leaf. The stout Professor Sprout was currently delivering a lesson. Ginger is a root with a pungent aroma, utilized in the creation of potions. It serves not only as an anti-inflammatory agent, but is also commonly employed in the concoction of intelligence enhancers and beauty potions. Additionally, ginger can be transformed into ginger salamander biscuits and gingerbread. The young witches and wizards were rapidly focused on Professor Sprout as she showcased the ginger roots from all the plant racks. Ginger salamander biscuits come from such an unusual source? Sean heard a Slytherin remark. The young sorcerers diligently followed Professor Sprout's guidance in handling the ginger roots, after which she swiftly introduced them to another plant, a shriveled, pearl white bean that resembled an enlarged mistletoe berry. Well then, who can tell me what this is? Professor Sprout inquired with a gentle smile, prompting both Slytherins and Ravenclaws to consult their textbooks. The tome most frequently referenced was 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philetus Spore. Although the witch had passed away in 1408, her work remained one of the textbooks at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as of 1997, if Sean recalled correctly. Her portrait still hung in the headmaster's office. As several Ravenclaws gazed toward a particular spot, Professor Sprout's eyes landed on Sean among the throng. The sleeping draught. It possesses numerous magical properties and is also a key ingredient in potion making. It is crucial to note that direct consumption of the silvery liquid extracted from the sleeping draught will erase one's memories. Sean felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with this scene. The herbology class concluded amidst a cacophony, and the greenhouse once again descended into chaos. Soil was scattered along the paths, with footprints of varying depths occasionally visible. Professor Sprout observed the little wizards streaming out. Typically, this time of day would see several Hufflepuffs bustling about, yet now it was eerily deserted. Just as an owl hooted overhead, one small wizard had stealthily approached the professor's ample skirts. "Professor, may I stay and assist?" asked Sheen, clutching a pair of gloves, his emerald eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Of course, my dear Mr. Green," she replied warmly. "Remember, the greenhouse welcomes every child who cherishes nature." Professor Sprout's smile radiated even more profoundly than usual. "Some children are simply meant to be with nature. Come, my dear, let us tidy the greenhouse together, after which you must learn how to handle ginger." Professor Sprout remained as enthusiastic as ever. Cleaning the greenhouse would enhance one's proficiency in cleaning charms, while handling ginger would deepen one's understanding of herbology. Sheen brimmed with excitement, not least because ginger powder is one of the ingredients for brewing anti-inflammatory potions, which he intended to concoct later that evening. The wealth of Hogwarts professors is well known, but if there were to be a contest for the richest, Professor Snape would undoubtedly be a formidable contender, as evidenced by his array of rare potion ingredients, such as African snake skin and gillyweed. This also fueled Sheen's motivation to excel in potion making, as it represented the most lucrative and immediate avenue available to him. Sometimes, he wondered if Professor Snape's robes concealed an undetectable extension charm. Otherwise, how could he possess an endless supply of galleons? Material wealth ensures a more stable magical education for Sheen, who often felt precarious, especially since he recently misplaced his notebook. While an ordinary young wizard might utilize a notebook for an entire semester, his barely lasted 3 weeks. Learning to process herbs was a prerequisite for brewing better potions and accumulating wealth. Consider the vast array of potions and herbs available, among the finest. The Felix Felicis potion could fetch hundreds of galleons, often at a price beyond reach. The interface continually refreshed. You have processed a ginger plant to apprentice standards, proficiency 1. You have processed a ginger plant to apprentice standards, proficiency 1. As the sun dipped low in the sky, upon leaving the greenhouse, the interface updated once more. Herbology knowledge, apprentice level 59900. Advancement, entry-level herbology knowledge, unlocking the title of novice in the field of herbology. Through processing ginger and other plants, Sheen had garnered a total of 33 proficiency points. Outside the greenhouse, as he traversed the corridor, 3 shadows began to materialize. Sheen was quietly reflecting on the notes he had taken. Professor Sprout had not only instructed him on the handling of ginger, but also on the management of sorrel, sagebrush, and aloe vera. These were all herbal ingredients essential for concocting anti-inflammatory potions, which filled Sheen with confidence regarding tonight's brewing. Coupled with the improved ritual and willpower guidance, he was certain he could produce a potion of at least intermediate quality. Indeed, mastering it at the outset felt like an accomplishment which lightened his step. Until then, there was still a month until the next trip to Hogsmeade. It was during his second visit to the village that he discovered it was the sole place in Britain devoid of muggles. A familiar voice chimed in. She turned to see it was Senior Leon responding. "What are you planning to purchase at Honeyduke's this time? If you dare to buy broomstick polish again, you may as well venture in alone," he quipped, raising an eyebrow. She could easily guess who that was. After all, the shop offered a plethora of delights. From pepper imps that puffed smoke when consumed to chocolate balls filled with strawberry cream and standard cream. Not to mention sugar quills that reminded him of the times he had stealthily sucked on one during class, only to be ejected when Professor McGonagall caught him. Leon looked down at Senior Bruce and remarked, "But the moment you step inside, you ask for broomstick polish, and if they refuse, you resort to sprinkling itching powder on others." At this point, Sheen's eyes widened slightly. All right, but it's not as if I didn't provide the antidote. Nor did I avoid the broomstick's wrath. "Ah, what splendid weather we have today, Sheen." Bruce turned around as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Waving at Sheen, Leon silently retracted his earlier comment about him and Peaster receiving a beating. Sheen politely greeted the three seniors. Just then the bell tolled, and as he prepared to head to the Great Hall for dinner, he heard Bruce's voice laced with mirth. "Oh, during your absence. Dealing with the mess caused by those Hufflepuffs consumed a great deal of our time. I often suspect they are the seeds of mischief, otherwise. How could they be more unruly than I was?" Bruce blinked playfully, while Leon and Peaster nodded in agreement, though it was unclear which point they concurred with. "This also makes me realize something. You returned just in time." From somewhere, Bruce produced 3 servings of chocolate, raspberry, and nutty ice cream, pressing them into Sheen's hands, and whispered, "You would never guess, but I want to bet on you." The Hufflepuff Handbook. Sharing joy is indeed an integral part of sharing. Feeling a sense of inexplicable curiosity, Sion entered the hall with 3 servings of chocolate, raspberry, and nut crumble ice cream. He always sensed that Senior Bruce appeared to be concealing something from him. But given Bruce's peculiar logic, such as purchasing broom cleaning supplies at the Honeydukes and sprinkling others with itching powder, Sion found it challenging to discern his intentions. Perhaps, as Senior Leon once lamented, in times of danger, one could trust Bruce entirely, but in the absence of peril, it was advisable to maintain a safe distance from him. Within the hall, Hermione remained diligently penning a letter, her expression fluctuating between sorrow and joy. Beside her lay an assortment of candies and notebooks, seemingly delivered by a messenger. She suddenly turned her head, and in an instant, a serving of chocolate, raspberry, and nut crumble ice cream was thrust into her hands. "Delicious," Sion remarked, offering a portion to Justin, who was somewhat dazed from lingering in the kitchen. Hermione paused, gazing at the delectable ice cream on the table, and then exhaled as if relieved. "Last time, I noticed you were out of notebooks," she said in one breath, only to be interrupted as a mountain of notebooks obscured the roast chicken in front of Sion. The fireplace in the hall flickered with a warm glow, and Sion heard Hermione intermittently remark, "You brought too few. I happen to have extras." Subsequently, she buried herself in her letter, ignoring Sion. Sion stood in stunned silence for a few seconds, noticing that the blank pages addressed to Miss Hermione Granger had been torn from the notebooks, suggesting they had been prepared long in advance. Thus, when Justin covertly inquired in class about what else Hermione might appreciate, Sion pondered for quite some time. "Hogwarts 7 core subjects mature notes," he finally proposed. "Merlin, indeed," Justin replied, appearing as if he had anticipated this, covering his forehead. Then, as if struck by a realization, he said, "All right, I can hardly believe I'm about to agree with you, Sion." Consequently, Sion lingered in the classroom for a while, primarily organizing items alongside Justin and carefully packaging the notes. Justin repeatedly assured Sion that Hermione would not be entering the greenhouse today, though Sion remained unaware of his methods. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Harry stealthily instructed Hedwig to mix a letter detailing the Gringotts' heist among the other messages and deliver it to Hermione. In the cellar, Sion, brimming with enthusiasm and laden with a bag full of notes, turned a corner, just as he had not anticipated that the flying broom would come from Professor McGonagall. He also did not foresee that the scarce notebooks would originate from Hermione. Speaking of letters, he retrieved a yellowed piece of paper from the innermost part of his bag. This letter was secretly delivered to him by the kind elderly lady who frequently visited the orphanage. 2 weeks after receiving this letter, he learned of the gentle old woman's passing. The paper in his hand was thick, seemingly crafted from some extraordinarily resilient material. "Dear Scene, life often transforms unexpectedly for the better at certain moments. This is my little secret. Please continue to take action, even if it is the smallest of deeds. For the wheels of fate will surely turn in due course. My dear child, you must believe this. Voulez-vous, Minon." A dried violet pressed delicately into the corner of the letter. He carefully tucked the letter away and descended into the cellar. The cellar was cold and dim, with candles casting flickering shadows within the space. In the corner, various glass jars were piled high, each containing strange biological organs that slowly swirled in viscous liquid. Professor Snape's black robes swept across the dust-laden stone floor, resembling the wings of a bat unfurling. Upon encountering that familiar technique once more, his gaze became laden with complexity. Scene had set his notebook aside, and during each interval of brewing, he would take the time to document his observations on potion making. He had grown accustomed to the continual process of refinement and correction, until the wind turned the pages to one filled with his meticulous handwriting. Professor Snape appeared utterly uninterested in Scene's brewing. Nevertheless, his chilling gaze had already swept over him in an instant. He caught sight of a few words: Nimbus 2000, notes. The warmth of the cauldron could not conceal the icy fury that simmered within Snape. The term Nimbus 2000 acted as a key, instantly unlocking a trove of memories rife with humiliation, jealousy, and helplessness. As his gaze reconnected with that foolish activity, a sharp fury of betrayal and deception surged within him. He nearly uttered the most venomous of jibes, longing to shatter this broom and all the sordid memories it represented. Scene diligently handled the materials, oblivious to the predatory glare of Professor Snape. Professor Sprout had just instructed him on the handling of ginger powder, sorrel, wormwood, and aloe juice. If he did not meticulously follow the notes, he might overlook certain minor details. Thus, he retrieved his notes and scrutinized them carefully in the light of the magical candle. Sensing an unsettling shift, he turned to find himself meeting Snape's icy, penetrating gaze. In his focused state, he paid little heed and quietly returned to his work with the sorrel. He silently reflected on his processing, speculating on which step might have gone awry. Undoubtedly, Professor Snape was harsh, for he sought to instruct only the gifted, not the ordinary. His educational approach resembles that of imposing the expectations reserved for doctoral candidates upon mere children who have just graduated from elementary school. What he perceives as commonplace is, to these young ones, akin to deciphering a foreign language. To the vast majority of young wizards, his severity instills a sense of trepidation. Yet for Sheen, he can be regarded as a commendable instructor. Sheen meticulously chopped the sorrel, a herb of pale pink hue with a subtle scent reminiscent of vinegar, aptly named for its similarity to the sourness of lantern grass. Within the realm of wizards, it finds application in various potions. When the notes were taken away, observing the young wizard revert to his initial flustered attempts at potion brewing, Snape's ire diminished significantly within his focused green gaze. A complex array of emotions flickered in his cold, deep-set eyes. However, upon witnessing the young wizard toil for an extended period, only to produce subpar materials, he could not suppress his disdain. Fool! If you dare to use those inadequately ground, juice-deficient ingredients, then begone from the cellar. Silently, Sheen retracted the materials he was about to place into the cauldron, choosing instead to reprocess them in accordance with Professor Snape's guidance. At that moment, Snape's scrutiny approached the level of an examination. He could not tolerate any association of noble potions with such sordid practices. The Nimbus 2000 brewing potions and generating income. He swiftly arrived at a natural conclusion. An orphan, devoid of financial means, yet pursuing the most expensive broomstick, aspiring to concoct potions for sale to acquire it. How utterly pedestrian, pathetic, so pitiful that he could not help but let out a derisive laugh. Just as he began to voice his thoughts, Sheen had already set down his notes. The materials he added caused the cauldron to bubble vigorously, the surging flames distorting the air around him and Snape's shadow. In an instant, the resulting heat wave prompted the notes to turn slowly, revealing a line of text before Snape's eyes. The Nimbus 2000 demonstrated remarkable emergency maneuverability during the morning flight test. The key to this control does not rely on the waist and abdomen, but rather on the mental guidance of the second group of spells on the left rear side. This is nearly identical to the final step of potion guidance. Indeed, magic is interconnected by a fundamental thread. Amidst the chaos, Sheen swiftly turned his head, and Professor Snape's words became lodged in his throat. How woefully inadequate. I suspect your gargantuan intellect fails to grasp the exquisite subtleties of a gentle simmer. Thus, you ought to learn the content inscribed in the lower left corner of page 63 of the Book of Potions. When preparing the swelling remedy, the boiling should adhere to a ratio of twice the standard quantity. Sheen appeared to disregard the professor's reprimand, intently adjusting the heat as bubbles surged and burst within the crucible, releasing an intoxicating white smoke. Memories of a newly encountered book danced through his mind. This tome was authored by the renowned potion master Zygmunt, a former Hogwarts student who, at the tender age of 14, had already distinguished himself as the finest pupil in his potion class, even correcting his teacher's errors in crafting potions using the tails of soft-shell shrimp. When he felt adequately prepared, he petitioned the headmaster for permission to compete in the prestigious potion championship at the magical school. However, the headmaster denied his request, citing his lack of age. He had yet to turn 17, and deeming the tournament too perilous for him. In a fit of anger, Bocce decided to leave the school in protest. He felt that Hogwarts was an institution intent on stifling his aspirations of becoming an exceptional potion master, and thus he never regretted his decision. What left a lasting impression on Heen were the amusing anecdotes from Bocce's time at Hogwarts. One rival had accidentally splashed a love potion onto himself, subsequently becoming infatuated with the potions professor at the time. This incident often resurfaced in his mind whenever he recalled the potion of uncontrollable laughter, which required a loud, boisterous expression. While seemingly trivial, Heen discerned a significant insight. If the laughter potion necessitated exuberance, could it be inferred that other potions also demanded the wizard's emotions? Perhaps the emotions exhibited during the Master Libishu Palachi's ritual were not the culmination, but merely a manifestation of focus and desire for potion success. In other words, it was a reinforcement of belief. The advancement in potions might, akin to spells, require even more nuanced emotions, such as the liberation of the levitation charm or the yearning for light in the Lumos spell. Potions and spells ought to be interconnected by an intrinsic thread. The visage of Professor Snape was obscured by the flickering flames. His wrath dissipated in an instant, his form retreating into the shadows of the cellar. Heen Green, now possessing a broomstick, found the origins of this acquisition irrelevant. The crux lay in his profound love for potions, a passion long validated by both Snape and Palachi. Those devoid of such ardor would never attain those coveted notes. So, what exactly was he doubting? The twisted fury of reason and the notes in his grasp reminded him of an irrevocable phrase, one that nearly replayed itself today. Heen Green. His dark cloak stirred as a chilling gaze bore down upon him. Perhaps you would care to explain what foolish acrobatics you intend to perform with that ridiculous broom? His gaze returned to the distant Hogwarts. Had he not allowed anger to distort his reason? Had he refrained from uttering that fateful statement and instead embraced the present moment? The cauldron bubbled and gurgled. As the setting sun poured through the gaps, the turmoil in Snape's eyes cocooned itself within the moss upon the stone slabs of the cellar. The spiders here had thrived for ages, seemingly witnessing sunlight for the first time. In the cellar, Professor Snape's somber gaze gradually shifted to a corner unseen by Sheen. The truth was deceptively simple, yet profoundly ironic. There was no conspiracy, no avarice, only a frail young wizard's clumsy endeavor to seek knowledge. Verifying this was astonishingly straightforward, so much so that Snape fell into a prolonged silence. Sheen contemplated, his eyes drifting over the open notes, and in an instant, he comprehended the situation. Quidditch, indeed, was a sensitive topic for Professor Snape. He had failed to notice this nuance. Reflecting upon his recent behavior, Sheen traced the origins of his distraction back to that warm afternoon when Professor McGonagall had smiled and listened to him speak at length. Next time, he resolved, he will bring a new notebook. Meanwhile, the swelling potion progressed to its final stage. Without hesitation, Sheen employed the refined ritual, immersing himself in the viscous concoction. He felt the subtle magic within the cauldron become vividly clear once more, and he carefully guided it towards fusion. Thus, you have expertly brewed a batch of Scabious potion. Proficiency level 10. Sheen's complexion paled momentarily, yet he pressed on, transferring the potion into a crystal vial and extinguishing the flame. Before departing the cellar, 10 gold galleons found their way into Sheen's hands. Momentarily taken aback, he meticulously counted 7 galleons and placed them in Professor Snape's palm. You have overpaid, Professor. A potion of ordinary quality should not exceed 5 galleons in the market, Sheen remarked, beginning to tidy his small satchel. The black bag, slightly faded as if bleached by the sun, bore edges tinged with gray, resembling a layer of fine dust. Its surface, once smooth, had become worn, with some areas even showing slight cracks, revealing the pale fibers beneath. This was the bag gifted to him by Grandma Milan, which he had faithfully utilized until now. In the corridor, Sheen quietly organized his plans. He had already grasped the basics of the clear water charm and the summoning charm, with the liver levitation charm next in line. According to his schedule, this must be accomplished within the week. For only a little over a week remained until the month's end. Though time is pressing, it remains firmly within grasp. He can unleash a dozen proficient-level levitation spells in one go. Coupled with Professor Snape's restorative potions, his daily proficiency will not fall below 600. The required proficiency for the proficient level is 900, and Sheen speculates that the expert level will not exceed 3,000. If he immerses himself in spells and potions throughout the day, Sheen surmises that his proficiency will certainly surpass 900. The quill dances swiftly, recording Sheen's contemplations. Unbeknownst to him, not far behind, in the shadows, lurks a brooding wizard, merely verifying the veracity of the fellow's words. Snape once again melds into the darkness. Meanwhile, at the far end of the corridor, Hermione navigates beneath the somewhat tranquil portraits, clutching a letter in her hand as she hurriedly approaches the large knight's armor. As if to atone for the fright of that evening, Harry earnestly conveys his speculations regarding the three-headed dog, suggesting that if Hermione is willing, they could discuss it. If that parcel pertains to Professor Dumbledore, then those two must understand the peril involved. They could even jeopardize Dumbledore's plans. She mutters to herself, quickening her pace. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoes through the corridor, prompting Hermione to turn her head, revealing Theodore and his entourage. Upon seeing him, she instantly recalls the events of the morning's charms lesson. As per usual, Professor Flitwick presented a challenging question. She and Theodore raised their hands, and naturally, the professor selected her, awarding a point to Gryffindor. Unexpectedly, he shot her a resentful glance, competing fiercely to be chosen. Hermione remained unfazed, only lowering her hand when faced with a particularly difficult question. Ultimately, Theodore could not answer Professor Flitwick's challenging query, leaving him awkwardly standing in place when called upon. Oh, look who it is, the self-important Miss Granger, just emerging from the library, ready to tackle the next question no one asked. Theodore Nott's voice stretched out with a feigned smile, while two Slytherins behind him let out rough chuckles. If you spent your time reviewing standard charms, beginner instead of loitering in the corridor, causing trouble, not, perhaps you wouldn't be standing there like a deflated slug this afternoon. Hermione crossed her arms, striving to maintain a calm tone, though her rapid speech betrayed her irritation. Theodore's expression darkened instantly as he stepped forward. What did you say? You think you're so impressive, don't you? Just because Flitwick favors you bookworms, especially you. He scrutinized her from head to toe, seeking an insulting term. If you dare utter another word, I assure you my fist will make contact with your face. At that moment, Justin emerged from around the corridor's corner, positioning himself protectively in front of Hermione, his gaze icy as he confronted the three Slytherins. Let me see, yet another one. Theodore momentarily faltered in the face of Justin's imposing presence, but upon realizing he stood alone, he reverted to his mocking demeanor, sneering, mudblood. The word hung in the air, causing it to thicken. Hermione's cheeks flushed with anger, while Justin, before Theodore could finish his taunt, delivered a solid punch to Theodore's face. Distorting his features, Theodore stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground as blood streamed from his nose. How dare you? His shout echoed throughout the corridor. My mother told me that for scum like you, devoid of courage and virtue, force will yield equality. Coincidentally, my father informed me that against vermin like you, I could take down 3. Seizing the moment while the remaining 2 were still in shock, Justin's fist struck Theodore's face once more, leaving him dazed. It was only then that the 2 Slytherins raised their wands, but to their surprise, Wingardium Leviosa, as their wands ascended, Justin exclaimed with delight, Sheen? Oh, Sheen. He hurriedly approached, suddenly growing anxious. It seems we may have violated school regulations. Sheen cast a glance at the 3 Slytherins. No worries, he replied, then raised his wand, keeping a watchful eye on the remaining 2 while angrily pulling Hermione away. We must hurry, he urged. For a figure clad in a black robe and cloak had emerged from the shadows, his gaze lethal. What does mudblood mean? In the corridor, the 3 young wizard silhouettes flickered against the flames of the torches. Outside the glass windows, the pale pinkish-blue sky was shrouded in a thin veil of mist. Whenever the sun set, the birds outside would chirp loudly. I don't know, Justin replied candidly. Hermione cast him a helpless glance. I wasn't asking you, Sheen. Did you know that? It's a highly derogatory term in the magical community for muggle-born wizards, Sheen stated. How severe is it? Justin inquired suddenly. There is nothing more severe. Sheen added. I am aware, Sheen. Justin suddenly paused, then abruptly turned around. Sheen heard him muttering something. Attending Eton next year would be splendid. Mother would surely be proud of me. Subsequently, Sheen quietly restrained him alongside Hermione. There is no need to go anymore, Sheen softly stated. His words always held considerable weight, causing Justin a halt. Pondering, is it because of Professor Snape? It seemed that the mention of Professor Snape rendered his voice somewhat subdued. Indeed, for those Slytherins who had transgressed every one of Professor Snape's inviolable rules, Sheen found it difficult to fathom the sheer madness of Snape's wrath. Thus, he hastily guided Hermione and Justin away. Ultimately, in comparison to the trivial squabbles among the 6 young wizards, Professor Snape's private retribution was undoubtedly far more formidable. Hogwarts was governed by rules, yet if an incident remained unrecorded, those rules appeared hollow and ineffectual. Remaining on-site not only jeopardized Professor Snape's performance, but also subjected them to potential accountability. However, should they depart, the matter would be forcibly relegated to a private issue of Slytherin by a certain potions master. Outside, A torrential downpour began, the sky darkening to a shade akin to ink, while the interior remained light and inviting, illuminated by magical lanterns. With 3 cups of steaming milk placed upon a small wooden table, Hermione's demeanor was noticeably somber as she scribbled a letter. Out of a sense of boundary, Justin distanced himself slightly from her, leaning closer to Sheen. At that moment, Sheen was still organizing his plans. Whether I can secure a scholarship hinges on this final week. First, I must master the levitation charm to an expert level, then sequentially learn the smokescreen charm and the repelling charm, completing the 3 spells designated for the first year of defense against the dark arts. This should enable me to achieve excellence in that course, and the substantial galleons would suffice for my needs over the next few years. After finishing this segment, Sheen continued to write, I must acknowledge that Hogwarts is not always a haven of safety. The prejudice and discrimination against Muggle-borns persist. Otherwise, 2 generations of Dark Lords would not have amassed such followers. I need to master more formidable magic. When contemplating powerful magic, Sheen's foremost thought was Transfiguration. Why not delve into dark arts? Consider this, an orphan drawn to the dark arts, possessing a certain charisma. Enough of that thought, Sheen admonished himself. Transfiguration. Sheen inscribed these words at the pinnacle of his plan. The magical realm is replete with potent spells, among which dark magic is widely recognized as the most destructive. In addition, there exists the elegant yet profound art of transfiguration. During the Battle of the Ministry of Magic, Professor Dumbledore wielded Transfiguration to confront Tom directly. In the original text, Dumbledore animated the golden statue of the wizard, which not only safeguarded Harry, but also subdued Bellatrix. Ultimately, some of the golden statues advanced to assault Voldemort, even blocking a killing curse. Sheen believes that true mastery of Transfiguration can transform various objects into formidable allies capable of vanquishing adversaries, thereby bestowing them with vitality. This also perfectly aligns with Sheen's own innate talents. The shorthand quill swiftly inscribed Sheen's schedule on the parchment, allocating every moment to the arduous study of Transfiguration and spells, even sacrificing a bit of time for potion brewing and greenhouse visits. Oh, Sheen heard an uncontrollable laugh, and upon turning, he saw Justin chuckling at a note. His laughter flushed Hermione's cheeks crimson, making her wish to bury her head in the letter. Oh, Sheen, we must be careful not to be discovered. This is yours. Justin seemed to regain his composure, cautiously glancing at Hermione as he handed a note to Sheen, which read, I want to say thank you for helping me, Sheen. We mustn't be discovered. Before Justin could finish, he noticed Hermione blushing as she exited the classroom, the door slamming shut behind her. Discovered indeed, Sheen remarked. So, how do you intend to apologize using this method? Sheen glanced at Justin, saying, I knew I couldn't keep it from you. Justin wore a confident expression. Don't worry. My father taught me 100 effective methods. He then gently pushed the door open, ensuring the young, which had gone far enough. Do you remember? Hogwarts has many doors. If you do not politely request them to open or precisely poke the right spot, they will not grant you passage. Some doors aren't true doors at all, but merely solid walls masquerading as entrances. He approached a particular spot and declared, Lord. Before long, a door resembling flames materialized, only to vanish and reveal a fireplace ablaze with firelight. The flickering glow illuminated 7 plush armchairs, with Justin standing proudly before them. A room within a room? Sheen gazed at the suddenly appeared chamber, as if recalling something, though time had rendered the memories parchment damp, dissolving the familiar script into a blurred and mottled watermark. Of course, Mr. Allen informed me. A fireplace holds little utility, but what if it connects to the flow network? Justin proudly remarked, his heavy eye bags softening ever so slightly. The flue powder, a common means of travel for wizards, allows users to enter the flames with any part of their body, be it a head or otherwise, thereby facilitating communication without the need for the entire body to arrive at the destination. What could be more delightful than being able to celebrate a birthday with family from afar? If anything, it is the presence of friends that adds to the joy. Justin appeared quite exhilarated. You must have worked hard for this, Sean observed, his voice imbued with a hint of emotion after a brief silence. Actually, not really. It was all thanks to my mother's wizarding friends and our messengers. You see, I was merely responsible for contacting Hermione's parents. Justin paused, then quickly added, You did splendidly, Justin. Hermione will be overjoyed. A flicker of fire danced in Sean's verdant eyes. You ought to rest now. Leave the rest to me. All right. Justin suddenly fell silent, yet sincerely agreed. He understood the weight of Sean's words. Contacting individuals from distant places was no easy feat. Someone must remain by the fireplace on Thursdays, for without that, a surprise could swiftly turn to awkwardness. Observing Justin's weary demeanor, Sean thought it prudent for him to return and get a good night's sleep. Madame Loris. Hermione undoubtedly had a splendid birthday, where her family's faces appeared before her. She was nearly moved to tears with excitement. Sean and Justin tactfully made way, lingering outside the classroom. Sean immersed in his book while Justin animatedly chattered. Moments latte. They heard Hermione's soft voice calling them inside. The tenderness radiating from Hermione's parents nearly overflowed, leaving Justin blushing from the compliments, and Sean equally caught in the warmth. Under the caring gaze of the Grangers, Hermione unwrapped her gifts. Justin's present consisted of lunar charts and astronomical instruments, which would greatly assist the young Granger in her current astronomy assignment. Sean gifted her his meticulously organized notes, which even Hermione would concede were a lifesaver for any young wizard on a weekend. The systematic, scientific, and engaging nature of his notes far surpassed the drab and vague textbooks. Not to mention, this particular compilation was nearly perfected and widely circulated among young wizards regarding the history of magic. As night deepened and silence enveloped the room, a note suddenly materialized at the top of the notes, causing Hermione to pause. She cautiously observed her slumbering roommate before beginning to read. I want to say, Hermione, regardless of others' opinions, your worth will never be diminished. I am aware that you can perceive this, yet allow me to reiterate. Your friend, Scene Green. This nearly brought a hint of moisture to the corner of Hermione's eyes, who had recently been feeling rather despondent. Clearly, the shared moment spent together had forged a stronger bond among the three young wizards in that classroom. It also made Justin and Hermione realize that Scene seemed increasingly preoccupied. He would leave early and return late, collapsing into the common room, only to consume some peculiar potion before succumbing to exhaustion once more. In stark contrast, his proficiency in Transfiguration and the Levitation charm was becoming increasingly formidable. Justin witnessed Scene making the chairs in the classroom float, and transforming a small pebble into a diminutive stone figure wielding a sharp instrument, albeit it could only walk 2 paces. During Transfiguration class, Scene even transmuted a desk into a half-wild boar with razor-sharp tusks, although he slumped onto his chair mere seconds later. This display thoroughly startled the passing Slytherins outside the classroom. Goyle could hardly fathom how terrifying it would be to be charged by such a wild boar. Thus the revenge-seeking Theodore, who was already confined to his quarters, silently relinquished any thoughts of retaliation. He did not believe his dancing charm could rival such a ferocious onslaught. It was a bright Saturday. The owls continued to deliver a plethora of letters. Justin received an envelope adorned with a golden border. He carefully tore it open to reveal the words of Madame Finley. Dear Justin, I have seen in your letters the cherished memories, my dear, and I am greatly comforted that you have made such wonderful friends. As I mentioned, cherish them, for those gentle and virtuous souls are often hard to come by, as this world is neither just nor kind. Forever proud of you, Liliana. Justin stared blankly, tucking the letter away, his gaze drifting towards the figure enveloped by owls. He recalled the conversation by the hearth. See, there's a fireplace here, and it has been connected with flue powder I have no one to contact. He heard Scene conclude, then resumed his practice of Transfiguration. The great hall was a cacophony of voices. Young wizards were invariably drawn to this place, perhaps due to the warmth of the fireplace, or perhaps because of its lively atmosphere. In any case, it was filled with youngsters enjoying snacks, playing games, engaging in fervent discussions, or attending to their homework. Hermione, have you noticed? Justin's voice was somewhat subdued. Besides the letter from Madame Finley, it seemed Scene had never received any other correspondence. Hermione paused, waving her wand to cast a silencing charm. I am indeed aware, so. Both of them discerned the weight of concern reflected in each other's expressions. As the levitation charm progressed to the proficient stage, Sheehan was soon interrupted by an unforeseen circumstance. Prior to reaching proficient, his skill level obtained through practicing spells at the beginner standard was a mere 3. However, upon attaining proficient, the increment in skill level was a pitiful one, while the proficiency increase associated with the proficient standard had risen to 3. Remarkably, the proficiency increase for the expert standard remained a substantial 50. He sensed that the insights gained from practicing spells at the lower standard were diminishing significantly. He attributed this to the superficial nature of the low standard practice, realizing that there were numerous areas for improvement, with those insights being fragmented and sparse. This realization propelled him to master more profound techniques of spellcasting and to ascend to greater heights. Yet, this also rendered his time exceedingly scarce. In pursuit of achieving an expert-level levitation charm within the week, he found himself with considerably less time for the cellar and the Transfiguration office. Upon learning of Neville's return and Senior Bruce's frequent presence in the greenhouse, he even requested a few days off from Professor Sprout. On Saturday afternoon, Sheehan emerged from the Transfiguration office with a pale complexion, having nearly exhausted himself over the past few days. Yet, it had proven to be productive. Name, Sheehan Green. Skill level: Summoning Charm, beginner level, 3900. Clear Water Charm, beginner level, 2900. Levitation Charm, proficient level, 1200-3000. The practice standards for the proficient level of the Levitation Charm were no longer sufficient. Sheehan began to contemplate how to achieve the expert level. While reviewing his notes from the spellcasting class, he stumbled upon a remark from Professor Flitwick. "But I must say, if you can make the feather spin, why not try it on that little table? When you barely master the spells required for the first year, you will discover that there are silent charms awaiting you. Knowledge is never excessive. Silent charms," he murmured to himself. In contrast to the challenges he faced in spellcasting, Sheehan found himself equally challenged in the realm of potions. Professor Snape had become increasingly stringent. His guidance had noticeably increased, while the mockery had diminished significantly. This led to a rather unfortunate outcome. As Sheehan completed the proficient level of the shrinking solution and exited the cellar, he once again mustered his spirits. Having survived yet another grueling ordeal under Professor Snape's rigorous training. Truly remarkable. Amidst the harsh and pressing instructions, Sheehan scarcely had time to experiment with his hypotheses regarding potion emotions. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he sighed, realizing that despite being well-versed in all the school regulations, he had ventured out at night. Misfortunes seldom come alone. He had just emerged from the cellar when a gentle meow resonated near his neck, drowning out the hooting of the owl. He glanced down to behold two luminous yellow eyes, akin to glowing lanterns. It was Lady Loris. Although she was both spirited and charming, Sheehan, who had always adhered to the school's regulations, harbored a sense of goodwill towards her. Yet today, everything felt markedly different.